to lead Sergeant Mahono on the, you call it AVL.
Yeah, on the AVLs.
Yeah, and this, the defense is opposing that.
Yes.
Okay, let's hear you then.
Scott, please, my lord. We have divided the subject matter in 5 headings. In the introduction, we give a bit of a background. Then we, on page 2, on page 3, we deal with the purpose of re-examination. Then on page 4, we deal with the nature of the evidence that the state seeks to re-examine the witness on. Then on page 6, we give an explanation as why the movement report was not presented when the evidence in chief was given by the witness.
Okay.
And lastly, we deal with the interest of justice. My lord, coming to page 1, paragraph 1.1.
Yes.
We mentioned that the crisp issue at this stage of the proceedings is whether the state can be allowed to re-examine a witness by introducing the records of the automated vehicle location, what is also referred to as the movement report. Paragraph 1.2, we mentioned that insofar as may be argued that this is new evidence, the state makes a formal application to the court to be allowed to re-examine the Sergeant Mukhani on the AVL records. In paragraph 1.3, we mentioned that the defense put it to Sergeant Mukhani that on the 19th of June 2020, while he was transporting the accused in a Toyota Fortuner en route to Moroka police station, he took a detour and stopped at a place near a filling station, near a directional board to Alberton, where the accused was assaulted. They proceeded to a dumping area on the way to Alberton, where there were still stairs and poles, where accused number 2 was further assaulted. That they thereafter proceeded to Chris Hani Baragwanath Hospital, where Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu was picked up. Thereafter, they proceeded to an empty space at Orlando, where there were disused ATMs, where accused number 2 was further assaulted. That Brigadier Gininda appeared with some documents, and the accused was forced to affix his thumbprint on them, and thereafter they proceeded to Moroka police station to complete the process, as the accused did not affix his thumbprint on some pages. Paragraph 1.4, we submit, my lord, that these allegations are so serious that they ought to be investigated, and if the AVL records can assist the court in the determination of these issues, that it is in the interest of justice that this evidence be allowed. at this point in time. Paragraph 1.5, we explain, my lord, that AVL is a computer-based vehicle tracking system used to monitor the movement of vehicles in real time. It helps to determine and transmit the geographic location of a vehicle in real time. And we make the point, my lord, that as it were, it's an eye in the sky. Paragraph 1.6, we make the submission that the AVL records will therefore show if there was any deviation along the route to Moroka Police Station. And we, in paragraph 1.7, we mention that the AVL records are therefore a silent witness. In paragraph 1.8, we argue, my lord, that it will not be necessary to await that a witness from the trekking company should testify first, as such evidence is usually given in a form of a 212 statement. In other words, just a formal statement stating that a tracking device was installed in a particular vehicle which provides vehicle location information, and that witness gathered or retrieved information from their system and would normally state that they attach the vehicle movement information for a particular period. And that's purely, my lord, to authenticate the movement report. And we argue here, my lord, that the Sergeant Mohani can authenticate this information as he was the driver of the vehicle in question and has testified as to the route that he followed, which is contained in the movement report, the AVL. We make the submission, my lord, that he can therefore validate the information provided in the AVL report as reliable. And we mentioned, my lord, that at this point in time, there's nothing that stops Sergeant Mohani from commenting on the movement report that we intend to re-examine him on. And we make this point, my lord, that even if it were argued that that it is hearsay evidence at this point, we refer to Section 3 of the Hearsay Evidence Act, subsection 3 thereof, which provides that hearsay evidence may provisionally be admitted in terms of Section 1B if the court is informed that the person upon whose credibility the probative value of such evidence depends will himself testify at the proceedings, and provided that if a person does not later testify, then such evidence can be disregarded. And we argue here, my lord, that and we've also indicated to the defense that this witness statement will be handed up in due course. And in under point 2, we deal with the purpose of re-examination. And we quote Section 1661 of the Criminal Procedure Act 51 of 1977, which reads as follows. And the heading there is cross-examination and re-examination of witnesses. We mentioned that under point 1, an accused may cross-examine any witness called on behalf of the prosecution at criminal proceedings, or any co-accused who testifies at criminal proceedings, or any witness called on behalf of such co-accused at criminal proceedings, and the prosecutor may cross-examine any witness, including an accused, called on behalf of the defense at criminal proceedings. And we put an emphasis on the following: and a witness called at such proceedings on behalf of the prosecution may be re-examined by the prosecutor on any matter raised during the cross-examination of that witness. And this is, my lord, the exercise that we're trying to embark upon. And a witness called on behalf of the defense at such proceedings may likewise be re-examined by the accused. Under point 2, we mentioned that re-examination is the right which may be exercised when cross-examination is complete, as in casu, by the party who called the witness. The purpose of cross-examination is to clear up any point or misunderstanding, to correct uncertainties or wrong impressions which flowed from cross-examination, or to supplement something which did not come out fully. And here we refer to Himstra Criminal Procedure, the 2023 version at pages 22 to 61, as may have occurred during cross-examination. Under paragraph 3, we mentioned that re-examination is a useful mechanism to place a full and fair version of the witness evidence before the court, and thereby to get to the truth. And we refer to the case of Ramolope. The citation appears there. And under paragraph 4, this is now the basis upon which the current application is premised. New matters can be canvassed only with the leave of the court, which may allow further cross-examination on the new evidence, hence the state's application. Under paragraph 5, we submit, therefore, that no prejudice will be suffered, as the defense will be allowed to further cross-examine Sergeant Mohani on the AVL records. Paragraph 6, we therefore request, with the leave of the court, to re-examine the witness, Sergeant Mohani, on the AVL evidence. And, my lord, we mentioned that the evidence will only be confined to the route traveled by Sergeant Mohani on the 19th of June, so there was a typing error, should be 19 June 2020, whilst transporting accused number 2 to Moroka Police Station and thereafter to Foslores Court. Under paragraph 3, with the heading Nature of Evidence Sought to Re-Examine a Witness on, we've already made the point, my lord, under paragraph 3, that AVL is computer-based vehicle tracking system. We're not going to rehash it here. Under paragraph 3.2, the defense for accused number 1 and 2 objects to this re-examination on the basis that it's new evidence. And I suppose other counsel who might also raise objection. Under paragraph 3.3, we mentioned that the state contends that it is not new evidence, that now should read not new evidence, as during cross-examination of Sergeant Mohani, the defense put it to him that he was transporting accused number 2 in a Toyota Fortuner vehicle, and whilst en route to Moroka Police Station and eventually Foslores Court, he stopped near a filling station near a directional signboard to Alberton, and that they were joined by Constable Buthelezi and Mapumlo, who were driving a Nissan hardbody. That Constable Jonathan also joined them driving in his vehicle. That accused number 2, so the version goes, was then taken out of the Toyota Fortuner and put in the vehicle of Constable Jonathan. That accused number 2 was then placed in the right rear seat of Constable Jonathan's vehicle, and that the late Sergeant Mabena sat at the left rear seat and Constable Buthelezi stood at the right rear door next to the accused, and that Constable Jonathan pushed the driver's seat backwards towards the knees of the accused, accused number 2, and pressed the knees very hard. It was further put to him that the late Sergeant Mabena used a silver-colored Truett's plastic to suffocate the accused, whilst Constable Buthelezi was blocking accused number 2 from leaving the vehicle. Paragraph 3.4. It was put to Sergeant Mohani that from that place they proceeded with accused number 2 to a dumping area on the way to Alberton, and all the cars then stopped at that particular place. That there were steel chairs there with steel poles, that the hands of accused number 2 were handcuffed at his back, and were then, when they reached that place, they were taken off, and accused number 2's one hand was then handcuffed to a steel pole, and his jacket was then taken off. It was then put to the witnesses that the assault continued, and that accused number 2 was poured with water on the front part of his body. That Brigadier Gininda arrived in a white BMW with female Sergeant Mohola and another person in braces. Accused number 2 was then electrocuted by Sergeant Mabena. Constables Buthelezi and Jonathan taking turns. That when the plastic was removed from the face of accused number 2, he was bleeding from his nose. It was put to Sergeant Mohani that he did not participate in the assault at the garage or the steel place, but that he moved away when accused number 2 was assaulted, and came back and said, and we quote Shekelan Diman, with close quotation, paragraph 3.5. It was put to the witnesses that there was then a meeting, and they drove to Soweto. That Sergeant Mohani, accused number 2, and Sergeant Mabena drove into the premises of Chris Hani Baragwanath Hospital, where they met Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu. That Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu was with his wife and a child, and he gave his car keys to his wife. That they then drove with Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu to Orlando and stopped at an empty area where there were disused auto-teller machines. The cars were then parked, and accused number 2 was taken out of the Toyota Fortuner, and the assault continued. Brigadier Gininda then arrived with Sergeant Mohola and opened the boot of the BMW and sat on the edge. He took out certain documents and gave them to Colonel Rapadu, and accused number 2 was forced to sign those documents by affixing his thumbprint. And that from the 16th of June 2020, the accused was not 2020. The accused number 2 was not in the right state of mind because of the assault. Paragraph 3.6. it was put to Sergeant Mukhani that there were pages on which the thumbprint of the accused were not affixed. Hence, they proceeded to Moroka Police Station to complete the process. As already intimated, my lord, we make the submission that these allegations are so serious that they need to be investigated, and if the AVL records can assist in the determination of these issues, it is then in the interest of justice that the evidence on AVL be presented to determine if these serious allegations are true or not. And here, my lord, we're referring to the re-examination. The Sergeant Mukhani be re-examined on those AVL records. And under paragraph 4, with the heading explanation as to why the evidence was not led in evidence in chief, paragraph 4.1, we mentioned that the AVL records were only received on Friday, 3 November 2023 at 9:47, after the evidence in chief of Sergeant Mukhani had already been concluded. And we attached the email from Brigadier Gininda in this regard. And we mentioned under paragraph 4.2 that the AVL records were immediately disclosed to the defense when they came to hand. Paragraph 5, under the heading the interest of justice. Paragraph 5.1, we respectfully submit that it is in the interest of justice to allow this evidence to determine if the proposition put to Sergeant Mukhani that he took a detour and stopped at 3 places to allow the accused to be assaulted is true or not. Then, my lord, we refer to the case of Hepworth that has been traversed in these proceedings. 1928 AD 265 at 277, where the court held that criminal proceedings are not a game in which one side is entitled to claim the benefit of any omission or mistake made by the other, and that the duty of the trial judge is not only to direct and control the proceedings according to the recognized rules of procedure, but to see that justice was done. We also refer to the case of State versus Sheikh and others. We give the quotation there where the court held as follows, and we quote, "The applicant stressed that they place their reliance on the general right to a fair trial, which, as this court has held, extends beyond those specific rights enumerated in subsection 35(3)(a) to O of the Constitution. The right to a fair trial requires a substantive rather than a formal or textual approach. It is clear also that fairness is not a one-way street, conferring an unlimited right on an accused to demand the most favorable possible treatment. A fair trial also requires fairness to the public as represented by the state. It has to instill confidence in the criminal justice system with the public, including those close to the accused, as well as those distressed by the audacity and horror of crime. We also refer to the multi-choice case versus the National Prosecuting Authority and another. We give the citation there. Even if this case dealt with the right of the media to access the proceedings, the comments that were made by the Supreme Court of Appeal are opposite in this matter. And we give a quotation there in paragraphs 13 to 17. Our Constitutional Court has been vocal regarding the protection of the rights to a fair trial. Indeed, any accused person who appears in a court of law facing any charge has the constitutionally guaranteed right to a fair trial, which includes the foundational values of dignity, freedom, and equality, which are central to a fair trial. And in this regard, the Constitutional Court referred to the case of State versus Zukuza and others, where the court confirmed that the right to a fair trial is a comprehensive right and embraces a concept of substantive fairness, and that at the heart of the right to a fair criminal trial and what infuses its purpose is for justice to be done and also to be seen to be done. And we close the quotation. And we also refer to the case of Dlamini, Dlada, and others, Joubert versus Kitekat. We give the citation there. This case was given in the context of bail application. However, the remarks by Judge Krichler are opposite, wherein he describes what is meant by the phrase interest of justice, and he said the following, we quote, this is a useful term denoting in broad and evocative language a value judgment of what would be fair and just to all concerned. And we close the quotation. We therefore submit, my Lord, with respect, that the state be allowed to re-examine Sergeant Mukhani on the AVL. I mentioned on Friday that the state may as well lead the evidence through other witnesses, but the fact of the matter is that Sergeant Mukhani will then have to come back to then give his comment on such evidence. We submit that the balance of convenience at this stage and the interest of justice, my Lord, will be served if Sergeant Mukhani is allowed to be re-examined on the vehicle movement report.
Okay.
These are our submissions, Madam.
Thanks. Yes, Mr. Ngomezulu.
My Lord, firstly, my Lord, I wish to express my apology for my non-appearance due to the circumstance that I was not feeling well to come to court, my Lord.
Okay, fine.
Court pleases, my Lord, may I beg leave to hand over the heads of argument for in relation.
Yes, thank you.
Court pleases, my Lord, the heads of argument in relation to accused number 1 and 2, because that will actually even touch the movement of Mr. Mukhani in relation to accused number 2. They are structured in this manner, my Lord. Introduction, it deals with the gravamen of the objection or issues. My Lord, it has been submitted. We'll submit that the application by the state to re-examine Sergeant Mukhani on the evidence or on the document of an AVL does not find fairness and justice because he is not a competent expert in the field of the tracing and the tracking systems. Our heads of argument are structured as follows. Firstly, paragraph 2.1. There are two state witnesses which has testified about the escorting of Sergeant Mukhani and the late Sergeant Mabena to various places. Their oral evidence was not supported by AVL records, and as such, why would it be significant to re-examine Sergeant Mukhani differently from other witnesses who were escorting Sergeant Mokhane and the lady, including the accused person. May I substantiate my argument in the following manner, my Lord? In this case, I would submit that the defense is relying on the submission made by the state in their heads of argument to the effect that the reason for the recalling or tendering this new evidence is based on the version of accused number 2. The case of the state, my Lord, is not founded on the version of accused number 2. This version is put to the witness to counter the evidence given orally by Sergeant Mokhane. And, my Lord, this is a documentary evidence which, by submission, was supposed to be discovered prior to the matter being set down for hearing and during the discovery of relevant documents. On paragraph 2.2, my Lord, it is contended that secondly, the nature of the AVL records requires an expert who will be able to explain the synopsis, functioning, and the recording of the AVL system. Thirdly, the state has not laid the basis of the AVL's report, and the state has not established the agent who tracked the motor vehicle or the movement of the Toyota Fortuner as from the 16th of June 2020 to the 27th of October 2020 and beyond. The role of an expert witness and the evaluation of the expert witness. An article was drawn from Tools and Trade. It's headed 3rd March 2021. The expression expert witness is ordinarily used to refer to a witness whose opinion and the reasons on which they are based are admissible in evidence in litigious, technical, and scientific nature, enables such witness to draw inference and form views in circumstances where a court or a tribunal is unable to do so reliably unless it receives an assistance or guidance from someone with expertise on the relevant subject matter or in that particular field. My Lord, it is further submitted that in case this proposition has been supported by R. versus Vilbro and another, 1957, Volume 3, SA 223, AD, page 228, from G to H. It was held that a party intending to call or calling a witness to give expert evidence of the kind discussed, he is required to furnish the other party with a summary of such witnesses' opinion and reasons thereof. In this case, my Lord, nothing has been furnished to the other party as contemplated by or as provided in the case of R. versus Vilbro. I would submit further that before we proceed, the state, after having discovered this document on the Friday, which it has already submitted, was not a reasonable time for the state to produce such a document or to discover such a document, and as such, there is no summary of such witness in leading his opinion of the records. In the case of Schreider NO versus Automobile Association and another, Judge Davis also referred the well-known South African textbook of the law of evidence, Zephyr, in Paces and Skien, the South African law of evidence at page 330, where the learned authors thereof, citing the English judgment of National Justice Campania, Nivera, South Africa versus Prudential Assurance Company Ltd, outlines the duties of an expert as follows. An expert evidence presented to the court should be and should be seen to be the independent product of the expert, uninfluenced as to the form or content by the exigencies of litigation. In this case, my Lord, I would submit with respect that Sergeant Mokhano is not a neutral person in giving assistance on the evidence of this AVL recordings, on the basis that he is a team investigating this matter, and his conclusions will always be biased. May I further make a submission in terms of the above mentioned case? An expert would provide independent assistance to the court by way of objective, unbiased opinion in relation to matters with his expertise. An expert witness should never assume the role of an advocate. An expert witness should state the facts or assumptions upon which his opinion is based. He should not omit to consider the material facts which could detract from the concluded opinion. An expert witness should make it clear when a particular question or issue falls outside his expertise. In the case of MTV versus MEC Health, the Pretoria High Court once again placed the issue of expert evidence firmly in the judicial spotlight. Focus was squarely placed on the requirement for expert witness to provide the court with an objective and unbiased opinion as possible based on their expertise. What is common cause between the parties? There is a common cause between the state and the defense that the evidence to be led requires an expert evidence. Sergeant Mokhane is not an expert in the AVL system or recording or system, my Lord. They're supposed to be records. But for investigating team in the matter of Senzo Meyiwa under case number 636 of 10/2014. Submissions by counsel for accused number 1 and 2. It is submitted with due respect that the evidence of the AVL recordings is does not exist in vacuum, that the kind of expert evidence requires an expert who is not biased and does not have and does have an independent and impartial conclusion and inferences. As discussed supra, the tracking agents must assist the court with expert opinion which may be admissible as evidence. The expert to which the state has not convincingly brought the evidence to which the state has not convincingly brought its case on the admissibility or of confessions and or of pointing out. It is my humble submission that the state case on the trial, within the trial, be argued and finalized after the testimony of Brigadier Geninda. There is no law available justifying the limitation of Section 35(1) of the Constitution and Section 35(5) of the Constitution for non-compliance with the provisions of Section 217(1)A and 217(1)B, Roman figure 2, respectively. The expert evidence of any nature in these proceedings may be utilized in the main trial, and in the event the above honorable court find in favor of the state by ruling on the admissibility of the alleged confessions and pointing out. The expert evidence causes an unreasonable delay in the finalization of this trial within the trial. In conclusion, even if an expert can be called therein, there is no likelihood to assist the court drawing inferences, a reasonable conclusion on the face of the produced or discovered document or copies of the AVL records, dental reports. Furthermore, when looking at the AVL reports, it does not stipulate exact places where the said vehicle went and stopped at. My Lord, this is the summary of the heads, which I would like to beg leave, my Lord, to supplement in this fashion. In respect of the element of prejudice, it is my submission, my Lord, that the time in which this document is intended to be introduced by the state in these proceedings on its own is irregular, and the accused persons will suffer prejudice because the basis for which this application is made is to reintroduce an evidence to rebut the version of accused number 2. Accused number 2 will still come and testify if a need arises, and the state will have an opportunity to rebut the evidence that is placed under oath by accused number 2. My Lord, it is further submitted that one must look at the reasonable time, the reasons why it was not discovered timelessly. I would reiterate in my submission by saying, if an expert witness is called, firstly, to place the authenticity of the document before this honorable court, secondly, to assist the court in drawing inferences and conclusion on the recordings, it is of pivotal importance that any submission or any evidence given by the should not be given or should be given a preference to an independent somebody who does not investigate the matter. Hence, if Sergeant Mokhano has to give evidence or his view, that view cannot hold water in terms of the admissibility of such expert or of such AVL recordings. My Lord, I would submit further before I sit that a judicial discretion is also required to be exercised when this application is brought, and to the extent that its nature, the nature of this application, must not be seen to delay the proceedings of this case. The reasons for saying that is because the state had an opportunity to investigate all the necessary information, either on factual base and on technical and scientific evidence that is purported to be used before this honorable court. And my submission further, my Lord, is that it will be prudent if the court were to rule in favor of the state to recall the previous witnesses, Mr. Mapumulo and Mr. Sadike or Mr. Jonathan, so that their AVL recordings must also be brought before this court on record and must also be challenged. And furthermore, my Lord, the evidence of this witness, to the extent of canvassing the logbooks and the pocket books of the witness, may also suffice in order to corroborate the evidence in which the state intends to lead this witness. Unless there's anything that your Lordship wants me to address.
No, thank you. Mr. Mnisi?
As we have maintained on behalf of accused number 3, we don't have any submission to make. We shall abide by the decision of the court.
Okay, yes, thanks. Mr. Mkumalo?
My Lord, I've prepared my heads of arguments. May I beg leave to hand them to the court?
Yes.
My Lord, my heads are not an objection per se, but
They're not?
they are not an objection per se, but I wish to render my services as an officer of the court.
Yes, good. I appreciate that.
I've also discussed my position with my colleagues.
Yes, yes.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
I will start with the introduction, where I deal with the facts. Paragraph 1. During the trial and in the trial into the admissibility of a statement made to Lieutenant Colonel Rapad on the 19th of June 2020 and to the magistrate, Ms. Cronje, on the 24th of June 2020, pursuant to the provisions of the Criminal Procedure Act 51 of 1977, the state led the evidence of Detective Sergeant Mohane, who is one of the investigation officers. 2. The evidence of this witness is to the effect that he booked out accused 2 on the 18th of June 2020 to conduct an interview in the boardroom that will be at Valeria Police Station. Subsequent to the interview, he traveled with accused number 2 following his alibi in the company of the late Detective Sergeant Mabena. The copies of the occurrence book register, open bracket, SAP 10 close bracket, in respect of the accused 2 in this exercise were submitted, entered into the record as Exhibit NN. 3. Detective Sergeant Mohane testified that on the 18th of June 2020, when they were traveling with accused number 2 to his workplace in Carltonville, Rustenburg, and back to detain accused 2 when they received a phone call from Brigadier Geninda, who informed them that they had to take accused number 2 to Lieutenant Colonel Rapatu at Moroga Police Station for purposes of a statement. 4. It is common cause that they were traveling in a Toyota Fortuner with registration plate FV47LRGP which was driven by Detective Sergeant Mohane. Detective Sergeant Mabena and the accused two were passengers. 5. The defense assertion is to the effect that the vehicle in which accused number 2 was traveling took various detours where accused number 2 was assaulted and tortured by various police officers and later made to sign a document, Exhibit HH, on the portions that were not signed at Moroka Police Station. 6. The issue for determination is whether the state can use the AVL record of the vehicle that accused 2 was traveling in re-examination of the witness for the first time when such was not raised under cross-examination. Under paragraph B, I deal with the applicability of law to the relevant facts. I deal with the provisions of the Constitution. 7. Section 35 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, Act 108 of 1996, deals with arrested, detained, and accused persons. The provisions of Section 35(3), which deals with accused persons, provides as follows. Section 35(3). Every accused person has a right to a fair trial, which includes the right, small letter B in bracket, to have adequate time and facilities to prepare a defense, small letter I in bracket, to adduce and challenge evidence. C, the provisions of the Act, paragraph 8. The time-honored sequence of our adversarial system of cross-examination in chief, cross-examination and re-examination is enshrined as far as criminal trials are concerned in Section 166(1) in bracket of the Criminal Procedure Act 51 of 1977, which reads as follows. Section 166, which deals with cross-examination and re-examination of witnesses. Subsection 1. An accused may cross-examine any witness called on behalf of the prosecution at criminal proceedings, or any co-accused who testifies at criminal proceedings, or any witness called on behalf of such co-accused at criminal proceedings. And the prosecutor may cross-examine any witness, including an accused, called on behalf of the defense at criminal proceedings. And the witness called at such proceedings on behalf of the prosecution may be re-examined by the prosecutor on any matter raised during cross-examination of that witness. And the witness called on behalf of the defense at such proceedings may likewise be re-examined by the accused. Close quotation. Paragraph 9. The right of a party to re-examine his or her witness is therefore a favor granted by the court. Is therefore not a favor granted by the court, but a legal right, statutory entrenched. The accused is called to testify in a criminal trial, is a witness on behalf of the defense, and is entitled to rely upon Section 166, subsection 1 in bracket. Paragraph 10. As far as the right to re-examine the witness is concerned, the operative word in Section 160, subsection 1 in bracket are of any matter raised during cross-examination of that witness. Paragraph 11. 2 points emerge from an analysis of the quoted words. Firstly, there is a statutory right to re-examine on any matter if it is raised during cross-examination. These words of very wide compass, any being a word of wide and unqualified generality. See R. versus Hugo, 1926 AD 268 at 271. Paragraph 12. Secondly, the right to re-examine a witness on any matter is only limited to the extent that it was a matter raised during cross-examination of that witness. The contextual meaning of any matter raised during cross-examination of that witness cannot lead to misunderstanding. Paragraph 13. It will result in the absurdity that if any matter were raised during cross-examination in chief and the witness were cross-examined thereon, no re-examination will be permissible. This will be a denial of a time-honored rules relating to examination of witnesses acknowledged in our courts from the inception of the adversarial system. Paragraph B, the object of re-examination. At paragraph 14, generally speaking, the object of re-examination is to, small letter A in bracket, clear up any point or a misunderstanding which may have occurred during cross-examination. Small letter B in bracket, to correct wrong impressions or false perceptions which may have been created in the course of cross-examination. Small letter C in bracket, to give the witness a fair opportunity to explain answers given by him under cross-examination, which if unexplained may create a wrong impression or be used to arrive at a false deduction. Small letter E in bracket, to put before the court a full picture and extent of facts elicited during cross-examination, or to give the witness an opportunity to correct patent mistakes made under cross-examination. 15. Re-examination can be and frequently is a very important mechanism for presenting a full and fair picture of the evidence of a witness and thus of arriving at the truth. Paragraph 16. After cross-examination has been concluded, the side that called the witness is given an opportunity to ask questions. This is done according to the rules which apply to re-examination in chief. Questions are limited to the field covered in cross-examination. Paragraph 17. If counsel wishes to deal with new matters that is not arising from the cross-examination, he requires the leave of the court. This is in nature of fresh examination in chief and gives the opposing party the right to cross-examine again. Paragraph 18. Re-examination is not limited to questions broached for the first time in cross-examination. In this regard, see State versus Ramalope, 1995, Volume 1, SA 616A at page 619 to 620H. Re-examination is a useful mechanism to place a full and fair version of the witness's evidence before court and thereby to get the truth. This was also said at State versus Ramalope at paragraph 620, at page 620, paragraph B to C. Prejudice. Paragraph 19. With regards to the test to be applied to an application to reopen, see Osterhazen versus Stanley, 1938 AD 322 at 33, and Barclays Western Bank Limited versus Guinness, and another 1981 Volume 3 SA 91N at 95C to 96H. Paragraph 20. The consideration mentioned by the courts include the following. The reason why the evidence was not led timeously, the degree of materiality of the evidence, the possibility that it may have been shaped to relieve the pinch of the shoe, the possible prejudice on the other side, including such factors as the fact that a witness who could testify in rebuttal may no longer be available, the stage which the proceedings have reached, and the general need for finality. In this regard, see State versus Farthan, 1999, Volume 1, SACR 481 SCA, at 486, paragraph G to 487B. Conclusion. Paragraph 21. The provisions of Section 173 of the Constitution provide that the Constitutional Court, the Supreme Court of Appeal, and the High Court of South Africa each has the inherent power to protect and regulate their own process and to develop the common law, taking into account the interests of justice. Paragraph 22. The role of a judicial officer is central to a criminal trial. The competency and impartiality of a judicial officer are substantive matters which affect and determine the fairness, in bracket, or lack of or lack thereof, close bracket, of a trial. Where there is a demonstrable lack of either on the part of the judicial officer, it cannot be said that the accused had a fair trial. It is appropriate to refer to a well-known dictum of Carl Lewis, J.A. in R. versus Hepworth, 1928 AD 265 at 277, regarding the role of a judicial officer in criminal trials. And I quote, "A criminal trial is not a game, and a judge's position in a criminal trial is not merely that of an umpire to see that the rules of the game are observed by both sides. A judge is an administrator of justice. He is not merely a figurehead. He is only to direct and control the proceedings according to recognized rules of procedure, but to see that justice is done." My Lord, simply, there are two issues that I have raised in my heads of argument.
Yes.
One is that if the state intends to re-examine the witness, Sergeant Mohane, on the document, it has to seek leave from the court. Seek leave from the court
Yes,
to
yes.
open the re-examination. Secondly, if it decides to call Sergeant Mohane later in the evidence, it has to show that the evidence, why the evidence was not led timelessly, the degree of materiality of the evidence, the possibility that it may have been shaped to relieve the pinch of a shoe, the possible prejudice to the other side, including such factors as the fact that a witness who could testify in rebuttal may no longer be available, the stage which the proceedings have reached, and the general need for finality. Those are my submissions, my Lord.
Okay. Any response, Mr. Baloyi? Oh, sorry. Mr. Mshololo.
Thank you, my Lord. I've got no submissions, my Lord.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. I didn't see your head. Yes, any response?
As a court, please, my Lord, we just wish to respond to two issues raised by counsel for accused number 1 and 2.
Yes.
Firstly, he contended that the AVL report should have been disclosed right at the outset when the rest of the statements were disclosed. My Lord, the version of the accused was only put during the trial, within the trial. Before the matter is enrolled, we only sit with confessions and pointings out. We don't know what the version of the accused is going to be. We don't know whether there's going to be a trial within a trial. So the state only became aware of what the version of the accused is during the trial within a trial. The second point relates to expect evidence, and this is stated in page I think it's page 3. In conclusion, Advocate Ngumazulu makes the point that if an expert witness can be called, there is no likelihood to assist the court in drawing inferences or reasonable conclusion on the face of the produced or discovered copies of the AVL, or well, I suppose the inclusion of dental reports was a mistake, as we're only dealing with the AVL. Fact of the matter is, Sergeant Mohane is here. He's able to comment on the AVL reports, and Advocate Ngumazulu on page 2 of his heads made the point on expert evidence, its role, and how it should be approached. And my Lord, in this instance, one wonders whether one can regard AVL as expert evidence in the traditional sense of the words, because these are just a report on the movement of a vehicle. It is as it were, a fly against the wall. that monitors the geographical location of a vehicle. We've indicated what the nature of a statement will be from the company that installs the device. So, my lord, it's just merely a report that helps to determine where a vehicle was at a particular point in time. And as we've indicated, my lord, Sergeant Mokhane was the driver of the vehicle. He's able to tell this court as to which route they traveled. This AVL report is merely supplementary to indicate whether the evidence of Sergeant Mokhane is correct or not. Thank you very much.
Thanks. What's your time there?
11:34.
Hello?
11:34 minutes.
11:34. Okay, let's go out for 15 minutes. You mean the issue is concerning the ruling I must make? As crystallized by the state. Sorry. The state intends applying, and it indeed has so applied, to call the evidence of Sergeant Mokhane pertaining to what is related or narrated by the state as the automatic vehicle location system. The state has argued that this evidence relating to the requirement by itself to re-examine Sergeant Mokhane concerning this automatic vehicle location system is not new evidence. The state argues that this evidence arises from the cross-examination and the assertions put and made against Sergeant Mokhane by Mr. Mngomezulu, when he put it to Sergeant Mokhane that his client was taken to various locations after having been taken from the Pretoria police station with the intention of being taken to the Boksburg court, but allegedly Sergeant Mokhane, who was the driver of a vehicle identified and put to him by Mr. Mngomezulu as a Fortuner, white in color, with a hard body. And this is the vehicle which Sergeant Mokhane concedes, accused number 4, was transported in. Consequently, this piece of evidence, regarding the fact that this vehicle, the Fortuner, SUV, is not new in the sense that it is interlinked to the evidence of the automatic vehicle location system, because that system forms part of the vehicle allegedly driven by Sergeant Mokhane. And this is the assertion which is put by Mr. Mgomezulu, for instance, that this vehicle was driven to various locations. And during the stops at these various locations, it is also put to the sergeant that he was assaulted by, amongst others, Mabena, Jonathan, etc. And consequently, that's why this court is saying, strictly speaking, this is not new evidence, in the sense that when you talk about the automatic, the AVL system, it is part of the vehicle which was used by Sergeant Mahano and his colleagues to transport the accused to various locations with the intention of assaulting him in order to coerce him into making a confession. The other aspect which this court has to deal with is the fact that when the re-examination of the sergeant was being done by advocate for the state, he had only just finished testifying in chief and having been taken under cross-examination by Mr. Mgomezulu. In the same court, this is not a case where you find a witness testifies and is cross-examined, and allegedly the cross-examination and the re-examination is finalized, and the witness moves out of court, goes to the Kruger National Park for a holiday or to be employed there. And after 3 months, 6 months, the state gets a brainwave to recall that witness. No, this witness is contemporaneously and instantaneously testifying in this court. When Mr. Baloyi launches an application to re-examine this witness on the system, which allegedly tracks, he says it's an eye in the sky, it tracks the movement of the vehicle. This court must start maybe with the fact that once the prosecution has decided, after gathering evidence, to prosecute a person, the constitution of this country kicks in. So too does the National Prosecuting Authority Act kicks in. And at that time, the state then is seized with presenting evidence to this court in order to prove its case against an accused person beyond a reasonable doubt. And also Section 35(5) of the Constitution kicks in, because after the accused has been charged and prosecuted, he is entitled to be given an opportunity, a full-blown opportunity, to rebut the state's case and to challenge any evidence which is adduced by the state. And don't get me wrong, there is no onus on the accused to prove his innocence. The onus reposes always on the state. So the duty of a prosecutor is to place material evidence, material relevant evidence before this court in attempting to prove its case against a particular accused. And correspondingly also, although it is not an onus on the accused has the right to place evidence before this court challenging and rebutting the evidence which was led by the state. And the accused also is entitled to adduce evidence to contradict and countervail the evidence which is led by the state. And these are interactive constitutional duties. The court, after having listened and heard the evidence adduced by both parties, this evidence obviously assists the court in ascertaining what the truth or where the truth lies. Consequently, this court must hear all the evidence, if it is available, and if it is material, and if it is relevant. In Cooper, de Toit, de Jager, Pijzer, Skien, and Van der Merwe, the commentary on the Criminal Procedure Act, in relation to section 150. This is what the learned authors say regarding the reopening of a state case. And in this case, the state case is not closed, and I dare say the state case in some instances can be closed. And the state, if there is a cogent reason and exceptional circumstances, can launch an application to reopen its case and recall evidence or further adduce evidence of a witness who never even testified in that case. If it is in the interest of justice, the SCA has held that that exigency should be allowed. But like I say here, we are not even dealing with that exigency. For instance, in the case of Joseph Molula, it's case number 074/2014. It was hit on the 18th of August. The judges were Brandt, Busielo, Zondi, Fori, and Matopo. In this case, it was already on appeal at the SCA. You can read it. It was already on appeal at the SCA when the state made an application to adduce new evidence right in the SCA after the case was argued. Now that tells you how potent the interests of justice govern our law relating to fairness and fair play. And the only debate the court had in this regard was whether the further evidence should be adduced in terms of affidavit, or the court must be remitted back to the High Court for that evidence to be heard. But the principle is, as late as that stage where, a person was sentenced to 15 years imprisonment, and it transpired that in this rape case, allegedly, the lady was infected with herpes, but the attorney who was defending the gentleman who allegedly raped her and infected her with herpes, no medical examination was conducted because of that exigency. And this case was handled by my brother Mushidi. The SCA said that exigency is so important because it's determinative of whether that person will be acquitted or not. And in fact, after this gentleman was examined, it was found that he does not have herpes. So he couldn't have had intercourse with this lady. But I'm just trying to demonstrate how far the scale goes. Sorry. So the paramount reason after the state has decided to prosecute a person is that the state must conduct such prosecution without fear, favor, or prejudice. That is the duty which is imposed on Mr. Baloyi. And that the state should not take improper shortcuts in the presentation of the case for the state, and that proper evidence must be made available. Proper real evidence should also be produced, because the prosecutor is enjoined to act with objectivity, and he's enjoined to protect the public interest, and must purposefully take all the reasonable steps to ensure maximum compliance with the constitutional obligations, because a prosecutor has an obligation to ensure that an accused's right to a fair trial is protected. And this is so because of our constitutional adversarial criminal law justice system. Consequently, the prosecutor must carry out his professional functions with a discretion, and his decisions must be taken judiciously, impartially, and objectively. Consequently, I now address the question whether this evidence relating to a report of the AVL system should have been furnished to the counsels, consequently the accused, at the inception of the trial. But Mr. Baloyi says this evidence only surfaced when Mr. Sergeant Mahano was being cross-examined, because it was only then that the version of accused number two was being put to Sergeant Mahano, namely that he was taken to various avenues and locations and assaulted, meaning that this Peugeot, this Fortuna SUV, traversed various locations, and consequently the state apparently is in a position to countervail that evidence, because at this stage there are two versions before this court. Sergeant Mohano is not himself only. Jonathan, all the police denied that accused number two was assaulted by them, and number two is adamant that he was assaulted. They actually told him, is he still alive? That's how murderous they had assaulted him, this police. And you know, this case has got to do with reputational damage. Two senior police officers, Mbodlo, who allegedly took one of the confessions, and Rapadu, who allegedly took the other confessions, they are alleged by accused number two to have been instrumental in orchestrating what Mr. Ngumezulu calls a severe assault and a severe torture of accused number four in order to extract a confession from him. These are senior police officers. This court has a duty, if constitutional rights of an accused person are being transgressed, to refer that exigency to the relevant authorities. Consequently, that is why this court must have access to all the evidence in order to traverse all the evidence objectively. I've got a case here which was conducted by Ronald Sutherland, the Deputy Judge President of the Transvaal. Where he states that if it comes to the notice of an investigating officer during his or her investigations relating to forensic or scientific analysis of real evidence, that police officer must immediately inform the prosecutor about that exigency. And he says this is so because the investigating officer is in a special representative position vis-a-vis the prosecution, because he assists as an investigating officer the prosecutor to prepare the case and to prepare the evidence. And in this case, for instance, the learned judge says because of that exigency and because the versions which are disclosed by accused persons for the first time happened during cross-examination, and if the state wishes to pursue that aspect of evidence, because the state requires amplification or clarity or clarification or qualification or simply an explanation, those matters need to be followed up, and if needs be, postponements should be sought to investigate the correctness or otherwise of the facts underlying the testimony in question. And it may well be that such a practice is not attainable in every case because of logistical restraints. But because persons could be convicted because of the charges they face, and they could be sent to drastic terms of sanctions following the conviction, it follows that the investigating officer ought to be mandated in terms of standard prosecutorial and police procedures to investigate further. See in this regard the case of S versus Sibofi, 2015, 2 SACR 179 GJ at 169. As I say, the judge was Sutherland. It was an appeal case. He was sitting with Justice Opperman. So in other words, there is no definite time when you say the state can no longer investigate. I just shown you proof that even when the matter is before the SCA is being argued, if there is a necessity to investigate a certain exigency which may have a bearing on the outcome of the appeal court says, in the interest of justice, that case must be remitted back. That additional evidence must be traversed. So in this case, it is unfair. Actually, the law doesn't even countenance it. It is unfair to accuse Mr. Baloyi of having dragged his feet and not having, as Mr. Mgomezulu states, made it a point that he investigates before charging the accused. No. As late as when Mahano was being exposed to those assertions that they took the accused to various locations and assaulted him. If the state comes across evidence, and I'm not arguing the state's case, which evidence may throw light as to whether that exigency exists or not, the court is bound and obligated and enjoined to hear that evidence. But here I hear Mr. Mgomezulu say, no, don't investigate. Don't listen to that evidence. I'm listening to the same case. He says, no, you mustn't listen to that evidence. Really? Is that evidence relevant? Is that evidence pertinent? Is that evidence going to enable the court to reach to the truth of what happened in the exigency which is denied by this witness, Mr. Sergeant Mokhano, and which is insisted upon by accused number 4? Consequently, the adversarial and accusatorial nature of criminal trials in South Africa demand that parties should, as far as possible, be given equal opportunities in the presentation of their cases. As I said, the state must be accorded all the opportunity to call and adduce relevant material to prove the onus reposing on it beyond reasonable doubt, and the accused should also be accorded a full opportunity to present evidence in rebuttal of the case against him and to challenge any evidence which is so presented. See in this regard the case of S versus Mpeta, 1983, 1 SA 492 C at 494 A to C. And see also the case of Director of Public Prosecutions, North Gauteng, Pretoria versus Makubelo, case number A91/2014, decided on the 6th of August 2014. And this is so because prosecutors are not practitioners who represent clients, but prosecutors are public officers who should assist the court in ascertaining the truth. And to enable the court to see that justice is done, the prosecutor is expected at all times to act in a manner which is responsible and fair to the accused, and to be open and candid to the court. Consequently, he's going to present and place all the material before this court, as Mr. Baloyi is attempting to do. He says there's evidence which, according to him, if this court can hear, it may find that it is relevant. I don't know if that evidence is relevant or not. And the prosecutor's duty, unlike that of a defense counsel, his primary duty is to assist the court in ascertaining the truth. See in this regard S versus Razini versus Director of Public Prosecutions, Western Cape, 2009, 1 SACR 540C at 549H to 550A. And see also the case which has been quoted by Mr. Kumalo and Mr. Baloyi, as versus Ramalope, 1995-1, SACR 297, Orange Free State. And also see versus Sabisa, 1993-2, SACR 52-5, Transkei. And see also as versus Goma and others too, 1994-2, SACR 182C. But critically, this is what the DOIT says. And I appreciate the various counsel quoting me section 166 regarding cross-examination and re-examination. But this is what the DOIT says. There is no absolute rule that the trial court's discretion to admit evidence for the state after the close of the defense case should be limited to the situation when new matter is introduced which the state could not foresee. That's the law in South Africa. I'll repeat it. There is no absolute rule that the trial court's discretion to admit evidence for the state after the state has closed, after the close of the defense case should be limited to a situation where new matter is introduced which the state could not foresee. An inflexible rule of this sort would hamper the exercise of the judicial officer's discretion. They say I mustn't listen to the evidence. It's an injunction. Each case depends on the facts and the guidelines mentioned in the judicial case, and the new evidence may be allowed without injustice to the accused. Even here, where's the injustice? If this court listens to the evidence of the AWVL system, where's the prejudice to Mr. Tansi? Where is it? I don't know what the evidence is going to be. But the state submits that if need be, the manufacturers of that system will be called to come and give evidence in explaining the mechanism of that system. And by the way, the accused, through their counsels, are entitled to cross-examine that witness who's going to testify on the efficacy and the utilization of that AVLW machine. So there's no prejudice in hearing that evidence. I take note of what Mr. Ngomezulu says about the evidence of an expert. I'm aware of the cases. And also, I take a judicial notice of what the former president of the SCA, Mpati, said about expert knowledge. He says it's not only acquired from going to university and reading tomes and tomes of books. Sometimes through physical and objective environment of working in a particular workplace for some time, one acquires expert evidence sometimes. You can quote the case of Dr. Barnett, 1968, when he transplanted a heart. He was the first surgeon in South Africa to do so. He was assisted by a black gentleman, I just forget the name of that gentleman, who actually taught him how to operate. Never went to school, that Xhosa gentleman. And he was acknowledged as an expert in anatomy of the heart. You are aware of that history, Mr. Ngomezulu?
No, not aware.
You're not? Were you born then? 1968, says Barnett. So Mpati is referring to that. To say, no, you don't have to study necessarily to acquire expert knowledge. You can acquire same by being in the environment. Okay, so in the case of S versus Fulton, 1999, 1 SACR, 481 SCA, it is also quoted by my learned colleague here, Ngumalo. Conditions mentioned by courts as guidelines include the following: the reasons why the evidence was not led previously. Because in this case, apparently, Mr. Baloyi says it was only discovered when the version of accused number 2 was put to Sergeant Mokhano. The degree of the relevance of the evidence. This evidence is relevant to this court because it involves, allegedly, through the version of accused number 4, senior officers, colonels, abusing their position and infracting on the constitutional rights of accused number 2 by assaulting him viciously. So that is the relevance of that evidence. Because I will have forensic, scientific evidence of a machine, not a human being. And I'm sure a machine is not biased. I've heard everything, but I've never heard of a biased machine. So, it is relevant. And the reasons why the evidence was not led previously, as explained by Mr. Baloyi, is that it was just found recently, and also the possible prejudice to the other party, such as the fact that a rebutting witness may no longer be available. Mr. Ntasi, accused number 2, is available to rebut that evidence. The stage at which the proceedings have reached, we are in a trial within a trial. And the general need for finality. See also the case of Hadla versus President Insurance Company Limited, 1965, 1 SA 614A. I think I have it here. I'll post it for you. Yeah. Yeah, this is a civil case, which is relevant if you want the citation so that you can check it out. It's Hadla versus President Insurance Company Limited, 1965. 1 All South Africa Law Report 603A. It was hit on the 24th of November, 1964, before appeal judges Van Blerk, Ogilvie Thompson, Rumpf, Holmes, and Williamson. It also dealt with the exigency when can one reopen a case and what are the consequences if you do so. Sorry, let's check. Yes, consequently then, using my judicial discretion as enunciated in section 197 on the notes under the commentary on Criminal Procedure Act, this is what it is said. A judge has a discretion to exclude cross-examination even if it should be technically permissible in terms of section 197, if it would unduly prejudice the accused. But in this case, the accused is not being prejudiced. But here they say, if the cross-examination or the re-examination of that witness, which is intended to be called by Mr. Baloyi, is going to be prejudicial to the case, to the fair case standard which our Constitution insists on, then this court should exclude it. And they say the exercise of this discretion may be appropriate where the prosecution, as opposed to a co-accused, seeks to cross-examine the accused in terms of subsection B. And then they refer us to the case of State versus Mazibuko and others, 3 SA 198 at 197, where it was said that no discretion is conferred by the language of section 197B, and that there is a considerable body of authority which supports the view that the court which relates to the prohibition or to restrict such cross-examination on grounds of irrelevancy at all. But here, this evidence is relevant. Like I say, it's interlinked to the evidence which was given by Mohano, and it is also interlinked to the assertion which were put to this witness that that vehicle traversed certain locations, and that vehicle facilitated the assault on accused number 4, because it took him to Tembisa, Orlando, Alberton, Paraguanas, everywhere. So that's the cogency of that evidence, I believe, can assist this court in establishing the truth. And they say if the evidence is relevant, then it operates as a legal rule. Although of necessity, it has to be very flexible, and it's not to be subjected to further vagaries of a judicial discretion. I've quoted all the authorities. I don't have to read them. But the primary principle here is it in the interest of justice to allow that evidence to be heard? Is that evidence which Mr. Ngomezulu says I shouldn't hear, is it relevant in this case? On both accounts, I find that it is, and consequently the state is allowed to lead that evidence. Okay.
Udaba belumayelana ke nobufakazi umbuso ofisa ukuthi ubethule ubufakazi bokuthi le moto ekuthiwa ke uSergeant Mohane naye avumayo ukuthi yayishayelwa uyena ngaleli langa ekuyifortuna emhlophe, ukuthi ke kulethe ubufakazi obutshengisayo nanjengoba kunezinsolo ezibuya kuyena umsola wesibili ukuthi le moto lena yahamba indawo eziningi kunala eyema khona, yahamba yaya ngase Orlando ila ashaywa khona, kwahanjwa kwayiwa futhi nase Baragwana la ekwathola khona uSergeant Raphathu. Inkantolo ke ithi ke manje uba kubhekwa ke okuningi ke noma ke ibheka amacala amaningi ke ayiholayo noma ayitshelayo ukuthi kungani ke ukuthi ngabuvumela noma ingavumela yini lobo bufakazi. Okokuqala kusho ukuthi akusibona ubufakazi obusha lobo, ukuthi lo bufakazi bothulwe noma buze ungathi kumeli kaMsola wokuqala nowesibili, yena ke uadvocate Ngomezulu uma ebuza lo bufakazi uyena ke owethule noma owelethe lobo bufakazi, nokuthi kungani umbuso eqaleni ungabuvezanga lo bufakazi. Umbuso uphe iphenduleleke ngokuthi bona ke bebengazi ukuthi umsolo wesibili uzoyiphendulela athini ke kungenkathi ufakazi lona ke esethula ubufakazi bakhe la khona ke bezozwa khona ukuthi uphendulela athini, nokuthi futhi ke lo bufakazi babuthole nge-3 zika November kwakungolesihlanu, nge-3 zika November ngathi ke buthunyelwa uyena umphenyi oyinhloko onguhloko kulecala ubrigadier uGinyinda ilapho ke asengidlulisela khona lobo bufakazi edlulisela kubona ke abameli lobufakazi ekhulunywa ngabo ke ubufakazi beAVL athi umshushisi futhi uma iphendelela ukuthi ubufakazi obungasiza lenkantolo kule insolo eyilethwa uyena umsolo wesibili ukuthi washaywa le moto yaphuma emzileni la ekwakufanele ukuthi ihambe khona yase iya kwezinye indawo la ashaywe khona ke uthi lobufakazi ubufakazi obungasiza lenkantolo ukuthi ngempela ibone ukuthi cha la ekwakumele ihambe khona le moto lena yaqezwa ke yaphumela eceleni ila ke manje esekungashiwo khona ukuthi insolo zakhe umsolo wesibili ngempela ke ziyaphatheka ke nokuthi ziyiqiniso ke ekugcineni ke inkantolo ithi uma isiwafundileke wonke amacala lana ke ayiholayo noma ayitshelayo ukuthi kungane lobufakazi bungamukelwa noma bungamukelwa ukuthi ngempela ukuthi abusibone ubufakazi obusha lobu nokuthi ukhona umnumzana uNtanzi ula enkantolo uzoba nalo ithuba lokuthi aphikisane nakona lokho ekugcineni ke inkantolo ukuthi lobufakazi ubufakazi obungasiza lenkantolo ukuthi ifinyelele kwiqiniso futhi nokuthi ke futhi ke imfuno noma ke idingo zobulungiswa ke ziyakuvumela ke ukuthi lobufakazi lokhu inkantolo ingabulalela ngoba izofinyelela kanjani kwisinqumo ekuyisona ingekuzwanga ubufakazi okumayela nokuthi le moto lena yahamba kuphi nendawo ngaleli yalanga ngokusho kanjalo ke umehluleli uthatha isinqumo nomfinyelelo kwesinqumo sokuthi lobufakazi lobu bekuthiwa beAVL abethulweke la kuzokuthi wonke umuntu abone ezwe khona ukuthi le moto yahamba kuphi ngalelo langa lelo
Biale Sergeant botlhatsi bola ba lena jwalo ka ga ile gore motšhotšhisi le ba boleledi ba latofatswa bona be bantse ba bolela ka bona gore bona ba dumela gore mo botlhatsi bo ba lena bo amogelwe go ba botlhatsi ba lena bo ska amogelwa ntate baloi yena mamotlhafuro o yeme a fitla a khopela a phaphata go khoro gore botlhatsi ba lena bo amogelwe botle bo khone go theletswa ka lebaka la gore botlatla bothusha mo molatong woke ye leng gore ntate Mngomezulu irile ga emelela yena a re a wa botlhatsi bo ga botlo thusha ka selo gape go tlo nyaka le gore go bitswe le ditlhatsi tše dingtsela tše leng gore di be di fane ka botlhatsi ba tsona go tshwana le bo Mabena le bo Jonathan le bo Buthelezi le ba bangwe gore le bona batle ba boye ba tlo fana ka botlhatsi gore ke nnete ba sepetse le lena le sepetse tsona dilo tše fapaneng tše leng gore go bolelwa ka tsona mo molatong woke ge le gore lena botlhatsi ba lena botlo swanela gore botheletswe gape bona bo Mngomezulu ba re ke botlhatsi bo eleng gore ke bo boswa bo eleng gore ga botlo thusha khoro ka selo ka lebaka la gore lena botlhatsi bo ga se le bolele ka bona ge be le fana ka botlhatsi ba lena mathomong e fela ntate balo irile le yana ga yemelela a se a khopela khoro o ile re ga se botlhatsi bo boswa ka lebaka la gore botile ka moraga gore bona bo molatofatswa ba bobedi e be bona ba eleng gore ba le butša dipotšišo tšeo di feletše le gore di dira gore lena le arabele ka tsona ditaba tša gore koloi ya lena ile ya tswa tseleng goba ga se nke e tswe tseleng jwalo ka ga bentše lena le ilo dira mošomo wa lena kana letšatši leuwe ke mo e leng gore khoro jwatse irile ge re boya ka moraga gore khoro e se e be irile re tšea nakonyana khoro e re ge ke tsopola khoro yona e re botlhatsi bo ba lena ke botlhatsi bo e leng gore bo botlhokwa gape ga se botlhatsi bo boswa jwalo ka ga e le gore ke dilo tše e leng gore di botšišitšwe mo kgorong yona e ga se gore lena le ile la sepela la ilo šoma tulotshoko mo e leng gore mohlomong lena le ile la ilo šoma ntoweng parking yela Kruger National Park mo e leng gore e rile ge le boya ye be le gore le nyaka go botšišwa dipotšišo tšeue gape kgoro e re go molato wo mongwe e leng gore o fetile go na le mo be setse molato wo o leng Supreme Court of Appeal mo be motšhotšhisi a ileng a kgopela gore ke kgopela go bitša tlhatsi goba ke kgopela go bontšha botlhatsi bo bong bo boswa ke mo e leng gore kgoro yela ya Supreme Court of Appeal ile ya re e re theletše gore botlhatsi bowe bo boswa bo reng ke mo e leng gore go molato ola motho ola o feleditše a bonwa a se molato ka moraga gore go theletše botlhatsi bola bo boswa gane jwale botlhatsi bo kgoro e re ga se bo boswa jwatse bona ke botlhatsi bo e leng gore bo ka thuša go molato woke ntho ya mafelelo e kgoro e bolelang e re botlhatsi bo yona ya dumela gore lena le ka tswela pele motšhotšhisa le botšiša dipotšišo ka bona lena le tswele pele le arabe gore molato wo o tle o kgone gore botlhatsi bo bo fele ya be e le gore molato wo o tswelela pele. As the court pleases, thank you my lord.
Thank you. Yes. Yes, Mr. Balui.
Please, my lord. By the way, the gentleman who assisted Professor Barnard was one Mr. Hamilton Naki.
Yeah, Naki, yeah.
Yes, he was a lab assistant. He didn't have, formal education, but he had amazing surgical skills, and he was teaching medical students,
yes.
physicians. Yes.
Yeah. We knew that, Mr. Ngoma. Umnyama sport. Yeah, he was an amazing gentleman, amazing. You know, the structure of a heart. You know, it took human beings over 2,500 years since the Romans first had an operation, and the Greeks, for a guy to take out somebody's heart and replace it. And here's a guy from Etigeni, can do that. Okay.
The state will be leading evidence on the movement report, which has been marked Exhibit MM2.
MM2.
Yes, and it will only be, my lord, for the 9th, as mentioned, will be confined to the 19th of June 2020. I'm told by Advocate Ngumezulu that he wants to play something on
record. Okay, yes, Mr. Ngumezulu.
God bless my lord. My lord, I've indicated to my colleague that I would actually note that I'll bring an application for a special entry.
Yeah, fine.
To be made, not at this time, my lord, as I've indicated. I requested that this application should be brought after the evidence of the investigating officer, Brigadier Kininda.
Okay, fine.
The court pleases.
Fine.
And my lord, further, I don't dictate what the state has, what type of evidence they need to lead in respect of this document. But we are finished with 2 copies. And the incident relating to the assault, as the court has mentioned in the judgment, relates in other days that the state is not intending to produce in one of these bundles that we were given. So I was given 2 bundles marked MM2, but the other one is reduced from the date of the 19th, and the version that I put to this witness starts from the 16th. And
so you want the bundle to
both
start
bundles
from?
To be.
They must start from the 16th.
From the 16th, my lord.
Yes. Okay. Mr. Balui.
Court, please.
As a court, please, we can make that, but as the state indicated that we.
What's that?
We can do that, but we are of the view that the issues that are in dispute at this stage relate to the 19th of June 2020, my lord, and the.
Wait. Yeah, I hear you.
Yes.
Where do you have the record of the 16th?
Yes, it starts
Where?
on the 4th of June. It's a whole book, my lord. That
it starts on the?
Starts on the 1st of June.
1st of June.
Yes.
So, Mr. Ngumezulu, you say you want it as from the 16th?
From the 16th.
You don't want the whole book? Maybe he should give you the whole book.
No. Because I believe this is the bundle that consists of the dates during the 16th of June. It's marked MM2.
Yeah, MM2.
Yes, my lord. We'll focus mainly on the
16th.
From the 16th onward, because our version starts from the 16th.
So, Mr. Baloi, why don't you provide your colleague with the bundle as from the 16th, as he says?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, we can do that, my lord. As I say, The bundle that we have starts, in fact, I think we've already provided them with that document.
Which document is it?
The one that starts from
The 16th.
that covers the dates on that my learned friend is referring
What
to.
is the problem? Don't you have the document that starts from the 16th?
Yes,
We don't. You have it.
yes, we do have it, my lord.
Yeah, give it to him.
Well, we will do that, my lord. But as I said,
But he wants it before we start. Is that so, sir?
I recently got this document for the 16th.
Yeah. So
Yes. But now, according to the submission by the state, they intend to lead evidence from the 19th. And according to the version that we have
You
put to the
it starts on
witness,
the 16th.
it starts from the 16th. What is of crucial importance, the 17 hours that we alleged was the time in which he was subjected to torture.
Yes, yes.
It's on the 18th, preceding to the 19th. So we say the state cannot start.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you.
Yes.
as a court, please, for the sake of completion, so we have a document that starts from the 1st of June. If it's in order with my learned friends, we can hand up these documents. It starts from the 1st of June and goes all the way up to the 24th of June.
Is that okay?
Yeah, looks like they're happy with that, my lord. We'll
Yeah,
then,
hand it over so that.
we'll then ask permission to hand up, it still remains exhibit MM2.
Starting from the 1st of June.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay.
And this document, my lord, that we've just handed up as exhibit MM2 consists of 43 pages. We've numbered them. Pages 1 up to page 43.
Okay.
Page 1 covers the 1st of June 2020. And page 11 covers the 5th of June 2020. Then page 14 covers the 16th of June 2020.
14.
No, 16 June.
Yeah.
Page 14, yes.
40.
1-4.
1-4. Okay.
Then page 24 covers the 18th of June 2020.
18th of June.
Yes. 18th, 1/8.
On 8.
Then page 32 covers the 19th of June 2020. This is the page that the state will be canvassing, 19 June 2020. Then the last page 43, covers part of the 24th of June.
Page 43.
Yes, page 43, 24 June.
4 June.
But that will not be helpful as this vehicle was not used on that particular day. A different vehicle was used, not the Fortuner.
Yeah.
Maybe on that note, Malotas, it's time for the long adjournment. Can we then take the long adjournment?
Okay, fine. Okay, let's adjourn.
Registration number of the vehicle that you are using on the 19th of June 2020 on record. Just repeat those particulars: the make of the vehicle, the color, and the registration number.
Le ska lebala gore lena le fasega kano ya go bolela nneteng kere gape ba kgopela gore lena besetse le boletse gore koloi ela ke ya mohutamang gape le di registration number tša lena tša koloi yewe ba kgopela gore mamotlha le bušeletse le ba botse gore koloi yewe be le ya mohutamang le di registration number tša yone
ke a white Toyota Fortuner.
It is a white Toyota Fortuner, my lord.
Registration Foxtrot Victor 47 Lima Romeo Golf Papa.
Registration F
Foxtrot Victor
V
47 Lima Romeo GP.
47
Lima Romeo GP LR
GP.
Number VF47LRGP.
It's FV, my lord.
As a good please, my lord. Reference will also be made to exhibit MM during the course of this witness evidence. Do you know if this vehicle was fitted with a tracking device?
Correct, I know.
Yebo ngiyazi-ke ukuthi imoto leyo yayinayo i-tracker.
Just want to show you exhibit MM in brackets 2.
Ba re ba nyaka go le bontsha botlhatse ba MM.
If I can ask you to turn to page 32.
Ba kgopela gore le ye paging ya bo 32.
Of exhibit MM in brackets 2.
Go bona botlhatse bo ba MM ka di ka mashakaneng 2. Yes, I am there.
Can you just identify this exhibit? What is it?
Nke le re botse gore ke eng botlhatse bo we.
Ke bontsha tsela ya koloi eo be ke realize sepetseng ona.
This is the route of the vehicle which I was driving, which we took on the day.
Khombisa-ke umzilado noma umgwaqo esasihamba ngayo noma engangihamba ngayo ngaleya moto engangiyishayela ngaleliya langa. Ibona-ke lo exhibit MM.
There are various columns in exhibit MM2. Can you just place the particulars of those columns on record? If you look on page 1 of exhibit MM2.
Go na le mashaka a fapaneng gana mowe mo go MM2 ba kgopela gore lena le ba botsa gore mashaka uwe ka go latelana ga ona wona a reng.
On the first column, those letters in bold.
Go ya mathomo mowe mo go ngwetseng ka boso.
Ngwetse 1 June 2020.
On top it is written 1 June 2020, my lord.
Ngaphezulu-ke sinale iveli lana. 1 June 2020 lana phezulu.
Yes, just give those columns. The headings of those various columns.
Le ka ela mowe mo di ntlhakgolo tša mashaka na uwe.
Ithoma registration.
First column, it's registration.
Eqalenike laphayana elabhalwe khona inombolo noma registration emoto.
Yeah. You just place the registration on record.
Registration ewenkele ibalen.
It's Foxtrot Victor 47 Lima Romeo Golf Papa.
It's FV 47 L LRGP, my lord.
Yona ke leyo number FV47 LRGP.
Yes, the next column.
Bobby number, Renama Rebichaga SAP number,
And there is a Bobby number, however, we refer it as a SAP number.
Kune number akabathi iBobby number kodwa thina ke maphoyiseni sibiza nanjenge SAP number.
And what is that?
Iring yona,
Bravo Tango Lima 719 Bravo,
it's BTL 719B.
Leyo number ke uBTL 719B nizobona ile yesibili ke uma usuka ngaku left.
But what does that number represent? The
Kia
SAP
yini
number?
nomoro yewe.
represent Akulo Yarena,
It represent-
Relo Ribe, issue Mishwa Gabatwa uniform.
It represents our vehicle if it was used by uniformed personnel.
Ichaza ke imoto yethu uma kuwukuthi leyo moto leyo yayisetshenziswa ilabo abagqoka iuniform noma impahla ke yamaphoyisa.
Yes, next column.
Ya boraro yona engwatshweng,
Date and time,
date and time.
Usuku ke noma ilanga ke kanye nesikhathi.
Yes, next column.
Yengwe,
status,
its status.
Nokuthi ke isimo semoto noma isimo sayo.
And what does status refer to?
Go status ibolela ka eng?
Beboncha Kulo ya sepela or ieme or itimile or ya idler.
It shows whether the vehicle is driving, idling, stationary, or it's on a motion.
Lana ke ichaza khona ke ukuthi imoto lena imile iyaduma ke iyahamba yini.
Yes, next column.
Speed,
Shows the speed.
Ibisi tshengisa ke isivinini.
Beboncha speed sex planga sona.
It shows the speed in which I was driving in.
Ikhombisa noma tshengisa ke isivinini engangihamba ngaso.
Yes, next column.
Column ye latelang.
Ngwetsa order,
Odo.
Nokuthi ke noma mileage yayo ke imoto noma ihambe kangakanani.
Yes.
abitsona order emejinga normal jama fasaki depreciation.
I do not know what does the Odo stands for because even the numbers that are shown there, I do not understand them.
Yes.
Ukuthi ke odwa loyo kumele nike angizwisisi kahle ngoba ke nama number alawo ke angimalandeli.
Next column.
Ya go latela.
Location,
Shows location.
Bese chaza ke indawo.
And location, what does it represent?
Sewe se bolela go reng sewe sa location?
eboncha gore koloi eo ka tšatši la leuwe le ka nako eo be e sepela kae.
It shows where was the vehicle driving on the day and at the time.
Ichaza ukuthi imoto yayihamba kuphi ke ngalelo langa nangaleso sikhathi.
Yes. The next column.
Ya go latela.
Longitude,
It shows longitude.
ona le nomoro tsona ke tsona tla tlhaloša ke reng.
There are numbers as well, and I do not know how to explain them.
Yes.
Nalaphayana ke ichaza ke kunama number akhona ukuthi asho ukuthini angikwazi.
Yes, next column.
Latitude,
The next one is latitude,
le yona ke tsona nka tlhaloša gore ke reng.
which
Ena le nomoro.
I also do not know how to explain it as it has numbers.
Bese kuba no latitude ke nayo inama number enawo ukuthi asho ukuthini ke noma ngawachaza kanjani nalokho angikwazi.
Yes, if I can then ask you to turn to page 32.
Barele go page ya bo masume tharo pedi.
What is the date?
Date
reflected
mo we
there?
iringi
19 June 2020.
19th of June 2020.
Bese siya ke kwikhasi ke manje lamashumi nantathu anambili idate yakhona ke i-19 ka June 2020.
And just that very first entry, what time does that entry start?
Ya mathomo mo we go ngwadilwe ka nako mang?
2026, 19
It says 2026 19
00 dot double dot 14 double dot 03.
00 double dot 14 dot 1 3403.
Ilangalo kwakungeyi-19 zikaJuni 2020 isikhathi-ke imizuzu-ke ewu-14 emuva-ke ko-12 ebusuku.
Right, you testify that on the previous day, the 18th of June, as per Exhibit MM,
Lena le be le fane ka botlhatse ba letšatši le be le fetile la di 18 tša June go ya ka botlhatse bowe ba MM.
he took out the accused number 2 on investigation and came book him back on the 19th of June 2020 at 02:30.
Le rile lena le tšere molatofatšwa wa bobedi la mmuša mo e leng gore le be le ile mmotšiša dipotšišo gona ke mo e leng gore la mmuša go sasa ka masa ka di 19.
I didn't need to.
That is correct, my lord.
Kuyiqiniseka ukuthi bengifakazele-ke ngasho ukuthi zingamkhipha-ke ngalo ilanga langeyi-18 ngase ngimbuyisa-ke kulanga elilandelayo ngentathakusa-ke yangeyi-19.
Do you remember in which street the police station is situated?
Le sa gopola gore police station yela e mo mmileng o mofeng? May I please get time to look?
Spana, can you turn to page 33?
Barle go page 33.
Yes, 33.
Yes, I am at page 33, my lord.
Police station hela iri near Benfield, June Street, Pretoria North.
It shows that the police station is near Belfeld Street in Pretoria North.
Ikhombisana ngitshengisa-ke i-police station nanjenge-Nearbell police station for Pretoria North. Where do you see that?
Sorry.
Le bona kae?
Oh, page 33.
Yeah, we're on page 33.
3.
We thoma more in speed 10.
And
It shows where it says speed from 10, my lord.
it's under location, my lord.
Under
Under location.
0.
It would be easier if I can ask you to turn to page 34, the next page.
Bare e tla ba bofefo re ba pele ka ya go page 34.
The third entry from the top. Can you just put those particulars on record?
Go tlogella godimo kwa nke le re balle mowe.
The,
Ke thoma ka registration.
start with the date and, yeah, we'll start with the registration number.
Le ka thoma ka yana registration.
This number tla bitsa ka botoka bjalo le go kgone go kwešiša FV
I will
7 LRGP.
I will refer to it in simple terms. It's FV47 LRGP.
Ngizoqala ngayo kwi-registration eku-FV 47 LRGP.
Bobby number BTL 719B.
And Bobby number, it's BTL 719B.
Bese sibiza le number ke bathi i-Bobby number u-BTL 719B.
Nako letšatši le nako 2020 of 6/19.
The date and time, it's 2020 of 6/29.
02/24/20.
And the time, it's 02/24/20.
Bese kuthi-ke i-date yilena-ke langeyi-19 zikaJune 2020 isikhathi imizuzu ewu-24 emva ko-2 nama-seconds awu-20.
So on page 34, are you on page 34?
Yeah.
Le mo
Page 34, the third entry from the top.
Page 34 ya boraro go tlogella godimo.
Okay.
The time there,
Nako e reng?
2020 of 6/19, 230.36.
It says 2020 of 6/19, 230.36, my lord.
Idate ke yi-19 zika June 2020 isikhathi u-02:30:36 ama-seconds.
Yes.
Status ignition off.
And the status, it shows that the ignition was off.
Nokusho ukuthi imoto yayingadumi noma ayidumi.
Speed 0.
The speed is 0.
Speed u-0.
Auto 0.
Odo is 0 as well.
Auto u-0 futhi.
Near Emily Hope House Avenue, Pretoria, North Pretoria.
And that was near Emily Hope House Avenue, Pretoria, North in Pretoria.
Chaza ke la ukuthi kuseduze nase-Emily Hope House Avenue ePretoria North.
Yes. The earlier question was, where is the police station situated?
Puchisho be ile gore police station ela yona e mo kae?
Imo gare ga ino wa ga mara because ina le the entrance jeopardy.
It would be in between, my lord, because it has 2 entrances.
Kusho ukuthi i-police station ke izoba phakathi nendawo ke ngoba ke kuneyindawo ezimbili la ongena khona.
Emily Street le Benfell.
It's between Emily Street and Belfellune.
Phakathi ke kwale istrata lezi ke i-Emily kanye nayo i-Benfell.
Yes. If I can ask you to refer to exhibit MM, page 7 there.
Bare gona go botlhatsi bo we ba MM page ya bo shupa.
It's already on record, but just put it on record again.
Bare is che le gona lena le kae bala gape. Which one are you referring to?
The one at 2:30.
Bare ye ya 2:30.
Okay. Friday 2026/19. Serial number 531.
Ithi ke ngolesihlanu nge-19 zika June 2020 serial number. Can you repeat serial number?
Serial number 531.
U531 serial number.
Nako 2:30.
And the time it's 2:30.
Isikhathi ke u2:30.
Investigation back.
And the investigation back.
Buya ke lona uphenyo.
Detective Sergeant Mokhand of National Cold Case Unit booked back 1 male suspect of murder on Nongoma case 163 of 10/2018. Bongani Ntanzi. SAP 14 6406/20. SAP 14A.
Yes, thank you.
Just show me that. Can you just show me that? Can we look at it? Okay. Lana ke okubhaliwe ke ukuthi uyena uDetective Sergeant Mokhane ewayo ke iNational Cold Case Unit ebuyisa ke umuntu wesilisa oyedwa umsolwa kwicala ke lokubulala la kwaNongoma ucase 16310 2018 uBongani Ntanzi igama.
And where did you come back from? Just put that on record again.
Lebe le boya le tswa
Where were you
kae?
returning from?
Lebe le boya le tswa kae?
Carltonville.
I remember we were coming from Carltonville, my lord.
Khumbula ukuthi uma sibuya ke sasibuya khona eCarltonville.
Yes, and can you just place the next entry?
Nkele re ballen ya go
It's
latela
0450.
ya 0450.
0450. Okay, you never like I said, eh?
You can start on exhibit MM.
Le ka thoma go botlhatsi bo ba MM.
Okay. Serial number.
This one ends with 235, my lord.
Yes, after that one of 235. The next one.
Bar ka mogara ga yela ya 235 ya o latela yona e reng.
It's
you
entry
never like I said.
534.
Yeah, serial number 534. Nako 450.
The serial number is 534 and the time is 4:50.
Serial number ke lana u534 isikhathi ke u450.
Prisoner transferred.
and it shows the prisoner transferred.
Ukuthi-ke isiboshwa ke sathi sindluliswa.
Detective Sergeant Mohand of National Cold Case Unit with one male suspect of murder on Nongoma case 163 of 6/2018.
Ukuthi-ke yena Detective Sergeant Mukhane ebuyisa umsolwa oyedwa kuwumuntu wesilisa cala-ke lokubulala kaNongoma.
Bongani Ntanzi,
Ubongani Ntanzi.
cell 64/06/2020,
Cell 64/06/2020.
SAP 14A 512666765.
Okay, SAP 14A. Can you repeat that, please? Sergeant, SAP 14A.
S1266 765.
765.
S1266765.
Okay, S1266765. Sorry for that.
Yes.
Transferred to Foster's Court without any injury or complaint. Correctly transferred Kasaina.
And after having correctly transferred, I signed.
Wasendluliselwa ke eFoslora sike kungekho ke la akhala ngako noma ukulimala okukhona ngase ngiyasayinda ke emuva kwalokho.
Can I then ask you to turn to the AVL Exhibit MM2, page 34?
Barle gona ka mo go page 34 mo bentjere le gona. Yes, I am there, my lord.
The sixth entry there, the top in the middle of the page.
Bare ya botshela dimo go tloga paging ya mogare.
Can you just place that on record?
Ye ka godimo.
This one.
The one on top, my lord.
Yes. at-
Six, you're counting from the top, six down.
6, okay. 1, 2, 5, 6.
Yes.
Yes, keep coding human.
Yes, I am there, my lord.
Yes.
Should I
No, no, just the time. Is it correct? Is the same vehicle?
Barna ko kiona kolo yele eventually issue. Yes, it is the same vehicle, my lord.
Sele ya moto eyodwa yebo.
Yes. At 0502, just place those particulars on record.
Le ka bolela ka na ka yana ewe ya 0502.
Okay. 2026-19-0502 driving.
It shows 2020-06-19-0502 driving.
Lana ke ichaza ilanga ukuthi i-19 June 2020 isikhathi mzuzu u2 emuva ko5 iyahamba.
Now got 210.
And the time was 2:10.
Yes, just place the entire time on record.
Ilokeleng ka moka.
Or
Nako ewe.
2 double
Awa nako.
number. Okay, 2026-19-0502. Okay, sorry. 10,
It's
10, 10, double dot 10.
seconds. It's 2020-06-19 and the time there is 0:02 and 10 seconds.
Chaza isikhathi ke ukuthi 2020 unyaka 19 zika June 502 namanjana nje ayishumi.
Status driving.
And the status, it shows that the vehicle is driving,
Nokuthi imoto yayihamba
Speed 10.
driving at a speed of 10.
sivinini kwaku 10
Order 0.
The order is 0
odo kuno 0
Location near Belfeld Union Street, Pretoria, North Pretoria.
and it was driving near Belfeld Street in Pretoria.
And just for record,
futhi ke nendawo eduze ke ne-Benfeld Street ePretoria North ePretoria.
and just for record purposes, who was driving the vehicle?
Ke mang o be a reila
Understand.
koloi ewe?
Wait, drive again now.
It was driven by myself.
Mina owayeshayela imoto leyo.
Just for record purposes, just put the time when you arrive at the police station.
Nke le re botse ka nako e be le fitlha police station
The
ka
second
yona.
line there,
Mo
in the-
thaladi wa go latela wa bobedi.
just 4 lines above where you were reading.
Ya bone go tloga mo be le bala gona.
Okay. 1, 2. Hey, again.
e leng ya bobedi nke re be le bala ya botshela
Yeah,
napile ge le ya godimo
1, 2, 3, 4.
ee
2020-06-19,
it says 2020-06-19
Kwakwe-19 zika-June 2020
Nako 4.50.18,
and the time was 4:50.18 seconds
nokuthi-ke isikhathi-ke kwaku-450 nanenjana awu-18.
And the location?
location ya gona e reng
near General Divet Street, Pretoria,
and
North.
it is near General Divet Street in Pretoria North.
Eduze-ke kwestrata i-General Devet ePretoria North ePretoria.
Just in terms of Exhibit MM2, when you were driving off at 0502 on the 19th of June 2020, where were you headed to?
Ge be le reila le kgwetša ka 0502 moye ya botshelela lena le be le reila le yabe
Maria Fosloras Court.
we were going to Fosloras Court.
Lana-ke ethi khona 0502 le ifundi beqala-ke uma sisuka-ke lapho sasihamba siya enkantolo eFosloras.
He has to do what?
Le be le yo diang
Berisha Musariwa Court.
we were taking the accused to court.
Yes, which accused?
Motshwari wa
Accused
mofu-
number 2, Bongani Ntanzi.
accused number 2 Bongani Ntanzi.
Asihambisa-ke umsolwa-ke ngalelo langa ngihambisa ngimisa enkantolo yena-ke umsolwa wesibili uBongani Ntanzi.
Can you just maybe focus on the location, put on record how you drove?
Nke le lebeleleng mola mo location le re botše gore lena le kgweditše jwang.
Okay, Rila Ottawa Police Station, la Tsipala ka Benfillion Street,
From-
Pretoria North.
From the police station, my lord, we used Benfenuyun Street, Pretoria North.
Masiphuma-ke khona-ke epolice station sahamba-ke sisebenzisa yona iBenfillion Street.
Ratsana ka Rachel De Beer Street, Pretoria North.
And we went into Rachel De Beer Street in Pretoria North.
Sangena-ke kulesi strata esibhalwe lana i-Rachel De Beer Street ePretoria North.
Ratsana ka M1 Road, Pretoria North.
From there, we went into M1 North, Pretoria North.
Sase singena-ke kulesi esilandelayo i-M1 ePretoria North.
Rasipala ka yona M1 Road, Pretoria North, officially Richa Eskiam Patel Drive, Mayville, Pretoria.
We proceeded with M1 Road, Pretoria North, until we took Eskia Mphahlele Drive.
Njalo sipala ka Eskia,
Sorry. Sase sihamba ngayo-ke i-M1 leyo-ke saze sayofica-ke eSkia Mphahlele Drive eMayville ePretoria.
Century sipala ka Eskiam Patel Drive, ratla ka Mountain View, Pretoria.
Whilst we were still using Eskia Mphahlele, we then took Mountain View in Pretoria.
Ma sahamba ngayo-ke i-eSkia Mphahlele leyo sase sihlangana nayo-ke Mountain View ePretoria.
Ratsana ka Roseville, Pretoria, Salmo Eskiam Patel.
And we went into Roseville in Pretoria whilst we were still in Eskia Mphahlele.
Sahamba ngayo-ke i-eSkia Mphahlele leyo sase siyohlangana-ke ne-Roseville.
Rafita Capital Park, Pretoria, sasipala ka Eskiam Patel gape.
We passed Capital Parks in Pretoria while still on Eskia Mphahlele.
Sisekuyona-ke i-eSkia Mphahlele leyo sandlula-ke eCapital Park.
Sale Eskiam Patel Drive, Rafita gape Technicon Rent, Pretoria.
Whilst we were still on Eskia Mphahlele, we also passed Technicon Road, Technicon Rank in Pretoria.
Sisahamba ngayo-ke i-eSkia Mphahlele sase siyohlangana-ke ne-Technicon Rent ePretoria.
Umer Salmo Eskiam Patel ratla to east ratla ka Pretoria West.
Whilst we were still on Eskia Mphahlele, we then Eskia Mphahlele Drive East, we then went into Pretoria West.
Sahamba ngayo-ke i-eSkia Mphahlele Drive e-East sayodlula-ke ePretoria West.
Rafita tsela Eskiam Patel ratsana ka Francis Barth Skogronte 648.J akibono nna ke in Pretoria.
And whilst the Eskia Mphahlele Road, it then took us into Franz Bart Street, Skogrond 6 Showgrounds 6, 4, and I do not see what other numbers, but it was still in Pretoria.
Sahamba ngayo-ke i-eSkia Mphahlele leyo ePretoria West-ke sayohlangana nayo i-Francis Bart Street showgrounds, ngibona ukuthi ibhalweni lapha kodwa akusese Pretoria.
Napile ratsana ka Nanasita Street ko Gronte 648 J something Pretoria.
And we also used Nanasita Street showgrounds right in Pretoria as well.
Sahamba ngayo ke saze sayofika ke noma sayohlangana nenana sita.
Mera siplaka Sophie de Brain Street Pretoria Central.
We also used Sophie de Brain Street in Pretoria Central.
Sayohlangana ke noma sahamba ke ngayo iSophie de Brain Street ePretoria maphakathi nedolobha.
Erfecha rasiplaka Dequa Road Salvo Pop Pretoria.
After that, we used Dequa Road, Salvekop in Pretoria.
Saze sayohlangana ke noma sahamba ngayo iDequa umgwaqo iDequa eSalvokop ePretoria.
Mera tara fita pe Kausili Jan Smart Drive Salvo Pop Pretoria.
We also passed John Smart Drive, Salvekop in Pretoria.
Sayofika noma sayondlula ke kuyona iJohn Smart Drive eSalvokop khona ePitori.
Mera tana ka Skuman Freeway Salvo Pop Pretoria.
We then went into Ben Skuman Freeway, Salvekop in Pretoria.
Saze siyohlangana ke noma siyongena ke kuyona ke iBen Schoeman Freeway eSalvokop ePitori.
Sepela ka pe ka Ben Skuman go fihlela re tla Groenkloof 358 JR Pretoria.
We proceeded in Ben Skuman Freeway until we got to Groenkloof 358 JR in Pretoria.
Saze sihamba ngayo ke saze siyohlangana ke nayo iBen Schoeman sihamba ngayo ke iBen Schoeman leyo sayohlangana neGroenkloof 358 JR ePitori.
Mera sasipela ka Ben Skuman gape ra tla ka di Hoves Centurion.
Whilst we were still driving on Ben Skuman, we then went into the Hovers,
The Hoovers.
the Hoovers in Centurion.
Sahamba ngayo ke iBen Schoeman leyo sayohlangana ke neDiwuvers eCenturion.
Sale mo ka Ben Skuman gape ra re Littleton 88 Centurion.
Whilst we were still on Ben Skuman, we went into Littleton in Centurion.
Sahamba ngayo ke iBen Schoeman sayohlangana ke neLittleton eCenturion.
Rasipela ka yona gape ra kopana le Swartkop Centurion.
We proceeded in Ben Skuman until we met Swartkop in Centurion.
Sahamba ngayo ke iBen Schoeman saze sayofika noma sayohlangana neZwartkop eCenturion.
Sasipela ka Ben Skuman gape ra tla ka Brakfontein 399 Centurion.
While still using Ben Skuman Freeway, we then came across Brankfont 399 in Centurion.
Sahamba ngayo ke iBen Schoeman leyo sayohlangana ke neBrakfontein 399 Centurion.
La tla gape ka yona Ben Skuman ra fita low Ladia Centurion.
And whilst we were still on Ben Skuman, we then also came across Lowladia in Centurion.
Sisahamba ngayo iBen Schoeman sayohlangana ke neLowladia eCenturion.
Salmo Ben Skuman gape ra fita Halfway Gardens Midrand.
Whilst we were still on Ben Skuman, we then also passed Halfway Gardens in Midrand.
Sahamba ngayo ke leyo ke sayohlangana ke halfway ku N1 freeway neHalfway Gardens eMidrand.
Mera sepela gape ra fita Waterfall 5 na ke bo nomero Midrand.
And we were still on Ben Skuman, and then we passed Waterfall 5, and I do not see that number, however it was in Midrand.
Sahamba ngayo ke sayohlangana ke Waterfall or Waterfall khona ke eMidrand.
M1 Freeway Woodmead Sandton.
And it proceeded into M1 Freeway, Woodmead in Sandton.
Sahamba ngayo ke saze sayohlangana ke neWoodmead eSandton.
Isal M1 gape ra fita M1 Freeway Batlu.
Still on M1, we passed Batlu Freeway.
Sisahamba ngayo ke M1 leyo sayofika ke iBatlu Sandton.
Ra fita Eastgate Sandton.
We passed Eastgate in Sandton.
Sayindlula iEastgate eSandton.
Isal M1 Freeway ra tla ka Wynberg Sandton.
While still on M1 Freeway, we passed Wynberg in Sandton.
Sekona ku M1 freeway sayindlula eWynberg eSandton.
Ra latela ka Bramley Park Sandton.
Followed by Bramley Park in Sandton.
Kulandela ke iBramley Park eSandton.
Ralatela ka Safer Fontaine 51J something Johannesburg.
And we followed by Safer Fontaine 51J, and the other number I do not see in Johannesburg.
Sasesama ngayo ku M1 lower sayofika ke Safer Fontaine 51 eJohannesburg.
Salmo M1 freeway gape ra feta Houghton Estate.
Still on M1 freeway, my lord, we passed Houghton Estate.
Sisahamba ngayo ku M1 freeway sayofika ke Houghton Estate.
Umera feta Kilani M1 freeway gape.
And still on M1 freeway, we passed Kilani.
Sisahamba ngayo ku M1 sayofika ke Ikilani.
Ratla gape M1 freeway ra feta Parktown.
While still on M1 freeway, we passed Parktown.
Sisakona ku M1 freeway sayofika ke namasandula iParktown.
Parktown Johannesburg.
Parktown, which is in Johannesburg.
Esegoli.
Ratla gape freeway Johannesburg.
And proceeded still in that freeway in Johannesburg.
Qhubeka ngayo ke lo freeway lo eGoli.
Ya feta gape M1 freeway Selby.
And it proceeded to M1 freeway in Selby.
Yaqhubeka ke ngo M1 freeway eSelby.
Yalatela ke Omonde 99 IR Johannesburg South.
Followed by M1 freeway, Omonde 91 IR, Johannesburg South.
Landelwa ke yona ku M1 freeway Omonde 99 eJohannesburg.
Excuse me. Salmo M1 freeway gape ra feta Robert Sam Johannesburg South.
Whilst we were still on the M1 freeway, we passed Robert Sam, Johannesburg South.
Sisekona ke u M1 freeway usandula ke yona ke Robert M Johannesburg South.
Ya gape ra latela ka Evans Park Johannesburg South.
And whilst we were still on the M1 freeway, we passed Evans Park in Johannesburg South.
Sisekona ku M1 lowo kasandula ke Evans Park eJohannesburg South.
Ya change atelaper N2 freeway Mondio Johannesburg South.
And now we went into the M12.
N12.
N12, November 12 freeway, Mondio in Johannesburg South.
Sasen manje ke sesigena ke yona ke u N12 freeway eMondio eJohannesburg South.
Ra sepela ka yona ra feta N12 freeway Aeroton Johannesburg South.
And whilst we were still on the N12 freeway, we passed Aeroton, Johannesburg South.
Sisekena ke u N12 freeway sandula ke eAirton Johannesburg South.
Sa feta gape N1 freeway Diepkloof 319 IQ Johannesburg South.
And we passed the N1 freeway, Diepkloof 319 IQ in Johannesburg South.
Sandula ke na ku N1 freeway eDiepkloof 319 IQ eJohannesburg South.
Ratsana gape ka Old Potchefstroom Road Diepkloof 319 IQ Johannesburg South.
And we used the old Potchefstroom Road, Diepkloof 319 IQ in Johannesburg South.
Sasesindula ke kwendlela ke lomgwaqo ke abathi Old Potchefstroom Road eDiepkloof 319 IQ eJohannesburg South.
Sa sepela gape ya Old Potchefstroom Road Diepkloof 319 IQ Soweto.
As we were still driving, my lord, it then went into Old Potchefstroom Road, Diepkloof 319 IQ in Soweto.
Sisahamba ke yona ke Old Potchefstroom Road umgwaqo lowo ke eDiepkloof 319 IQ eSoweto.
Sa driver gape ra tsena ka Chris Hani Road Power Park Soweto.
Whilst we were still driving, we went into Chris Hani Road, Power Parks in Soweto.
Sahamba kanjalo ke sandula ke kumgwaqo ke iChrisani ePower Park eSoweto.
Elatelang near Elias Motsoaledi Road Dlamini Soweto.
The following one, it then went into near Elias Motsoaledi Road in Dlamini in Soweto.
Elandelayo ke kwabo ke umgwaqo ke iElias Motsoaledi eDlamini eSoweto.
Awulatela Chris Hani Road Dlamini Soweto.
It was followed by Chris Hani Road in Dlamini in Soweto.
Olandelayo ke kwaba umgwaqo ke iChrisani eDlamini eSoweto.
Sepitsa ka yona fihlela Oma Street Dlamini Soweto.
We followed the Chris Hani Road in Dlamini, Soweto until we got to Koma Street in Dlamini in Soweto.
Sihambile ngayo ke eDlamini sawufika ke eKoma Street eDlamini eSoweto.
Apile ra sepela gape ra tla ka Makhalima Street Moroka.
Then we drove into Makhalima Street in Moroka.
Sihamba ngayo ke sathi singena ke kumgwaqo noma ke siqada ke iMakhalima eMoroka eSoweto.
Apile motoro wa idler.
From there, the motor vehicle was idling.
And which place is this?
Ibe ile mo kae?
Moroka Police Station.
It was now at Moroka Police Station. my
Lapho
lord.
ke imoto nje yayiduma ke noma lokho akabiza ukuthi ke idler ke u-idler eMoroka Police Station eSoweto.
And what time was the time of arrival?
Ibe ile nako mang ka be le fihla?
Kano re fihlile ka 6:22 ka re tsena re emenyana ya idler.
I can say we arrived at 6:22 because we stopped upon our arrival and it kept on idling.
Ngizothi ke isikhathi esafika ngaso ke lesi sibhale lapha ke u6:22 ngoba safika ke sema khona ke imoto yabe iduma ke noma i-idler.
Can you once again just clarify for record purposes why you drove to Moroka Police Station?
Nke le re tlhalosetse gore e kgone go gatishwa gore go ba neng lena le ile la ya Moroka Police Station.
Ka ke le ka tlhalosetsa gore ka no ka re tswa police station kwa ke kelela mogala go tswa go Brigadier Gininda.
As I've explained to court that as we were driving when we were leaving, I got a call from Mr. Gininda,
Bese ngishilo ke ngaphambi ke
Brigadier Gininda.
chazela lenkantolo ke ukuthi ngase ngisahamba ke ngemoto leyo ke ngase ngithola ucingo olubuya kuyena uBrigadier Gininda.
Ore pele re ya Fosolras Court re fete Moroka Police Station.
And instructed me that before going to Fosloras Court, we should firstly pass by Moroka Police Station.
Engitshela ke ukuthi ngaphambilini kokuthi ngihambe ngiye enkantolo yase Fosloras kuzofanele ukuthi ngiyodlula ke epolice station yase Moroka.
Ba o kwelele motho wa ka tsia confession ya Ntanzi, accused number 2.
As he had found a person that would be able to take a confession from the accused number 2, Bongani Ntanzi.
Esho ke ukuthi wayesemtholile ke umuntu owayezothatha ke istatement noma la awayezothi khona ke uBongani Ntanzi agonyuluke khona.
Can you just then go back to Exhibit MM2 after the last idle? What happened there?
Nke le
Under
boele
status?
go bona botlhatsi bo we ka moraga idling ya mafelelo go diragetseng.
Ka date ya 2026-19-0646 kana go 0646.28 seconds kile ka tima motoro.
On the date of the 19th of June 2020 at 6:46:28 seconds, I then switched off the ignition.
Kwathi ke ngazo i-19 zika June 2020 isikhathi ke 06:48:28 ama seconds ke ngase ngicisha ke imoto.
And the location?
Lebele le kae?
Bele Makhalima Street, Moroka Police Station.
The location was in Makhalima Street in Moroka Police Station in Soweto.
Indawo ke kwakuse kwistrada ke iMakhalima eMoroka eSoweto.
Yes, and the next activity under that?
Napile ka moraga mo we e reng
Sal 26/19/08/12 06 startup Goleya Duma.
on the same date of the 19th of June 2020 at 06:12 and 6 seconds. That's when
08.
08, my apologies, my lord. At 08:12, that's when the vehicle was ignited, it started up.
Sale
Ngazo ke i-19 zika June 2020 isikhathi ke 08:12:06 ama seconds ila engadumisa khona ke imoto futhi.
sale ka mogare ka police station ya Moroka.
And we were still at Moroka Police Station.
Sengaphakathi ke kuyona ipolice station yase Moroka.
Be ke tswaletse space sa motho ke phakile space sa motho a berekang mola be ke shootisha koloi.
And I was moving the vehicle as I had blocked someone's space, someone that worked at Moroka Police Station.
Ngangisusa ke imoto ngoba kwawukuthi ke ngangivaleleke noma ngisendaweni ke yomuntu osebenza khona lapho eMoroka.
O mersalona mo ya idler gape.
Whilst we were still there, it idled again.
Sisekhona lapho ke imoto yayisaduma ke futhi
Ka lona letšatši leo ka 8:35 ka tima motoro.
On the same day at 8:35, I switched off the vehicle.
Yeah. Na ngayo ke 8:35 ngaphinda futhi ke imoto ngayicisha.
Sala ka mogala.
The AVL, sorry, the AVL shows that the vehicle was idling from 8:21 until 8:31. Do you remember what the reason was?
E bontsha mo we gore koloi e bentse e duma go tlogella ka 8:21 go fihlella ka 8:31 le a tseba gore lebaka e be leng. Yes, I still remember.
Mshutshisi uthi ke kuyabonakala ke lana ukuthi imoto yayiduma ke kusuka ngalesi sikhathi leso 8:21 8:26 kwaze kwayoshaya ke 8:31 uthi yebo ngasazi izathu ukuthi kwakuyini.
Ka re ba go tonya be ke shumisha hitara.
As it was cold, I was using the heater, my lord.
Nanjengoba ke kwakubanda ke noma kwakunamakhaza ke ngalelo langa lelo ke ngangilayite i-heater.
Yes, next activity after ignition off.
Napile ka moraga gore ignition e timiwe gwa diragala eng?
Ya ke ile ka starta gape ka 10:08.
I ignited the vehicle again at 10:08.
Kwathi ke ngalelo langa lelo ke ngo 10:08 ngadumisa imoto futhi.
Sala ka mogala ka police station gape.
And I was still at the police station.
Nangisengaphakathi ke kuyona i-police station.
Ka tloga ganyane.
And then it moves
Ka 10:13.
at 10:13.
And what was the reason?
Yase isuka ke
Lebaka e be leng?
10:13 sorry.
Re setse re lokišetša go tloga
We were now
kwa Moroka re ya Vosloorus.
preparing to drive from Moroka to Vosloorus.
Sase silungiselake ukuhamba khona ke eMoroka siya eVosloorus.
Yes.
Ome ka re la ganyane a idla gape.
I drove just a little bit as it was still idling.
Hamba ke kancane nje nanjengoba yayisaduma ke.
Yes, it shows that the vehicle was idling from 10:14:48 until 10:44:30. What was the reason?
E bontsha gore koloi e bentse e duma go tlogella ka 10:14:48 go fihlella ka 10:44 lebaka e be leng?
Be re sa lokiša ona re so sepela bjang mo tseleng.
Lana ke kuyabonakala ke ukuthi imoto leyana ke yayiduma ke ngayo u-10:14 kusuka ngayo u-10:14 lana ithi kwaze kwashaya u-10:39 ne? Okay, go over.
And we were still preparing to how are we going to get to Vosloorus.
Sase lungiselelake ukuthi sasayofika ka seyofika kanjani ke khona eVosloorus.
Ome ya idla gape.
And it was idling again.
Yes, after the last idle, what was the next activity?
Ka moraga gore e duma gona maue go diragetseng.
Ile ya tima gape.
The ignition was turned off.
The time?
Yayisaduma ke khona lapha ke kuyena u-10:44 emuva kwalokho ngase ngiyithisha ke.
Nako e be e reng?
10:46.
10:46 was the time, my lord.
Isikhathi ke kwaku-10:46.
Yes, in seconds?
Metsotswana?
10:46.56.
10:46 and 56 seconds.
Ama-seconds ke ayu-56.
Yes, next activity?
Napile ka moraga maue go diragala eng?
Sa lona letšatši la re 20/26/19/11:42.
It was on the same day of the 19th of June 2020.
Start up gape sa la moraga police station.
And at 11:42, that is when I ignited the vehicle once more.
Ngalo lelo langa ke lange-19 zikaJune 2020 isikhathi ke u-11:42 ngayidumisa futhi ke imoto.
Ome ka lona letšatši leo gape 11:42:09 seconds. Sorry, 11 ignition off sa la moraga police station.
And on the same day, my lord, of the 19th of June 2020 at 11:42 and 9 seconds, the ignition went off.
Ngalo ke lelo langa lelo ke lange-19 zikaJune 2020 isikhathi ke u-11:42:09 la ngaye sengi-switcha off khona noma ngicisha khona ke imoto.
Ome lona letšatši leo gape 2020-0619, 11:59:00.
And on that same day, my lord, of the 19th of June 2020 at 11:59:00 seconds,
Ka starta gape koloi e sa le morao police station ya Moroka.
I ignited the vehicle whilst we were still at the at Moroka police station.
Ngalelo langa lelo kalanga 19 ka June 2020 umzuzu nje owodwa ngaphambi kwayo shumi nambili ila engayidumisa khona ke imoto ngangisengaphakathi ke kuyona i-police station yaseMoroka.
Gomme ka 2020-0619, 12 o'clock 15 seconds ka starta go driver.
And on the same day of the 19th of June 2020 at 12:00 15 seconds, I started driving.
Ngalelo langa 19 ka June 2020 isikhathi ke kwakuse u12 ke manje ngaqala ke ukuhamba.
And what was the reason?
Lebaka belingi.
Re setse re feditse ka Ntanzi o dira confession re ya court e Phosphorus.
We were done with Ntanzi as he had made a confession, and we were now going to Phosphorus.
Sase siqedile ke ngaye uNtanzi ke la awaye egonyuluka khona ke sase manje sisundlulela khona ke ePhosphorus.
Yes, can you indicate the route that you traveled?
Ngele re hlalosetse ge ditsela tse leng gore lena le sepetse ka tsona.
Ke sa lona le tšatši leo nka se ba le dinako ke tla no bala gore le tsamaile kae.
On the same day, I will not mention the times, however, I will mention the route which we took.
Ngalelo langa lelo ke angeke ngesa ichaza.
Now you must mention the time if it's there.
Oh, okay.
Ba re le bolele gore nako e be e reng.
Okay.
Kanto lithi ke akachaze ke isiqephe engaliswele ukuthi asichaze isikhathi bezochaza nje umzila ke kodwa inkantolo ngicela ukuthi akachaze isikhathi uma ngabe ukuthi sikhona lapha.
Alright, ka 2020-0619, 12:00.15 driving Nyakoma Street, Moroka, Soweto.
On the 19th of June 2020 at 12:00 and 15 seconds, I was driving near Koma Street in Moroka, Soweto.
Lana ke ngalelo langa la 19 ka June 2020 isikhathi ke u12 ngihamba ke ku street iKoma eMoroka.
2020-0619, 12:01, 05 seconds driving near Chris Hani Dlamini.
And on that same day at 12:01 and 5 seconds, my lord, I was driving near Chris Hani Road in Dlamini in Soweto.
Ngalelo langa lelo ke isikhathi ke noma 19 ka June 2020 isikhathi u12:01 ngihamba ke umgwaqo ke eDlamini eSoweto.
Umersale sa tsamaka Chris Hani Road Dlamini. Ratlaka nearly 12:03, Ratla Chris Hani Road Klipspruit.
And whilst we were still driving on that same day at 12:03 and 5 seconds near Chris Hani Road in Klipspruit.
Ngalelo langa futhi ke lange 19 ka June 2020 isikhathi ke u12:03 sihamba ngawo ke umgwaqo ke iKrizani eKlipspruit eSoweto.
And there's an activity, the status.
Mo we go na le mo e leng gore e bontsha gore go diragetseng.
Hash braking.
It shows hash braking.
Do you remember the reason?
Le sa gopola lebaka? I do not remember what was the problem at that time.
Lana ke ukhuluma ke ngendlela ke noma ke lokho kubhalwe la ukuthi ke hash braking ke noma indlela ke breaker nje angisasikhumbula izathu ke noma kwakuyini eyenzeka.
Salona Chatlo 2020-0619, got a 19-1208, driving near Old Potchefstroom Road, Deep Loop 319 IQ, Soweto.
And on the same day, my lord, of the 19th of June 2020 at 12:08 and 5 seconds, I was driving near Old Potchefstroom Road in Deep Loop 319 IQ in Soweto.
19 June 2020 u12:08 isikhathi ngihamba ke hamba bona ke umgwaqo ke iOld Potchefstroom eDeep Loop 319 IQ eSoweto.
Salona le tšatšelo gape 2020-0619 ka nako 12:08:35 seconds ra joina N12 freeway Deep Loop 319 Soweto.
And on the same day of the 19th of June 2020 at 12:08 and 35 seconds, We then joined the N12 Diploof 319 IQ in Soweto.
19 June 2020 isikhathi ke u-12:08:35 hamba ngomshayela ke u-N12 freeway eDiploof 319 IQ eSoweto.
Recipe ka N12 freeway yos kanale judge lo fitla ka 12:10 15 seconds.
We proceeded on the same day using the N12 freeway until 12:09 and 12:10 and 15 seconds.
Sihambile ke ngalanga saze sayofika kwaze bayoshaya isikhathi u-12:10 nama seconds awu-15 sihamba kuyona ke lo mgwaqo.
Recipe ka N12 freeway Ayrton.
And we were using the N12 freeway in Arroton.
Sasihamba ngayo ke u-N12 freeway eArroton.
Salona le judge lo gape 12:10 58 seconds ra senaka ra feta Swartcourt Street Ridgeway Johannesburg.
And on the same day at 12:10 and 58 seconds, we passed Swartcourt Street in Ridgeway in Johannesburg.
Nazo i-19 lezo zika June 2020 u-12:10 u-58 seconds sayondlula ke kwistrada abathi yi-Swartcourt eRidgeway eJohannesburg South.
Salona mo we gape 2020 0619 2011 go fitla ka it's 20 okay 2020 619 12:11 13 seconds. Recipe jaga N12 freeway go fitla ka 2026 19 12 58 santana le tsama ka N12 freeway Ridgeway Winchester.
And we proceeded with N12 freeway from 12:11:13 until 12:12:58, where we got into Glen Eagles in Johannesburg South.
Sihambile ke lana saze sayofika ke i-Ridgeway lena ukusuka ngaso isikhathi ke u-12:11:13 kwaze bayoshaya ke isikhathi lesa esi-12:12:58 sihamba ngayo kwe-N12 lena u-N12 freeway ibhale ke i-Glen Eagles.
Omer sa spela ka nela judge lo gape ana ko 12:14 00 seconds ra sepela ka N12 freeway Basonia.
And whilst we were still driving on that same day at 12:14 and 00 seconds, we drove into N12 freeway in Basonia.
Sisa ngalelo langa lelo ke isikhathi ke u-12:14 ama seconds awekho ke u-00 ngayo N12 freeway eBasonia.
Go tloga ka lona le judge le 12:14 18 seconds go fitla ka 12:16 31 seconds where sepela ka N12 freeway Albertine Southcrest Albertine.
And my lord, from 12:14 and 18 seconds on that same day, we were driving in N12 freeway in Alberton until we got to 12:16:31.
Ngalelo langa lelo ke lazo i-19 zika June 2020 ngayo u-12:14:18 kwaze bayofika ke ngayo u-12:16:31 sihamba ngayo umgwaqo leyana u-N12 freeway eAlbertine kwaze sayofika ke N12 freeway Southcrest.
Salgona mo gape ka 12:16:31 seconds ra tlaka no. Okay, Garden 2026 19 12:18 00 seconds and then Ratlaka entry
And
Fontaine 108 Jimiston.
on the same day at 12:18 and 00 seconds, we then drove into N3 freeway in Elandsfontein.
12:18:10.
Yes.
Okay. Ngazo i-19 zika June 2020 ngayo isikhathi ke u-12:18:10 sihamba ngayo u-N3 freeway eElandsfontein 108 eJemiston.
Then Salona mo judge lewo 2026 19 12 19 11 seconds. Trasplaga N3 Freeway Albemarle Jamestown.
And on that same day at 12, 19 and 11 seconds, we were driving in N3 Freeway Albemarle in Jamestown.
Ngalo lelo langa ke lange 19 June 2020 12 19 ama-seconds awu-11 ke sihamba ku-N3 freeway Albemarle eJamestown.
Albemarle.
Albemarle, sorry about that.
I apologize, my lord, it's Albemarle.
Albemarle ke ngiyakholisela lokho.
Umersalo mo wake at 12 19 42 seconds near N3 Freeway for Woods Park Albertine.
And on that same day, my lord, at 12, 19 and 42 seconds, we were driving in Fairworth Park in Albertine. Fairworth Park.
Sorry. Ngalo lelo langa ke lange 19 June 2020 12 19 42 sasihamba ke ku-N3 freeway eFairworth Park Albertine.
Salwana mo gape ka lona tšatši go tloga ka 12 20 33 go fitlha ka 12 Saturday 19 gape 12 21 25 seconds re feta road N3 freeway road e Kop Jamestown.
And my lord, on the same day of the 19th of June 2020 at 12, 20 and 33 seconds, we joined N3 freeway in Radio Cop in Jamestown up to 12, 35.
12 21
12:21 up to 12:21 and 25 seconds, and we were still in N3 freeway in Radio Corp in Jamestown.
Ngazo ke i-19 June 2020 kusuka ngayo ke u-12 20 33 kwaze kwayoshaya ke u-12 21 25 sasihamba ngawo ke umgwaqo lwawo N3 freeway i-Road Cop 139 eJamestown.
Salwana tšatši lo gape ka nako ya 12:23 55 seconds re sepela ka yona tsela eo near Berry Mares Road Freddy Boss go fitlha ka 12:24 15 seconds.
And on the same day from 12:23 and 55 seconds, we were now driving in Berry Marais Road in Freddy Boss in Boksburg until 12:24 and 15 seconds still on the same road.
Ngalo lelo langa lelo ke kusuka ngayo ke u-12 23 55 kwaze kwayoshaya ke 12:24 05 u-12 24 05 sasihamba ngawo ke umgwaqo ke abathi yi-Berry Marais eFrede Boss eBoksburg.
Umera sepela gape sanele tšatši 20:25 45 seconds re tsena ka Birman Road Phosphorus Extension 29.
And on the same day at 12:25 and 45 seconds, we joined Birmar Road in Phosphorus Extension 29.
Ngalo lelo langa ke ngo-12 25 45 sase singena ke eBirman Road umgwaqo ke iBirman Phosphorus Extension 29 ePhosphorus.
Birman Road Phosphorus ke mo court le gauswi le police station.
And Birman Road, it's at court near the police station, my lord, in Phosphorus.
Umgwaqo ke iBirman police station iseduze kwe-court ePhosphorus.
Umeka lona tšatši 12:26 16 seconds ka tima koloi.
And on that same day of the 19th of June 2020 at 12:26 and 16 seconds, I switched off the ignition.
Ngalo lelo langa lelo ke isikhathi ke u-12:36 ama-seconds awu-16 la ngacisha khona ke imoto.
And where were you at that stage?
Lebelele kae kana nako eo?
Re le mo gating ya court.
We were at the court gate.
Ngaleso sikhathi ke sasise-gate-ini ke noma esangweni ke lasenkantolo.
Umeka 13:26:02 ka starta koloi gape.
And on the same day of the 19th of June 2020 at 13:26 and 2 seconds, I ignited the vehicle.
Ngalelo langa lelo ke lange-19 kaJune 2020 isikhathi-ke u-1326 ama-seconds awu-2-ke ngadumisa imoto futhi.
And what was the reason?
lebaka be leng
Be ke shootela truck ya dibotso.
I was moving for a truck that was bringing prisoners,
Ngangisukela-ke itraka eyayilethe iy'boshwa.
Umeka tjatlo 1327 gape ka tima koloi.
and on the same day at 13:27 and 19 seconds I switched off the ignition
Ngalelo langa futhi-ke ngaye u-1327 ama-seconds awu-19 ngacisha imoto futhi.
Then ka tsena ka court.
and I went in court.
Ngakungena enkantolo.
E ke feditse sona letšatši leo gape ka 14:04:08 seconds.
And when I was finished on the same day at 14:04 and 8 seconds,
Ngathuma sengiqedile-ke ngalelo langa 14:04 ama-seconds awu-80.
Ka starta koloi gape sale ka mogare ga jarata ya toronko e re jarata ya court.
I ignited the vehicle once more whilst we were still in the courtyard.
Ngadumisa imoto futhi-ke sise ngaphakathi kubona-ke amagceke asenkantolo.
Yes.
Sale gona mo gape 14:06 ke sepola near entry freeway Vosloorus.
And on the same day at 14:06 and 35 seconds, I joined the N3 freeway in Vosloorus.
Yeah,
Kwase
just,
kuthi-ke ngayo-ke u-14:06:35 ngase ngihlangana-ke noma umgwaqo-ke u-N3 freeway eVosloorus.
but just before you proceed, when you switch off the ignition for the first time at 12:26:16, what happened?
Rene-
What happened to the accused?
Rene le tima koloi ka 13:26. Go diragetseng ka 12:26.
Re mo tsentšhitše the court cells.
We put him into the court cells.
Uma ngicisha-ke imoto ngalesiya sikhathi-ke siwu-12:26 umsolwa-ke yena-ke sangenisa-ke kumasela asenkantolo.
Yes, and then what happened to him?
Napile gwa diragala eng ka yena?
O ile a tsena court.
He went into court.
Wangena enkantolo.
No, na zange a tsene court. O tsene mo di-selling holding cells.
My apologies, my lord. He went into the court holding cells.
Ngiyaxolisaka kangenanga enkantolo kodwa wase eyogcinwa-ke kuma-holding cells-ke akhona lapho enkantolo.
Yes, the outcome thereof is on then Exhibit MM. Can you just put that on record?
Napile katlholo ile ya ba gona a shibo
The
botlhatsi
register,
bona
the self.
lena mo registereng mo go ngwadilwe eng
Can I have it?
le reng ba le thuse
The long one. It's UU1.
ke botlhatse ba UU1.
Okay, ke ile go tswa ke ile go mmea kwa di-holding cells ka go bona motšhotšhisi.
After placing him at the holding cells, I went to see the prosecutor.
Ngathi uma sengimshiyile-ke kumasela alapho-ke ngahamba ngayobona umshushisi.
Omme molato wa zange ba o enrolla mo court roll-eng.
And the matter was not enrolled on the court roll.
Nokuthi-ke icala lelo-ke lalingekho kuhla lamacala-ke asenkantolo ngalelo langa lelo.
Yes. Then what happened to the accused?
Napile molatofatwa gwa diragala eng ka yena.
Re ra mtšea ra sepola le yena.
We took him and left with him.
Sase simthatha-ke yena-ke msola sihamba naye.
Yes, thank you. You were on the N3 freeway
Lebelele mo
First
tseleng ya N3
at 14:06:35.
ka 14:06:45 55.
Ya re le pele re tloga kwa court Sergeant Mabena o ile a lemoga gore o tlogetse dikhia tša gage le dikhia tša koloi le memory stick kwa moroka.
When we
Police
left
station.
the court, Sergeant Mabena noticed that he left his memory stick and his keys at Moroka police station.
Sathi ke uma siphuma ke lapho noma sesihamba ke lapho wase ebona ke yena ke uSergeant Mabena ukuthi wakhohlwa ikhiya zakhe kanye nayo ke memory stick yakhe epolice station yaseMoroka.
Re boela morago botse ne tshwantse re ile Phukeng ra ba re feta re driver boela back Moroka police station.
And when returning back, we were supposed to went to Phukeng. However, we drove back to Moroka police station.
Kwakufanele ukuthi ke sihamba ke siya ePhukeng kodwa saphoqeleka ke ukuthi ke asiqale ke eMoroka noma sibuyele khona eMoroka.
Re ile go tloga Vosloorus court ra ba re tsena ka driver ka N3 freeway Vosloorus
And
ka
when
14:06 55 seconds.
and when we left the Vosloorus court, my lord, we drove into N3 freeway in Vosloorus at 14:06 and 55 seconds.
Kwase kuthi ke ngo14:65 ama seconds ke awu 55 uma siphuma khona ke enkantolo eVosloorus sasihlangana ke nomgwaqo ke iN3 freeway eVosloorus.
Salogana mo gape ka same day 14:07:35 ra feta gape N3 freeway free the Boksburg.
And on the same day at 14:07 and 35 seconds, we passed the N3 freeway Vredebos in Boksburg.
Kwase kuthi ngayo ke u14:07:35 sahamba ngayo ku N3 freeway sadlula ke eVredebos eBoksburg.
Salogana mo gape kana tšatši leo ka 14:09:12 seconds ra feta freeway road Cop 139 Jamestown.
And on the same day at 14:09 and 12 seconds, we passed the N3 freeway in Rodikop, the 139 in Jamestown.
Kwase kuthi ngalo lelo langa ke 1906-2020 u14:09 isikhathi ama seconds awu 12 ku-N3 freeway sadlula ke eRoda Cop 139 eJamestown.
Fikela gape kana tšatši leo 14:10:40 seconds ra ba re fetša freeway road Cop ka 14:11 tšatši leo ra ba re joina Heidelberg road Cop.
And on the same day at 14:10 and 40 seconds, that is when we were completing the N3 freeway Rodikop, and we were then at 14:11 and 10 seconds joining the Heidelberg road.
Kwase kuthi ngasekwe ngesikhathi ke esu14:10 ama seconds awu 40 ila esiqedelela khona ke lo mgwaqo lo N3 freeway kwathi ngo14:11:10 sabe sesikhumana ke noma sesihlangana ke nomgwaqo ke iHeidelberg Rodekop Jamestown.
Go fitlhela kana tšatši leo ka 14:10 seconds ra ba re tšwa Heidelberg road ka 14:17 re tsena ka Ring Road East New Market.
And on the same day at 14:14 and 10 seconds, that is when we were off-ramping at Heidelberg Road in Elandsfontein, and at 14:17:05, we then joined the Ring Road East in New Market, Parks in Alberton.
Kwase kuthi ke ngayo ke u14:14 ila esesimanje sesiphuma khona noma siqeda khona ke uhamba ngayo umgwaqo eHeidelberg. Kwase kuthi ngo14:17 singena ke umgwaqo eRing Road East eNew Market Park eAlberton.
Re sepitše ka yona Ring Road East New Market Alberton o fitlhela ka lona letšatši la 2026 19/15/26 ke ge re tlo joina ka 15:27 re tlo joina Helston Street New Red Roof Alberton.
And we proceeded on that same road, my lord, and at 15:27, that is when we joined New Road West in New Redhurst in Alberton.
If I can take you back, I'm sorry.
Sihambile ke ngawo lo mgwaqo lo kwaze kwayoshaya ke u15:27:40.
Yes.
15:27:40 ila sesihlangana khona ke nomgwaqo ke eRing Road West eNew Red Road eAlberton.
At 14:20:35 seconds, it shows that the ignition is off near Ring Road East, New Market, Alberton. Can you remember what the reason was?
Ka 14:20 le metsotswana e 35 go bontsha gore koloi ile ya tima mo Ring Road East. Lesakopla gore lebaka be leng.
Ngo-1420 ke kuyatshengisa ke la ukuthi imoto ke yayicishiwe ke e-Ring Road. Usakhumbula ukuthi isizathu kwakuyini?
If go gopola botse re eme Samarara ka metsi if ke sa gopola botse.
If my memory serves me well, we stopped somewhere and bought water.
Uma kuwukuthi ngisakhumbula kahle khona la esemakhona ke sathenga amanzi.
Napile ka 1436 ra starta go le ra samara gape.
And at 14:36 and 59 seconds, we started the vehicle and drove off.
Ngokuthi ke ngo-1436 ke ila esadumisa khona ke imoto sasesehamba futhi.
Yes, at which place did you buy water?
Ke kae tulong yewe e le rekileng metsi go yona?
I mean, is it a retailer? Is it a garage?
Ke eng ke lebenkele
Convenience
goba
store? Or
ke
do you
garage
remember
goba ke eng
what type of place that was?
e be le tulo e jwa?
Ukuthi indawo enjani ke la enathenga khona ke amanzi kwakuyistolo kwakusegarage kwakuphi nendawo nje.
Gola botse ke ka molong a ke sa gopola re tsene Pick n Pay or kae mara ke mogare ga molo ya ra ema garage.
We went into a mall. I do not know which store exactly, whether was it Pick n Pay or which store, but we did not stop at a garage.
Asange simeke egarage uma kuwukuthi ngisakhumbula kahle ke ila khona ke ekuninqanqathela yezitolo angisakhumbula noma ukuthi sangena e-Pick n Pay noma kuphi nendawo.
And for whom were these purchases?
Le be le rekela mang?
Be rekela nna le Mabena le Ntanzi.
I was buying for myself, Mabena and Ntanzi.
Ngangithengela mina uMabena kanye futhi noNtanzi.
Do you remember what you bought for accused, Mr. Ntanzi?
Lesakopela gore yena Ntanzi le mo reketseng.
Re reketse metsi le di-Simba chips.
We bought water and Simba chips for him.
Usakhumbula ukuthi uNtanzi yena wamthengelani? Amthengela amanzi kanye nama-Simba chips.
Yes.
Le ka tswela pele.
Re le ra reila gape ra sepela.
We drove off.
Yeah, it shows that between 1442 and 1457 the car was idling.
E bontsha gore go tlogela ka 1442 go fitlhela ka 1457 koloi e bentse e duma.
Njengisake la ukuthi ngayo u-1442 kwaze kwaba u-1457 imoto yayiduma.
In fact, up until 1522,
Botse e bontsha go fitlhela ka 1522.
Kodwa uma ubheka ke njengisake nomkhombisa ukuthi yayiduma ke kwaze kwayoshaya u-1522.
Be re feta re ema diroboto ke mo dirobotong.
This is where we were passing the robots and this is where we stopped.
Ila esasifika khona ke kuma robot bese siyama khona.
Umersa lo gona mo gape 2026 19 15 25 55 where driver ka yona King Ring Road East New Market Albertine.
And on the same day at 15:25 and 55 seconds we were driving in Ring Road East New Market Park in Alberton.
Kuthi ke ngazo i-19 lezo zika June 2020 isikhathi 15:25 55 bona ke umgwaqo i-Ring Road East New Market Park eAlbertine sasihamba ngawo.
Ufitlela ka 15:27 30 seconds ra tsena ka Helston Street Red Ruth.
And at 15:27 and 30 seconds we went into Helston Street in New Road in Alberton.
Kwaze kwayofika ke ngayo u-15:27 nama-seconds awu-30 singenathi sona ke istrada i-Helston e-New Red Road e-Albertine.
Omega la church le 15:27 40 seconds. Ra tsena isale ona Ring Road West New Red Ruth.
And at 15:27 and 40 seconds we were still at Ring Road West in New Red Road in Alberton.
Kwase kuthi ngayo ke u-15:27 nama-seconds awu-40 sihamba ngayo ke sihamba ngayo i-Ring Road West e-New Red Road e-Albertine.
Mela church le 15:29 55 seconds. Ra tsena ka Fort Drake Road New Red Ruth Albertine o fitla ka 15:30 5 seconds.
And on the same day, my lord, of the 16th of the 19th, of June in 2020, we went into Pretoria Road, New Red Route in Alberton at 15:29 and 55 seconds.
Ngalo lelo langa lelo ke lang 19th ka June 2020 ngayo ke 15:29:55 kushaya ke 15:30:05 sahamba ngayo ke iFortreka khona ke eNew Red Route eAlberton.
Lona lechatilo gape ka 15:30 20 seconds ra joina N12 freeway Alberton.
On that the same day, at 15:30 and 20 seconds, we joined the N12 freeway in Alberton.
Base kuthi ke ngayo ku15:30 ama seconds awu 20 sase sikhumana ke nomgwaqo iN12 freeway eAlberton.
Fihlela ka 15:31 39 seconds re fetsa go tswa mo freeway N12 for Alberton ra joina N12 freeway Basonia ka 15:34:02 seconds.
And we were on the N12 freeway in Alberton until 15:31 and 39 seconds. That is when at 34 and 2 seconds we joined N12 freeway Basonia in Johannesburg South.
Kwaze kwashaya ke u15:31 sihamba ngayo ke iN12 freeway eAlberton kwaze kwayo u15:34 nama seconds awu2 uma sesikhumana ke nomgwaqo iN12 freeway eBasonia.
Ume utloka ka 15:35:00 seconds ufitla ka 15:35:45 seconds veresalmo ra joina ra fita N12 freeway Glen Eagles and N12 freeway Cederdorp Johannesburg South.
And at 15:35 and 00 seconds, we were in N12 freeway in Glen Eagles, Johannesburg, until 15:35 and 45 seconds, where we joined Said Road in Johannesburg South on the same freeway N12.
Asasihamba lapho ke kwaze phakathi kwa 15:35 15:35:00 no 15:35 la sasikhona ke ku-N12 freeway eGlen Eagles kwase kuthi ngo-15:35:45 sihamba kuyona ke u-N12 freeway eSaderport eJohannesburg South.
Salona the 19th of June 2020 ka 15:36:10 seconds tsena N12 freeway Winchester Hills Johannesburg South.
On the same aforementioned date at 15:36 and 10 seconds, that is when we were now driving at N12 freeway Winchester Hill Johannesburg South.
Ngalo lelo langa ke ngo-15:36:10 sase singena ke ku-N12 freeway eWinchester Hills Johannesburg.
Recipe ka yona salana tšatšelela 2026-19 go fitlhela ka 15:37:25 seconds re tlogela N12 freeway Ridgeway re tsena ka 15:38 N12 freeway Arlington.
We used the same road, my lord, up until at 15:37 and 25 seconds. That is when we left Ridgeway and joined Arlington.
Sihambile ke ngalo mgwaqo leyo ke kwaze ufika ngo-15:37:25 yila esesishiya khona ke leyo mgwaqo leyo ke i-N12 freeway i-Ridgeway kwase kuthi ke ngo-15:38 sayojoyina ke i-N12 freeway i-Arlington.
Ka 15:39:55 seconds ba re joina Old Potchefstroom Road Deep Kloof 319 IQ Johannesburg South.
At 15:39 and 55 seconds on the same day, we then joined the Old Potchefstroom Road Deep Kloof 319 IQ in Johannesburg South.
Kwase kuthi ke ngo-15:39:55 sase siyokhumana ke nomgwaqo i-Old Potchefstroom eDeep Kloof 319 IQ Johannesburg.
Recipe ka yona tsela ya go fitlhela ka 15:41:00 seconds.
We used the same road, my lord, until 15:41 and 00 seconds.
Sihambile ke ngawo lo mgwaqo leyo kwaze kwayoba ngo-15:41 nama seconds ke u-00.
And then 15:41 ke re tsena re salwana mo near Old Potchefstroom Road Deep Kloof Soweto.
And at 15:41 and 10 seconds, that is when we were now at Old Potchefstroom Road in Diepkloof, 319 IQ in Soweto.
Kwase kuthi ngo-15:41 nama-seconds awu-10-ke la sesiyongena khona-ke noma sesihlangana-ke nomgwaqo-ke Old Potchefstroom at Diepkloof 319 IQ Soweto.
15:43, 15 seconds, Werefeta, Old Potchefstroom Road, Diepkloof, Zone 6.
At 15:43 and 15 seconds, that is when we were passing the Old Potchefstroom Road in Diepkloof, Zone 6 in Diepkloof.
Kwase kuthi-ke ngo-15:43 ama-seconds awu-14 esidlula khona-ke Old Potchefstroom Road Diepkloof Zone 6.
Go fihlela re sa sepela ka yona Old Potch Road, Diepkloof, Zone 6, o fihlela ka 16:03, 15 seconds.
And we were driving on the same road of Old Potchefstroom Road in Diepkloof Zone 6 until 15:03 and 15 seconds.
16:03.
Yes.
Okay. Sambileka ngawe lo mgwaqo loyo kwaze kwayoshaya-ke u-16:03. Sihamba ngawe lo mgwaqo loyo Old Potchefstroom Road at Diepkloof Zone 6.
Go fihlela ka 16:08 re tlo joina Chris Hani Road, Klipspruit.
Until 15:06. 16:08, my lord, when we joined Chris Hani Klipspruit.
Kwaze kwashaya-ke u-16:08 uma sesihlangana-ke noma sesifumanaka nomgwaqo iKrizani eKlipspruit 318 eSoweto.
Omega 16:13, 15 seconds, o fihla 16:14, 55 seconds, where sepela ka Chris Hani Road, Dlamini.
And from 16:13 and 15 seconds, we were driving in Chris Hani Road in Dlamini.
Ngaso-ke leso sikhathi leso phakathi kwaso u-16:13 u-16:14 sihamba ngaso-ke lowo mgwaqo loyo-ke iKrizani eDlamini eSoweto.
Omega salona letsatsi leo gape 16:16, 05 seconds, where sepela near Boma Street, Dlamini, Soweto.
And on the same day of the 19th of June at 16:16 and 05, we were driving at Koma Road in Dlamini, Soweto.
Naye-ke u-16:05 sasikwistrada-ke iKoma eDlamini eSoweto.
And then kala letsatsi leo 16:16, 53 seconds, ke tsena ka jarata ya Kalima Street, Moroka Police Station.
And on the same day at 16:16 and 53 seconds, that is when I went into the yard of Moroka Police Station in Kalima Street.
Katima Koloi.
Kwasekuthi-ke ngo-16:16, 53 yila engena khona kumagceke-ke epolice station eMakhalima Street eMoroka ngasendlisha imoto.
And I turned off the ignition of the vehicle.
Sergeant Mabena fologa a ilonya kana le motho na le mo officing a shilling dikia tsa le memory stick.
And Sergeant Maibena went out of the vehicle to go and look for that particular person who was in the office where he left his keys and the memory card.
Waseke ehlake
Memory stick.
Ehlake emotweni uSergeant Mabena eyake eyobheka-ke umuntu wayeke kwihhovisi lelo awashiya kulona-ke ikhiya kanye nayo-ke i-memory stick.
A ke tsona o khona go mo fumana ba nga ruri le go bua a re o re wa tla motho o re meemele o sa le go jana.
I do not know how was he able to get hold of that person, because when he came back, he said that person had asked that we should wait for him as they were still far.
Angazi-ke ukuthi-ke wamthola kanjani-ke leyo muntu loyo, kodwa-ke wase ecela-ke ukuthi asimlindeke ngoba-ke leyo muntu leyo wayesekude noma
Yes.
besekude.
The fact of the matter is that you had to wait, is that correct?
Lilela fela jaliye.
Well, what Sergeant Mabena
Correct.
said is hearsay, so you had to wait, yes?
Ka gore beele la botlhano batho ba chaishitse.
Yes, it was on Friday and people had knocked off.
Kwadingeka-ke ukuthi silinde lapho-ke ngoba-ke kwakuwolesihlanu abantu babesebemuleke emsebenzini.
Ka morago ga diirinyana shiro di emeng mo o ile a tsena gape Sergeant Mabena a bua le dikhia tse tsa gagwe le memory stick.
After a few hours that we waited there, Sergeant Mabena then went in and came back with his keys.
Emuva-ke kwamahora-ke athize-ke silindileke lapho wangena-ke uMabena wasebuya nazo ikhiya zakhe.
Kana ba re eme diiri tse pedi.
We might have waited 2 hours.
Kusengenzeka-ke ukuthi salinda amahora amabili.
gomme o lo kra di khetsa ka starta motor gape ka same date 1828
And
30 seconds.
when he got his keys on the same date at 18:28 and 30 seconds, I ignited the vehicle once more.
Yes. Just, yes.
Uma sengidumisa ke imoto
1828.
And what time did you leave?
Lase plaka na koma?
Re tswa kwa Moroka police station nearly 1833 ke joina Chris Hani Road.
When we left Moroka police station, it was at 18:33 and 30 seconds when I joined Chris Hani Road.
masiphuma ke lapha imoto bakwa ku 1833 uma sengena ke eTrizani.
As a good, please, my lord, we've reached the end of the normal court sitting time. Can we adjourn until tomorrow?
Okay.
Roster fitlhe nakong ya gore re tlhome go fella moki motšhotšhisi kgopela gore re tswele pele go sasa.
Please, my lord, we continue with the re-examination of Sergeant Mokhane.
Sir?
Confirmed, my lord.
Sergeant Mokhane, yesterday we stopped at page 39 of Exhibit MM in brackets 2.
Maobane re emišitše re šitše re tšwa re le go page 39 ya bohlatse ba MM2. Yes, I am listening.
You had explained the two entries at 16:53.
Le be le tlhalositše taba tšela tše e leng gore di diragetše ka 16:53
and 18:28:30 at Moroka Police Station
le
on the
18
19th of June 2020.
le 18:28:30 tšela tša di 19 tša June. That is correct, my lord.
Yes, you can continue from there.
Le ka tšwela pele go tloga gana mowe.
Where's the chat?
Advocate Sibanda.
Yeah, you see posting it there on the screen.
Page 39. It's on the 19th of June 2020, 16:53, where the ignition was off. Then 19 June 2020, 18:28:30, and the activity there is start up, and it's near Makalima Street, Moroka, Soweto.
Silana in 19 June 2020 16:63 la ignition ishwa khona kanye no 18:28:30 ila futhi idunyiswa khona eduze namakhalima street eMoroka iSoweto.
Yes, you can continue from there.
Le ka tswela pele go tlogella gana mowe.
Ke ile ka thoma go driver ka tsena ka okay ke sanjane ke driver Toyota Fortuner white registration number FV47LRGP.
I was still driving a white Toyota Fortuner, and the registration number is FV47LRGP.
Ngisahamba ngayo ke iFortuner, iToyota Fortuner emhlophe enenamba ke FV47LRGP.
Ka 2026 19 18 33 30 seconds thoma trailer ka Chris Hani Road Dlamini Soweto.
On the 19th of June 2020 at 18:33 and 30 seconds, I started driving at Chris Hani Road, Dlamini in Soweto.
Ngaso ke isikhathi lesiyana ke sibhaliwe laphana esu-18:33 ama-seconds awu-30 ngaqala ke ukushayela kumgwaqo iKrizani eDlamini eSoweto.
Ka lona letšatši leo ka 18:34 46 seconds libe ke eme stop signing Makhalima Street Moroka Soweto.
On the same day at 18:34 and 46 seconds, I was at a stop sign at Makhalima Street in Moroka, Soweto.
Ngaso lesi sikhathi ke siwu-18:34 ngalo lelo langa nge-19 kuJune 2020 ngangimile ke ku-stop sign eMakhalima Street eMoroka eSoweto.
Ome letšatši lona lo gape 18:39 46 seconds ya idla gape near Chris Hani Road I think ke eme Robotong.
On the same day at 18:39 and 46 seconds, the vehicle was idling once more, and I think I was at a robot at Chris Hani Road.
Ngalo lelo langa futhi ke ngo-18:39 ama-seconds awu-46 yayimike imoto lapho i-idla ngicabanga ukuthi ngangime kuma-robot kumgwaqo iKrizani eDlamini eSoweto.
Ka lona letšatši leo gape ka 18:42 35 seconds e drivile gape ya tsena ka Poma ya feta Poma Street Moroka Soweto.
On the same day at 18:42 and 35 seconds, I was driving in Koma Street in Moroka, Soweto.
Ngaye ke u-18:42 ama-seconds awu-35 ngangishayela ke kwistrada iKoma eMoroka eSoweto.
Ka lona letšatši leo gape ka 18:42 55 seconds and 18:43 45 seconds next block Chris Hani Road Dlamini Soweto.
On the same day of the 19th of June 2020 at 18:42 and up through to 18:43 and 45 seconds, I was driving in Chris Hani Road in Dlamini, Soweto.
Ngalelo langa futhi ke ngo-18:42 ama-seconds awu-55 no-18:43 ama-seconds awu-55 no-45 ngangihamba ke ngawo umgwaqo iKrizani eDlamini eSoweto.
Ka lona letšatši leo gape 2026 19 18 47 15 seconds ke sepela Mohloka Street Klipspruit Soweto.
On the same day, my Lord, at 18:47 and 15 seconds, I was driving near Mohloka Street in Klipspruit, Soweto.
Ngalelo langa futhi 18:47 isikhathi ama-seconds awu-15 ngangihamba kwistrato iMuhloka eKlipspruit eSoweto.
Ka letšatši leo gape 18:49 40 seconds be ke sepela gape near Mohloka Street Pimville Zone 3 Pimville.
And on the same day at 18:49 and 40 seconds, I was driving near Mohloka Street in Pimville, Zone 3 in Pimville.
Ngo-18:49 ama-seconds awu-40 ngangishayela ke eMuhloka Street ePimville Zone 3 ePimville.
Isa lona letšatši leo gape ka 18:54 10 seconds and 18:55 15 seconds be ke sepela Mhleni Mfuku Street Pimville.
And on the same day, my Lord, between 18:54 and 10 seconds and 18:55 and 15 seconds, I was driving at Mhleni Yamfuka Street in Pimville, Zone 6.
Phakathi ke kwakhe u-18:54 no-18:55 10 seconds no-15 seconds ngangihamba ke eMhleni Yamfuka Street ePimville Zone 6 khona ePimville.
Ome ka lona letšatši leo 18:56 35 seconds 18:57 15 seconds and 18:57 25 seconds Bekisipila Mponde Street, Pimville, Zone 7, Zone 5, Pimville.
On the same day, my lord, at 18:56 and 35 seconds, 18:57 and 15 seconds, and 18:57 and 25 seconds, I was driving in Mpondanda Street in Pimville, from Zone 7, Zone 5 in Pimville, my lord.
Isikhathi-ke u-1856-35 u-1857-15 kanye futhi no-1857 futhi ngahamba Mpondonde Street
Mpondonde.
ePimville Zone 7 kanye nase-Mpondonde Street ePimville Zone 5 khona ePimville.
Umeka 1858, 00 seconds, and 1859, 45 seconds. Bekisipila Mokoka Street, Pimville, Zone 5.
And on the same day at 18:58 and 0 seconds and 18:59 and 45 seconds, I was driving in Mokoka Street, Pimville, Zone 5. 58 and 59.
Ngo-1858 kanye no-1859-ke ngangihamba eMoroka Street ePimville Zone 5 khona ePimville.
Umeka na Church Leo ka 1900 hours 00 seconds. Bekisipila Mohalo Street, Pimville, Zone 4, Pimville.
On the same day at 19 hours and 0 seconds, I was driving at Mohalo Street in Pimville, Zone 4.
Ngalelo-ke la nge-29 June 2020 kungene esikhombisa ihora ntambama ngangihamba khona eMukhalo Street ePimville Zone 4 Pimville.
Kana le Church Leo gape ka nako ya 1902 55 seconds and 1903 25 seconds. Bekisipila Tsuweni Street, Klep Spray 298 IQ Soweto.
And on the same day of the 19th of June 2020 at 19:02 55 seconds and 19:03 and 25 seconds, I was driving in Tsuweni Street, Klipspruit 298 IQ in Soweto.
Kanye futhi-ke ngalo-ke lelo langa lelo-ke 1902 isikhathi no-2nd of 55 ngahamba Tsuweni Street, Klipspruit 298 IQ eSoweto.
Lala Church Leo ka 1904 00 seconds and 1904 25 seconds. Bekisipila Niam Tambo Street, Lamini Soweto.
And on the same day at between 1904 and 1904 and 25 seconds, I was driving near Mtambo Street, Dlamini in Soweto.
Kanye-ke ngalelo langa futhi-ke ngoyo u-1904 no-1904 25 seconds ngahamba-ke eMtambo Street eDlamini eSoweto.
Ume ka 1906 00 seconds. Bekisipila Chris Hani Road, Dlamini Soweto.
At 1906 and 0 seconds, I was driving near Chris Hani Road in Dlamini, Soweto.
Kanye-ke ngo-1906 ngangihamba-ke kwimigwaqo-ke iShizane eDlamini eSoweto.
Church Leo 1908 30 seconds. Bekisipita near Chris Hani Road, Shawelo, Soweto.
On the same day at 1906 or 8. 1908 and 30 seconds, I was driving near Chris Hani Road in Shawela, Soweto.
Ngalelo langa-ke ngo-1908 ama-seconds awu-30 ngangihamba kumgwaqo iKrizani eChawelo eSoweto.
Walona Church Leo 1911 ingwala incident akuthola maybe go medical emotsileng bekisipila Chris Hani Road, Klep Refer Sorg, Soweto.
On the same day at 1911 and 4 seconds, it indicates that there was an incident. I am not sure whether were the vehicles that were stopped at the road, and I was driving at near Chris Hani Road in Klepferswoog in Soweto. 1911. Yes, 1911. Klepsrefier.
Kanti-ke ngo-1911 kuyabonisa-ke ukuthi kwakuney'moto ezayimile angazi ukuthi kwakwenzekani khona laphayana-ke kulowo mgwaqo-ke eFrizani iClub Fields eSoweto.
Kalala Jachilo Rapeka 1912 00 seconds. Exipula near Chris Hani Road, Lab refers Soweto.
And on the same day at 19:12:00 seconds, I was still driving at near Chris Hani Road, Klebs Refierswoog in Soweto.
Kanti-ke ngo-1912 amaseconds-ke awekho ngangihamba khona-ke umgwaqo iFrizani eClub Refierswoog eSoweto.
Ka 1913 05 seconds. Wikifita Union Street, Lab refers Soweto.
And at 19:13:05 seconds, I was passing Union Street in Klebs Refierswoog in Soweto.
Kanti-ke ngo-1913 amaseconds awu-5 ngangidlula-ke e-Union Street Club Refierswoog eSoweto.
Ka Jachilo Rape 1914 00 seconds. Near N12 freeway, Lab refers Soweto.
On the same day of the 19th of June 2020 at 19:14:00 seconds, I was near the N12 freeway in Klebs Refierswoog in Soweto.
Kanti-ke ngo-1914 ngangihamba khona-ke ku-N12 freeway eClub Refierswoog eSoweto.
Umeki Jwechepila Kasepila ka 1914 00, 1914 15 seconds, 1914 25 seconds. Kasepila ka N12 freeway, Lab refers Soweto.
And from 19:14:00 seconds to 19:15, 19:25, 19:14 and 25 seconds, I was still driving an N12 freeway in Klebs Refierswoog in Soweto.
Kanti phakathi-ke kwakhe u-1914 amaseconds awekho uyofika-ke ku-1914 amaseconds awu-25 ngangisahamba kuyona-ke umgwaqo u-N12 freeway Club Refierswoog eSoweto.
Umeki sipiche ka yona Rape ka 1915 17 seconds, 1915 49 seconds, 1917 46 seconds. Speed violation at Lab refers Soweto.
And I continued through to 19:15 and 17 seconds in N12 freeway Klebs Refierswoog up to 19:15 and 49 seconds, still on the same road, and it shows that the speed was violated.
Ngaqhubeka-ke kuwona-ke lo mgwaqo loyana-ke uyona-ke u-N12 suka-ke ku-9:15 17 9:15 49 kubonisa ngawo umgwaqo lo u-N12 freeway Club Refierswoog Soweto iyantshengisana nokuthi kwaba khona-ke lapho-ke ukungathobeli-ke umthetho-ke mayelana ne-speed.
Omeka 1917 46 seconds, speed violation, Mersipala N12 freeway Eldorado Park.
And at 19:17 and 46 seconds, it shows that I also violated the speed, and I was now at the N12 freeway Eldorado Park in Soweto.
Iyakhomisa-ke u-1917 46 ukuthi nalapho-ke ngeqa-ke isivinini esivumelekile ku-N12 freeway eLdorado Park eSoweto.
Salwana mo Jajilali 19
eLdorado Park eSoweto.
Salwana mo Jajilali 19 10 seconds. Wekisipala N12 main route Devlin Soweto.
On the same day in 2020 June on the 19th at 19 and 10 seconds, I was driving in N12 main road in Devlin Soweto.
Kanye futhi ngaye-ke u-19 ngahamba-ke ngawo umgwaqo N12 main road eDevlin eSoweto.
Salwana mo gape 19 20 seconds. Wekisipala N1 freeway Johannesburg South.
Whilst we were still proceeding at 19 and 20 seconds, I was still driving at N1 freeway Johannesburg South.
Kanti-ke ngalo lelo langa lelo-ke 19 isikhathi ema-seconds awu-20 ngihamba-ke ngawo-ke umgwaqo lwana osayeka-ke wase-Johannesburg South.
Apeka 1920, 07 seconds, speed violation near N1 freeway, Devlin, Soweto.
Once more at 19:20 and 7 seconds, I violated the speed and I was now at N1 freeway, Devlin, Soweto.
Kanye futhi-ke 1919 ama-seconds awu-20 sekubonakala umgwaqo osayeka eDevlin eSoweto nalapho-ke ukuthi ngekha isivinini.
Umesha Jola Pelagapeka 1921, 10 seconds, and 1921, 30 seconds, Vexipula Freeway, Deep Loop 319 IQ Soweto.
I proceeded from 1921 and 10 seconds to 1921 and 30 seconds, driving in N1 freeway Deep Loop at 319 IQ in Soweto.
Kanti-ke ngo-1921 ama-seconds awu-10, 1921 ama-seconds awu-30 ngangihamba ngawo-ke umgwaqo-ke i-Deep Loop N1 freeway Deep Loop at 319 IQ Soweto.
Apeka 1921, 30 seconds, and 1922, 5 seconds, Vexipula N1 freeway, Deep Loop 319 IQ Johannesburg South.
Between 1921 and 30 seconds and 1922 and 5 seconds, I was driving in N1 freeway Deep Loop 319 IQ Johannesburg South.
Kanti-ke phakathi ko-1921 ama-seconds awu-30, 1922 ama-seconds awu-5 ngangihamba-ke umgwaqo-ke N1 freeway e-Deep Loop 319 IQ eSoweto kanye-ke ne-Deep Loop 319 IQ eJohannesburg South.
Apeka 1922, 50 seconds, Vexipula N1 freeway, Deep Loop.
Once more at 1922 and 50 seconds, I was driving an N1 freeway Deep Loop.
Kanti-ke ngo-1922 ama-seconds awu-50 ngahamba N1 freeway e-Deep Loop.
Apeka 1923, 03 seconds, Vexipula speed violation near N1 freeway, Deep Loop Zone 4.
I violated the speed once more at 1923 and 3 seconds, driving in N1 freeway Deep Loop Zone 4.
Ngaphinda futhi ngehlisa-ke isivinini ngo-1923, 03 nalo kuwona umgwaqo osayeka e-Deep Loop Zone 4 khona e-Deep Loop.
1923, 40 seconds, 1924, 00 seconds, 1924, 26 seconds, speed violation, Vexipula N1 freeway, Mooifontein, 225 IQ Johannesburg.
From 1923 and 40 seconds, 1924 and 00 seconds, and 1924 and 26 seconds, that's where I violated the speed. I was driving at N1 freeway, Mooifontein, Mooifontein 225 IQ in Johannesburg.
Kanti-ke phakathi kwakhe u-1923, 40, 1924 ama-seconds awekho, u-1924 ama-seconds awu-26 ngehlisa-ke futhi nalapho ngesivinini ngihamba kuwona-ke umgwaqo N1 freeway eMooifontein 225 IQ eJohannesburg.
1927, 13 seconds, speed violation Rape, Vexipula near freeway, Florida Glen, Rodeport.
Proceeded violating the speed at 1927 and 13 seconds. I was driving in N1 freeway, Florida Glen in Rodeport.
Phindile futhi-ke ngehlisa-ke isivinini sikhathi kwaku-1927 ama-seconds awu-13 kwangihamba-ke nako N1 freeway eFlorida Glen eRodeport.
1932, 15 seconds, next driver near N1 freeway, Quellerina, run back.
At 1932 and 15 seconds on the same day of the 19th of June 2020, I was driving near N1 freeway, Quellerina in Randburg.
Kwathi-ke ngo-1932 ama-seconds awu-15 ngangishayela-ke kona komgwaqo N1 freeway eQuillerina eRandburg.
1933, 05, idling near freeway, Quellerina, Randburg.
At 1933 and 05 seconds, the vehicle was idling near Quellerina in Randburg.
Kanye-ke ngaye-ke u-1933 imoto-ke iyayiduma eduze-ke noma-ke eQuillerina eRandburg.
1938, 05, seconds, driving near freeway Quellerina Runback.
At 19:35 and 19:38 and 5 seconds, I was driving near N1 freeway in Quellerina in Randburg.
Kanti-ke ngaye u-1938 ama-seconds awu-5-ke ngangihamba-ke eduze-ke kwayo u-N1 freeway eQuillerina eRandburg.
Otwaka 1938 50 seconds, 1938 23 seconds, 1938 34 seconds, speed violation 1943 seconds, Wexipila N1 freeway, fair lanes or Quellerina to fair lanes.
Between 1938 and 15 seconds through to 1940 and 3 seconds, I was driving on the N1 freeway in Fairlands in Randburg.
Kanti-ke phakathi kwa-1938 ama-seconds awu-15 kuyokuqala kona-ke u-1940 ila ngangihamba khona-ke umgwaqo ku-N1 freeway eFairlands eRandburg futhi kunokuthi ngehlisake ngesivinini.
Ka 1941 29 seconds, speed violation next to N1 freeway Broomhof Randburg.
At 1941 and 29 seconds, I violated the speed limit and I was driving near N1 freeway, Bromhof in Randburg.
Kanti-ke ngo-1941 ama-seconds awu-29 nalapho ngeqisa futhi-ke ngesivinini ngangihamba ngaso ngangihamba-ke kumgwaqo u-N1 freeway eBromhof eRandburg.
1942 55 seconds, speed violation near N1 freeway Bryanston Sandton.
On the 19th of June 2020, I proceeded violating the speed limit and it was at 19:42 and 55 seconds when I was driving at N1 freeway Bryanston in Sandton.
Kanti-ke isikhathi kwaku-1942 ama-seconds awu-55 umgwaqo ku-N1 eBryanston eSandton nalapho ngeqisa ngesivinini.
Apeka 1944 44 seconds, speed violation N1 freeway Mahalisek Sandton.
Once more at 1944 and 44 seconds, the speed was violated and I was driving on the N1 freeway Mahalisek in Sandton.
Kanti-ke ngo-1944 ama-seconds awu-44 nalapho ngeqisa-ke futhi ngesivinini ngangihamba-ke kumgwaqo iMahalisek eSandton.
Apeka lona tshachile ka 1945 41 seconds, speed violation near N1 freeway Brecknock AH Sandton.
Once more at 1945 and 41 seconds, I violated the speed as I was driving on the N1 freeway Brecknock AH in Sandton.
Phindile futhi-ke ngo-1945 ama-seconds awu-41 ngeqisa-ke futhi ngesivinini N1 freeway eBrecknock AH eSandton.
Jwala gape lona tshachile 1947 04 seconds, speed violation near N1 freeway Rivonia Sandton.
I proceeded, my lord, at 1947 to violate the speed and I was driving near the N1 freeway in Rivonia in Sandton.
Phindile futhi-ke ngeqisa-ke ngesivinini ngo-1947 ama-seconds awu-4 ngihamba-ke eRivonia eSandton.
Utwaka 1947 23 seconds, ufihla ka 1948 45 seconds, nexipela N1 freeway Woodmead Sandton.
Between 1947 and 23 seconds through to 1948 and 45 seconds, I was driving on the N1 freeway in Woodmead.
Futhi-ke phakathi kwa-1947 kuyokuqala 1948 45 seconds ngangihamba-ke umgwaqo N1 eWoodmead eSandton.
Just before you proceed, Sergeant Mukhani, according to the movement report from 1938, 19 hours 38, 23 up to 19 hours 47, 43 shows that you were driving in excess of the speed limit. Can you remember what the reason was?
Nke le re botse mo gobane e bontsha gore go tlogella ka 1938 and 23 seconds go fitlhella ka 1947 and 4 seconds ka na le tšatši le la di 19 tša June le na le be le kgwetša ka tsela e be e leng gore e be e fetisha tekano ya molao wa go kgweetša le ka gopola gore molato e be e leng goba go be go diragala eng
Ilo ba gore ge koloi e sebisitswe e phetse tsela e bulegile. Loto lo no namela accelerator ke sa tlhokomela.
when the vehicle is well serviced and the road is opened my foot just goes on without me recognizing or realizing that I am exceeding the speed limit my lord
Kuyenzeka-ke ukuthi uma imoto ikwisimo nje esikahleke umgwaqo nje hayi cha ukuthi nje uvulelekile ukuthi ungenza nje umathanda hayi nami-ke bese ngibeka-ke unyawo phansi.
What was the intended destination at that point?
botsebotse lena le be le ikemišeditše gore le ya kae
Re ya Phukeng.
we were going to Phukeng
Sasihamba-ke siya ePhukeng.
Yes, you proceed.
le ka tšwela pele
Advocate, ka go botša re feditše kae?
advocate can you please assist
Yes,
on where did
yeah,
we end
You were at 1948-45.
would need sentence.
Fine, okay. Ke a leboga.
Thank you
Umekwe speed violation gape mo 1945 41 seconds N1 freeway Breckenlock A8 something.
I proceeded violating the speed at 1948 and 59 seconds and we were at N1 freeway would meet in Sentin
59.
4859
Okay. Ngaye ke 1948-59 ala futhi ngathi sakhona-ke esivinini sasihamba kwakusewaterfall eMidrand.
Ke sepitše
Sorry, Woodmead.
ke sepitše ka go tloga 1947-23 speed violation 1947-43 Excel freeway Woodmead.
I proceeded on the freeway between 1947 and 43 seconds as I was driving in Woodmead through to 1948 and 45 seconds.
Qhubekekile-ke ngawo umgwaqo lona-ke 1947-43, 1948-45 sahamba ngawo umgwaqo lana-ke u-N1 freeway eWoodmead e17.
Umekana letšatši leo 1948 59 seconds speed violation N1 freeway waterfall 5 IR Midrand.
On the same day of the 19th of June 2020 at 1948 and 59 seconds, I proceeded violating the speed limit and I was driving at Onier N1 freeway Waterfall 5 IR in Midrand.
Kanti-ke ngo-1948-59 la reqisa khona-ke ngesivinini ngam-N1 freeway e-Waterfalls 5 IR eMidrand.
Umeke sepitše ka yona tsela eo ka from 1948 45 seconds 1948 59 seconds 1949 15 seconds and 1949 19 seconds speed violation ke sa le freeway waterfall 5 IR Midrand.
And I proceeded on the same road, N1 freeway in Waterval, 5 IR in Midrand, from 1948 and 49 and 45 seconds right through to 1949 and 15 seconds, my lord, proceeding to violate the speed limit.
Qhubekekile-ke ngawo lo mgwaqo lwana-ke ose-Waterfalls eMidrand kusuka ngayo 1948-45 seconds kwaze kwafika-ke u-1949 ngeqisiwe futhi-ke ngesivinini engangihamba ngaso.
Omega 1954 16 seconds speed violation of 1956 17 seconds Sechike Sepola Benskuman freeway country view and Benskuman freeway Braakfontein 399 Centurion.
And at 1954 and 16 seconds and 1956 and 17 seconds on the 19th of June 2020, I was now driving at Benskuman Freeway Country View and Benskuman Freeway Braakfontein 399 in Centurion.
Kanti-ke phakathi nga-1954 sema-second awu 16, 1956 ama-second awu 17 ngangihamba ngayo i-Benskuman freeway e-Country View eMidrand kanye futhi-ke ne-Benskuman Braakfontein 399 Centurion.
Utaona far away, 1957, 15 seconds, 1957, 30 seconds, 1957, 40 seconds, Sejgerila Wotsi, Vexiplaga, Danny Jobert, Freeway, Brackfontein 399, JR Centurion.
Now I was now driving on the proper speed limit from 1957 and 15 seconds, 1957 and 30 seconds, and 1957 and 40 seconds driving at Terry Jubet Freeway in Brackfontein 399 in Centurion, my lord.
Manje ke ngase ngihamba ke ngesivinini ekuyisona ke noma ekufanele ukuthi ngihamba ngaso phakathi kwa 1957 15, 1957 30, 1957 40 ngihamba ngawo manje umgwaqo iDani Ube Freeway eBrackfontein 399 Centurion, iDani Ube Freeway eBrackfontein eCenturion.
Apeka Lona Legislature 19th June 2020, ka 1958, 6 seconds, 1958, 9 seconds, Shechige Radilenyana, Vexepela Daniel Freeway, Zwart Pop Centurion.
On the same day of the 19th of June 2020 at 1958 and 6 seconds and 1958 and 9 seconds, I once more exceeded the speed limit as I was driving in Danny Jubert Freeway, Zwartkop in Centurion.
Futhi ke phakathi kwa 1958 06 seconds, 1958 ama-seconds awu-9 ngiphindile futhi ke ngehlisa ke ngesivinini engangihamba ngaso ngisahamba ngayo iDani Ube Freeway eZwartkop eCenturion.
Ape ka 200 hours, 22 seconds, saya ratile gape Vexepela Dani Jobert Freeway, Waterkloof 378 JR Centurion.
On the same day of the 19th of June 2020 at 8 p.m. and 22 seconds, I proceeded to exceed the speed limit as I was driving on Danny Jubet Freeway, Waterkloof 378 in Centurion.
Ngazo ke i-19th ka June 2020 selikumbene ke ihora lesishiyagalombili ngaphinda futhi ngeqisa ke isivinini ngisahamba ngayo iDani Ube Freeway eWaterkloof 378 eCenturion.
200 hours, 02, 45 seconds, speed violation gape near N1 Freeway, Erasmus Rand, Pretoria.
On the same 19th of June 2020 at 20 hours and 2 minutes and 45 seconds, I proceeded violating the speed as I was driving on the N1 freeway in Erasmus Rand. Is it Erasmus Rand in Pretoria?
Isimibili ke imizuzu lishayile ihora lesishiyagalombili ngeqisa futhi ke ngaso isivinini ngihamba ngawo umgwaqo ekuwuthela wayeka iErasmus Rand ePitori.
Gape kana letšatšileo ka 20:05, 18 seconds, saya ratile gape N1 Freeway, Linwood Manor, Pretoria.
On the same day, I proceeded violating the speed at 20 hours and 5 minutes and 18 seconds as I was driving on the N1 freeway, Linwood Manor in Pretoria.
Isimihlanu ke imizuzu ke eshayile ntambama ngiphindile futhi ke ngeqisa ke ngaso isivinini ngihamba ngawo umgwaqo ekuwuthela wayeka eLinwood Manor ePretoria.
Sergeant Mkhani, can you just place the time and the places where you're driving on record?
Bare ba khopela gore le bolele fela ka nako e be le kgwetsa ka yona.
Only if you stop or the engine was switched off that you can place on record.
Le tla bolela fela ge le ema le ge le gore koloi e be e tima mo e leng gore le be le tla bolela ka yona. I understand.
Uyacelwa ke usajeni ukuthi asho nje ukuthi isikhathi noma ke isikhathi yebo kanye nendawo la behamba khona kuphela uma imoto icishiwe ke noma la imikhona asengachaza ke.
Sauna letšatšileo gape 20:05 minutes 48 seconds, 20:06 seconds, 20:06 minutes 3 seconds, 20:06 minutes 28 seconds. Vexipelaka N1 freeway Kudus Port 456 JR Pretoria.
On the same day, my lord, of the 19th of June 2020 at 20 hours and 5 minutes and 48 seconds through to 20 hours 6 minutes and 28 seconds. I was driving on the N1 freeway in Kuduspoort in Pretoria.
Ukusuka ngaye ke u-20:05:48 kwaze kwaba ke u-20:06:28 ngangihamba ngawo ke umgwaqo ekuyi-Kuduspoort 456 ePitori.
Ka 20:07:42 seconds, ufika ka 20:08:8 seconds, Vexipula N1 Freeway Kilner Park, Pretoria.
Between 20:07 and 42 seconds and 20:08 and 8 seconds, I was driving on the N1 freeway in Kinla Park in Pretoria.
Kanti ke phakathi ko-20:07:42 20:08:08 ngangihamba ngawo ke umgwaqo okuyi-Kilner Park ePretoria.
Omega 20:08:23 seconds, 20:08:49 seconds, 20:08:59 seconds, 20:09:14 seconds, Vexipula N1 Freeway, Bergkane, Pretoria.
Between 20:08 and 23 seconds through to 20:09 and 14 seconds, I was driving on the N1 freeway on Bergtuns in Pretoria.
Kanti ke phakathi kwakhe u-20:08:23 kuze kuyofika ku-20:09:14 ngangihamba ngawo ke umgwaqo ku-freeway N1 freeway ekuyi-Bergtein ePretoria.
Actually, 20:09:30 seconds, 20:10:20 seconds, Vexipula N Freeway, Derdeport, 326 JR Pretoria.
Between 20:09 and 30 seconds and 20:10 and 20 seconds, I was driving on the N1 freeway in Derdeport 326 JR in Pretoria.
Phakathi kuka-20:09:30 2010 20 ngangihamba ngawo ke umgwaqo ke i-Derdeport 326 JR Pretoria.
Omega 20:11:25 seconds and 20:11:40 seconds, Vexipula N4 Freeway, Doornpoort, Pretoria, N4 Freeway West, Doornpoort, Pretoria.
At 20:11 and 20:11 and 40 seconds, I was driving on the N4 freeway west in Derdeport in Pretoria.
Anti ke phakathi kuka-2011 25 20 11:40 ngangihamba ngawo ke umgwaqo kuyi-N4 freeway eDoornpoort, Pretoria.
Omega 20:26 19 20 14 35 seconds, Vexipula Freeway, Doornpoort, 295 JR Pretoria, N4 Freeway.
Did you say 2026?
2024, I think 2014.
2014 35.
Yes.
All right. At 2014 and 25 and 35 seconds, I was driving on the N4 freeway in Doornpoort 295 in Pretoria.
Kanti ke ngaye 2014 30 seconds au 35 ngangihamba ngawo ke umgwaqo ku-N4 freeway eDoornpoort 295 JR Pretoria.
Omega 2015 21 seconds, Rahema, fihlela ke starta ka 2017 27 N4 Freeway, Doornpoort, 295 JR.
On the same day, my lord, at 2015 and 21 seconds, that's where I stopped the ignition up till I restarted the ignition at 2017 and 27 seconds on the N4 freeway in Doornpoort 295 in Pretoria.
Kwase kwathi ke ngo-2015 ama-seconds awu-21 ila ngema khona-ke lapho ngayishesha khona-ke kwase kuthi ke ngo-2017 27 ila phinda ngayijumisa khona-ke imoto kuyena u-N4 freeway eDoornpoort 295 Pretoria.
Do you remember what the reason was why you brought the car to a standstill?
Le sa gopola gore lebaka be ileng ela gore le time koloi?
Ee, ke a gopola.
Yes, I still remember.
Ngisakhumbula ukuthi kwakuyini imbangela yokuthi ke ngilisheke imoto.
Le ka re tlhalosetša.
Go na le engine e na le wimpy mo kgoso le after toll gate ya Dorenpoort.
There is an engine petrol station that has Wimpy next to Dorenpoort.
O me re fitlhile re ja dijo tse lo Sergeant Mabeno o di odile mo tseleng.
We went in and had food which was ordered by Sergeant Mabena whilst we were driving on the road.
Kuno engine ke lapho ke wayelo engine leyo eno wimpy ke la esa ngena khona ke siyodla ke ukudla ke lokho okwaku order uyena uSergeant Mabena ngathi sisahamba noma sisesemgwaqweni.
Araja re tsere take away ka roba odile pele ba
And
odile in advance.
we did not sit in, we took the takeaway as Sergeant Mabena had placed an order in advance, my lord.
Asidlelanga khona lapho ke safika njena sathatha ukudla ke ukuthi ke yena ke uMabena iorder wayeseyifakile.
And for whom were the takeaways?
Bel diretse mang di takeaway tšeo.
Bele ya ka le Sergeant Mabena le Ntanzi.
It was for myself, Sergeant Mabena, and Mr. Ntanzi.
Ukudla lokho ke kwakuokwami uSergeant Mabena kanye naye ke uNtanzi.
Yes, you may proceed.
O me ka lona le tšatši leo ka 25 seconds. Ta starta o sepela ka N4 on ramp west Dorenpoort Pretoria.
And on the same day after we had taken our takeaway at Wimpy, I proceeded driving at 20, 22 and 25 seconds going into the N4 on ramp west in Dorenpoort in Pretoria.
Ngalelo langa futhi ke langa 19 June 2020 isikhathi ke 2022 ama-second 25 la ngale khona ke kushayela sihamba ngaye ke u-N4 on ramp west eDorenpoort Pretoria.
Omega 2024 29 seconds. Besa aitla gape near on ramp west Dorenpoort ke me go join na tsela.
At 20, 24 and 29 seconds, the vehicle was idling as I was waiting to join the N4 on ramp west in Dorenpoort in Pretoria.
Kanti ke ngaye u-2024 ama-seconds awu-29 imoto yayisaduma ke ngokuthi ke ngangisalindeleke ukuthi ngiphumane noma ngihlangane nawo ke umgwaqo lowo oku-N4 on ramp eDorenpoort Pretoria.
Lola tšatši ka 29 seconds, 31 20 seconds still idling.
It was
ka 2029 29 seconds still idling, 2031 20 idling. Yeah, near Dr. Sonipul off ramp, Dorenpoort Pretoria.
at 20, 29 and 29 seconds on the same day of the 19th of June 2020, the vehicle was idling near Dr. Swanepoel off ramp in Dorenpoort in Pretoria.
Kanti ke ngaye u-2029 seconds imoto leyo yayisaduma ke kuwona ke umgwaqo ekuyi-Dr. Swanepoel off ramp eDorenpoort Pretoria.
Tswela pele gape ka 2026 20 ya sepela N4 on ramp west Dorenpoort Pretoria.
I proceeded driving at 20, 36 and 20 seconds on the N4 on ramp west in Dorenpoort in Pretoria.
Ngiqhubekekile ukuthi ngihambe noma ngishayeleke isikhathi ku-2036 ama-seconds awu-20 ngawo-ke umgwaqo lowo ekuyi-N4 on ramp west eDorenpoort Pretoria.
Kalona tšatši lo gape 20 37 42 seconds napele ke nametše N4 freeway Dorenpoort Pretoria.
And at 20, 38 and 42 seconds, I was driving on the N4 freeway Dorenpoort in Pretoria.
Kanti ke ngaye u-2037 ngangihamba ngayo umgwaqo ekuyi-N4 freeway eDorenpoort ePretoria.
ka 20:39 seconds, ka N4 freeway, feta on der Poort, Pretoria.
At 20:39 and 26 seconds, I was driving on the N4 freeway in Onderstepoort in Pretoria.
Kanti-ke isikhathi 20:39:28 ngangihamba ngawo-ke umgwaqo i-N4 freeway on the Steport, Pretoria.
What's that?
It's I just need to get some.
You need to get?
It's just requesting a comfort break.
Oh, I see. Under the put is where the the animal hospital is situated. So we adjourn for?
I just need to go and get something for the eyes, my lord, for this.
You don't understand?
Some hygiene, maybe at Clicks, man.
We may proceed.
So,
I'll interpret from English Zulu into Sepedi.
Oh, okay, fine.
It's not a problem until my colleague comes.
All
with
right,
that.
yeah, okay, you can go there.
Omer Jola Pele, 20 Salona Chatula 2026 19 42 07 seconds. Sipela N4 freeway Veldfontein 301 JR Acacia.
As we proceed on the 19th of June at 20:42 and 7 seconds, we were now driving on the N4 freeway in Vetfontein in Acacia. Masiqhubeka ngaso isikhathi u-20:42 no 7 seconds beba dlula N4 freeway Vetfontein Acacia.
And you were on the way to where?
Kana kwe we lebelele tseleng le ya kae?
Saya Phukeng gape.
We were still proceeding to Phukeng. Uthi benisendleleni niyaphi uthi besaya ePhukeng.
Ome kala Chatilo gape 2042 16 seconds. Satama N4 Veldfontein 301 JR Acacia.
On the same day at 20:42 and 16 seconds, we were still proceeding on the N4 freeway Vetfontein in Acacia. Ngalo lelo langa isikhathi mazithi 20:42 and 16 seconds benilibele ngiqhubeka, we were at N4 freeway Vetfontein Acacia.
2046 37 seconds, 2046 39 seconds, 2048 15 seconds, 2048 30 seconds, 2050 10 seconds. Where is N4 freeway, seat of Tshwane rural.
Between 20:46 and 37 seconds through to 20:50 and 10 seconds, we were now driving on the N4 highway in the city of Tshwane rural. Manje phakathi kwesikhathi u-2046 and 20:50 and 10 seconds bekulibele kushayelwa phakathi komgwaqo u-N4 highway kwi-city of Tshwane ezilalini.
Ka 2052 20 seconds, 2055 15 seconds, 2056 9 seconds, 2058 20 seconds, 2058 27 seconds, and 21:02:00 seconds. Late 21:06:09 seconds. Where is the plug N4 highway Madibeng rural.
Between 20:52 and 20 seconds, right through to 21 hours 6 minutes and 9 seconds, we were driving on the N4 highway Madibeng rural. Uthi ngaphakathi kwesikhathi u-2052 no 21:09 benilibele nishayela ntanzi uphakathi emotweni kumgwaqo u-N4 highway eMadibeng rural.
Omeka 21:09 41 seconds and 21:10 24 seconds. Where is the N4 highway Mampa Chrome Madibeng rural.
between 21:09 and 41 seconds and 21:10 and 24 seconds, we were driving on the N4 highway in Mamba Chrome, Madibeng Rural. Phakathi komgwaqo utwe u Madibeng, eMadibeng Rural, Gumamba Chrome, isikhathi bekade ku 21:09 no 21:10 and 24 seconds uma kusaqhutshekwa khona lapho.
21:10, 59 seconds, and 21:11, 21 seconds. Very similar. Rapper N4 Highway, Mamba Chrome, Madibeng Rural.
At 21:10 and 59 seconds, we were still on the N4 highway, Madibeng, Mamba Chrome in Madibeng Rural. Utingo 21:10 and 59 seconds, be Nisa Kubega Nugumkwako N4 highway, Mamba Chrome, Madibeng Rural.
Omega 21:16, 20 seconds. 21:18, 51 seconds. 21:19, 42 seconds. Very similar. N4 Highway, Rustenburg Platinum Mine, Rustenburg Rural.
Between 21 hours and 16 minutes and 20 seconds and 21 hours 19 minutes and 42 seconds, we were now on the N4 highway, Rustenburg Platinum Mine, Rustenburg Rural.
21:23, very similar, near high. 21:23, 46 seconds. Nespla N4 highway, Rustenburg Rural.
Phakathi komgwaqo u N4 highway laphayana eRustenburg Platinum khona nihambe kusukela ngesikhathi uma sithi 21:11 21 seconds ukuyofika ku 21:19 42 seconds, naqhubeka futhi ngo 21:23 nangena kumgwaqo u N4 highway eRustenburg Rural between 21 hours and 23 seconds, 23 minutes and 46 seconds. We were now on the N4 Rustenburg Rural, my lord.
Got 21:25, 46 seconds. We also somewhere near highway, Rustenburg Rural.
At 21:23 and 46 seconds, we were still on the N4 highway, Rustenburg Rural. Phakathi go 21 and 23 minutes and 46 seconds, uthi benisase emgaqweni ku N4 highway, Rustenburg.
Omega 21:27, 21 seconds, 25 seconds. Very similar, near Maruela Avenue, Protea Park, Rustenburg.
At 21 hours and 27 minutes and 25 seconds, we were driving near Maruala Avenue, Protea Park in Rustenburg. Phakathi kwesikhathi 21 minutes and 27 seconds and 21 minutes 21 hours 27 minutes and 25 seconds. Uthi benikade nihamba kumgwaqo uMaruela Avenue, Protea Park in Rustenburg.
Salona la Jajilo Rapeka 21:29:05 seconds. Dr. Moroka Street, Rustenburg, Rural, Rustenburg.
And on the same day of the 19th of June 2020 at 21:29 minutes and 5 seconds, we were driving at Dr. Moroka Street in Rustenburg Rural in Rustenburg. Uthi ngaleso sikhathi sika 21:29 minutes and 5 seconds besisenihamba kumgwaqo u Dr. Moroka Street eRustenburg.
Omega 21:29 50 seconds, 21:30 57 seconds, 21:32 5 seconds, 21:32 40 seconds, late 21:33 20 seconds. Very simple, N4 highway, Rustenburg Rural.
We were driving on the N4 highway in Rustenburg Rural between 21 hours 29 minutes and 50 seconds right through till 21 hours 33 minutes and 20 seconds, my lord. Uthi beniqhubeka nishayela kusukela esikhathini u21 hours 29 minutes and 50 seconds ukuyofika ku 21 hours 33 minutes and 20 seconds.
Omme, ka 21:35, 16 seconds. Resepela mo, 81.96 kilometers NW of Krugersdorp.
At 21 hours, 35 minutes and 16 seconds, we were driving at 81.96 kilometers NW of Krugersdorp. Uthi ke ngesikhathi uma sithi 21 hours, 35 minutes and 16 seconds, bese senihamba kwindlela ebizwe u-81.96 km NW of Krugersdorp.
You can deal with that route up to 21:42:55 all at once, since it's the same stretch of road.
Bare le ka bolela ka yona ka botlalo go tlogella mo we go fitlhella mo e fellang gona jwalo ka ga ile gore ke tulo ye kopaneng.
21:35, 16 seconds, 21:36, 21:35, 16 seconds, 21:36, 10 seconds, 21:39, 30 seconds, 21:39, 50 seconds, 21:41, 35 seconds, 21:41, 55 seconds, 21:42, 10 seconds, and 21:42, 25 seconds. Versipelaga NW of Krugersdorp.
Between 21 hours, 35 minutes and 16 seconds through to 21 hours, 42 minutes and 25 seconds, we were driving on NW of Krugersdorp. Uthi kusukela kwisikhathi u-21 hours, 35 minutes and 16 seconds kufikela ku-21 hours, 42 seconds, 42 minutes and 25 seconds benilibele nishayela ku-NW of Krugersdorp.
It's actually up to 21:42:55. Is that correct?
Okay, 21:42:55.
I confirm we were still driving on the same NW of Krugersdorp through to 21:42 of 55. Uthi ngempela uyavuma ukuthi nishayele kuleyo ndlela kufikela isikhathi uma sithi 21:42 of 55 seconds nilibele nilapho kumgwaqo i-NW ye Krugersdorp.
Omega 21:44, 15 seconds, near R565 Road, Rustenburg Rural.
And at 21:44 and 15 seconds, we were now driving near R565 Road in Rustenburg Rural. Ite iskatuma city 21 hours 44 minutes nama seconds I-15 bengade nishayela ku R565 ku mgwaqo uRustenburg.
Yes, and the next stretch of road up to the bottom of the page, and the next page up to the sixth entry from the top. It's the same stretch of road. You can just deal with them all at once.
Bare go tlogella mo re yang gona ga ni jwale nakong yela go fitlhelleng ka paging e latelang ke tsela ye tee go fitlhella mo e leng gore lena le ka tla la e bolela e tlhakane jwalo ka ga ile le tselang ye tee.
Sa lo letšatši le go tloga ka 21:46, 45 seconds go fihla ka 22:21, 25 seconds where sepela ka NW Krugersdorp Road.
Between 21:46 and 45 seconds through to 22:26 and 25 seconds, we were driving on NW of Krugersdorp. Uthi ke umshushisi hlanganisa ke indlela ngoba uma uzibiza kancane kancane kuyindlela eyodwa uyibiza ngemizuzwana yakhona ithatha isikhathi ihlanganise. Uthi kusukela ngo-21:46 na 45 seconds ukuyofika ku-22:21 and 25 seconds benilibele niqhubeka nishayela ku-NW of Krugersdorp.
Ka 22:26, 25 seconds where sepela ka Mopani Street, Freedom Park, Rustenburg go fihla re lo ema ka 22:33, 41 seconds near Baobab Street, Freedom Park, Rensburg Rural.
From 22 hours and 26 minutes and 25 seconds, we were driving on Mopani Street, Freedom Park at Rustenburg Rural, right through till we stopped the ignition at 22:33 and 41 seconds near Baobab Street, Freedom Park in Rustenburg Rural. Utige niye nashayela kumgwaqo Baobab Mopani Street Freedom Park Rustenburg isikhathi sona sasikade ku 22 hours 26 minutes and 25 seconds ukuyofika kuze kucinywa imoto uma sisenifika ku Baobab umgwaqo wakhona Freedom Park Rustenburg isikhathi sona beku 33 minutes after 10 ebusuku.
Do you remember why the engine had to be switched off?
Le sa gopola gore go baneng le ile la tima koloi?
Ke mo go dulago Sandile Ntanzi.
That is where Sandile Ntanzi was residing.
Yes.
Le ka tswela pele.
O meka ga ebe le re lo nyaka hudi. Le ra tsena o me ra secha kana go re tlokela di kolo tsa R5.
And that is where, as we wanted to go search for the hoodie, we went in, and that is where we found the bullets for the R5. Uthi-ke usakhumbula ukuthi imoto nayicimelane uthi kula uNtanzi ahlala khona futhi kula besihamba sithi siyofuna leya hoodie leyana kula ithema sisafunana nayo ihoodie leyo kula sathola inhlamvu ze R5.
But did you proceed straight to where the accused was staying, or what was the position?
Lilela ya mo molatofatšwa a be a dula gona go ba go diragetseng.
No, ka tšatšele go gopola re ile straight o mme Sergeant Bibi Mogola le Kadib Inda ba fitlhe police station ba gopela mapodisa a botla re ile straight.
On that day, when I recall very well, we proceeded straight, and Sergeant Bibi Mogola and Brigadier Gininda went to the police station and sought for backup from other police officers. However, we went straight. Utige niye nayenza njani niqhubeke naya la bekahlala khona uNtanzi noma niye nayenza njani uthi mina ngiyakhumbula siye mina ngiye ngaqhubeka ngaya khona lapho kodwa iphoyisa uBibi Mogola no Colonel Gininda baye baqhubeka baya epolice station bayocela usizo lwamanye amaphoyisa.
Yes.
Le ka tswela pele.
Ome re ile ra ba emela.
We waited for them. Uthi balinda ke balindela babanye amaphoyisa.
Me re ile ra drive agape just around 23. Ya really re fetša go secha mo and then ra police station ka re tloga ka 23:05.
And we proceeded searching, and after searching, that's when we drove to the police station, and the time was 23:05 and 55 seconds on the same day of the 19th of June 2020. Utige bona baye baqhubeka ke ba khuthuza laphayana endlini kuwe Ntanzi la ukuthi ngemva kwalokho baye baqhubeka baya esiphoyiseni isikhathi bese sesithi 23:05 and 55 seconds ngalo lelo langa le 19 zika June ku 2020.
Umme rile ra sepela gape ka strata de Baobab Street, Freedom Park ka 23:05:55 o fihlela ka 23:06 and then 23:06:55 ra tsena ka Mopani Street.
We proceeded driving on Baobab Street in Freedom Park in Rustenburg Rural at 23:05 through to 23:06 and 40 seconds, where we went into Mopani Street.
Gomme gape ka 23:08, 25 seconds, re sa sepela Mopani Street, Freedom Park.
And at 23:08, we were still driving on Mopani Street in Freedom Park.
From
23:05, 23:08, 25, sase sahamba khona ke Mopane.
from 23, I'm sorry, from 23:13 to 23:13:25 to the bottom of the page appears to be the same stretch of road. You can just deal with them all at once.
Le ka e tlhakang tšhaela ya go tloga go 23:13:25 go ya mo e leng gore re feletša gona.
Yes, 23:13:25, re sepela ka NW Kruger stop, go fihlela ka 23:26:52 seconds, e ke tima re tsena police station ya Pretoria.
Between 23:13 and 25 seconds, we were driving on NW of Krugersdorp through till 23 hours and 26 minutes and 52 seconds when I went into the police station yard and turned off the ignition, my lord, on the 19th of June 2020. Yes.
23, 26, ama second of 52, ngihamba ngawo ke loya mgwaqo loyana u-82, 24, okay, noma u-NW lase-Krugersdorp, ngaze ngayothisha-ke imoto khona laphayana e-Krugersdorp.
Gomerile ra mo processa ra bula case package di exhibits le re tsentšha 13, from there sepela le ena gape ra tla le ena Joburg.
We proceeded, my lord, and processed those exhibits and opened a case, placed them on the SAP 13, and we came back with the accused to Johannesburg.
La sesiqale khona-ke ukwenza khona-ke umsebenzi-ke la ekusetshenzwa lamaphepha noke-ke ama-documents, futhi-ke leyo mbukiso leyo-ke nayo-ke esase sibhala-ke futhi siyifaka kwi-SAP 13, sase sibuya naye-ke umsolo asiza eGoli.
Yes, if you can maybe just refer to exhibit PP1 and PP2.
Re le kaya go botlhatsi ba PP1 le PP2.
PP1 is the entry, occurrence book entry, and exhibit PP2 is the cell register.
PP1
already referred to.
PP1 ke mola mo e leng gore le be le ngwala gona go OB. And advocate, can you please pass it to me as I do not have it in my possession?
Yes, monthly serial number 294, Bongani Sandy Sontanzi.
Yes, it shows the monthly serial number, and the serial number was 294, Bongani Sandiso Ntanzi.
Ikhona-ke inamba elana-ke bathi-ke i-serial number eku-294 bhaliwe-ke Bongani Sandiso Ntanzi.
Iboncha mengwaga.
And it shows his age.
Bonisa-ke neminyaka yakhe, nomtshengisa-ke iminyaka yakhe.
Boncha gore ke monna.
He is a male. It shows his gender.
1906.
It shows the day and the month, which was the 19th of June.
Isentshenzisa-ke nosuku-ke noma-ke i-date ukuthi kwakuyi-19 zika-June.
Date of arrest 2245.
And the date of arrest, the date.
Date of arrest, time of arrest, sorry.
The time of arrest, my lord, not the date. The time was 22 hours 45 minutes.
Itshengisa-ke nesikhathi sokuboshwa kwakhe nesikhathi aboshwa ngaso-ke kwaku-22:45.
Eboncha offensive possession of unlicensed ammunition.
And the type of offense which he was arrested for was possession of unlicensed ammunition.
Nokuthi ke kwakuyini icala aliboshelwe ukuthi ukutholakala ke eneyinhlamvu engekho emthethweni.
Then eventual case number 118/06/2020.
And the case number it was 118/06/2020.
Isitshengisa ke nenamba ke yecala leyo eku 118/06/2020.
Ome eventually itokelo cha go swariwa.
And it shows as well his rights as he was arrested.
Bese kutshengisa ke namalungelo akhe nanjengomuntu owayeboshiwe.
Notice of rights number.
It shows as well the notice of rights number.
Kanye ke nenamba yawo ke ama notice awo ama right noma amalungelo.
S094.
The notice of rights number it's S094
7284.
7284, my lord.
Futhi ke leyo number leyo S0947284.
I just want to refer to exhibit LL.
Barba khopela go lefa botlhatsi bo ba LL.
Just identify that once again.
Nke le re botsa
It's
gore
already on
keng
record.
yona is tše e le gore e ile ya balwa e fela lena nke le re botsa gape gore keng.
Ke notice of rights in terms of the constitution.
It is a notice of rights in terms of the constitution.
Na le phepha ke nginikwa yo ke manje ilona ke leli ke elinamalungelo.
Bogodimo serial number is 09477284.
On top it reflects a serial number which reflected as 09477284.
Lapha yana phezulu ke kubhalwe ke le number ke abathi serial number mabeyibiza eku S0947284.
Ome engwe ke gore reason or you are detained for the following reason.
And it reflects that the person is being detained for the following reasons.
Tshengisa ke ukuthi umuntu uvalelwe ngenxa yalezathu esilandelayo.
Ome yangwala possession of unlicensed ammunition.
It reflects that the person was detained for the possession of unlicensed ammunition.
Nokuthi wayeboshelwe ke ukuthi etholakala nezinhlamvu ngokungekho emthethweni.
Ome enal ihlalusha ditokelo cha go swariwa.
And it explains all the rights as the person was arrested.
Bise ichaza ke onke amalungelo akhe ke nanjengomuntu oyeboshiwe.
Ome mofasi your certificate by detainee.
Underneath it says the certificate by the detainee.
Yes, you've already placed it on record.
Okay.
Bariewe bestele badile.
And what is the time of arrest?
Nako ebele nako ma.
2245. Date 22 of 6/19/2245.
It was on the date of the 19th of June 2020 at 22:45 p.m.
La ke kwakuyi 19th ka June 2020 isikhathi ke 22:45. Ntambama manje.
Ome engwe tse Phukeng.
It also
Place.
reflects that the place was where the document was completed was Phokeng.
Ibhaliwe ke nendawo lana ke iform lena ke eyabhalwa khona ke kwakusePhukeng.
Yangwala signature dash stamp print of detainee is Danzu signile.
It also shows that there is a place where a detainee is supposed to sign, and Ntanzi signed, my lord.
Yebe kunendawo ke lana ekufanele lona ke oboshiwe ke ukuthi asayinde khona ke uNtanzi ke wasayinda lapho.
Ome signature of a person who informed the detainee was signed.
And the signature of a person who informed the detainee, I myself signed.
Bese kuba indawo ke la umuntu lona owatshela ke lona oboshiwe ila kwasekusayinda mina khona ke.
As a court, please, my lord, it's almost time for the short adjournment. We've asked that the movement report ends at 23:26:52. We ask that the rest of the report be obtained. It has since been obtained. we'll just hand it up as part of Exhibit MM2, pages 44 up to 49. We can take the normal short agenda.
Okay, short agenda.
Exhibit MM2 stops at page 43.
Yeah.
So this just merely continues.
Okay,
from
fine, yeah.
there. Sergeant Mokhani, you've already referred to the entry, occurrence book entry from Pukem Police Station, which is Exhibit PP1. Can you just once again just put the relevant entry on record?
PP1 nke le re balle gape tše leng gore tsona di swanetše gore di balwe go molato o.
Yone bela ga tsela e.
It reads as follows.
Mo godimo e ngwetse day of week and date.
On top it's written day of week and date.
Phezulu ke kubhaliwe ukuthi iliphi usuku kanye ke futhi ne-date.
Ome e ngwetse Saturday 2020/06/20.
It reflects that it was on Saturday the 20th of June in the year 2020.
Kubhaliwe ukuthi kwakungumgqibelo i-20 zika June ngo-2020.
Ome OB number 713.
And the OB number was 713.
Kanye ke nenamba ke yale ncwadi ebizwa ngokuthi OB 713.
Nako 00.40.
And the time reflected there, it's 12 p.m. and 40 minutes.
Isikhathi ke u-00:40.
12 a.m.
Yona e ngwetse or suspect detained.
And it is written as follows.
Detective Sergeant Mokhani of National Cold Case Investigation detained cell number 2946/2020 Bongani Sandison Tanzi on Puken case 118/6/2020, possession of live ammunition, notice of rights as per SAP 14 number S094724, read and explained to the accused and understood, and detained with no injuries. Correctly detained by me, Gisainile, Sergeant Mokhani.
Ifundeka ngalendlela ke ukuthi ke umsolwa ke uvalelwe uDetective Sergeant Mokhane we-National Cold Case Investigation umvaleleke kwi-cell 2940620 ubongani Sandiso Ntanzi ngecala ke lasePhuken u-1180620 ukutholakala ke eneyinhlamvu futhi ke namalungelo akhe ke nanjengokwe SAP S14A inamba u-SO947284 uwafundelwe futhi wawachazelwa ke yena umsolwa wawezwa futhi wase uma evalelwa ke engalimele futhi evalelwe kahle yimina ngase ngiyasayinda ke yena uSergeant.
Thank you. In the next entry.
Ya ulatela.
Okay, Yawatela serial number 714, OB number.
The next entry, the OB number is 714.
Elandela yo ke inamba ye-OB u-714.
Nako yona iri 00.45.
And the time was 00.45.
Isikhathi ke u-00.45.
And it reads as follows.
Prisoner transferred to Primrose SAPS. Detective Sergeant Mokhane took cell 294/06/020 Bongani Sandison Tanzi as per Puken 118/06/20, possession of live ammunition with no visible injuries, correctly received
and received by myself and signed.
Lana ke kuyachazwa ke ukuthi isibotsha sadlulisela ke kumaphoyisa ke noma police station yase Primrose uDetective Sergeant Mokhane wathatha ke ucell 29406 ka20 ubongani Sandiso Ntanzi kwicala ke lasePhuken eli-1180620 kutholakala ke nezinhlamvu futhi ke akukho kulimala ngamanxeba abonakalayo wathola ke kahle noma kwisimo esikahle yimina ngasayinda.
Can you then go back to Exhibit MM in brackets 2, page 44?
MM, page 44.
Are you able to reflect, to show that activity on this page,
le a kgona go bontšha ntho
on the
ela
movement report?
mo e leng gore le be le set la gona.
Ya bontsha.
Yes, it is able to reflect, my lord.
lokhu ke ngicela ukufunda manje ke lana ku MM2 kuyabonakala ke noma kuyavela ke
Yes, on which page?
Mo page yefi.
Page 44.
It is on page 44.
page 44
Yes.
Dating which 20 June 2020.
The date was the 20th of June 2020.
nokuthi ke idate ke kwakungeyi-20 zika June 2020
Koloi sa le yona Toyota Fortuner.
The vehicle was still a Toyota Fortuner
imoto kwakuseyiyona i-Toyota Fortuner
Registration FV47LRGP.
with the registration FV47LRGP
nokuthi ke ne-registration kusewu-FV47LRGP
SAP number by which a booby number mo ke BTL709 bra BB.
and the SAP number, which is reflected as the booby number, it's BTL719B.
futhi ke i-SAP number ababizwa ngokuthi i-booby number ileyana-ke elaphaya ku-BTL 719B
Gomme letšatši le nako le bala ka tsela 2026 of 2000 0002 39 seconds.
And the date and time is reflected as follows: 2020 0620, and the time is 002 minutes and 39 seconds.
ilanga-ke kwakuke
Re sa le ka mogare ga police station ya Phukeng e re start up.
And at that time, we were still at the Phukeng police station, and it reflects that it started up.
ilanga-ke kwakusenayo i-20 zaJune 2020 or 000239 sisekhona-ke eMpukeni police station ithi-ke dumisa imoto
Gomme e go tlogela ka 00 ka 2026 2000 0740 seconds. E re GPS unlocked go fihla ka 2026 20 0308 4 seconds ignition off.
And from 0007 and 40 seconds on the 20th of June 2020, it shows that GPS was unlocked until 0308, where the ignition went off. 08.
iyachaza-ke laphayana ukusukela ngalesi sikhathi esichaziwe lona i-page edlulile kuzofika lamana ku-0308 yilapho-na-ke imoto icishwa khona.
If the GPS is unlocked, do you know what that means?
Le a tseba gore ge e re GPS unlocked, e ra gore
I can say
I do not know.
ukuthi mabhalwe lokhu-ke ukuthi-ke i-GPS-ke ukuthi-ke sivulweke noma-ke i-unlock angazi ukuthi kusho ukuthini lokhu.
More or less, what time did you depart from Phukeng police station?
Motlhomong le sepetse ka nako mang go tloga police station ya Phukeng?
e ke lebeletse e re tloga mo re tswile ka di 2026 20 e re thoma go driver nearly 2026 23 29 55 seconds.
When I look, it was at 3:29 3 a.m. 29 minutes and 55 seconds.
29:55.
Uma ngibheka-ke isikhathi esasuka ngaso ePhukeng isikhathi-ke kwaku 3:29 intathakusa-ke ama-seconds awu-55 uma siphuma khona-ke ePhukeng.
Yes.
Re sepetse until re fitla Benfell June Street, Pretoria.
We drove until we arrived at Benfelion Street in Pretoria.
Sihambe saze sayofika ke. Sorry.
Sorry. Remember from Phuking, according to the OB entry, you proceeded to Primrose.
Yes.
Go tloga Phokeng go ya ka dipampiri tsela tša OB le ile Primrose.
Gomme ke tsela be re šomiša go boela morago.
Yes, that is the route we were using to go back.
Yes.
Indlela lena ke indlela ke ukhuluma ngase Primrose indlela esasiyisebenzisa ke ukubuyela emuva.
Yes, just place that route on record.
Nke le re tlhalošetše ka tsela yewe.
All right, ke thome mo 2026 620 320. Yes, we start up Northwest Krugersdorp.
May I start on the time 03:20 and 11 seconds when I ignited the vehicle where we were at NW of Krugersdorp, my lord.
Just for record purposes, which page are you?
The page mark?
45.
45.
03:20 11 seconds. Okay. Angqale lana ke u-03:20 umsebenzi lana engidumisa khona ke imoto ithi ke mabhalo lapha yana Krugersdorp.
Umera sepela rafita Benfell June Street, Pretoria North.
We proceeded and passed Benfelion Street in Pretoria North.
Saqhubeka ke sandlula yona ke i-Benfelion Street ePretoria North.
Yes, but I think if you can just indicate more or less what time did you arrive at Primrose Police Station?
Nke le re tlhalošetše gore police stationeng ya Primrose le fitlhile nako mang?
Re fitlhile ka 4:30 re kitima koloi 4:30 28 seconds ka di 20 of 6 2020.
On which page is that?
Page 46.
On page 46, we arrived at 4:30 a.m. and 26 seconds. When I switched off the ignition, that is when we arrived at Primrose Police Station.
Uma sifika ke ePrimrose kwakungo 4:30 ndethakusa ke amaseconds awu 26 ila engacisha khona imoto.
And just read the location on record.
Nke le re balle gore ke eng tulo yewe.
In which near Poppy Road, Primrose Jimiston.
It is reflected as near Poppy Road in Primrose Jimiston.
Kubhalwe lana ke ukuthi eduze ke nomgwaqo iPoppy Primrose eJimiston.
Is there a relevant entry?
You
can refer to exhibit QQ.
Mo OB ya lena le ka ya go botlhatsi bola ba QQ.
Yeah.
Yes, there is.
Yes.
Ume OB number ya Primrose 1871.
And the OB number of Primrose is 1871.
In number ke OB yase Primrose 1871.
Nako 4:30.
And the time that reflects there it's 04:30.
Isikhathi ke lapho u4:30.
Yona bala ka tsela ye.
And it reads as follows.
Prisoner received. Warrant officer Mukwena received 1 unit as for Bongani Ntanzi SAP 14 136 06 2020 on Phuking case 118 of 6 2020 SAP 14A S0947284 from Sergeant Mohani from National Investigation Unit Pretoria.
Lana ke ubhalwe ukuthi ke umsolwa ke wamukelwa uwarrant officer Mukwena wamukela ke oyedwa nathi uBongani Ntanzi SAP 14-136-06 2020 kwicala ke lasePhukeng elu-118-06 2020 SAP 14A number SO947284 kuyena emamukela kuyena uSergeant Mohane we-National Investigation Pretoria.
The court, please, my lord. We're done with the re-examination. Looks like my learned friend wants to address the court.
Yes.
Just a point of clarification, not an objection per se. The witness said in his testimony that they were at Pukeng, where they went to register the case relating to the finding of the ammunition in possession of accused number
Yes,
2. Yes. Then from Pukeng, they drove to Primrose, where we hear now when he's saying that the accused was booked accordingly to the book in the early hours of the morning. But what I did not get well in his testimony is what route did they use on their way to, from
Primrose.
Pukeng to Primrose. I just want to align my notes with his testimony. Madam.
Yeah, you're correct.
Thank you, Madam.
As a court, please, my lord, if you are able to clarify that.
ba re nke le tlhaloshe ba le kwele gore le be le Phokeng mo e leng gore le ile la bula molato e fela gore le fitlhile jwang Primrose ga se le tlhaloshe gore le sepetse ka ditsela tse di feng ba gopela gore le di tlhaloshe ditsela tsewe ba tle ba kgone gore le bone ba ngwale ga botse.
Uthi ke ummeli acelayo ka ukuthi khona nje aphikisana nako ukuthi uzwile ufakazi ethi ke usuke khona ke ePhukeng kodwa ukuthi kuyofika ke khona ePrimrose ukuthi umzila awusebenzisa noma umgwaqo ahamba ngawo lokho akakuzwanga becela nje ukuthi ke azokhona ukuthi abhale kahle ama notes akhe.
Thoma mo
Page, you can refer to the relevant page.
I will start on page 45, my lord.
Ngizoqala ke lokho ku page 45.
Moyering Thoma Moyering startup 2026 200309
where it's
I realize that the witness, when it's been requested to specifically indicate or to indicate the route that they take, it goes back into the document that is before him. And my understanding of it is that is not how a witness is supposed to be testifying. A witness is supposed to testify independently from his own recollection. He can simply say, from our way to Pukeng, as I remember well, this is the road that we took. We took this road and this road and this road up to Primrose, if my memory serves me well. That will be the witness saying it. And then this document will come and say, basically, this is what is supposed to be happening. I mean, this is exactly the same route that this witness says they used. But for him to read from the document and say, according to this document, this is the route that we took from Pukeng on our way back to Primrose, it's irregular, my lord, because then that defeats the purpose of an independent recollection of the route that they took on that day, and that is how a witness is supposed to be testifying. Because when he reads from this document, remember, my lord, this document still has got to be authenticated. We don't know who wrote this document. We understand that it's a computer downloaded document, but who downloaded it, we don't know. So basically, this document is not a testimony of this witness. When he reads from this document, it is no longer his testimony. It is what is written in this document, my lord. But a witness, the approach that a witness is supposed to embark upon when he testifies, he must try the best of his ability to testify independently from his own recollection. And I've been observing this witness. All his testimony regarding his movement and everything has been based on this document. And what is key is that he has been saying, according to this document, according to this document.
No, let's be fair to the witness. This is a detailed travelogue of the distance.
Yes, my lord.
Show me a witness in this world who can say, we waited at Dan Foster Street, RQ, on the on-ramp, waiting for the traffic to pass, and after 3 seconds, we traversed the street, then went to Danforee Street. Then after 5 seconds, we again stopped and I infracted the speed limit, just like that. As I understand it, this evidence, he is narrating it from this document because he is the one who drove this vehicle.
The challenge that I have with that,
just listen to me.
Yes.
He is the one who drove this vehicle. As he was maneuvering it, this vehicle,
yes,
the computer,
yes,
in the vehicle
Yes, my lord.
was annotating the route he was taking, the seconds he was taking. So I don't see there's anything wrong with that. And it's important because in this case, there is evidence that some people were taken wherever and assaulted, and
Yes.
what have you.
Yes,
Now this witness
Yes.
is correct to read about the time interludes, which you can't recall without having access to this document. You can't. Try it, you can't. So to be fair to this witness, let him relate the way this document is annotated by the computer. Then you can cross-examine him. But to say he must do it from his graphic understanding of this information, which is here. Just look at it. You can see that.
That is
This
not-
court can rule that
Yes,
for
ma'am.
convenience sake,
Yes, my lord.
he should continue as he is.
Yes.
Because of the voluminous
Let me clarify.
evidence.
Let me clarify my point, my lord. I was not actually saying that this witness must remember each and every graphic detail of the route that they take, including the time and seconds and demiseconds, as to what actually happened at this particular second. I was just saying, my lord, at the level of generality, or in a holistic approach, you can simply say from our road on our route from Moroka, we took N1. From N1, we drove up until Pretoria. From Pretoria, we off-ramped into N4. From N4, we took the Bakwena Platinum Highway up until Pukeng. It will be irrational of me, of any of the counsel here, to expect that this witness should graphically remember that at 22:08 on that day in the evening, that is what was happening. Which is the reason why I'm standing up and saying, from his own recollection, he can simply say to this court, on our way back from Pukeng to Primrose, this is the road that we took. Not necessarily him having to refer graphically into each and every detail
I
of
see.
what is contained.
And
in
what
this
happens to the information contained from page 1 to page 46, is it?
Yes, madam.
What
Let
happens
me-
to this information?
let
Is it
me explain
admitted?
that, madam. Yes.
This is the problem about splitting hairs. If this information is admitted,
Yes,
and the only thing in issue
Yes.
is whether this information is correctly annotated, that's a different point. But everything here is being disputed. I mean, all of this is disputed. All of this is disputed. That's why this witness has to go through this exercise. And then when you cross-examine, you can say, at 7:20 and 3 seconds, you said you moved from Waterval in Midrand,
Yes, madam.
and you connected Onderstepoort.
Yes.
How did you go there? Fine, that's okay.
Just a quick one on that one, madam. I think, as I was following this testimony well, it has never been Mr. Ntandi's testimony on behalf of accused number 2.
No, he has
and I'm
never
not
done
pleading
Mr.
his
Ntandi.
case, madam. I'm not
Mr.
pleading
Ntandi
his-
is not there, don't involve him.
Yes.
He is not traveling with this witness, as I understand the evidence.
Yes,
He's
madam.
being assaulted somewhere.
Yes, madam.
Yeah.
May I just complete what
Okay.
I'm saying, madam? Yes. When they were driving from Moroka, I think as I followed the evidence,
Yeah.
it is not disputed that from Moroka, they went to Pukeng,
Right?
where they went to search for the hoodie, and Ntanzi was there.
No, the
And
evidence, as I understand it,
Yes.
Mr. Ntanzi says they went to Pukeng because he thought they were releasing him. I listened to the evidence. He's not traveling. He's thinking they are releasing him.
Yes, but he is with.
Yes, sir.
The thought of being released, my lord, is not when he was taken to Pukeng for the hood.
Just when he was taken
It
away.
was after the verification of the whereabouts of the accused from Carltonville, where Kininda and the
Yes,
rest
yes,
of them.
yes, yeah, you're right, you're
That's
right.
when he decided, he thought they are releasing.
Yeah, fine. And
Yes.
that he's not being released. He's been taken to Pukeng.
That is so, my lord.
Okay,
But
fine.
basically what I'm saying, my lord, is that it appeared to me that it is not in dispute that at one moment on the 19th, Ntanzi, in the company of the investigating team, drove to Pukeng with a view to go and search for further evidence in the name of a hoodie. Fortunately, when they searched there, then they found other evidence that then incriminated him in respect of unrelated offenses, my lord. So what I'm saying is, it is really not an expectation from the defense that his testimony should testify about the seconds, about exactly the corners that they took when on their way to Pukeng and on their way from Pukeng to Primrose. All that I was saying is that this witness, out of his own recollection, can simply tell this court that as we drove from Pukeng on our way back to Primrose, this is the road that we took. It's not necessary for him to say at 1 o'clock in the morning, this is what we did. At 3 o'clock in the morning, the car was involved in a high rev. At 2:20 in the morning, we oversped and all those things. It's just a summary of
I
what.
agree with you. Common sense would dictate that this evidence should be led the way you are.
Yes.
But you must recall that it was put to this witness that he was actually torturing, in a sense, Mr. Ntanzi,
Yes,
by keeping him awake for 15 hours or 14 hours. You recall that?
as it please the
Right.
court. Madam. No, thank you. I
Are you with
understand.
me?
Yes.
So
thank
it's
you.
important that he must testify as to the expiration of the time, as to what was he doing.
As
Now
in-
he's saying, hey, I was at John Foster in Centurion. Da-da-da, da-da-da.
As it please the court. Madam.
Okay.
Thank you, madam.
All right, Mr. Baloyi, what's your view?
As a court, please, my lord. We've been through a day of testimony and there was no objection. Witness has been testifying, saying, I was the driver of this vehicle, and basically confirming what stands in this movement report as the route that he took, just much more in detail. That is the first thing. Then the second point is, counsel says it's not in dispute that accused number 2 was taken from Pukeng to Primrose, and if that is not in dispute, I don't see what's the point of the route that they traveled. But now, when the witness tries to testify as to the route that they took, now there's also an objection. I don't know
It's a
whether.
clarification. Mr. Nisi
Yes.
is not objecting. He wants a clarification.
Yes, on the route. Now, he wants this witness out of his memory to testify about the route that they took 3 years ago, my lord. I don't know if the witness, but we can find out from the witness if he can.
No. Let's keep the record as it is.
As a court.
Because as I digest the evidence, it was put to him that you actually said it's 12 and a half hours, right?
Nka re le nna le rile ke
When
di
you were in the
iri tše ka
company of Mr. Ntanzi.
di iri tše e leng gore di ka ba lesomepedi le karolo ya ura mo e leng gore le be le na le Mr. Ntanzi.
Kind of more or less.
More
you-
or less.
Yeah, you said that.
Yeah.
But it was insinuating that you did that in order to tire and make Mr. Ntanzi a soft target to be persuaded to make a confession.
Mo e
You
leng gore
deprived him sleep. Mr. Shololo put it like that. He only slept for 2.5 hours. And it was all deliberate in order that you must gain advantage over his resistance in not making a confession.
mo e leng
That's how I
gore
understood the evidence. Anyway.
Mem Shololo go ya ka yena o be a re Ntanzi le a mo lapisha ge ntse le mo sepediša kana mogola gore le tlo kgona go humana botlhatsi bola bo e leng gore o be a bolela gore yena o re go diragetšeng ka gore Mem Shololo feletše a rile o robetše fela iri tše pedi ke ka mo e leng gore le feletše le gore le boletše le nako yeo.
That's why it's important for this court to actually appreciate and know what the expiration of time was expended on. I don't know. But if you read from this, if this is correct, one can start appreciating, for instance, that when you went to Boksburg, somebody forgot his memory stick and what have you, and you have to drive back to Soweto. Is that not so?
gape ge e le gore lena le bala ditokomane tše ke mo e leng gore motho o swanetše yena a kgone go kwešiša gore motho oke o sepetše a be a ya kae ga a fitlha Boksburg ke mo e leng gore ba ile ba gopola gore motho o šile memory stick ya gage ke mo e leng gore le ile la boela morago a go jwalo.
My lord.
That is correct, my
And
lord.
you also stopped at an engine filling station, Takeaway, Kentucky, you recall? If you don't mention all those things, we don't know how the time was spent by you, because there wouldn't be evidence to appreciate that at some stage you stopped to buy food.
Gape le ge lena le ile la tlhaloša le ile la re le eme engine kae lena le reka wimpy goba le tšea takeaway ela ya wimpy go be go ka se kwešišege gore botsebotse batho ba kgale ba ema ba dira eng lena šimo le kgonne go tlhaloša ka lebaka la gore pampiri ga e tlhaloše yona.
My lord.
So I
That is how so.
suggest, let's continue in the same manner in which we were, unless persons want to say we admit that evidence, then that's different. Okay, right,
As a court
continue.
pleases, you can continue from where you left off.
bjale re tlo tšwela pele go tlogelela mo be le le gona
You're on page 45.
le be le le mo go page 45.
Right, it's a Tomamoka 2026 23:08 4 seconds.
I will start on the 20th of June 2020 at 03 hours 8 minutes and 4 seconds.
Ele off me kalona chachelo gape ka 0309 for the 2 seconds ka starta koloi.
And on the same day at 0309 and 42 seconds, I ignited the vehicle.
And just for record purposes, where are you at this point?
Ka nako eo le be le le kae?
Versale ka mogara police station.
We were still in the police station.
Yes, which police station?
Police station, yes.
Booking police station.
The Phokeng police station.
Yes.
The previous slide. No, page 45. 2 slides before that.
Is that now the trip from Phokeng to Primrose? Hello,
Yes, my lord.
Mr. Baloi.
Yes.
Ke go tloga Phokeng go ya Primrose ingere.
Yes, good.
Confirmed as well, my lord.
Okay.
Ome GPS and Lord Salwanamo area.
And it showed GPS unlocked at the same area.
Then ka lona chatleo 031457 seconds ignition off.
And on
Just
the
a
same
minute,
day.
sorry. Just,
No, you can proceed. You can proceed, sir.
Okay. On that same day, my lord, at 03:14 and 40 seconds,
Right, GPS unlocked. Isali northwest Krugersdorp Road.
and the GPS was unlocked whilst we were still on northwest of Krugersdorp.
Yes, beqale lana ke 03 0942 ilapho nake imoto idumisa khona bese kuthi 03 14 40 kusese northwest ke lapha khona ke ukuthi iGPS i-unlocked.
Omega 031457 seconds. Yatima gape.
And at
0314.
At 03:14 and 57 seconds, that is when the ignition was turned off once more.
and
Bese kuthi go 0314 ama seconds of 57 ilapho nake iphinde icishwa khona imoto.
and where were you at that stage?
Le be le le kae ka nako eo?
Nana versala mara police station.
I believe we were still inside the police station.
Sasengaphakathi ke yona i-police station.
Omega 031458 seconds. Ka starta gape.
And at 03:14 and 58 seconds, I ignited the vehicle once more.
Bese kuthi ngo 0314 ama seconds of 58 ingayidumisa futhi imoto.
3:15, 25 seconds, kay tima gape.
And at 3:15 and 25 seconds, I switched off the ignition.
Bese kuthi ngo-3:15 ama-seconds awu-25 ngayicisha futhi imoto.
And then 3:20, 11, ka starta gape.
And at 3:20 and 11 seconds, I ignited the vehicle.
Bese kuthi ngo-3:20 ama-seconds awu-11 ngayidumisa futhi.
Umera sipila ka yona tsela e re di GPS unlocked.
And we drove on that road. It shows that the GPS was unlocked.
Saqhubeka-ke ngalowo mgwaqo loyo-ke ila itshengisa khona-ke ukuthi-ke i-GPS ayikhiyiwe.
Yeah, Northwest Krugersdorp.
It was unlocked at Northwest Krugersdorp.
Bekukhona-ke e-Northwest eKrugersdorp.
Ratla gape ya sipila ratla ka Benvillion Street, Pretoria North.
We drove through to Benvillion in Pretoria North.
Saqhubeka-ke sihamba nge-Benvillion Street ePretoria North.
Ufitla ka 3:35 Salwana Benvillion Street risafita.
Until at 3:35 and 30 seconds, we were still in Benvillion passing through.
Kwase kwashaya-ke u-3:35 ama-seconds awu-30 sese-Benvillion-ke sidlula.
3:36, 35 near Rachel de Beer Street, Pretoria North.
And at 3:36 and 35 seconds, we were near Rachel de Beer Street in Pretoria North.
Bese kuthi ngo-3:36 ama-seconds awu-35 seduze-ke kwe-Rachel de Beer ePretoria North.
3:38, 10 seconds, ufitla 3:39, 35 seconds, very some seplaka M1 Road North Pretoria, Pretoria North, M1 Road Pretoria North.
Between 3:38 and 3:39 and 35 seconds to 3:44, we were driving at M1 Road, Pretoria North.
Ukusuka-ke ngayo u-3:38 10 shaya-ke u-3:38 sasahamba ngayo umgwaqo okuwu-M1 Road ePretoria North.
Ume 3:44, 3:44, 35 seconds, ufitla ka 3:44, 45 seconds, Paul Kruger Street, Pretoria Central.
Between 3:44 and 35 seconds and 3:44 and 45 seconds, we were driving on Paul Kruger Street in Pretoria Central.
Kathi-ke u-3:45 35 seconds, 3:44, 35 seconds, 3:44, 45 seconds sasihamba ngayo umgwaqo i-Paul Kruger la phakathi nedolobha ePitori.
03:46, 15 seconds, Yoruspala Madiba Street, Pretoria Central, Pretoria.
At 03 and 45 minutes, 15 seconds, we were driving in Madiba Street, Pretoria Central.
Ngayo-ke u-3:46 ama-seconds awu-50 sasihamba ngayo-ke iMadiba Street. iMadiba Street-ke ile elaphambi kwenkantolo.
Umeka 3:47, 50 seconds, Supplant near Nelson Mandela Drive, Arcadia, Pretoria.
And at 3:46 and 50, 3:47 and 50 seconds, we were driving near Madiba Street in Pretoria Central. Nelson Mandela Street in Arcadia.
Umeka tloka 3:50, 35 seconds, ufitla ka 3:52, 16 seconds, Yoruspala Nelson Mandela Drive, Groenkloof 3:58 or 3:50 JR Pretoria.
From 3:50 and 35 seconds through till 3:52 and 16 seconds, we were driving on Nelson Mandela Drive, Groenkloof 358 in Pretoria.
Masipala lana-ke ku-3:47 ama-seconds awu-50 nasihamba-ke ngayo i-Nelson Mandela Drive ese-Arcadia khona la ePitori kwase kuthi-ke ukusuka ku-350 ama-seconds awu-35 kuyofika-ke ku-352 ama-seconds awu-16 ngihamba ngayo-ke i-Nelson Mandela Drive eGroenkloof ePretoria.
Salagapegari 2020 of 620, 352 for the 5 seconds. Nelson Mandela Drive, Groenkloof 358 Pretoria.
Still on the 20th of June 2020 at 3:52 and 45 seconds, we were still driving on Nelson Mandela Drive in Groenkloof.
Bese kuthi-ke ngaye u-352 ama-seconds awu-45 ngangishayela-ke kumgwaqo ekuyi-Nelson Mandela Drive eGroenkloof ePretoria.
Omega 356, 14 seconds. Ufika 357, 6 seconds. Weerspelaka Albertina Sisulu Freeway, Piri, or Agaboli Nor Van Rijn, Piri, Van Rijnveld, Centurion.
Between 3:56 and 14 seconds and 3:57 and 6 seconds, we were driving in Pierre van Rijn in Van Rijnveld, thank you my lord, in Centurion.
Phakathi-ke ko-356 14 no-357 6 sasihamba ngayo umgwaqo ekuyi-Albertina Sisulu Pierre van Rijnveld eCenturion.
Alatalagapeka 357 for 9 seconds. Seplaka Albertina Sisulu Freeway, Doornkloof 391 JR Centurion.
And at 3 hours and 57 minutes and 49 seconds, we were driving on Albertina Sisulu Freeway in Centurion.
Bese kuthi ngo-357 49 sasihamba ngawo umgwaqo i-Albertina Sisulu Freeway eDoornkloof 391 Centurion.
Omega 359, 59 seconds. Ofitlaka 0401 seconds. Ofitlaka Albertina Sisulu Freeway, seat of Tshwane Rural.
Between 3 hours and 59 minutes and 59 seconds through to 4 hours and 1 minute and 35 seconds, we were driving on Albertina Sisulu Freeway in the city of Tshwane.
Bese kuthi-ke ngayo u-359 kuyoshaya-ke ngo-401 35 seconds sasihamba ngawo kumgwaqo i-Albertina Sisulu city of Tshwane rural.
Omega Talagaper 405 10 seconds. Respelaka Albertina Sisulu Freeway, Captain Park, NEU Tembisa.
And at 4:05 and 10 seconds, we were driving on Albertina Sisulu Freeway in Captain Park.
Bese kuthi ngo-405 ama-seconds awu-10 sasihamba ngayo-ke Albertina Sisulu eCampton Park esithi Tembisa.
Omega 407 15 seconds. Ofitlaka 0408 40 seconds. Albertina Sisulu Freeway, Glen Mares, Captain Park.
Between 4:07 and 15 seconds through to 4:08 and 40 seconds, we were driving on Albertina Sisulu Freeway, Glen Marais in Captain Park.
Bese kuthi-ke ngayo 407 ama-seconds awu-15 kuze kuyoshaya-ke u-408 ama-seconds awu-40 sasihamba ngawo umgwaqo i-Albertina Sisulu eGlen Marais Campton Park.
Yarka 0410 55 seconds. The Suplagapeka Albertina Sisulu Freeway, Pomona Estates, AH Captain Park.
And at 4:10 55 seconds, we drove on Albertina Sisulu Freeway in Pomona Captain Park, my lord.
Bese kuthi ngo-410 ama-seconds awu-55 sihamba ngayo-ke Albertina ePomona Campton Park.
Otogamo 4:11 50 seconds. Atlas Road Airport area, Captain Park.
And at 4:11 and 50 seconds, we were driving on Atlas Road Airport in Captain Park.
Bese kuthi ngo-411 ama-seconds awu-50 sasihamba ngawo-ke umgwaqo i-Atlas Road Airport eCampton Park.
Ka 4:12 30 seconds. ufitla ka 4:12:55 seconds, Reciprocal Albertina Sisulu Freeway, Airport Area, Captain Park.
Between 4:12 and 30 seconds and 4:12 and 55 seconds, we were driving on Albertina Sisulu Freeway, Airport Avenue in Captain Park.
Bese kuthi ke ngama mizuzu ewu-12 emuva ko-4 seconds awu-30 no-12 minutes emva ko-4 55 seconds asihamba ngayo i-Albertina Sisulu umgwaqo airport eCampton Park.
Apega 04:13:55 seconds, Albertina Sisulu Freeway, Rhodes Captain Park.
And at 4:13 and 55 seconds, we were driving at Albertina Sisulu Rhodesfield in Captain Park, my lord.
Bese kuthi ke ngo-4:13 ama-seconds awu-55 sasihamba ngayo-ke umgwaqo i-Albertina Sisulu e-Rhodesfield khona eCampton Park.
Yeah, Tlagapa 4:14:35 seconds, driver OR Tambo Airport Road, Airport Area, Captain Park.
And at 4:14 and 35 seconds, we were still driving at OR Tambo Airport Road and Airport Avenue in Captain Park.
Bese kuthi ngo-4:13:55 sasihamba ngawo-ke umgwaqo-ke wase-OR Tambo Airport khona eCampton Park.
4:15:05, ufitla 4:20 seconds, Rufita drop zone road, Airport Area, Captain Park.
Between 4:15:05 a.m. to 4:20:20, we were driving at Drop Zone Road in Airport Avenue, Captain Park.
Ukusuka-ke khona lana-ke ku-4:15-ke kuze kuyoshaya-ke u-4:20 sasihamba-ke la kubhalwe khona-ke ukuthi indawo-ke yokudiliza-ke noma yokuthula i-drop off zone road airport area eCampton Park.
Ka 4:20:55, Reciprocal Albertina Sisulu Freeway, Rhodes Captain Park.
And at 4:20:55, we were driving on Albertina Sisulu Road in Captain Park.
Bese kuthi-ke ngo-4:20:55 sesihamba-ke kona-ke umgwaqo i-Albertina Sisulu Rhodesfield eCampton Park.
04:21:40 seconds, Albertina Sisulu Freeway, Isando, Captain Park.
At 04:21 and 40 seconds, we were driving on Albertina Sisulu Freeway in Isando, Captain Park.
Bese kuthi-ke ngo-4:21 ama-seconds awu-40 sasihamba kona-ke umgwaqo i-Albertina Sisulu Isando, Campton Park.
Ka 4:24:00 seconds, near Albertina Sisulu Freeway, Meadowdale, Jimiston.
On the same day at 4:24:00 seconds, we were driving at Albertina Sisulu Freeway, Meadowdale in Germiston.
Bese kuthi ngo-4:24 ama-seconds-ke awekho sasihamba-ke kumgwaqo i-Albertina Sisulu eMeadowdale eGermiston.
Umerape ka 4:24:35 seconds, Rufita Van Riebeck Road, Meadowdale, Jimiston.
At 4:24 and 35 seconds, we were passing Van Riebeck Road in Meadowdale, Germiston.
Bese kuthi-ke ngo-4:24 ama-seconds awu-35 sasidlula-ke kumgwaqo-ke i-Van Riebeck eMeadowdale eGermiston.
Saragape 04:25:35 seconds, near Edenvale Road, Rietfontein 63, Jimiston.
On the same time of 4:25 and 35 seconds, we were passing Edenvale Road in Rietfontein in Germiston.
Bese kuthi-ke ngayo-ke ku-4:25 ama-seconds awu-35 sasidlula khona-ke kumgwaqo i-Edenvale eRietfontein eGermiston.
Ape ka 4:26:00 seconds, North Reef Road, Rietfontein 63, Jimiston.
Again at 4:26 and 00 seconds, we were passing North Reef Road in Rietfontein in Germiston.
Bese kuthi-ke ngo-4:26 ama-seconds-ke awekho sasindlula-ke umgwaqo i-North Reef eRietfontein eGermiston.
Ume go ka 4:26:55 seconds, ufitla ka 4:28:06 seconds, Versapela AG Divet Drive, Bedford View, Jimiston.
Between 4:26 and 55 seconds through to 4:28 and 6 seconds, we were passing AG Divet Drive in Bedford View, Jimiston, my lord.
Bese kuthi ke phakathi ko 4:26:55 no 4:28 ama-seconds awu-6 ke sasindlula ke umgwaqo kuyi AG Devet Rietfontein eGermiston.
4:29:50 seconds, Versapela Rietfontein Road, Primrose, Jimiston.
And at 4:29 and 50 seconds, we were passing Reed Fountain Road in Primrose, Jimiston.
Bese kuthi ke ngo 4:29:50 sasindlula ke umgwaqo iRietfontein Primrose in Germiston.
4:30:10 seconds, ke fihla Primrose Police Station.
Now at 4:30 and 10 seconds, that is where I arrived at Primrose Police Station.
Bese kuthi ke ngo 4:30 ama-seconds ke awu-10 ila engifika khona ke e-police station yase Primrose.
Which is reflected as Poppy Road.
Ibhalwe laphayana ke nanjengomgwaqo iPoppy.
4:30:28 seconds, Katima Koloi Police Station, Apuya, Primrose.
And at 4:30 and 28 seconds, that's where I switched off the ignition at the Primrose Police Station, man.
Bese kuthi ke ngo 4:30 ama-seconds awu-28 ila engicisha khona ke manje ke injini yemoto khona ke e-police station yase Primrose.
Thank you. For already placed occurrence book entry number 1871 of exhibit QQ
Lebe-
at 4:30.
Lebeletse le boletse ka botlhatse ba QQ gore ka 4:30 go diragetseng eng kere.
Ke nnete?
That is correct, so.
Bese ngishilo ukuthi ngo 4:30 kwenzekani mase ngifunda yona ke the entry 1871.
And what time did you then leave the Primrose Police Station?
Le sepetse nako mang go tloga police stationeng ya Primrose?
Ego bola botse ke sepetse ka start ke tloile mo ka 4:42:40 seconds.
My memory serves me well. It shows that I ignited the vehicle and left at 4:42 and 40 seconds.
Uma ngikhumbula kahle noma ke lana ke ngibheka lana ke ukuthi ke uma sengihamba ke ngiphuma khona lapho e-police station yase Primrose isikhathi sibhalwe lana ke u-4:42 nama-seconds awu-40 la engidumisa khona imoto 40.
Now, Sergeant Mukhani, having read the contents of Exhibit MM in brackets 2 in the record, what is your recollection regarding the route that you traveled on that particular day, the 19th up to the 20th? In other words, does this accord with your recollection of the routes that you travel or not?
Biale Sergeant Mokhane ka moraga gore le setse le badile botlhatse bo ba MM dilo tse di ngwetsweng mo di dumellana go ba di sepedišana le tsela ye leng gore lena le sepetse go ba aua. It does go together with the route that we traveled.
Sekufundile ke lokhu obhalwe phansi ke lana ke kuyahambelana ke noma ke kuyavumelana ke nawo ke umzila ke noma umgwaqo engahamba ngawo noma engawulandela ke ngalelo langa lelo phakathi ke kwazo i19 kanye nazo i20 zika June 2020.
As a God, please, that is all, my lord.
What's your time there, man?
It's 20:1.
Okay. Is that the evidence you wanted to lead?
Yes, yes, indeed, my lord.
Any cross-examination, Mr. Ngomezulu?
I do have questions for the witness.
Yes.
I would like to place this on record, my lord. That,
Yes.
The AVL bearing the dates of the 22nd of June 2020.
Sorry, the AVL records
Bearing the dates of the 22nd
of
June 2020.
June 2020, right?
Was not discovered to the defense on the reasons that the said motor vehicle, which the witnesses just testified about, was not used on that particular day, as per the state. And the 22nd, sorry, my lord, the 24th of June 2020. It has also been said by the state that the said motor vehicle was not used on the particular day as well.
Okay.
And further, my lord, the documents relating to MM2, page 44 to 49, has just been discovered now.
49, 42 to 49.
44 to 49, page 44.
Oh, sorry. Page 44
to page
49
has just been discovered during tea break, my lord. And the defense will request to stand it down so that we can consult with Mr. Ntanzi.
Yeah.
And my lord, I'm in a position to cross-examine the witness, starting from the evidence where the witness indicated that they left Foslora's court to Moroka police station, which I can do it after lunch.
No, look, if you need time, your client is entitled to sufficient time, I said.
Yes.
Yeah, nobody's going to rush you. But before I deal with that, Mr. Baloi, why is I understand Mr. Mgomezulu says you gave him a verbal reason that on the 2 dates, you say it's on the 22nd and on the 24th, and the 26th.
On the 24th, my lord.
22nd and the 24th, where are the records of this vehicle? Because he says you say it wasn't used, but you haven't given him proof that it wasn't used.
As a court, please, my lord, maybe we can formally put it on record through the witness.
We don't have documentary evidence to that effect.
My lord, we did explain to the witness that on the 5th of June, as well as the 24th of June, a different vehicle was used. There's no...
Wait. Yeah, let's take it through. On the 5th of June.
Yes, 5th of June, when the pointings out of accused number 1 were conducted.
But this witness was not the driver.
Well, he was the driver.
Wait.
Yes.
Is he the one who actually took the gentleman to the pointing out, as you say?
Yes, to
he was the driver?
Yes.
Of which vehicle?
But a different vehicle was used, Madam.
Yeah, but you have the registration number.
Yes.
So why don't you discover that?
Yes.
The records.
Yes.
And then on the 22nd, which vehicle was used?
24th. On the 24th. On the 24th, a different vehicle was used.
Was he the driver?
On the 24th, yes, my lord.
Why? You have to discover that evidence also.
As a court, please.
And then on the 22nd?
Well, on the 22nd, my lord, nothing turns on that as far as we...
No. As long as he was a driver on that day.
But I understood my learned friend that he made a mistake. He meant to refer to the 24th, not the 22nd.
24th?
No. I'm referring to the 22nd, when he was taken to court.
That's it?
Yes.
Okay.
So which vehicle was he driving?
As a court, please.
Yeah, you have to discover all that evidence.
We will do that.
Okay. And then you can continue with putting whatever you want to put, and then we can postpone for those documents to be discovered properly to all the councils. And then Mr. Mgomezulu can prepare his cross-examination starting from tomorrow. Okay.
As a court, please.
Mr. Ntanzi, okwenzekayo ke lana ukuthi ummeli wakho bekuyisikhathi sakhe ke manje ukuthi ke abuze ufakazi imibuzo kodwa ke akushoyo ukuthi ke ukuthi imininingwane yange-22 kanye nazo ke i-24 ayikho ke la phambi kwakhe ukuthi ke angalungiselela ke ukuthi aqale ukubuza ufakazi leyo mibuzo leyo nokuthi futhi ke kunalo umboniso noba umbukiso lona ke onikeziwe lana noma ke exhibit eku MM2 eku page 44 kuyofica ke ku page 49 uthi ke lokho uqeda ukunikezwa manje ke ngesikhathi setiye uyena ke umshushisi okuzokuthi ke adingeke isikhathi sokuthi ahlale phansi akhulumisane nawe ngalokho bese kuyachaza ke lana ke umshushisi ukuthi ke ngey5 kanye ke nange 20 two lezo ke yebo ufakazi uyena owayeshayela imoto kodwa ke kwasetshenziswa imoto engasiyona le ekhulunywa ngayo manje ekuyiyona iToyota Fortuner kodwa ke umahluleli uthi ke cha naleyo mininingwane ke noma kwakuyenye imoto engasiyona lena ke kuyadingeka ke ukuthi anikeze ummeli wakho le lawo maphepha lawo ke ukuze azoyilungiselela kakhulumisane nawe aqhubekeke ngokuthi ambuze imibuzo ufakazi kuzokwenzeka ke lokho
motšhotšhisi o re o feditše go le botšiša dipotšišo e fela ntate Mngomezulu yena ge a swanetše a le botšiša dipotšišo o re go na le bohlatsi bo bongwe bo e leng gore ga bogo go dipampiri tše khitše e leng gore lena le fetša go di bala go na le bohlatsi ba matšatši a mangwe a e leng gore ba re koloi be le sa tlholo le berekiša ye ya FV ye bentše re bolela ka yona jwatše kgoro e re ditokomane tšeue tša koloi yeue jwalo ka ga e le gore ke lena ba be le kgwetša koloi yeue bohlatsi boue bo a tlhokagala gore le moleledi wa ga ntate Ntanzi a tle a kgone gore a le botšiše dipotšišo gape ba re bona ba ka tla ba newa nako ya gore ditokomane tšeue di humanege gore le bona ba tle ba kgone go itukišetša gore lena ba tlilo le tlhoma ka dipotšišo tša wona matšatši aue a e leng gore ga di go mamotlha.
Okay, then we are adjourning now then.
My Lord, just, I don't want to bother the court, but I'd like to remind the witness because
The dockets.
the dockets, my Lord.
The dockets, sir.
Delaying the issue of dockets.
Didokete tšela ba re lena e ka re le tšea nako le goga maoto ka tšona.
My Lord, docket ya Nongoma, ki mo matsogong a Brigadier Kininda. Ke moritse no re ba le busy o tla tlhaloša gore wa itšea nako.
My Lord,
ya
regarding-
Fosloras since ya for decision le yona
You said the director of public prosecutions.
E sa le go ba swereng batšhotšhisi.
yeah.
Correct, my lord. And the Nongoma case, it's still with Brigadier Kininda, whom will come and explain why the delay. And that one of Fosloras, it's still at the Director of Public Prosecution.
Ummeli ke useyacela ke ukuthi ke kade ufakazi ekhunjuzwa ke ngawo ke amadokodo la ayeceliwe uthi lona ke elele cala la kwa Nongoma lona ke lisezandleni zakhe uBrigadier Kininda uyena ke ozochaza kule nkantolo ukuthi kwenzeka kanjani ke ukuthi ke abe uthatha isikhathi ke kodwa leli lona ke lase Fosloras lisaphethwe yilabo abengamele abeshushisi.
Okay, please. Impress on General Gininda that that information is required for the defense of accused number 1 and 2.
Ba re le ba rate molaleng le ba dule molaleng le ba botša gore docket ewe e a tlhokega ka molato wola wa molatofatšo wa mathomo le bobedi.
Yamcela ke inkantolo ukuthi amkhumbuzeke uGininda ukuthi lelo dokodo lolo liyadingeka ke la inkantolo.
Okay.
I will pass the message to him, my lord.
Mr. Mnisi, do you know how to travel from Phokeng to Primrose? On that note, we shall adjourn.
For my learned friend starts with cross-examination. Yesterday we handed up part of exhibit MM2, pages 44 onwards.
Yeah.
It was mentioned that it's not very legible. We printed it on an A3 size paper. I've given copies to my learned friend. We just beg.
So it's page 44?
Yeah, on the A3, the pages are more.
Yeah, visible.
It's page 44 up to 54.
Up to 54?
Yes.
So that's still part of MM2?
Yes, madam.
All right.
It just basically continues. MM2 goes up to 43.
Right.
So this page proceeds from page 44, just as
I hear you. So MM2 goes up to page 43 and thereafter it becomes illegible.
Yes.
And then we have rectified that by having page 44 to 54.
Yes.
Right? Okay, and what else?
That's all.
Yeah, but yesterday there was this one. Remember about pages 20, the dates?
The dates, yes.
The 22nd, is it? The 24th. Mr. Mangosulu said the 22nd and the 24th. And you said that on those days, this particular vehicle, which was used by Sergeant Mohani, was not used. You remember saying it?
Indeed, my lord. If we turn to page 43,
Page 43, right?
yes, of exhibit MM2,
Yeah.
and I did show this to my learned friends yesterday.
So, wait, yes. Page 43, MM2, what is the date?
The 22nd of June 2020.
22nd of June 2020, right?
Yes, it shows that the ignition was off, the car was parked.
So the car was parked.
Yes.
Yeah, but what's important for this court? It's this sergeant drives substitution of the car which was parked in order to transport alleged accused number 2 to wherever. Or it never happened.
Yes, indeed. Possibly he used the late Sergeant Mabena's car.
I don't know, possibly.
Yes.
Did that happen?
We're just trying to establish that, my lord, but he definitely did not use the.
Yeah, fine. But look, for me, it's on the 22nd.
Yeah.
Now this vehicle, which it calls, it's FV.
47 LRGP.
It's FVL 47
LRGP.
LRGP, right?
Yes.
That is the white Toyota Fortune. You're saying on the 22nd it was not used.
Yes, and we see that on page 43 of exhibit MM2.
Right. Now, what I'm trying to find out, the sergeant here on the 22nd of June, was he on duty?
Yes, my lord, and also on the following days, the 5th, the 22nd, the 20 and the 24th.
So the 5th he was on duty, right?
Yes.
The 22nd he was on duty.
Yes.
The 24th he was on duty.
Yes.
Now, which vehicle did he use for those 3 days?
He used a different vehicle, my lord, and we just trying to get the logs book for that vehicle.
Yeah, but
yes,
for this exercise, that vehicle or vehicles which he used on the 5th, 22 and 24, are they fitted with the same AVL?
No, it does. From the information that we received, it appears that they were not fitted with
They are not fitted with the same device.
Yes, but I don't want to put it stronger than that, my lord, until we get that information.
So what information do you want? Logbooks?
Yes, the logbooks.
For the 5th, 22 and 24?
Yes.
Where are those logbooks?
The IO is currently looking into that.
So have you advised your colleagues here about that fact?
Yes. When we adjourned yesterday, I did bring that to their attention.
So what's going to happen? Because are you going to proceed even before they are located, these logbooks?
Yes, I've been informed by my learned friend that he's going to proceed with the events of the 18th today.
The 18th?
18th, 19th, and 20th.
And 20th?
Yes.
And the cross-examination of the 5th, 22, and 24 will stand down because Sergeant Mahano still has to give evidence regarding those issues.
Yes, my lord.
Mr. Ngomezulu, is that the arrangement?
That's correct, my lord. I concur.
Mr. Mnesi?
That's the arrangement.
Mamano?
I confirm the arrangements.
Mr. Msholono?
I confirm, my lord.
Okay, so what is happening now? The cross-examination of this witness?
Yes.
By Mr. Ngomezulu?
Indeed.
Okay, fine. Yeah. The procedure still under oath, then, sir.
Sergeant Vosmuze le sale ka fase ga kano ya go bolela nnete ngere. That is correct and confirmed.
Thank you, my lord. Mr. Mohano, do you remember the time when I asked you, after you verified the status or the whereabouts of accused number 2 at his workplace, then Brigadier Kininda and Sergeant Mukula left and you also decided to take the other way?
Le sa gopola ga ne ba le botsisha ka gore molatofatšwa o be a le kae gape ge ne le mola mošomong le fetša go bolela gore Brigadier Keninda le Sergeant Mabena ba ile ba sepela le lena la tšea tsela ye nngwe.
Yes, I still remember.
Ngabe yakhumbula yini ngikubuza ke mayelana nenkathi niya emsebenzini niyobheka ke umsolwa khona la esebenza khona usuthi ke ubrigadier Gininda wahamba ke kanye naye umukhula base wase nawe uthatha isinqumo ke sokuthi nawe awuhambe yebo ngiyakhumbula.
Yes, you further confirmed that you actually took a trip to Albertine. You actually drove to Albertine. You remember that?
Le a gopola gore lena le rile lile la reila la ya Albertine. I do not recall on where did I say we went to, but I recall saying we proceeded and did other duties.
Angisakhumbula ukuthi saya kuphike nendawo kodwa ake ngikhumbula ngikusho ukuthi senza eminye imisebenzi.
Yes. For the purpose of furthering your investigations.
Gore le tsweletse pele dinyakiso tsa lena. Correct.
Ngenhloso yokuqhubeka ke nophenyo.
Let's get into exhibit MM.
Ba re le go botlhatse ba MM2.
MM2, so.
MM ya bobedi.
Page 26.
Mo go page 26.
Do you have that?
Le fixe le mowe. Which date are we referring to?
The 18th.
Baria di 18.
18th. That's correct, page 26.
Yes, I am on page 26, my lord.
Let's look at the time specified there. It's 8:19, which is 19 past 8.
Ba re lebelle nako e leng metsotso e lesomesenyane ka moraga iri ya seswai kana mo page 26. Did you say 8:19?
Yeah, 19 minutes past 8. Do you see that?
Yes.
Yes, I can see that.
Ngiyabona ke la ngikhomba khona ke ukuthi ngezo i18 ku page 26 wakhe uMM2 sikhathi ke imizuzu o19 imvako 8.
Can you please state the location?
Le ka tlhalosetsa gore e be e le mo kae?
Near Benfield June Street, Pretoria North, SAPS.
That is near Belfeld Street, Pretoria North, Pretoria SAPS.
Pake lapha indawo ke ukuthi eduze neBenfield Istrada Pretoria North, Pretoria.
So is it correct that you start up the motor vehicle at that time?
Ke nnete gore ka nako e welile la dumisha koloi. That is correct.
Kuyiqiniso ukuthi la enhlala khona ke ukudumisa imoto.
24 minutes past 8, you started driving the motor vehicle, is that correct?
Metsotso e masome a mabedi le bone ka moraga iri ya seswai le la thoma go kgwetsa. That is correct.
Bese kuthi ke metsotso 24 emuva ko 80 ke ila enhlala khona ke ukuthi imoto ihambe.
It doesn't show the speed in which you were traveling at and the kilometers. Do you agree?
Ga e bontshe le gore lena le be le kgwetsa ka speed se se jwang le di kilometers tsa gona ngira. That is correct.
Ayitshengisi ke isivinini engangihamba ngaso kanye nama kilometers engangihamba ngawo,
including the odometer. Do you agree?
Including the
odometer.
Le di odometer gore koloi yona e be sepetse bokae. That is correct, I confirm.
Nokuthi ke I odometer bithi nokuthi ke ukutshengisa ukuthi imoto ibise ihambe kangakanani.
29 minutes past 8, it reflects excess idle.
Ka metsotso e masomepedi senyane ka moraga iri ya seswai e bontsha gore koloi be e duma.
Do you agree?
Le a dumela?
net.
Correct, I do agree.
Angibuza khona-ke iyangitshengisa ukuthi imoto ibiduma.
What is the meaning of excess idling?
Go ra goreng ge ba ngwetse excess idling? It means the vehicle it's stopped and it is still ignited.
Lana-ke uma kubhalwe excess idle isho ukuthi-ke imoto imile ayihambi kodwa-ke iyaduma.
All right. Before we proceed, this Toyota Fortuner, does it consume diesel or petrol?
Ka pela ga gore re tswele pele Toyota Fortuner yona e berekisa eng, petrol go ba diesel?
Diesel.
It uses diesel.
Le Toyota Fortuner esikhuluma ngayo-ke isebenza noma isebenzisa udiesel.
Do you know if it's got a table?
Le a tseba gore ena le
Table charge.
table. Yes, it does have table.
Yebo futhi inayo itebo.
Do you know the reason why I'm asking that question?
Le a tseba lebaka la gore go baneng a butšhebutšheo.
If it has a table charge.
Butšho ye ya gore koloi ela be ena le table.
It's a good place, my lord, but how will the witness know that? If it can just be put to the witness what the reason is.
My lord, it's not an unfair question. For your benefit, let me just benefit you. A motor vehicle with a turbo charger, immediately when you stop, you don't switch off the engine. It must run, the oil must go down back to the sump.
Bona ba re koloi ye na le table. Ge o ema yona ga o timi koloi yona e swanetse tswelle pele gore oile e fast.
Let's proceed.
No, I want an answer to this.
Sorry. Oh, sorry.
You know, you're the expert. He doesn't.
No, my lord,
respond.
I'm not an expert.
Well, you told us that.
I grew up driving trucks.
Mr. Ngomala, did you know that? See, maybe Mr. Mnisi may know. That's when you're driving a turbocharger and it just stops. You don't switch off the engine. The oil must go down.
I did not know that, my lord.
Ukuthi-ke uma ushayela imoto ene-turbo charge ukuthi-ke uma umile-ke ayitimi-ke iyona-ke ngoba kufanele u-oyila wehle bengingakwazi-ke lokho.
Yes. Let's proceed. May I proceed, madam?
Yes, yes.
8:34.
Page 34.
8:34.
Oh, sorry,
Time.
8:34.
Metsotso e masometharo-nne ka moraga iri ya seswai.
Do you see that?
Yes, I am there.
Yes. The car is driving.
Koloi e a sepela moo.
Yebo usho-ke lapho namabhali ukuthi ngo-8:34 imoto iyahamba.
Yes, I can see that.
Yabona lokho.
Yes. It reflects the kilometer and the order 00. Do you agree?
E bontsha di-kilometer le order e re 00. Yes, I confirm.
Nokuthi iyatshengisa-ke ukuthi ama-kilometers u-00.
And if I take you back to 8:24, where it says the car was driving and reflected kilometer 0 and order 0, that means the car was in motion. Do you agree?
Ba re ge re boela morago mola go metsotso e masomepedi-nne ka moraga iri ya seswai
e bontsha le gona di-kilometer le odo e bontsha 00 go raya gore koloi e be e sepela le moo.
Yes, it was driving.
Mothi ngibuyisela ngasemuva-ke la kubhalwe khona-ke ukilometer no-order ku-00 ku-8:24 yebo ngiyavuma ukuthi bekusho lokho ukuthi imoto yayihamba.
But you can't explain why in it says excess idle at 8:29 immediately after you pulled off. You can't explain that.
As a court, please, my lord, I think it's important that. As a court, please, I think it's important that the question be put in its proper context so that the witness can understand it. The car was idling for 2 seconds, my lord. I think it needs to be put to him that the car was in motion. Was in motion for 2 seconds.
Now, may I just clarify this aspect? 8:24 the car was driving, and it reflected 0 on kilometers and 0 on order. That means if the motor vehicle was driving, it should have registered that it was moving. 8:29, it reflects excess idling. May I just put it this way? What do you understand by excess idling? If the motor vehicle is driving.
Excess idling.
Now I can navigate motegi. He start aki chwaka police station ya Pretoria North. Isipela ganyani, pala le stop sign ya ai kama le jamari ko ready afeta. Apile ke driver ganyani e ka se bonchi speed e ka atso sepele speed se sinchi.
According to me, as I was driving the vehicle, my lord, when I leave the Pretoria police station, I drive a short distance and then there is a stop sign. That's where the motor vehicle stops and it idles as I wait for other cars to pass. And then I drive as well. The vehicle is still not showing the speed as I am not in an excessive speed. Therefore,
No.
that's why it doesn't.
I understand a bit of mechanics. When the car is in motion,
That's correct.
I mean, the odometer says 1, 2,
Yes.
3, etc.
That's correct.
Now, if you're moving 2 seconds, like the learned colleague says, it may not have traversed the odometer from 1 to 2. So for the ordinary guy who's not initiated, the car has not moved. Like he's saying,
Yes, madam.
it has moved.
It has moved.
The calibration is
Yes.
the one that is not recorded.
That's correct.
That's how I understand it.
That's correct. That's how I also
okay.
understand it.
All right.
That's why.
Engachaza-ke la ukuthi njengoba ungibuza ukuthi kungani ngingabhalanga ngoba ngiphume e-police station. Uma ngifika e-police station ibanga nje encane ngihambile kwase kuba nomstop-ke yila ebhala khona-ke ukuthi iya-idle ukuthi iyaduma-ke imoto ngilindele ezinye iy'moto ukuthi zindlule ngiphinde futhi ngihambe uma sengihamba manje angithi angihambi uma ngisuka nje ngisuka ngesivinini yingakho-ke kungenalutho noma kusabhalwe yena-ke leya 00 khona lapho.
Yes, to clarify that aspect that the court has assisted on. When you started moving, driving, it was 8:24. And when it reflected 8:34, that was 10 minutes in the process of driving, in between.
Selo se seng se botlhokwa se leng gore kgoro e fetsa go se tlhaloša ke gore koloi ge e sepela le ge e ka sepela bonnyane bo bokae eupša e a tloga go noto e ye mohlomong go tee goba go nomoro ya bobedi goba ya boraro mo e leng gore e swanetše e bontšhe fela motho wa sa tsebeng yena a ka tla re koloi eoe ga e bontšhe ka lebaka la gore e sa sepele ka lebelo le lentši. I am listening, man.
Thank you.
Ngilaleleke uma usho kanjalo noma ukuthi umbuzo uthi beku 8:24 lapho nake isho ukuthi kuyaduma kuya-idle manje uma usuhamba-ke iyofika ku-8:34 okusho ukuthi imizuzu-ke leyo eyishumi ohambe ngayo.
On the same day, 8:57, do you see that the car is still driving in Pretoria? Do you agree?
Ka lona letšatši leuwe ge re ya fase go 8:57
Yes.
le a bona gore koloi e santse e kgwetša mo Pretoria. Yes, I can see that.
Ngiyabona-ke ukuthi ngo-8:57 imoto isahamba-ke khona ePretoria.
Then, at the same time, that's when there was a speed violation at Van Skuman up to M1 freeway halfway gardens, Midrand.
Ka yona nako e ke mo e leng gore le ile la feta lebelo le swanetšeng la tsela mo e leng gore lebele le mo Van Skuman freeway le ya go N1. That is correct.
Nokuthi-ke ngo-8:57 ilapho-ke kakhona-ke ispeed khona eVan Skuman.
You passed Sentin, you passed Johannesburg, you passed Selby Crown in M1.
Le fetile Sentene la feta Gaute Johannesburg la feta gape le Selby mo M1. That is correct.
ukuthi ke sandlula SLB sandlula eSentin Johannesburg M1 iqiniso.
You passed Omonde, Johannesburg South. You passed Mondio, Deep Kloof, Devland. Is that so?
La feta Omonde, la feta Deep Kloof, la feta Devland. Udwalo? That is correct.
Sandlula ke kwezindawo oyibalayo amaDevland omonde eDeep Kloof.
From page 26 to page 29, it actually deals with,
I won't go that much far. It deals with the trip or the reflection of the
movement to Carltonville.
Bara go tloga go page 26 go isha go page 29 ba re ba ka se tsene botebong ba yona eupia e bontsha gore lena le togile kae la bela yo fitla Carltonville 29. That is correct.
Nokuthi ke ukusuka kuyena upage 26 yofika ke kuyena upage 29 ukuthi ke umela ngeke angeneke lapho ukuthi leyo ukhuluma ke ngendlela ke yahanjwa yofika eCarltonville.
From M1, that's when you join N12, proceeding to El Dorado Estate.
Go tloga go M1 lena le la tsena go N12 le ya El Dorado Estate. Which page is that?
After page 29.
Barakamaraga page 29
to see, all right, let's just go straight to 924, 934. 934.
Yeah, 934.
18 years.
Bare 18.
Page 28, sorry.
Page 28.
Oh, yeah, more in 934, 21 seconds.
Is it 934 and 21 seconds?
Yes.
Bar A,
Yes,
yes, I am there.
Mulana ke ku 934 21 seconds.
You've already joined N12.
Kana go with the still nameje N12. That is correct.
N12.
You passed Klipspruit Valley Road in Kleprefier Oog.
La feta Klipspruit Valley Road, mo Kleprefier Oog. Correct.
Sandlula ke Klipspruit Valley Road Kleprefier Oog.
Still on N12, driving on main road in Industrial Park. You see that?
Le sa le gona mo N12 le na be le sepela mo main road mo Industrial Park le ya go bona mo. Yes, I can see that.
938.
Nako e be le 938.
Says ignition of N12 Industrial Protea Park. Do you see that?
Ka 938 mo we e re le na le la tima koloi le le mo N12 Protea Industrial Park. Yes, I can see that.
Yabona ke lapha lokho na ku 938 ukuthi ke imoto iseshiwe ku N12 main road Protea Industrial Park.
Do you remember why? In other words, the car stopped. Do you remember the reason why the car stopped?
Le sa gopola gore jwalo ka ga koloi ile ya ema le baka ile
Vokola botse ke eme ke checka di tire ka rona le sa sol garage along the way before 10 of Krugersdorp ne ke checka di tire mo garage nyo.
I remember very well. I was checking my wheels as there is a Sasol garage before the Krugersdorp 10 off.
Ngisakhumbula kahle ukuthi izathu sokuthi ngimeke noma ke imoto icishe laphayana ukuthi ke ngangibheka ke amasondo ngoba ke kwakune Sasol garage okhona ke lapha ngaphambi nje kwe 10 off yase Krugersdorp.
So it took you 12 minutes, then you start up the motor vehicle and reflects with Westonary.
Ele jeremy jojo e le some pedi ya be le gore lena le dumisha koloi ye be le ya Western. Yes, it could be correct.
Ungayiqiniswa ukuthi labo bangithatha-ke imizuzu eyishumi nambili ukuthi-ke ngiphinde imoto ngiyidumise futhi bese siyaqhubeka-ke siya e-Western area.
In 11 minutes past 10, you were driving in Carltonville. Do you agree?
Ka 11 minutes past 10, lebe le khwetsa le le Carltonville. Yes, as the AVL reflects.
Itshengisa kanjalo-ke i-AVL ukuthi-ke ngemizuzu ewu-11 emva ko-10 bese sihamba siya e-Carltonville noma se-Carltonville.
So 23 minutes past 10, it shows that the car was idling, excess idling.
Go fitlhella metsotso e masomepedi tharo ka moraga iri ya lesome e bontsha gore koloi e be e duma kudu.
Stop sign in stop sign in
Correct, and the road has stop signs as we were driving.
Yes.
Kuyiqiniswa ukuthi ngo-10:23 iyatshengisa-ke ukuthi imoto-ke yayiduma noma-ke ayidlake umgwaqo-ke sasihamba kuwona-ke onama-stop sign.
At 10:25, the ignition was off and start up. Do you see that?
Ka 10:25 le a bona gore koloi ile ya tima ya boya ya dumishwa gape. That is correct, my lord.
Kuyiqiniswa-ke nokuthi ngo-10:25 imoto cishe khona-ke yasiphinda futhi idunyiswa khona.
4 minutes after that, that is 10:29, the ignition was off again.
Metsotso e mene ka moraga mowe ka 10:29 koloi ile ya timwa gape. That is correct.
Nokuthi-ke ngo-10:29 iphinde futhi-ke imizuzu emine-ke emuva kwalokho imoto yacishwa futhi.
Yes. In 15 minutes after the ignition was off, you start up and drive and you started to drive in Carltonville again.
Ka moraga metsotso e lesometlhano koloi e be e timilwe lena le la idumisha gape la thoma la kgwetsa le le mo Carltonville. That is correct.
Kuqiniswa-ke nokuthi emuva-ke kwemizuzu eyishumi nanhlanu emuva kwalokho imoto yaduma futhi esehamba-ke e-Carltonville.
You cannot remember why it stopped for 15 minutes.
Ga le sa gopola gore go baneng koloi ile ya ema metsotso e lesometlhano.
Ke suppose e be ke bolela le brigadier ke in the direction of this come tlogela
If I am not mistaken,
I was speaking to Brigadier Kaninda regarding the directions so that I will not leave him behind as we did not know the place properly.
Uma ngikhumbula kahle-ke ukuthi-ke leya mizuzu-ke eyishumi nanhlanu ngamile ngangikhuluma naye-ke ubrigadier Kaninda ngimnikeza-ke ama-directions ukuthi ngingamshiyi kakhulu-ke ngasemuva ngoba-ke indawo leyana sasihamba kuyona kwakuyindawo esasingayazi.
Yes. Is it the same reason when the ignition was off at 11:22?
Ke lona lebaka lona le bue gape ge ne le timile koloi ka 11:22.
Ke nagana bjalo because a re sopona re šitše re fitlhile mo gating ya ke sa tsona fitlhela go mang kwa gating ya mine ke nagana gore re timile ka lona lebaka leo.
I think it could have been the same reason, as I do not recall what time did we arrive at the mine gate, and I believe we had switched it off due to that same reason, my lord.
Kungenzeka-ke ukuthi kwakuyileso sizathu-ke nokuthi ngo-11:22 iphinde futhi-ke injini noma-ke imoto icishweke ngoba angisakhumbula ukuthi isikhathi esafika ngaso kumasango wabo noma-ke kugate yakhona-ke emayini kwakungenzeka-ke ukuthi kwakungenxa yaleso sizathu.
At 11:54, you start up the motor vehicle and you proceeded to drive in Carltonville. Is that so?
Ka 11:54 le ile la dumisha koloi la tswela pele la kgwetsa gona mola mo Carltonville. Ke nnete. It is correct as it reflects.
Kuyiqiniswa ukuthi nango-11:54 ngidumisa khona-ke imoto futhi nasenedriver-ke uya e-Carltonville nanjengoba itshengisa.
The same time reflecting at 12 o'clock, 12 midday, it reflects driving Carltonville.
Ka nako e uwe gape e a bontsha le gore ge le tshela kgomo mokokotlo ke mo e leng gore e be e sepela mo Carltonville. That is correct.
Nokuthi-ke iyatshengisa ukuthi ngo-12-ke ntathi-ke sidriver-ke khona e-Carltonville.
a minute past 1, the ignition went off again in Carltonville.
motsotso ka moraga iri ya pele ke ge ile gore koloi ya timiwa gape gona Carltonville mo. It is correct.
Nokuthi ke umzuzu owodwa ke emuva ke kwehora lokuqala lapho na ke imoto icishwa khona eCarltonville.
Sorry, it's the 12, not after 1. It's after 12, my lord. I beg your pardon.
O re motsotso ka moraga gore le tshetse kgomo mokokotlo e seng ka moraga iri ya pele.
Uthi kumele wenze iphutha ke ema ethi ke umzuzu emuva kwehora lokuqala kodwa ke babu umzuzu owodwa emuva ko12.
Then immediately after a minute past 12, 57 minutes thereafter, you start up the motor vehicle, still in town.
Ke mo ileng gore ka moraga iriela ya lesomepedi metsotso e ka bang masometlhano šupa ke mo ileng gore lena le la dumisha koloi le le mo toropong.
It reflects 12:58, sir.
E re ka 12:58. It is correct.
Kweqiniswa ukuthi ke emuva nje ungathi nje sondele noma eduze nje behora ke ngo12:58 ila ngimisa khona futhi ke imoto ngisese dropping.
6 minutes past 1, ignition off again.
Metsotso e tshela ka moraga iri ya pele ke ga ile tima koloi gape. Yes, it is correct.
Nokuthi ke imizuzu ke eyisithupha ke emuva ke kweyoqala ke noma sishayileke eyoqala imoto yacishwa futhi.
14:15, that is 2:15, you start up and proceeded to drive again. Is that so?
14:15 lena la dumisha koloi gape la tswela pele la kgwetša. That is correct.
Nokuthi ke ngo14:15 ke ila imoto iduma khona ke yasiqhubeka maqala ukuhamba.
At 14:20, you switch off the engine again.
Ka moraga metsotso e masomepedi ka moraga iri ya bobedi la itima gape koloi. That is correct.
Amashumi ke amabili emuva ke noma ke ishayileke lesibili ihora yaphinda ke yacishwa futhi imoto.
At 15:38, it reflects excess idling, driving still in Carltonville.
Ka 15:38 ya bontsha gore e a duma gape le sa le gona Carltonville. That is correct.
Kuyiqiniswa ke ukuthi iyatshengisa ke ukuthi ngo15:38 iyaduma ke noma ke iya idla ke khona ke eCarltonville.
At 15, sorry. 15. What does it say? Yes, to start up. Yes. Then at 15:59, ignition off, Carltonville.
Ka 15:59 ya tima gape gona Carlton. Correct.
Nokuthi ke umzuzu nje owodwa ke kumbaneke elesine ihora iyacishwa futhi eCarltonville.
At 17:16, to start up again, driving, going back to R501 road in Western area.
Ka 17:15 ke ga ile gore koloi ya duma gape ya sepela ya tseleng R501 mo Carlton. Just say Carltonville or Western area.
Western area.
Barry Western area. What time was it?
17:16, 16 minutes past 5.
Ka 17:16. It reflects Carltonville.
Iyatshengisa ke lana ke umele uthe eWestern area lana ke uthi yena ke ufakazi itshengisa ke eCarltonville ukuthi ke ngo17:16 ila iduma khona ke noyidumisha khona imoto ukuya ke kumgwaqo oku R501.
At 17:33, you joined N12. Is that so?
Ka 17:33 ke relele go tsela ya N12. That is correct.
Kuyiqiniswa ukuthi ngo17:33 la sengihlangana khona ke nayo umgwaqo N12.
I believe that was the time after you verified the whereabouts of accused number 2 about this on the date of the 26th of October 2014.
ba re ba tshepa e le gore ke nako e leng gore lena le be le setse le botsišitše ka bua ka mmerekong ka gore molatofadiwa o ba le kae ka October. It is confirmed.
Kuqiniswa ukuthi lokho kwenzeka kamuva-ke kokuthi sengiyokwenza-ke isiqinisekiso emsebenzini-ke sokuthi wayekuphi nendawo umsolo wesibili ngazo i-26 ka-October 2014.
At 1752, still driving on N12, El Dorado Park.
Ya re nako ge e le 1752 e bontšha gore lena le sa kgweetša tseleng le le El Dorado Park. Confirmed.
Iyabonisa-ke ngesikhathi esichaziweke ukuthi-ke nisendleleni-ke ese-El Dorado Park.
Then you pass Devland.
La feta Devland. That is correct.
Nokuthi-ke ngadlula eDevland kuyiqiniso.
At 1756, still driving on N12, you were driving towards Eraten.
Nako ge e re 1756 ke ge e le gore lena le bentse le kgweetša mo go N12 le reida le ya Eraten. That is correct.
Nokuthi-ke ngayo imizuzu-ke kusemizuzu emine-ke kumbane-ke lesithupha ihora sekuyena-ke u-N12 siya noma ngiya-ke ngase-Eraten.
You then passed Ridgeway.
La feta Ridgeway.
Winchester Hills in Johannesburg South.
La feta le Winchester Hills no Johannesburg South. That is correct.
Nokuthi-ke sadlula Ridgeway Winchester Hills, Johannesburg South.
At 3 minutes past 6, that is 1803, you were still on N12 in Glen Eagles, Ogden.
Ka metsotso ye meraro ka moraga iri ya botshela le be le santse le le mo N12 mo Glen Eagles mo Ogden. That is correct.
Nokuthi-ke ngo imizuzu-ke ewu-3 emuva kwakhe-ke u-6 sekuyena u-N12 eGlen Eagles Ogden kuyiqiniso.
Can you assist me please with the time after 1803 because I didn't get the correct minutes there.
Ba re ba kgopela le ba thushe ka nako ka moraga
1803.
About 1803, 31 seconds, why fast?
Are you referring from 1803 and
No,
31 seconds?
the next time after 1803.
Ba re ye ka fase ga mongwe.
1805, 15 seconds.
It's 1805 and 15 seconds.
Esilandelayo-ke isikhathi imizuzu emihlanu-ke emva ko-6-ke
It's 15 seconds.
nama-seconds awu-15.
All right. At that time, the ignition went off at Glen Eagles.
Ka nako ewe e bontsha gore e ile ya timiwa le le mo Glen Eagles. That is correct.
Kuyiqiniso ukuthi ikhombisa noma itshengisa-ke ukuthi-ke imoto iyacishwa-ke khona eGlen Eagles.
On 1824, you start up driving again.
Ka 1824 la thoma la kgweetša gape. It is correct.
Kuyiqiniso-ke ukuthi ngo-1824 edumisa futhi-ke imoto.
At 1826, you passed Komaro. Is it Komaro Road, Ogden?
Ka 1826 la feta tseleng ya Komaro mo Ogden.
We drive ka boundary lane.
At 1826 and 30 seconds, I was driving on Boundary Lane in Ogden, Johannesburg South.
1826 Boundary Lane Ogden, Johannesburg South.
All right. 1837, you start up the motor vehicle.
Ka 1837 la dumisha koloi ga. That is correct.
Yeah, to Mafuti-ke ngo-1837 imoto.
1842, GPS unlocked. And I just want to clear up as to what is the meaning of GPS unlocked.
Ka 1842 ya ngwala gore GPS unlocked. Ba re ba nyaka go tseba gore e bolela gore nka e re GPS unlocked.
A ke tsebe tlhaloso ya yona.
I do not know the explanation of GPS unlocked.
ukuthi kuchaza ukuthini-ke lokho okubhalwe lana ukuthi-ke i-GPS unlocked angikwazi-ke lokho.
Neither can it assist you to inform you as to what was happening, what were you doing at 1842.
Gape ga e kgone le go le thuša gore lena le gopole goba le tsebe gore le be le dirang ka 1842. That is correct.
Nokuthi-ke ayisizi-ke ukuthi itsheleke noma ingaziseke ukuthi ngaleso sikhathi leso 1842 ngangenzani.
At 1845, you proceeded to drive in Johannesburg South, in N12, then you pass Basoni.
Ka 1845 e bontsha gore lena le ile la tswella pele le ntse le reila mo Johannesburg South le feta Basoni. That is correct.
Iqiniso-ke iyatshengisa ukuthi ngayo 1845 sidlula khona-ke u-N12 Johannesburg South eBasonia.
1846, still on N12 freeway, Albertine.
Ka 1846 le sa le gona mmileng wa N12 bona besitshelele Albertine. That is correct.
Iqiniso ukuthi ngo-1846 sekena-ke u-N12 e-Albertine.
1847, still driving in South Crest in Albertine.
Ka 1847 le sa kgweetša gona mo
18
West South Crest mo
Sorry,
Albertine.
it's 1848.
Bara ka 1848.
48.
It is correct.
Iqiniso ukuthi ngo-1848 sihamba khona-ke ke-ke u-N12 e-South Crest Albertine.
1849, you're driving near N3 freeway, Elands Haven, Germiston.
Ka 1849 le sa reila mo N3 freeway Elands Havens mo Germiston. That is correct.
Ukuthi-ke ngo-1849 sihamba-ke Elands Haven eJemison.
You were still driving from 1849 up to 1850.
Go tlogelela ka 1849 go ya go 1850 le bentse le kgweetša gona tseleng eo. It is correct.
Nokuthi kuyiqinisoko ukuthi ngayo 1849 kuyofika-ke 1850 sahamba ngawo umgwaqo lowo.
1851, you join Grey Avenue, Albemarle, Germiston.
Ka 1851 ke mo e leng gore lena le ile la namela tsela ye bitswang Grey Avenue, Albemarle, Germiston. As it reflects,
Nanjengoba-ke itshengisa-ke ukuthi ngayo 1851 sasehlangana nomgwaqo ekuyi-Grey Avenue, Albemarle, Germiston.
Yes. Soon thereafter, I'll ask you to pay much attention on what I'm going to ask you on.
ba re ka moraga mowe ba kgopela gore le ele tlhoko dilo tše ba dilo le dišang tšona.
1852, Collins Street.
Ba re le lebelele ka 1852 le mo Collins Street.
You were driving near Collins Street.
Le be le reila mo gaufi le Collins Street. That is correct.
So iqiniso-ke ukuthi ngayo u-1852 sihamba-ke duze kwaso istrada esibizwa ngokuthi yi-Collins.
All right. Before we get into that, let's put let's clarify this to the court. As you were driving N12, sorry, as you off-ramped at Grey Avenue, you were driving on N3, as you stated.
Ba re nke re tlhakišetše kgoro ka pele ga gore lena le be go Grey Avenue le be le le go N3 ka mokgwa le tlhalošitšeng ka gona. That is correct.
Kuyiqinisoko ukuthi nanjengoba ngihamba ngayo-ke u-Grey Avenue ngangihamba ngibona-ke u-N3.
When you approach Grey Avenue, there is a yield site on the left-hand side. It's a T junction. Left-hand side, it's a yield sign, and you can also turn on the right side. It's a T junction.
Ba re ge le ya go yona Grey Avenue go na le letshwao le leng gore le a bontsha gore o ka tsena e fela ke T junction gape o kgona le go tsena ka letsogo la moja. Yes, I understand.
Ngakuzwa-ke uthi ku-T junction-ke mawufika lapho-ke nokuthi-ke kumele isayini-ke ku-left nokuthi-ke ngakwesokudla-ke ila ungakwazi ukuthi ungajika ungangena khona kuloyo T junction leyo.
Still on Grey Avenue, which turn did you make?
Ge le gana mo bue mo Grey Avenue lena le la tsenela ka go kae?
The Grey Avenue left, T junction right.
From the Grey Avenue, it says left, and then at the T junction we went right.
Khona lapho-ke ku-Grey Avenue-ke ku-T junction leyo-ke ithi left-ke thina-ke sangena kwesokudla.
Thank you. If you turn right, still on Grey Avenue, there's an engine garage on the right side of your driving, correct?
Ge le thinya le tsena seatleng sa moja go na le engine garage gona ka moo, and the witness confirms that.
Kuyiqiniso-ke ukuthi-ke uma ungena kwesokudla lapho-ke kuno-engine garage okhona kwisandla sakho sakwesokudla.
And according to the AVL records, it shows that you were driving near Collins Road or Collins Street, not driving in Collins Street, near Collins Street.
Go ya ka botlhatsi boke bo bontsha gore lena le be le kgweetsa gauswi e seng mo go yona Collins Street, le be le kgweetsa gauswi le yona Collins.
Nka se gane ka dumele ba re a ke tsebe gore ditrata tsela ke mabitso a tsona mara ne ke mo fratise.
I will not confirm, neither will I dispute it, because I do not know the names of the streets in that area, my lord.
Uma uthi-ke ngokwalo mbiko-ke we-AVL ithi ngangihambe eduze kwayo i-Collins Street ngangahambi kuyona, angeke ngikuvume, angeke ngiphikiseke lokho ngoba lezi ay'datha zalaphayana angizazi.
And I'm not also guessing the streets, they reflect on that AVL.
Le bona ba re ga se gore ba no naganela gore mebila e bue be le efeng shiwe e a tswelela go AVL. That is correct.
Consider-ke ukuthi uma uthi-ke awuyiqageli iy'datha lezi ibhaliwe-ke khona la kulo mbiko noma ku-AVL.
As you are driving on Grey Avenue, you cannot turn to Collins Street because there's no, in order for you to join Collins Street, you must use the other street around.
Ba re ge le kgweetsa mo Grey Avenue ga go kgonagale gore le ka thinya le tsene go Collins. Ge le nyaka go tsena go Collins e ka nyaka gore le berekise mmila o mongwe.
A ke tsebe nka fetola bjang ka re tsela ke ditso Collins or lo mongwe kwa kae a ke tsebe.
I do not know how to respond to that question as I do not know the names of the streets around that area.
Ukuthi ngizophendula kanjani ke lo mbuzo uthi uma useGrey angeke ungeneke ngeCollins kufanele uyosebenzisa esinye ke strat ukuthi ngizophendula kanjani lo mbuzo angazi ngoba angizazi itrad leziya.
With the leave of the court, my lord, I'm familiar with the place. I will actually, when I'm asking questions relating to the knowledge of the place reflecting on the AVL, what I'll put to the witness, maybe he may contest it, but that will come from the knowledge I have of that particular area. If there's the court so permit me to.
Yes, Mr. Baloyi.
I think it would assist, my lord, if perhaps the streets could be beamed so that everyone can see them and not only...
But that's not a topographical image of the streets, is that not so?
Yes.
Why don't you guys get a Google map?
That's it.
I mean, we live in such a... There's a Google map, boom. It will show you all the streets.
Yes.
And then there's no argument about
Kgoro e re hobaneng ba sa fumane mmepe ba tle ba kgone gore ba bontshe gore mmila o re bolelang ka ona sho gore kgoro e se ka tla ya fumana dikarabo tse e leng gore le ntse le di fa tša gore ga ke di tsebe ditsela tše.
And Mr. Mgomezulu, you know the law.
Yes, my lord.
Unless this court says it knows the area and it can take judicial notice, you can say that.
I can't say that.
That's it.
That's the reason why I had asked for the leave.
Right. So what are we going to do? Are we going to get a Google map or what are we going to do?
Send down the method, then we get the Google map.
So this particular street, it records that street. Is that not so? So if it was on Collins Street, I hear you saying you have to join Collins on another way. But if it ever traveled on Collins Street, should it record? It records that, as far as I can see.
Yes.
Okay, fine. Okay, let's continue then.
Let's continue. Mr. Mohan. On, let's look at 1852. Okay, it's 1853.
1853.
It reflects Mali Street, Fairwood Park, Albertine.
E bontsha Mali Street, Fairwood Park, Albertine.
So, 1853.
Witness is still looking for it.
Page 31.
Yes, we are on page 31, my lord.
So, from 1853, when you were at Mali Street, Fairwood Park in Albertine, so you start up the motor vehicle. Did you switch off the engine of the motor vehicle at Mali Street?
Ge benje le le gona mola mo Mali Street go tlogelle nako ela ya 1853 lile la tima koloina ge benje le mo Mali Street. Yes, I did switch it off.
Lana ke ngo 1853 itshengisa ukuthi ke use Mali Street eFairwood Park eAlbertine yabonisa ukuthi imoto iyadunyisa ke ingaba ngalo ya 1853 la ya Mali Street imoto wayicisha yini? Yebo, ngayicisha imoto.
All right. Between 1853 and 1915, you start up the motor vehicle again at Mali Street.
Magareng ga 1853 le 1915 gona mola Mali Street le timile koloi la be la idumisha gape. That is correct.
Kuyiqiniso ukuthi phakathi kwakhe u1853 naye u1915 imoto yaduma edumiswa futhi ke khona eMali Street emuva kokuthi yayiseyicishiwe khona eMali Street.
In between these two times, 1853 and 1952, it gives me 22 minutes.
Bona ba re ge ba lebella nako e o go tlogelle 1853 go ya go 1915 e ba ne ya metsotso e masome a babedi pedi. That is correct.
Kuyiqiniso ke ukuthi ke ukusuka kuyena ke u1853 kuyoshaya ke u1915 ukuthi lokho kunikeza ke imizuzu ewu22.
All right. From 1915 to 1920, after you have started the motor vehicle, then you drove to Collins Street.
Go tlogella ka 1915 lile la tswela pele la kgwetša go fitlhelle 1920 le ya mo Collins Street. That's how it reflects.
Itshengisa kanjalo ke nalana ke ukuthi ngaye u1915 u1920 ke sahamba ke kuyona eCollins Street.
According to your observation, between Mali and Collins, are these two streets parallel to each other?
Go ya ka pono ya lena mebila e lebane na Mali le Collins.
nka se fetolo ka re a ke bone a ke tseo ke tla tse le bana re a ke nka se kgone e fetola.
I will not be able to respond to that as I do not see the roads. I will not be able to know whether are they parallel or not.
Ukuthi ke isimo ke phakathi kwale migwaqo emibili ke imali kanye nayo i-Collins ukumakwazi yakho ukuthi nime kanjani angiyiboni ke lana phambi kwami azikho phambi kwami angeke ke ngikhona ukuthi ngikuphendule yo mbuzo.
Then when we further look at 1925, the car was idling.
Re re tswela pele re ya fase re bona gore ka 1925 koloi e bentse ke duma
at Mali Street.
Mo mmileng ola wa Mali.
To see that, to dispute it.
Yes.
Yes. I can see it.
Do you agree or disagree?
Le a dumela go ba ga le dumela.
Ke dumela re be idle.
I agree that it was idling.
Remember, sorry.
Ngiyavuma ke ngiyabona ukuthi ke imoto lena ke yayi-idle ke.
And furthermore, at 1930, the motor vehicle is still idling.
Ka 1930, e bontsha gore koloi e sa duma. That is correct.
Uyiqiniswa ke nokuthi yatshengisa ukuthi ngaye u-1930 imoto yayisaduma ke.
All right. The version of accused number 2 is that the first time he was assaulted, he was next to a garage, an engine garage. But he wasn't precisely sure about the name of the garage, but he could see the garage from where he was assaulted.
Molatofatwa wa bobedi o re yena la mathomo ge ne a betwa o be a le kgauswi le garage le ge ile gore ga a sa gopola leina la gona eupia o be a kgona go bona garage. I am listening.
Umsolo wesibili ke uthi la aqala khona ukushaywa kwakuseduze ke negarage akalikhumbuli ke igama layo kodwa wabona ukuthi wakunegarage la ashaywa khona umfakazi uthi ngilalele.
And it is his version that it was an open area because he was not assaulted inside the garage. It was opposite an open area.
Gape yena o re tulo ye we be le tulo ye bulegileng gauswi le yona garage ye we a se a bethelwe mo gare mo garageng mola mo go tshelwang gona eupia o re gauswi le garage. I am listening.
Ngilalele ke uma uthi ke la ashayelwa khona ke wayengashayelwa khona ke egarage leyo kodwa ke indawo nje evulekile eseduze nayo egarage leyo.
And where he was assaulted at the place which is opposite the garage, they are separated by that Grey Avenue.
O re gape mo a bethilweng gona tulo yewe e mo gauswi le garage yewe e fapantshitswe ke yona tsela ela ya Grey. I am still listening.
Ngisalalele ke uma uthi ke la ashayelwa khona ke kuleyo ndawo ke evulekile ihlukaniswa ke yona ke umgwaqo leyo lowo oyi Grey Avenue.
My Lord, if I may be given time at least to calculate the minutes in which, according to the version of the accused, reflecting from the time in which they stood, I would add 22 minutes. 25, 27, 32, approximately 37 minutes.
Ore e ka tswa e tsere metsotso ye masometharo-supa. I am listening.
Uma uthi ke lonke konke ke lokho noma kwathatha ke imizuzu ke ewu-37 ngisalalele.
And according to his version, that's when he said, when you parked at that place with Sergeant Mabena, that's when Jonathan joined you. After Jonathan, it was Mapumulo in company of Constable Buthelezi with a hard body, a white Nissan hard body.
Organa kwewe lena le Mabena ke mo ileng gore Jonathan o ile a fihla a sepela le maphumulo le buthelezi a le ka gare ga koloi ya hard body. I am listening.
Uthi ke uma engitshela ke noma engichazela ke umsolo wesibili ukuthi yila khona ke wasefika uJonathan emuva kwalokho ke bafika yena ke umaphumulo kanye naye ke ubuthelezi ehamba ngemoto ke eyi hard body
From 1930 up to 1935. That's when there was a movement. Here it reflects that the vehicle had an excess idle, but near Fraser Street, Albemarle, Germiston.
Ba re ge go tlogella ka 1930 go isha mola go 1935 ke mo ileng gore koloi ile ya sepela eupia mo e bontsha gore ke excess idling mo mmileng ola wa Fraser mo Albert. That is correct.
Just a moment.
1930 to 1935 shows that it was idling.
Okay, lana ke iyatshengisa ke ukuthi ngaye u1930 ukuthi ke imoto iyayiduma khona ke kuseduze kwayo iFraser Albemarle eJermiston.
So you would agree with me that the car was moved from Mali Fairwood Park in Alberton to Fraser Street in Albemarle, Germiston.
Le tlo dumellana le yena ge gore ke nnete gore koloi e tlošitšwe mo mmileng ola wa Mali mo Fairwood Park Alberton e išwa go mmila ola wa Fraser mo Albemarle, Germiston.
AVL.
Yes, as the AVL reflects.
Kuzovuma ke ukuthi lana ke imoto yasuka ke khona la eMarley Street eFairwood Park eAlberton yase iya ke eFraser Street Albemarle, Germiston. Nanjengoba ke itshengisa ke yona iAVL
1942 back to Collins. Ignition off near Collins Street, Fairwood Park, Alberton.
Ka 1942 nako ke mo ileng gore lile la boela mmileng ola wa Collins Fairwood Park Alberton ke ge koloi e timiwa. That is correct.
Uyiqiniso ke ukuthi kubhaliwe la ngo1942 imoto yaxishwa ke yase buyela khona ke eCollins Street eFairwood Park Alberton.
Okay. 17 minutes past 8. You start up the motor vehicle at Collins Fairwood Park.
Metsotso ye lesome šupa ka moraga iri ya seswai ke mo ileng gore mola mmileng wa Collins Fairwood Park Alberton lena la dumisha koloi gape. That is correct.
2017 imoto iyadunyiswa futhi ke khona ke eCollins Street Fairwood Park Alberton uyiqiniso.
I confirm.
At 22 minutes past 8, the car was driving from Marley Street, and there was an excess idle, but the car was driving at Marley Street.
Ka metsotso e masomepedipedi ka moraga iri ya seswai thapama koloi e be e kgwetša mola mo Marley Street go be go ile gwa ba le gore e be le excess idle. That is correct.
Uyiqiniso ukuthi ngaye u2022 ukuthi imoto yayihamba ke eMarley khona ke nalapha kubhalwe khona ke excess idle okusho ukuthi yayiduma ke khona ke eMarley. Yebo ufakazi uyaqinisekisa lokho.
So further in at 2023 the motor vehicle's ignition at Marley Street was off.
Motsotso ka moraga mo be nako e le metsotso e masomepedi tharo ka moraga iri ya seswai thapama mola Marley Street koloi ile ya timiwa. That is correct.
Uyiqiniso lokubhaliwe ke lana ukuthi ngo2023 yase icishwa ke imoto khona ke eMarley Street Fairwood Park Alberton.
At 8:25, which is 2025, at Mali Street, the car was start up again.
Ka metsotso e masomepedi tlhano moraga iri ya seswai gona mmileng ola wa Mali koloi ile ya dimishwa gape. That is correct.
Uyiqiniseke ukuthi ngaye u2025 imoto yase idunyiswa futhi ke khona eMali na Street Fairwood Park Albertine.
At 8:30, driving the said motor vehicle at Mali Street, Fairwood Park, Albertine, it reflects excess idle at Mali Street. Do you agree?
Metsotso e masometharo ka moraga iri ya seswai ke ge ile gore koloi yewe ya kgwetswa gona mola Mali Street e bontšha excess idle gona mola mmileng wa Mali Street. That is correct.
Uqiniseke ukuthi ngaye u2030 imoto ke iyahamba khona eMali Street Fairwood Park Albertine iphinde itshengise futhi ke imoto ukuthi iyaduma u-excess idle khona eMali Street Fairwood Park Albertine.
From 8:30 at Mali Street, Fairwood Park, Albertine, up to 9:30, the car was still there, idling excessively at Mali Street, Fairwood Park, Albertine.
Go tlogella metsotso e masometharo ka moraga iri ya seswai koloi e bentse le gona mola Mali Street e dira ntho e leng gore ngwetswe excess idle go fitlheleleng metsotso e masometharo ka moraga iri ya senyane gona mo Mali Street. That is correct.
Yebo kuyiqiniso ubhalweke lana ukuthi kusuka ngaye u8:30 khona ke eMali Street kwaze kwayoshaya ke u9:30 sikhuluma ke ngenkathi zasebusuku ukuthi ke imoto iyayisaduma ke ikhona lapho eMali Street.
At 10:10 at Mali Street, Fairwood Park, the car was still there.
Metsotso ya lesome ka pele ga iri ya lesome bošego koloi e be santse le gona mowe Mali Street. That is correct.
Ngayo ke imizuzu eyishumi ngaphambi kwayo ke ngaphambi kwalo ihola leshumi ke ntambama imoto yayisekhona lapho eMali Street. Yebo kunjalo
until 10:05
go fitlhelela metsotso e metlhano ka moraga iri ya lesome. That is correct.
Kwaze kwashaya ke u5:10 kuyiqiniso.
At 10:10, access idle, Fraser Street, Albamali, Jamestown.
Metsotso ya lesome ka moraga iri ya lesome ke mo ileng gore koloi e be se e le mo mmileng ela wa Fraser mo Albamali, Jamestown. That is correct.
Nokuthi ke ngaye u10:10 ebusuku ke imoto ke isaduma ke noma isa idle ke eFraser Street, Albemarle, Jamestown.
Will you then confirm that there was a movement of that motor vehicle from Mali Street to Albemarle, to Fraser Street, Albemarle in Jamestown?
Le dumelana le ena na gore go ile koloi we ile ya shuthishiwa go tloga mo mmileng ola wa Mali go ya mo Fraser. That is correct.
Uyiqiniso ngizovuma ke ukuthi imoto yase ihamba ke ukusuka ke eMali Street khona ke eFairwood Park Albertine yaya ku strata iFraser.
At 10:15, access idle back to Mali Street, Fairwood Park, Albertine.
Metsotso ye lesometlhano ka moraga iri ya lesome ke mo ileng gore ile ya boela ka kwa ga Mali Street. That is correct.
Nokuthi ke ngaye ke u10:15 imoto ke iyaduma ke ukuthi ke ibuyela khona ke eMali Street, Fairwood Park Albertine.
10:18, ignition off at Fairwood Park.
Metsotso ya lesome seswai ka moraga iri ya lesome koloi ya timiwa gona mo Mali Street, Fairwood Park Albertine. That is correct.
Uyiqiniso ke nokuthi ke ngayo ke u22:18 umizuzu ke u18 ngamuva ke ko10 ebusuku yase icishwa ke imoto eMali Street, Fairwood Park Albertine.
At 22:52, The car was start up again at Marley Street, Fairwood Park, Albertine.
metsotso ye seswai ka pele ga iri ya lesometere bošego ke ge e le gore koloi ya dumišiwa gape gona mo Mali Street. That is correct.
Kuyiqiniso ukuthi ngaye ke ku-2252 imoto yaduma futhi ke noma yadunyiswa futhi ke eMarley Street, Fairwood Park, Albertine.
At 22:58, 2 minutes to 11, the car was driving at Marley Street and it reflects an excess idle and later ignition off.
Metsotso ye mebedi ka pele ga iri ya lesometere e bontšha gore koloi e be e kgweetša gona mola Mali Street ya bontšha gape le excess idling ga e fetša ya timiwa.
Maybe for the sake of the record, Council keeps on saying at this particular street,
What's
at
that?
Mali Street. Council keeps on saying the car was at a particular point, but the information is near that particular street, not at that particular street.
Beg your pardon, my lord. I'll put it as it reflects. I just missed the word near Mali Street.
Bare nakwe ka moka gentse go bolelwa ka mmila ola wa Mali bare e kgauswi le mmila ola wa Mali ka mokgwa e tswelelang ka go. I am listening.
Ngilaleleke umshushisike uthi-ke uqala nje ummeli ukuthi-ke ayibekeke ngale ndlela ebhalwe ngayo lana ngoba ummeli uthi kwistrata esithize kodwa lana kubhalwe ukuthi eduze nestrata esithize.
At 11:05 at night, there was a startup of a motor vehicle, Mali Street.
Metsotso e metlhano ka moraga iri ya lesometere ke mo e leng gore koloi ile ya dumišiwa gape kgauswi le mmila wola wa Mali. That is correct.
Kuyiqiniso-ke ukuthi-ke imihlanu imizuzu-ke libumbene elashumi-nanye-ke ntambama ihora imoto idunyisiwe futhi-ke eduze nestrada imali khona eFairwood Park e-Albertine.
At 11:10 at near Mali Street, there was an excess idle.
Metsotso e lesome ka moraga iri ya lesometere gona mola kgauswi le mmila wa Mali koloi ile ya duma gape. That is correct.
Nokuthi-ke ishumi-ke imizuzu libumbeneke elashumi-nanye-ke ntambama imoto idunyiswa futhi-ke khona eduze nasemali eFairwood Park e-Albertine.
11:15, Mali Street, excess idle.
Metsotso ya lesometlhano ka moraga iri ya lesometere bošego ke ge e le gore koloi gape e tswela pele ya duma gona mo kgauswi le mmila ola wa Mali. That is correct.
Kuyiqiniso kubhaliwe-ke lana ngo-23:15 ukuthi imoto iyaduma-ke khona-ke eduze nestrada imali khona eFairwood Park e-Albertine.
Same applies to 20:11 and 25:11.
Le ka metsotso ye masomepedi ka mora iri ya lesometere le metsotso ye masomepeditlhano ka moraga iri ya lesome koloi e bentse e duma gona mmileng ola wa Mali. That is correct, my lord.
Kanjalo-ke ngo-20:11 kanye no-25:11 isaduma-ke imoto khona lapho eduze neMarley Street.
11:07, the ignition off.
Metsotso ye masomepedi šupa ka moraga iri ya lesometere ke ge koloi e timiwa. That is correct.
Nokuthi-ke ngayo-ke imizuzu ewu-27 emuva-ke ko-11 imoto-ke iyacishwa.
12 midnight, start up the motor vehicle.
Metsotso
Mali Street.
ye lesome nne ka mora bošego gare ke ge e le gore gona mo mmileng ola wa Mali koloi ya dumišwa gape. That is correct.
Imizuzu ewu-14-ke libumbeneke elashumi-nambili ihora imoto iyadunyiswa futhi eduze naso istrada imali eFairwood Park.
at 19 minutes past 12 midnight, excess idle near Mali Street,
metsotso ye lesome senyane ka moraga bošigo gare ke ge e le gore koloi e a duma gape gona kgauswi le mmila wa Mali mo Fairview Park ka di 19 tša June 2020.
19 June. I said, oh, sorry. Hey. Sorry. Sorry, presence.
Le a dumela go ba ga le dumele?
Ke a dumela ke šetše letšatši le lengwe.
Yes, I can confirm as it was now on the next day, my lord.
Ngiyavuma ke ukuthi ngayo ke lemesuzu ke u19 emuva ke kwakhe u12 ke ukuthi imoto ke manje ke isiyahamba ke chazwa ke ne date ke yazo i19 lezo zika June ke ngayo 2020 manje kwakuse elinye ke ilanga manje.
At 23 minutes past 12, the car is driving near Mali. Is it driving? It reflects driving Mali Street. Near Mali Street.
Metsotso ye masomepedi tharo ka moraga bošigo gare koloi e bontšha e le gore ya hwetša gona kgauswi le Mali Street, Fairview Park, Albert. That is correct.
Nokuthi ke ngayo ke 23 yeah imizuzu 23 emuva kwakhe ke u12 imoto isiyahamba ke khona eduze nase Mali Street.
I wish you to please to note this one before I proceed.
Bare ba kgopela gore lena le ele tlhoko ye ka pela ga gore ba tswele pele.
At all these times, Mali, Collins Street, Fraser Street, movement from Alba Mali, Jimiston to Fairwood Park, Albertine. At all these times that have placed before this honorable court's record, where is the escort?
Bare ka dinako tše ka moka tšentše ba di bolela magareng ga mmila wa Mali, Collins le Fraser le mola Fairview Park le Albemarle, Jamestown. Batho bale ba be bentše ba le thuša ba le lateletše bona ba be ba le kae? They were present.
Kumele ufisa ukwazike ukuthi ngazo zonke le inkathi ayifundile ayichazile lana le ndawo ezahlukileke abo Mali, abo Fraser, abo Collins, zonke nje le ndawo ezifundiwe lana ukuthi laba ababeniphelezela ke phecelezi ke escort babe kuphi bona ke bendulo ukuthi babe khona.
If those you said they were present, do you mean Jonathan, Buthelezi, Mapumulo, the late Mabena, and yourself, including accused number 2?
Le ra gore le bolela ka Jonathan o be a le gona, Buthelezi o be a le gona, Mapumulo o be a le gona, le mohu a moya wa ge o tswele pele go robala ka khutso Mabena le yena o be a le gona le molatofatšwa a ntše a le gona. That is correct, I confirm, my lord.
Mangisho ke ukuthi babe khona ke ngisho ke yena ke uJonathan uMabena ongase usewashona ke uThelezi uMaphumulo mina ke kanye futhi naye ke umsolo.
And at that time,
I'm sorry, my lord, as the court pleases. It appears that counsel and the witness might be at purposes, my lord, at cross purposes, because the counsel is talking about the time when they were coming from Carltonville, going back to Pretoria, and it appears that the witness now thinks that is referring to the trip to Morocco. If counsel can just clarify that to avoid misunderstanding.
Yes, Mr. Meyiwa.
my lord, I've made it clear that at the time when they were at Mali Street, Collins Street, and Fraser Street, I did not mention anything about Morocco. I didn't speak about Pretoria. Not. I was referring at all these times that are recorded according to this AVN. The witness has confirmed that they were escorted by the persons that he has confirmed on that night.
Sir, what's your answer?
Karabo ya lena e reng ge ba re ge nako ela lebentsele le mo Mali le Collins lentse le koloi e duma nako e ka moka ba bentse ba le gona bo Jonathan bo Buthelezi le ba bangwe ga senke ba bolele ka Moroka ga senke ba bolele ka Pretoria ba bolela ka nako ela lebentsele le mo Gauteng le Mmilaola wa Mali.
Ba tle ba re go itsa gona mo tšatši le.
They came and found us there. They did not come with us from Carltonville as they were not there in Carltonville.
Laba ke ekhulunywa ngabo ke laba ebabuyibona ke ababesiphelezela ke phelezeke ababesesiphatha ke ukuthi bona ke basithola kuzona le ndawo lezi ezishiwo ezichaziwe ke lana umeli aboma Fraser aboma Mali aboma Collins khona lapho abezanga nathi ke noma abahambanga nathi ukusuka eCarltonville babengekho bona eCarltonville.
Thank you. That is consistent with the version of accused number 2 when he said upon your arrival at a place next to a particular filling station, Jonathan arrived later on joined by Mapumulo and Buthelezi. That is consistent with the testimony that you just confirmed in court. Is that so, sir?
Barasel sibulelang sia tshwana le se sibulelwang ke molatefatšwa gore yena ge ne le motulong ela ke mo eleng gore Jonathan Buthelezi le Mapholobo ba ile ba fihla ba re di a tshwana le tše di boletsweng ke yena ke nnete na. That is correct.
Lokho kushoyo ke uyahambisana ke nalokho okushiwo yena ke umsolo wesibili ukuthi yebo ke ila khona ke uJonathan Ubuthelezi noma Phumulo bafika khona ke uthi yebo uqiniso lokho.
And what is further confirming the version of accused number 2 is that there was a garage, there was a petrol station or a filling station. That is consistent with the version of accused number 2. Do you agree?
Barantwe mwe gape e leng gore e sebishana le dilo tše e leng gore molatefatšwa wa bobedi o ba boditše tšona ke gore bogobe mo kgauswi gana mowe gobe go na le petrol station e leng yona garage le ya dumela.
Engine garage very mo go yona.
That is correct. There is a engine garage where we were.
Futhi ke lokho kuphinde futhi kuhambisana ke nalokho kushiwo yena umsolo wesibili ukuthi lokho kwenzeka ke kwindawo ke ekune garage khona ke fakazi yebo ne garage ke u engine la esasikhona.
From that time up to the time when I was about to take you on when you were leaving, but up to 0023 there's only thing that you are disputing is that accused number 2 was not assaulted by the police. That's the only thing that you can dispute now. Do you agree?
Bare dilo tše ka moka tše be ba di boletše ka pele ga gore ba botše potšišo bare lena le a di dumela gore molatofatšwa le be lena le ena koloi bo Jonathan ba le fitlhetše mola selo se se tige se e leng gore lena le fapana le sona ke se sa gore molatofatšwa o bethiwe ke nnete gore lena le fapana le seo
ya go betha ona a ke dumele ke gana.
I disagree that the accused was assaulted, my lord.
Kubona konke ke ngichazile kona ke lokhu engikushoyo kwena ukuthi ke bafika ukuthi umsola naye uyakusho ke nani se garage bafika oJonathan abo Maphumulo abo Buthelezi lokho uyavumelana nabo into ongavumelani nayo ukuthi umsola washaya eyokuthi washaywa ke yona ke cha ngiyayiphikisa.
So those hours, minutes, seconds that were spent at that particular place, what were you actually doing?
Biale, nako yewe di iri metsotswana elena le be le dutše tulong yewe le be le diraine
with those officers
le maphodisa auwe. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to explain.
Manje ke lesisikhathi ke lamahora lamaninjana futhi ke nalemizuzu ke enachitha ke lapho nanenzana. Ngiyabonga ukuthi unginikeze lethuba leli lokuthi ngichaze. Please.
Eloko pala masagaro ona mori yemeng sa sol garage ke be ke cheka mabili aka re sa ya kwa Carltonville eloko pala ke buditse byalo.
Sorry, my lord.
If you would remember.
Sorry, my lord, to interject. May I confine this witness specifically at Fairwood Park? Not at. That's why I did not canvass anything in relation to what happened at Carltonville, Western Area, and so forth. My main concern, the explanation that I'm expecting from you, is about your presence in Albamali, your presence in Fairwood Park, and what were you doing at that particular spot?
Mr. Mgomezulu, let the witness explain. He actually thanks you. He says, thank you for giving me the opportunity to explain.
Yeah.
Have you heard people telling stories? Long ago, there was an old man with 6 teeth and a long beard.
Yes.
And Mr. Mnisi will say, in the past, there was this gentleman who told stories. So let's hear what he wants to say.
Bialere khoro e re le ka tswela pele le tlhaloshe le ge ile gore ntate Mngomezulu o be a sanya ke gore le tlhaloshe o ba nya ka gore le bolele fela ka tsela tša mmadi fela khoro e re le fenako lena le re botse nnonwane ya lena
Ba ke tšetše ke boletse ke rile na gore sa ya Carltonville ke tsene garage ka cheka mabili aka.
As I've explained,
na gore sa ka bo 1988.
As I've explained that in the morning, whilst we were still driving to Carltonville, I went into a petrol station to check my wheels.
Bese ngichazileke ngaphambilini ukuthi ke
my tires, my lord.
Ngichazileke ngaphambilini ukuthi ke mangiphuma ke khona eCarltonville ukuthi sengizohamba ke ngangena ke kule garage ke la engangiyobheka khona ke isimo ke samasondo emoto engihamba ngayo.
Well, re feta the Glen Mall, mo ka re Komaro somewhere there.
Now, as we were coming back, passing the Glen Mall at or near Komaro,
uma sesibuya ke sindlula ke lana ke kunemangathela ezitolo khona ke at the Glen abayibiza ngokuthi ke kuse the Glen Komaro noma eduze kwase Komaro.
I felt that the motor vehicle was now not balanced on its tires.
Ngase ngizwa ke ukuthi ke ayikho ke ibalance kwimoto ke kuma sondo ayo.
Omega sepela eksethi ke tlo joina N3 ke togela Bloemfontein togela eMalahleni.
I proceeded, and when I joined the N3 leaving the Emalahleni route,
mase ngihlangana ke nayo N3 ngishiya ke lena ke eya eMalahleni.
I felt that there was a smell of some smoke.
Ngezwa ke ukuthi kwakunale phunga ke le smoke ke eliphuma kuona ke amasondo.
And the vehicle was now losing its power.
Nokuthi ke manje ke aseyaphela ke manje ukuthi imoto leni ukuthi amandla khona kuyona imoto.
Omega rapeleja ke fihla mo off ramp ya Fairwoods ya ke actually ke fenya o tsena ka garage ya engine gona mo Albertine.
I forced the vehicle to proceed, and when we got to an off ramp, which I cannot recall which one is it, as we were now entering, whether is it Fairwood Park in Albertine.
Kodwa ke imoto lena ngase ngiphoqa ukuthi ke iqhubekeke noma ke iye phambili ke sayofika ke kunale off ramp ke engasayikhumbuli kahle noma kuse Fairwood yini khona Albertine.
Ome ke phone brigadier Ginda brigadier kole mpha bathathanyana ba ke tlo tsena mo garage engine ya gausu mo.
That's when I contacted Brigadier Gininda, informing the brigadier that the vehicle was now giving me problems. However, I will go into the engine filling station.
Ngase ke ngixhumana naye ke ubrigadier uGininda ngimtshela ke ukuthi imoto lena ingipha inkinga ke kodwa ke ngizongena kule garage ke engibonayo noma kule garage ke yakwa engine.
Ome le phone leng bo Jonathan le bo Buthelezi ba tle ba le shireletse le memo.
And he said I should call Jonathan Buthelezi and others so that they will come and cover us up as we are standing at that place.
Mase engazisa noma engitshela ke ukuthi ase ngixhumana ke noma ngishayele ucingo ke laba abashiwo ke abo Jonathan abo Buthelezi ke ukuthi bayeze babe khona ke bazosilekelela ke nanjengoba simile kuleyo ndawo.
Ome ma sergeant le sergeant Mabena wila wafonela.
And even Sergeant Mabena contacted them.
Kanti naye ke uSergeant Mabena waxhumana nabo noma wabashayela ucingo.
Na eketsana mo garage ka yema.
And when I went into the garage, I stopped.
Engine garage.
At the engine garage.
Masengena khona ke garage lapho ko engine garage ngema khona.
Omme kole ekitshwa ke level la ka mo be itshwa mushi mo di braking tsa mo pele.
When I alighted the vehicle and looked around the vehicle, there was some smoke that was coming from the front brakes.
Nokuthi ke uma sengiphuma kuyona ke imoto lena uma ngibheka ke kuma brakes angaphambili ke kuthi kwakune smoke esasiphuma khona lapho ke.
Kabona incha light ya oil mo dashboard ngape.
And on the dashboard it reflected a oil light.
Noma ubheka ke lana ke ku dashboard ubona ke ukuthi ke ibontsha ikhombisa ke ilight noma isibane ke se oil.
Ume ba fitla bo Jonathan ga re ka se yemi mo garage bushiwo re sa shirele ga re sepra le motshwariwa.
And indeed Jonathan and his crew arrived as we could not be at the garage on our own without any backup as we were in a company of an accused person.
Ngempela uJonathan kanye nabanye ke bafika ke khona lapho nanjengokuthi ke sasingeke ke sime ke egarage ebusuku ke futhi ke sihamba nomsolo noma ke umangalelo.
And again, that type of a motor vehicle, a Toyota Fortuner, it's one of the vehicles that is targeted for car hijacking or car theft.
Futhi ke leyo moto ke esasihamba ngayo ku Toyota Fortuner ke imoto ke ephuma kabi ke ebhekwe ke amehlo abayifunayo ngokuthi ke uma bethatha imoto noma ke hijacking.
Uma ufika mo ka unje bona ke itima ke lighter koloi.
And as you saw that I was igniting it and stopping it.
Nanjengoba ubona ke ngokwalombhalo ke noma ngokwalombiko ke ngokwandlela ke bunguza ngayo ukuthi imoto ibihamba ime ngidumisa ngiphinde ngicishe futhi
kele ke bula bonnet ka la lo oil ya ka efase.
When I opened the bonnet I found that my oil was low.
Uma sengiyovula ke ngaphambili ke lokubizwa ngokuthi ke ibonnet ke ngathola ke ukuthi ke ioil yami ke isenzansi.
Omega ke sipulaga yona mo kolini makam ga machachi.
As I had oil at all the times in the vehicle.
Ile kai change ka mo engine.
I filled up the engine with oil.
Nanjengoba ngazo zonke ke izinkathi ioil ke yayihlezi ikhona ke emotweni ngase ngithela ke kuyona iengine.
Omega starter gape.
I ignited the vehicle again.
Ngase ngidumisa futhi imoto.
Ome karki ke isipilisa kanyane ke lero re be ma tare tsele be se tshediti le di sanya go sepela botse.
And I tried driving the vehicle a bit but the wheels were already stiff, they could not move back and forth.
Ngathi ke ngiyihambisa nje kancane ke kodwa kwatholakala ke ukuthi ke amasondo ke manje aye ngavumi ke ukuthi ke aye phambili nasemuva.
Ke go bona nkitimile sebakanyana gore I fole.
That is where you see that I had switched it off for quite some time for it to cool off.
ingakho ke ubona ke ngokwalombiko ke ukuthi kulana kunala khona ke engayicisha ke isikhathi ukuthi ke ithi ke ukwehla.
Ditrata tse bolela ka tsona ke tshepa gore ke tsa mo around garage a di gole le garage e mo gareng ga ditrata tse tharo e go pola botse.
And the streets that you are referring to, they could be around where the garage is situated, because that filling station, if I am not mistaken, it is between 3 streets.
Futhi ke le itrata ongibuze ngazo ke sikhulula ke ummeli ubuze ngaboma Mali ubuze ngaboma Fraser ngaboma Collins ukuthi lezo itrata lezo ke azikho kude nendawo nala igarage ikhona ke uma ngikhumbula kahle noma uma ngenzi ifutha ke igarage ke ngathi nje ngale kweyitrata eziwu3.
Alwa wo shitele wo shiro ara khona lo ka hwetsa thusho ya di mechanic ba rena ba sepodisa.
And as it was already at night, we were unable to get assistance from our mechanics from the police division.
Nanjengoba kwasebusuku ke sasingekho kwisimo ke sokuthi sasingathola ke uncedo noma usizo bona ke abo mechanic basemaphoyiseni.
So re le mo actually ke bo Jonathan or ke bo Telezi ba fonela mechanic wa mathula charging.
Therefore, whilst we were still there, I'm not sure whether it was Jonathan or Butelezi who called a mechanic who was working independently.
Ngaleso sikhathi siselapho ke akusakhumbuli uThelezi uJonathan owafonela ke umechanic oyisebenzelayo.
Ome sala atlar gole unya go bleediwa kutshwantshiwe moya iheme.
And that mechanic came and he diagnosed the vehicle and said that vehicle needs to be bleeded as there is some air that needs to be removed from the brakes.
Wafika ngempela ke wafika ke wayidiagnose ke noma wayibheka ke washo ke ukuthi kwakunomoya ke kwakumele ukuthi ke ukhishwe kuma brakes.
Uyibone ayidlana kwetele so. Eka kana borisanya go bona rona e tla khona go sepela or bianga ya aitla gore a gore mechanic le aitlena kwetele nyana. So then remove around the go want to remove around the strategy.
Now as you see the vehicle idling for some time, it was when we were trying to move it around to see if it would be able to move further. And even as we were driving around those streets, the streets are nearby each other. That is where we were trying to see if the vehicle will be able to proceed.
Nanjengoba ke ubona ke ngokwawo umbiko lona ke kunesikhathi la khona ke imoto iduma isikhathi ke eside ila khona ke ayethi ke umechanic ke ayibheke khona ke isimo sayo imoto futhi ke sihamba kuzona lezi itrata leziyana ke oyichazile ke oyifundile khona lana ngoba lezi itrata iyitrato eyisondelene kwakubhekwa khona lokho ke ukuthi imoto manje ikusiphi isimo.
And whilst we were still there, we bought food and ate. We did not forget Mr. Ntanzi as we ate. He also ate with us.
Well,
when he says he was assaulted, I do not know. Maybe he can explain it to the court on where was he assaulted and when was he assaulted, as I did not see him being assaulted, my lord.
Bambamba bamiyeka ke engizofisa ukuthi ke ayichazeleke lenkantolo ukuthi kwenzeka kanjani kwenzeka kuphi mina ngingazange ngikubone lokho.
Sorry, I don't want to repeat evidence, but as I'm listening, is the sergeant saying he would be happy? He's not supposed to ask questions, by the way, but his evidence is how, when, and how. Just are you with me?
I'm with you,
because they just mentioned when and where. They don't mention how. Who doesn't mention how is the the interpreter? Am I right, sir?
I'm getting lost now.
Bametile Juang Kai Wabon go Kai Li Juang. The interpreter just left out how Juang.
As the court pleases, ma'am.
I mean, if you insist, you did say that you can play the record.
Go jwalo nke re gore go na le karolo e leng gore nna ke e shile.
I can't move, my lord.
I did not hear it properly, my lord. However, as an interpreter myself, as the court says, I pleased as it pleased the court, my lord.
Uthi-ke umbuzo uthi-ke noma ushilo kufakazi ukuthi uma ukuthi-ke umntanzi uthi bamshaya kuphi nendawo, bamshaya kanjani, bamshaya ngasiphi isikhathi.
Okay, yeah, fine.
Are you done?
Le fedije go tlhalosha.
Gomme ka le lebeletse ntse itima itshuma gape wa mpho bere sa ilukisha gore re be re gone go sepela ka yona go tla le gore e ba maemong a o kaone.
And as you saw that it was switching on and off, and we were trying to that is the time when we were trying to fix it to see if we will be able to drive with that vehicle until it got into a better state.
Nanje ngoba ubona-ke lana ngoba ngibikwa ukuthi imoto yayicishwa-ke idunyiswe-ke imoto ayidleleke ukuthi leso sikhathi leso-ke ila khona-ke sasibheka isimo-ke semoto kwaze kwayisikhathi-ke la ifinyelela khona-ke ukuthi sibone ukuthi ikusimo esingcono-ke manje ukuthi sesingaqhubeka-ke sihambe ngayo.
Fedije.
I am done.
Remember when my colleague for the state asked you from the inception of your examination as about overspeeding, you told the court that the car was from service, it had power.
Le sa gopola re ne motšhotšhisi a le botšiša ka nako e la ge be le tshetše lebelo gore lena le ile la re koloi e be e tšwa servicing gape e be e na le maatla. That is correct.
Kuyiqiniso ngishilo-ke uma ngishushiswe ngibuza-ke nkathi-ke ethi-ke kubhaliwe la ukuthi ngayiqa isivinini ukuthi-ke ngishilo ukuthi imoto yayibuya kwisevisi inamandla.
From Pretoria, sorry man, why do I like Pretoria? From Pretoria North to Carltonville, you never encountered such a problem. Do you agree?
Pretoria North or fitella Carltonville, ga senke la ba le bothata boo. If you recall, I do not know if you heard me when I said we stopped at Sasol Garage as I was checking my wheels.
Angazi-ke uyaqhubeka kumele athi-ke ukusuka-ke ePretoria nofika-ke eCarltonville imoto lena-ke inkinga enjalo ayikaze ibe khona. Angazi noma ukuthi ungizwile yini uma ngisho ukuthi-ke kunenkathi la ngangena khona-ke eSasol ngiyobheka-ke amasondo emoto.
I heard you very well, but according to what you testifying about now, that means the condition aggravated when you approach N3.
Ba le kwele ga botse jwalo ka ga lena le tlhalosha gora gore seemo se we sile sa ba sa feletša setse le gore se feteletse ge le fihla go N3.
Nka fetola ka mokgo koloi swana le motho le yona e na le bolwetse.
May I respond in this way? A vehicle, it's like a person, it also has its own illnesses.
Ingabe lokhu kusho ukuthi-ke manje isimo siye siba qayike sayo imoto lena uma manje isiyongena-ke kuthela wayeka lo N3 angikusho-ke noma ngichaze ngale ndlela-ke ukuthi imoto iyafana-ke nayo nomuntu nayo-ke inazo iy'nkinga zayo noma-ke ukungaphatheki kahle kwayo.
O ka re wena ga o le mo legono gore go lebetse jalo Ntate Mgomezulu ba lo thoma tlhakatlhakane le gore maybe maabane o tswa doctor ya ka goraoa e tla khote Ntate Mgomezulu ka la botlhano ka re go lwala o ka no tlhakatlhakana o ntse go tsamaya gona.
It is possible that as you are standing here in court in a good condition and it happens that you just complicate as you were not present on Friday and your doctor had said you should come, then you just complicate whilst we are still looking at you.
Angisho ke ngichaze ngalendlela ke kuzofana ke nawe lapha ngomezulu ngolesihlanu ke ubungekho khona lana uhambile ke wayebona udokotela wakho vumeleke athi cha ungeze mhlawumbe la emsebenzini mase kubuka thina sibhekeke sibone ukuthi cha isimo sakho ke siyasibabucayi noma ke asibi ngcono.
And that is what happened to us with that vehicle as well.
Ilokho okwenzeka kuthina ke ngaleyo moto leyo.
Lukushaware kole yone beri shumisha kudu o feta de kole dingwe mo malatunye re penya.
Please also understand further that this vehicle, we used it mostly as we were investigating in this matter more than other cars.
Okunye futhi ofaneleke ukukhumbuleke ukuthi imoto lena esikhuluma ngayo lana iyona ke imoto esasiyisebenzisa ke kakhulu ngeyona ndlela ke ukudlula ke ezinye imoto ukuphenya ke udaba lolu oluphambi kwenkantolo noma ke ikala leli eliphambi kwenkantolo njengamanje.
Is that all, Mr.?
Yes.
Yes.
So, you said you bought food and what? The drinks that you bought?
Le rekile dijo le eng le nwele eng.
Dijo le sepola le metsi le cold drink. Gore le khone go tsana ga botse mali.
Whenever we buy food, we would also buy cold drink and water so that we would digest them properly.
Make uthenga ukudla ke make sithenga ke ukudla bese ukuthenga ke namanzi noma sikuthenge ke nephuzo idrink ke sokwazi ke ukuthi ukudla ke lokhu kwehle noma ngene kahle.
Do you remember that at that time, from the 1st of June 2020 to the 17th of August 2020, the country was on lockdown?
Le sa go pla gore go tlogelleng ka di 1 tša June 2020 go ya go di 1 tša August 2020 re be re na le seemo sela sa lockdown. Yes, I do remember.
Ngiyakhumbula ke ukuthi ngazo ke e1 lezo ke zika Nhlangulana ke kuyena u2020 kuyofica ke kwi1 zapheke unqwaba kuyena u2020 ukuthi sasibhekene ke nalesiya simo ke ababesibiza ngokuthi ke iyona ilockdown.
It was level 3, I can call it level 3, but it entailed that there was a curfew where people were not expected to move, were under lockdown.
Bare re be re le go level 3 mo eleng gore go be go na le curfew gore batho ba seke ba sepela ka nako ye rileng jwalo ka ga re be re le ka fase ga lockdown.
Do you remember that?
Le sa go polase
e go gopola botse e be se ka monka batho ba ile gore ba ka se gone go move nako e.
If I remember very well, it was not everyone that was not allowed to move.
Uthi ke ummeli umemchazela ke uma ekhumbula kahle ke ummeli ngaleso sikhathi kwaku level 3 la abantu babengavumelekile ke khona ukuthi ke umuntu ke bahambe asuke endaweni ethize aye kwenye. Umephendula ke usurgeon uthi kwakungathi umekhumbula kahle kwakungasibona bonke abantu ababenqatshelwa noma ababevinjiwe ukuthi bangahamba.
Let us not dwell much on this story because I can tell you now we are making this story for yourself. Let me just put your version, your testimony actually. Your testimony, Buthelez's testimony, Jonathan's testimony. All of you denied that you have ever been next to an engine garage. They all denied having escorted you from engine garage, but they only escorted you to Moroka police station. This is just a total fabrication of what you're saying.
Bar tabela ya lockdown o re ska tsena kudu go yona bar botlhatsi ba lena ba Jonathan ba Buthelezi le maphodisa a mang ba re ba ganne gore ga senke ba ba kgauswi le engine garage ba ganne gore ga senke ba le latela go ya ka kwa. Did you also mention Moroka police station? Ba re bona ba ile le lena fela Moroka police station.
Ngifisa ke ukuthi lokho kuwena ukuthi ke asingaqali kakhulu ke kulodaba ke lockdown into nje wena ke ozakhela yona leyo ke, kodwa ke phakathi kwakho ufakazi bakho uJonathan ke uButhelezi ke bona ke banqabile nje ukuthi bahlangana nani ke engine garage nokuthi ke ukusuka lapho ke bahamba nani bane escorter ukuphela abakushoyo ke ukuthi la abanisa khona ke bane escortela khona kuseMoroka.
Go gopola botse pala o fetola mo go gopola botse.
If I remember very well,
la le mpushitse ka ere ya Moroka le tšatši le le ka la le hola sa ka la no bolela ka lona ke la mathomo fa o tlhatse ka lona.
You only asked me about when we were going to Moroka police station. This day that you are referring to, it is my first time that I am testifying on today.
Uma ngikhumbula kahle ke mana ningibuza ke nangibuza ke ngeMoroka ukuthi manje ke simbuze ke ngaleli langa leli ombuza ngalo ke manje ihlandla lokuqala ke lelo kwenzeka lokho.
Must I proceed?
Yes.
Yes, you may.
The evidence of the 18th of June 2020 was brought to the attention of this court today. You had an ample chance to testify about this day of the 18th of June 2020. But let me just leave it. I'll leave it for argument. For the sake of progress,
Barbotlhatsi bo ba letšatši le la di 18 tša June 2020 bo tlhageletše mmamotla fela bona ba re ba tla elesa e tla re ge ba bakišana ke mo e leng gore ba tlatla ba e bolela gane jwale ba re e ka re re tlatla re tšwelela pele.
Angisho nje lokho kuwena-ke ukuthi lo bufakazi lobu-ke balo-ke ilanga leli-ke la kwakungazo kwakunge-18 zakhe-ke uNhlangulana u-2020 ukuthi wawunesikhathi esiningi nje isikhathi esanele ukuthi-ke ungakhuluma ngakho, kodwa-ke ukwenze namuhla lokho, kodwa-ke uma senza izethulo zethu-ke ila engisozoliveza khona-ke lolo daba lolo.
Bona Mngomezulu ka di nako go bolela gore bere ya Moroka o mputse ga o bethilwe ra tsena kae ra kae a sa ba butsa ka tšatši la lekgono be go fetlana tšatši leo.
Mr. Mngomezulu, when you asked me about the trip to Moroka, you had specified that he was assaulted at certain places. You did not ask about this day that you are referring to about today.
Uma-ke Mr. Mngomezulu wawungibuza-ke noma-ke ukhuluma nami-ke mayelana nodaba-ke lwaseMoroka owangitshela kona-ke ukuthi washaywa-ke eshayelwa kuyindawo ey'thize awukaze nje lokotho-ke ukhulume-ke ngalolu daba noma ngaleli langa leli ongibuza ngalo namuhla.
thank you. Are you done, sir?
Yes, I am done.
That's why I said I'll leave it for argument because the records will speak for itself.
Ba re ke ka mo e leng gore bona ba re ba tlatla ba elesa eo e ba tlatla ba boledišana ka yona re se ba tlo tswalela dipoledišano. I am listening.
Let's move on. 2023 midnight. Sorry. Yes, I'm still at MM2.
Ba re ba sa le go bona botlhatsi bola ba MM2 page.
What page is that? On page 31.
Go page 31.
Do you see that?
I am still looking for it.
Can you repeat the time, sir?
It's 00223. Is it 0032, sorry. Here it's written 23, sorry.
Page 32.
Page 32, sorry.
Okay.
0023. I was confusing the
3.
Yes.
Do you see that?
Yes, I can see it.
Page 32. Page 32. All right. You were now driving, joining N3
ke nako e lebe le kgweetsa le tsena go mmila wa N3. That is correct.
Driving. Naye u-0023 siyahamba ke manje noma imoto iyahamba sijona ke u-N3.
Driving near Albemarle Freeway, Albemarle Germiston.
Kgauswi le Albemarle Germiston. That is correct.
So iqiniso ke ukuthi sihamba ke kuyona ke noma ke Albemarle noma eduze with N3 freeway Albemarle Germiston.
Are you driving with the escort?
Lebe le sepela le ba le babe ba le thusha ba be ba le lateletse.
No, re arogane mo re go setjolo she go bela Pretoria.
No, we had parted ways as it was at night and we were going back to Pretoria.
Sasingahambi ke nalabo ababesiphelezela ke noma ke babesescota ke ngoba ke saye indlela zethu ke noma zaphambana ke ngoba ke manje bakusebusuku ke sibuyela ePitoli.
Before you proceed, there's something I just forget to ask you, but it's just a simple thing. Did Mr. Ntanzi, or accused number 2, have his watch on that day?
Did he have his watch?
Did he have his watch?
Raised watch. Ntwe nngwe e botlhokwa e leng gore ba lebala go ibotšiša ke gore molatofatšo wa bobedi ka na letšatši lewe o be a na le watch ya gage. I do not recall. I would have seen it.
Angikhumbulike umbuzo uthi ke ngabe uMr Ntanzi ke wayifake iwash ngalelo langa lelo angikhumbulike ngabe ngalibona.
All right. Now, but the point is, in terms of your procedures, is it allowed that a detained person must have a watch, Rolex watch, for instance?
Jwale go ya ka melao ya lena motho e leng gore yena o golegile o swanetse molao wa dumela gore a ka ba le watch na. No, the watch is supposed to be kept in its bag.
Mehlelo liyabuza ukuthi ngokwemithetho ke khona ke noma enayo emaphoyiseni umuntu oboshiwe uvumelekile yini ukuthi ke alifake ke iwash noma ke iRolex ke cha fanele ukuthi ke lihlale ke esikhwameni
kwa church office ba allocate the bag and the number usayina lo form ba SAP 22.
At the church office, a watch would be kept in a small bag, and he would also sign a form, and that form is SAP 22.
futhi ke khona ke e-church office ke ila khona ke abazoyifaka esikhwameni esithize leyo form le noma le futhi ke la kuzofanele kune form ekufanele ayisayinde ke yena ebizwa ngokuthi SAP 22.
This question is not only about the watch per se. It's not relating to the watch. Was there any source where accused number 2 would know that at this particular time, the time was like this, was 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, 3 o'clock?
Ba re putšo e ga se gore ba botšiša fela ka sešupanako. Ba botšiša gore mohlomong e gona ntho e nngwe ye e leng gore e be e ka kgona gore molatofatšo a kgone go bona gore ka nako eke e be setse e le 12, e be setse e le 1, e be setse e le nako mang. E gona ntho e nngwe e leng gore mohlomong o be a kgona go bona ka yona.
Ka be putšiša nna le be le bjalo yena a nya go tseba nako tla botšiša rena because ana watch.
Initially, maybe that is how you should have placed your question, my Lord, Mr. Mgomezulu, because if he would want to know the time, he would then ask us, as he did not have a watch.
Uthi ke kumele lo mbuzo awukho mayela nje ne watch ukuthi wayegqokile ke kodwa ke ingabe khona yini la khona ke ukuthi wayezokwazi ukuthi manje isikhathi u1 sisendaweni ethize manje isikhathi u12 sisendaweni ethize ngabe ke mhlawumbe kwaseqaleni ke umbuzo lo ubuze kanjalo uma kuukuthi ke bakunesidingo sokuthi azi isikhathi lokho wayezokubuza kuthina kana njengoba iwash wayengenalo
apele mo koloing ona le mo ona go le watch ona e loro o gona o dutse botsa ka itlhodimela a sa re botse.
And as well in the car there is where there is a watch that is displayed, so if he was sitting on a proper way he would have able to see the watch even without asking us.
Futhi ke emotweni ke esasihamba ngayo ke kunala khona ke kunesikhathi esitshengiswa khona ke uma kuukuthi asithi ke wayehlezi kahle ke noma ehlezi endaweni awayengathi aboneke wayengasibona isikhathi lapho engasibuzanga thina.
Okay.
0025. So driving entry Germiston Elandsfontein.
Bare nako yela ya 0025 le be le kgweetsa le le mo N3 freeway Elandsfontein. That is correct.
So iqiniswa ukuthi ngo 0025 yahamba ke imoto sise N3 freeway eEllasfontein.
0026 still driving Germiston Elandshaven.
Gape le 0026 le be le santse le kgweetsa le le mo Germiston Elandshaven. That is correct.
Ngo 0026 sahamba ke sikuyona ke uN12 eEllandshaven eGermiston.
0028 you joined N12.
Basole 0028 ke ge lena le tsena mo N12. That is correct.
Nokuthi ke ngo 0028 sasesijoyina ke uN12 kuyiqiniso.
You passed, yes, you passed Glen Eagles, Winchester,
Lafeta, Glen Eagles, le Winchester,
Eratin,
le Eratin. That is correct.
Kuyiqiniso ke sandlula iGlen Eagles, Winchester, Eratin.
In 10 minutes thereafter, ignition was off.
Metsotso ya lesome ka moraga mo uwe ke mo e leng gore koloi ile ya timiwa
at Guys Gibson
mo
in
tulong
Eratin.
ye bitswang Guy Gibson Avenue mo Eratin. That is correct.
Kuyiqiniso ke nokuthi ke kwimizuzu ke eyishumi emuva kwalokho ke imoto yaseyicishwa ke eduze ke nendawo ebizwa ngokuthi iGuy Gibson Avenue eEratin.
At 0048, then start up there and you started to drive.
E re ge nako e le metsotso ye masome nne šupa ke mo e leng gore koloi ile ya dumišwa.
Back to Pretoria.
Le tswela pele le kgweetsa le ya Pretoria. That is correct.
Nokuthi ke ngo 0047 imoto yadunyiswa futhi ke isiyabuya ke manje ke kuyela ePretoria.
00555 at Ben Notier. You were still driving on there.
Ke mo e leng gore le be le santse le kgweetsa le metsotso ye metlhano pele ga iri ya pele le kgweetsa le le mo Ben Notier. That is correct.
Nokuthi kuyiqiniso ukuthi ngo 0055 yahamba ke imoto ihamba eBen Notier.
0057 speed violation. The car had a problem. 0057 speed violation.
Ka nako ya 0057 e bontsha gore koloi ile ya tshela lebelo e be santse e be ina le bothata ka nako ewe
ka ge se di bole gore sale ya bidiwa ka tshela le oil e shetse sepola mna di bile boshego after midnight engine cooler down go cool koloi sepola botse.
As I have explained that the vehicle was bleeded and after midnight the vehicle cools down and that is when it is able to run smoothly.
Lana ke ummeli umtshengisa ke ukuthi ke isikhathi u0057 yatshengiswa ke ukuthi nala khona weqa isivinini uthi bese ngishilo ke ngaphambili ukuthi ke imoto lena yayise itholiwe ke ukuthi ke ibhekwe ibleediwe ke noma ikhishwe ke ioil noma ifakiwe futhi ioil ke uzoqaphela ke ukuthi isikhathi manje useshayile ke u12 kwasebusuku ke imoto isikhulu iye yathola ukuthi ke iphole noma ikhule down ke manje iyayihambela nje kamnandi.
So you were driving at Moy Fontaine N1.
Lena le be le kgweetsa mo mmileng wa Moy Fountain mo N1.
AVL e bontsha
as the AVL reflects, yes.
Yebo ke AVL itshengisa kanjalo ukuthi sasihamba umgwaqo ke iMoy Fontaine.
A minute to 1 o'clock, still driving towards Pretoria.
motsotso ka pele ga iri ya pele bošigo ga re ke ge le gore lena le be le santse le kgwetša le ya Pretoria. That is correct.
Kuyiqiniswa-ke ukuthi-ke umzuzu nje owodwa libumbaneke elokuqala ihora entathakusake ukuthi sasisemgwaqeni-ke siza ePitoli.
0146 arrived in Pretoria.
Ya re ge e re 0146.
You see that?
Le bona?
Yes, ke a bona.
La fitla Pretoria.
Ithi-ke uma isikhathi-ke sesithi 0146 niyafika-ke ePitoli, ngiyabona lokho.
0151 Access Idle Benfell Street.
Ka 0151 ke ge le gore koloi e a duma mo Benfell Street,
Pretoria.
Mo Pretoria.
Ke mo Pretoria North SAPS.
Yes, that is Pretoria North SAPS.
Iyasho-ke ukuthi ngo-0151-ke imoto iyaduma-ke access idle eBenfell noma eduze kweBenfell Pretoria North. Mephendula-ke yebo so police station yase-Pretoria North.
A minute past 2 you were at Hell Divet.
Motsotso ka moraga iri ya bobedi le be le le mo Ger Divet. That is correct.
Kuyiqiniswa ukuthi ngomzuzu owodwa sekubumbeneke elesibili ihora ntathakusake sasiseduzeke neGert Divet ePretoria North.
6 minutes past 2 early hours, Emily Hope House Avenue.
Metsotso ye tshela ka moraga iri ya bobedi ka masa belele mo kgauswe le Emily Hope House Avenue mo Pretoria. That is correct.
Iqiniswa ukuthi imizuzu u6-ke emuva ko2-ke sise eduze kwase Emily Hope House Avenue ePretoria North.
14 minutes past 2 early hours in the morning near Theron. Is it the street? Theron Street.
Theron.
Kamasa ka metsotso ye lesome nne ka mora iri ya bobedi ke ge ile gore lena le kgauswe le Derry Aaron Milengowe gona mo Pretoria. That is correct.
Yeah, sure-ke ukuthi imizuzu u14-ke emuva-ke kwensimbi yayo ishayileke iyesibili seduzeke kwaso istrata iDani Tron Street ePretoria North.
Thank you. 19 past 2 GPS unlocked at the same place.
Metsotso ye lesome senyane ka mora iri ya bobedi ke ge ile gore iri GPS unlocked gona tulong yewe. That is correct.
Iyasho-ke ukuthi ngemizuzu-ke u19 eshayileke u2 isona-ke leso strato leso-ke i-GPS i-unlocked.
2:30 in the morning, ignition off, same Emily Hope House as per exhibit MM, booked in Nongoma cars number 163. That's the exhibit MM. It's not reflecting there.
Yale ke mo ileng gore metsotso ya masome tharo ka moraga iri ya bobedi ka masa ke ge ile gore koloi ya tima gona tulong yewe ya Emily Hope House Avenue mo Pretoria North. That is correct.
Yebo kuyiqiniswa-ke ukuthi uma 82:30-ke imoto iyacishwa-ke kuseduzeke ne-Emily Hope House Avenue ePretoria.
That's when accused number 2 was booked in.
Yes.
Yes.
Ila khona-ke umsolo wesibili-ke manje esebhukwakhe amagama efakwa-ke khona la.
At 25 to 3, that's when you charge accused number 2 for Nongoma case murder 163 of 10 2018.
That is correct. Kuyiqiniswa-ke ukuthi ngayo u25 to 3 ila khona manje-ke esethweswa icala-ke umsolo wesibili kona-ke icala leli la kwaNongoma elokubulala.
At 10 to 4. At 10 to 4. What day was that?
Bare metsotso ye lesome ka pele ga iri ya
What
bone.
date was it?
E be
What
le
date was it?
date ye efe?
The 19th of June 2020.
19 of June 2020.
ngaye ke u10 to 4 ongibuza ngayo kwakungazo ke eyi19 kuyena ke uNhlangulana ku2020.
I'll confirm that one. It's 10 to 5. That's when you booked again, accused number 2.
Bare ka 10 to 5 ke mo eleng gore lena lide la buka molatofatso wa bobedi gape
Out to
lebe
Phosphorus
le
court.
montsha le moisha kgorong ya Phosphorus. That is correct.
Kuyiqiniso ke ukuthi isikhathi ke kwaku10 to 5 la phinde damkhipha khona ke noma ngimbuka out khona ke eya ke enkantolo yase Phosphorus.
When you book him out, I think this is the third time if I'm not mistaken. Do you still have regard of human dignity in terms of the rights of the accused? Do you still have regards to human dignity? Did you sleep all these hours, comfortably or otherwise? Did you have regard of his right to human dignity?
Bare ge lebe lile la nagana jwalo ka gabe le setse le mobuka le montsha e be la ga kgetlo la boraro mo ileng gore lena le la nagana na ka ditokelo tša gage tša botho.
Ka ge ke tlhalositše ke re o ba robala le mo koloing re mo swere botse ke tshepa gore ditokelo tša gage tša botho be re mfa dijo re mo tlhokomela re be re di šeetša kudu.
As I have explained that as we were in the vehicle, he would fall asleep and we were protecting his human dignity rights as we were also taking care of him. We took care of those rights as well, my lord.
Ngifisa ukwazi ke ukuthi mase umkhipha ke manje ke ngalo 10 to 3 uma ngenzi iphutha ke kwakuse ihlanda lesithathu ke manje ingabe yini amalungelo akhe ngokuphathelene ke nesithunzi sobuntu noma sokuthi abe umuntu ke nani sibhekile noma nani kunakile yini lokho ngoba ke lo muntu akalelanga nihambe naye onke lamahora ngicabangeke kanjalo ke ukuthi wayeba nesikhathi ke nasemotweni ke sasimphethe nje kahle ke elala ke nasemotweni nangenkathi futhi ke sinikeza noma simphake ukudla ngicabanga ukuthi naloko futhi kwakuwukuthi ke amalungelo akhe noma ke isithunzi sakhe sokuthi abe umuntu sisibhekile.
My lord, I submit that it will be a convenient time to adjourn for a long.
That's okay.
It's 1 o'clock.
It's 1 o'clock.
Let's go. I think before I proceed, sir, with the booking out at 10 to 5, remember you told the court that you were doing investigations after you verified the reports of accused number 2. You were busy with the investigations on that day.
Kamra gore le ile la thola gore molatofatso ba le ka tšatši le la rena le ile la tswela pele ka dinyakišišo.
Ke a gopola ebile o tlhalotšetša kgolo gore mmoto wa rena o ile ba thuša ba fiša ga ba kgone le go tšwetša pele dibeskeng tša rena ona mo le mo garage one tše dingwe tše be di šala morago ka document ra ka lefa yona ya tlala ka mo court.
That is correct, my lord. I do remember, and in addition, our vehicle helped us when it overheated, as it also assisted us that we could proceed with other investigations of that particular document that the court had asked for, and the document was roaming around in the courtroom.
Kwiqiniso bengishilo-ke ukuthi nkathi-ke ngayo ngangiyobheka-ke ngiyobuza ukuthi umsolo wayekuphi nendawo makhana-ke emsebenzini ngishilo-ke ukuthi saqhubeka-ke ngophenyo nokuthi futhi-ke imoto yethu-ke yayinenkinga-ke lokho kwasinikeza-ke ithuba-ke lokuthi-ke sibhekeke noma senze-ke olunye uphenyo ikakhulukazi-ke kanye ngayo idokhumenti lena-ke ibikade ijikeleza khona la enkantolo.
Were such investigations concerned accused number 2, particularly on that night?
Dinyakišišo tšeuwe bošegong boo di be di sepedišana le molatofatšo wa bobedi.
Ao ba ke tšela ke tše lefile feleng tšona gomme go na le e tele gore wa amega ga yona.
No, it is one of them where he is involved in, and those investigations are the ones that I gave them to you.
Ukubuzo uthi-ke ngabe lelo phenyo lelo lalifaka noma lahlanganisa umsolo wesibili yini? Cha uthi-ke kwakuwomunye wabo futhi-ke lawo documents lawo ila engikunikeze wona.
Okay. So in other words, those investigations are still pending. They are incomplete.
Dinyakišišo tšeuwe ga se tšho di fele.
Nka se kgone go bolela ka tšona ka gore already lengwala re na le ditho tše pepeneneng nka se kgone go fetola go ya gare ka yona.
I will not be able to respond in that further as our document has already been publicized.
Lokho bafuthi ukuthi-ke uphenyo lelo lusaqhubeka noma lwaqedwa yini angeke ngibe kwisimo-ke sokuthi ngaphendula-ke lokho nanjengoba-ke idocument yethu-ke manje isikhishwe.
You further confirm that when you, okay, let me just leave it because the Nongoma case, murder case, that docket you said it's in the hands of Brigadier Kininde.
That is correct.
Correct. Let's go to exhibit MM2. Let's proceed. After 10 to 5, accused was moved out again to Phosphorus Court on the at 2 minutes past 5. You were driving.
Kamera metsotso ya lesome pele ga iri ya botlhano ke mo e leng gore molatofatšwa yena o ile a ntshiwa lebele ya kgorotshekelo ya Phosphorus ka metsotso e mebedi kamera iri ya botlhano ke mo e leng gore lena lebele kgwetše. That is correct.
Mshilo-ke ukuthi ngawo-ke imizuzu ewu-10 phambi kwakhe-ke u-4 ile sikhathi-ke la sorry phambi kwakhe u-5 imoto-ke yayimile-ke khona lapho noma-ke iduma futhi-ke imizuzu emibili emuva kwakhe-ke u-5 imoto isiyahamba-ke manje.
I will not waste the court's time in terms of the places that you had to pass through, but at that time you were traveling from the Benfield June Street till the Power Park at 0552. Can you go to 0552?
Ba re ba ka se senye nako ka gore lena le sepedi tsela tse di feng di bontsha le gore lena le thomile sepelo ya lena go tloga mo Benfield go fitlheleng mo 0552 ba re re ye go 0552.
Do you see that? Oh, sorry. Page
le bona 0552
Card 19.
Are you referring to the 19th on page 36?
36.
Bare eya. Yes, I can see it.
Ngasibona ke lesikhathi okhuluma ngaso-ke eku-05 or 52, so 0552 ekulana-ke ku-page 36.
You have confirmed that this is...
Yes.
All right. You said till, okay. At that time, you were at Power Park, Chrisani Street in Soweto.
Kana ko yewe lebelele mo tulong yela ya Power Park mo mmileng wa Chris Hani Soweto. That is correct.
Uyiqinisile ukuthi ase Power Park kumgwaqo iChrisani eSoweto.
Okay. Power Park. Are you familiar with Soweto?
Soweto le a itseba ga botse botse. No, I am not familiar with that.
Siyona-ke indawo engijwayelene noma engiyaziyo-ke iSoweto.
The court is familiar with that area.
Yes, ma'am.
Next to whatever.
Power Park. Is it not in Orlando?
Power Park ye we ga e kgauswi le Orlando.
He doesn't know.
That's correct.
I do not know where is it.
Ukuthi-ke i-power park ikuphi indawo ukuthi-ke isola Orlando njengoba umbeli ebuza angazi.
All right. From 0556, we're driving to Elias Mutwaledi Street, Soweto, Dlamini.
Go tlogeleleng ka 0556 lena le bele kgwetsa mo mmileng mola wa Elias Motsoaledi Road mo Dlamini, Soweto. That is correct.
Mizuzu mine-ke ngaphambi kwalo-ke ihora lesithupha-ke ngihamba Elias Motsoaledi eDlamini eSoweto kuyiqiniso.
1 minute past 6, GPS unlocked until 11, 06:11 until 11 minutes past 6.
Motsotso ka moraga iri ya botshela go fitlheleleng metsotso ye lesometere ka mora iri ya botshela GPS ebe e unlockile le ya bona mo. That is correct.
Kuyiqiniso ukuthi umzuzu uwodwa lishayileke lesithupha ihora kwaze bayishaya-ke eyishumi nanye lishayile lesithupha ihora ithi GPS unlocked.
So to confirm that between those two times, the 10 minutes was spent in these two times.
Le a dumela gore magareng ga dinako tse pedi tseuwe yela ya motsotso ka moraga iri ya botshela le ela ya metsotso ye lesometere ka moraga iri ya botshela le a dumela gore go fetile metsotso ye lesome. Yes, I can see that.
Ngiyabona lokho ukuthi-ke phakathi kwale nkathi embili omnikeze zona ukuthi kudlule imizuzu eyishumi.
What were you doing in this 10 minutes time?
Le bele dirang mo metsotsong ya lesome eo.
Ke go kola a sangala no ya matsileng a tsona re re GP unlocked la gore nga sangala no re se ba ona mo yemi.
If my memory serves me well, we never stopped on the road. I do not know what does it mean when it says GPS unlocked, as we did not stop on the road.
So ukuthi-ke sasenzani ngalesi sikhathi-ke angikhumbule-ke mina-ke ukuthi-ke sekukho kunala semakhona-ke ukuthi-ke u-GPS unlock usho ukuthini angazi.
Okay. Will this require an expert to tell the court that GPS unlock entails what?
O ka tla wa nyakega setsebi gore se tla se tlo botsa kgoro gore GPS unlocked e ra gore
Tlaba tumelo ya kgoro.
If the court pleases, then it would need an expert.
Uma lokho-ke kungaphuma-ke kwinkantolo-ke yebo-ke kungasho-ke ukuthi izofuna ungoti noma kuzofuneka ungoti ukuthi azochaza-ke ukuthi u-GPS unlock usho ukuthini.
At 14 minutes past 6, we were driving near Krisane Road, Dlamini, Soweto.
Metsotso ye lesomenne ka moraga iri ya botshela lena le bele kgwetsa kgauswi le mmila ola wa Chris Hani Dlamini mo Soweto. That is correct, I confirm.
Kuyiqiniso ukuthi imizuzu u-14 eshayile u-6 angihamba eKrizani Road eDlamini eSoweto.
6:15, it reflects Koma Street, Dlamini, Soweto. Were you driving there?
Metsotso ye lesometlhano ka moraga iri ya botshela e bontsha gore lebele le kgauswi le Koma Street Dlamini, Soweto. Le bele kgwetsa kana moo. Yes, according to this AVL, it reflects the truth.
Ngobayo-ke i-AVL lena noma umbiko lona-ke ngayo 6 sasi-driver-ke noma ihamba-ke imoto eKoma Street eDlamini eSoweto.
My lord, may I beg to approach my PA?
Yes.
Thank you.
From 6:15 to 22 minutes past 6, there was excess idle.
Go tlogelleng metsotso e lesometlhano ka moraga iri ya botsela go išeng go metsotso e masomepedipedi
in Kalima Street.
go be go na le mo e leng gore koloi e be e duma gona mo kgauswi le Mkhalima
Moroka, Soweto.
mo Moroka, Soweto.
Okay, got 19:6:22, 19 seconds, terminating.
It is correct at 06:22 and 19 seconds.
Kuyiqiniswa-ke ukuthi-ke ngalo lelo langa lelo-ke isikhathi-ke u-6:22 ukuthi-ke imoto iyaduma-ke eduze nemakhalima eMoroka eSoweto.
06:46 ignition off. We confirmed that.
That's 06:46 ke mo koloi e ile ya timwang gona le ya dumela. That is correct.
Nokuthi-ke ngo-6:46 injini-ke yemoto noma imoto yacishwa-ke.
Approximately an hour. That is 08:12, 12 minutes past 8. The ignition was off.
Koloi e timilwe nako e ka lekantšhang le iri go fitlheleleng metsotso e lesomepedi ka moraga iri ya seswai.
Until you start up at Makhalima Street.
Ke mo e leng gore lena le ile la e dumiša gape gona mo Makhalima mmileng wola kgauswi le Moroka.
Police station in Moroka.
That is correct, as we were inside the Moroka police station.
Kuyiqiniswa-ke ukuthi kwakuyihora imoto ecishwe khona-ke base kuthi kamuva-ke ngo-08:12 imoto yaduma-ke kwakungaphakathi-ke police station yaseMoroka.
At 08:21, there was excess idle, Street, Moroka, Soweto. To confirm that.
Ka nako re be e re metsotso e masomepedi tere ka mora iri ya seswai mo mmileng wa Koma mola Soweto Moroka koloi e bentse e duma. That is correct, I confirm.
Kuyiqiniswa ukuthi ngo-8:21 imoto yayiduma-ke kuseduze neKoma Street eMoroka eSoweto.
Before I proceed, because the same sequence is the same as the one in Fairwood Park and Albemarle Jimistin. In this case, I want to establish, is it Koma Street next to Makhalima Street?
Bare ba bona ile gore ntwe di ragetseng mo magareng ga mmila ola wa Koma le Makhalima ke ntwe e swanang le ka bua ge be e diragala ka kwa kgauswi le Fairwood Park. Bare Koma mmila wa Koma le Makhalima di kgauswi na.
Nka se tseo tseba ntwe ke tseba gore gate ya Moroka police station e ka mo Makhalima Koma tsona the old porch of Koma Street is strata se
what I recall it's that Makhalima, it's next to where there is a gate for the Moroka police station, and whether that other road would be Old Porch or Koma, I do not know which one would it be.
Engikwaziyo-ke ukuthi-ke isango-ke noma-ke igate-ke ya police station yaseMoroka ikhona-ke eMakhalima noma itholakala kwistrata eMakhalima. Ukuthi-ke iKoma lena-ke ilo mgwaqo-ke manje osobizwa ngokuthi-ke i-Old Porch angazi.
At 8:31, there's excess idle at Makhalima Street, Moroka.
Ka 8:31 motsotso ka mora metsotso e lesometharo te ka moraga iri ya seswai go na le gape le mo koloi e ntse e duma gona mo Makhalima mo Moroka. That is correct.
Kunjalo-ke ukuthi ngo-8:31 la imoto iduma khona-ke duze neMakhalima eMoroka, Soweto.
At 8:35, then the ignition was off. Was it at the same place at Makhalima Street?
Metsotso e lesometharo tlhano ka mora iri ya seswai ke mo e leng gore koloi ya timwa gape be e sa le gona mola mo Makhalima. That is correct.
Nokuthi-ke ngo-8:35 imoto yase icishwa-ke kwakukhona-ke kuleyo ndawo eyodwa-ke eMakhalima.
2 hours in between at 8 minutes past 10.
Wa feta di iri tse pedi
at Makalima Street. in
ya re
Soweto.
ka metsotso ye seswai ka mora iri ya lesome mola mo mmileng wa Makhalima. Yes, I can hear you.
Ngiyakuzwa-ke uma uthi-ke uma seshaya amahora amabili-ke ayo 10:08 imoto yase-Iduma futhi-ke eduze naseMakhalima eMoroka.
So 13 minutes past 10 we were driving again at Makalima Street.
Ka metsotso ye lesome tharo ka mora iri ya lesome ke mo e leng gore lena le be le kgweetsa gona mola gaufi le Makhalima mmileng ola mo Moroka Soweto. That is correct.
Nokuthi-ke ngo-10:13 imoto yahamba-ke eduze neMakhalima eMoroka eSoweto.
At 14 minutes past 6, excess idle again at Makalima Street.
Did you say 14 minutes past 6?
14 minutes past 6, a minute after the one that we just. 14 minutes past 10.
Thank
Sorry.
you. Bare metsotso ye lesome nne ka moraga iri ya lesome koloi e be e duma gape gona mo Makhalima. That is correct.
Imizuzu-ke ewu-14 eshayileke u-10 imoto iyaduma futhi-ke duze neMakhalima.
19 minutes past 10.
Metsotso ye lesome senyane ka moraga iri ya lesome
Excess idle again.
gape e tswela pele ya duma le gona mowe. That is correct.
Nokuthi-ke ngo-10:19 imoto iyaduma futhi-ke.
At 10:34, same situation, same position, excess idle.
Metsotso ye lesome tharo nne ka moraga iri ya lesome koloi e sa duma ka yona tsela e uwe gape. That is correct.
Nokuthi-ke nango-10:34 imoto isaduma futhi-ke kuleyo mgwaqo noma kuleso strata leso.
At 10:39, excess idle near Chris Hani Street, Chris Hani Road.
Ya re gape
I mean, Soweto.
metsotso ye lesome tharo senyane ka moraga iri ya lesome ke ge e le gore koloi ya dima gape gona mo gaufi le mmila wa Chris Hani mo la Dlamini Soweto. That is correct.
Ngo-10:39 imoto iyaduma futhi-ke duze ne-Chris Hani Road eDlamini eSoweto.
At 10:44, excess idle, Moroka, Koma Street.
Ya re gape metsotso ye lesome nne ka moraga iri ya lesome ke ge e le gore koloi ya duma gape gaufi le mmila ola wa Koma mo Moroka Soweto. That is correct.
10:44 imoto iyaduma futhi-ke duze neKoma Street eMoroka eSoweto.
At 10:46, the ignition is off. To confirm that.
Metsotso ye lesome masome nne tshela ka moraga iri ya lesome le ya dumela gore koloi ile ya timiwa. That is correct, I confirm.
Statistic to 10:46 imoto yaseyiqishwa-ke duze neMakoma Street eMoroka eSoweto.
An hour after that, 11:42, you start up the motor vehicle at Koma Street in Soweto, in Moroka.
Wa feta iri ya re ge nako e setse e le 11:42 ke mo e leng gore le ile la dumiša koloi mo mmileng wa Koma. That is correct.
Nokuthi-ke ngo-11:42 imoto iyaduma futhi-ke istrato noma eduze nestrato iKoma eMoroka eSoweto.
Shortly after that, few seconds, then the ignition was off again at Makalima Street.
Metsotswana fela ka moraga mowe ke ge mo e leng gore ile ya timiwa gape koloi gona mo Makhalima mmileng wa Moroka Soweto. That is correct.
Isikhatshana nje sifitshane-ke emuva kwalokho imoto iyaqishwa-ke eMakhalima eMoroka eSoweto.
A minute to 12 o'clock, you start up a motor at Makalima Street in Moroka.
Motsotso ka pele ga gore le tshele kgomo mokokotlo ke mo e leng gore lena le ile la dumiša koloi mo Makhalima mmileng ola mo Moroka Soweto. That is correct.
Umzuzu nje owodwa-ke kubumbane ihora-ke le-12 imoto yaduma futhi-ke eMakhalima eMoroka eSoweto.
At 12 o'clock, you started moving.
Ya re ge le tshela kgomo mokokotlo ke ge lena le thoma le kgweetša. That is correct.
Selibumbene-ke ihora le-12 imoto yahamba-ke eKoma Street eMoroka eSoweto.
I just want us to hang up there I need to clarify certain aspects.
ba re ba kgopela gore re tshware gana mo bue go na le dilo tse ba nyakang gore re di lebelelešiše.
When you booked accused number 2 out at 10 to 5, where was the escort?
Molatofatšo wa bobedi ge be le mo booka out ka 10 to 5 ba le ba be ba le latela ba be ba le thuša ba be ba le kae bona
In Pretoria.
Pretoria.
Le kopola botse ne re sena escort tloa Pretoria.
When I remember, we did not have any escort when we left Pretoria.
Umbuzo uthi ke kathi ke nimkhipha ke masebe ke umsolwa wesibili ke babe kuphi ke laba babeniphelezela uma ukuthi ukhumbula kahle ke ePitori iescort noma babesiphelezela babe ngekho.
What was the reason for the escort?
Lebaka la gore le ska ba le batho ba be ba le thuša ba le latela lebeleng.
MPD e re ka segono tla Pretoria ga re e tšhaise late bšo ba maabane.
EMPD had informed us that they would not be able to come to Pretoria as they knocked off late the previous evening. However, we will meet on the road.
Ebe EMPD basazisho noma basitshela ukuthi angeke bakhoneke ukuthi beze ePitori nanjengokuthi ke ubusuku obungaphambilini bashayisa ke kulate nokuthi ke basazisa ukuthi sohlangana ke endleleni.
If you say MPD informed you, were they referring to those members that were with you at Albertine?
Ge le re EMPD e le boditše be ba bolela ka bale ba be ba le Albertine na. That is correct.
According to your information, or sorry, let me just put it this way. Other than those members of the SWAT, EMPD, were there any other members of SWAT, Metro Police, that ever escorted you other than those that consist of Jonathan, Buthelezi, Mapumulo, and Desiree?
Kantleng ga ba bang bale ba SWAT ba EMPD o Jonathan Mapumulo Buthelezi le SWAT go na le ba bang motlhomong ba SWAT ba ile gore ba ile ba le thuša go ba sepela lena kantleng ga ba be re boletse ka bona
ka ge tšeng tlhalošitše gore ba ba gopetše le bona ba re thušang ka di-escort dilo tša ka moka ke bona ba.
As I have explained that they were requested that they should assist us with the escort, those are the ones that I have mentioned.
Ngaphandle ke kwalaba ababeziwe ke noma labo ababekhona ke ababesebeshiwo be-EMPD besu amalunga eSWAT uJonathan uSWAT uButhelezi kanye noLisering ngaba akhona yini amanye amalunga eSWAT EMPD aniphelezela umbuzo noma impendulo ithi ke nanjengoba kuyibona ke ngikhulume ngabe ngishilo futhi abacela ukuthi abasiphelezele kwakuyibona ke ababekhona.
To confirm what you are saying, I just want to confirm if that answer relates to the time when accused number 1 was arrested on the 30th of May 2020 and accused number 2 was arrested on the 16th of June 2020 up to their first day of appearance on the 27th of October 2020.
Barbanya go tseba gore lena le bolela ka go tlogeng nakong yela ya ge ne molatofatšo wa mathomo a be a swarwa ka di 30 tša May 2020 go fitlhelela ge molatofatšo wa bobedi a be a swarwa le yena ka di 16 tša June 2020 go fitlheleleng October 27 2020
in Boksburg.
Ebe ba ya kgorong ya Boksburg.
Go tlhalosetša kgoro go na le mo e le gore especially ka I think in between go na le mo bere fela re kgopela TRT or NIU mara ke sapola gore makgetla e kae gore re thuše.
To explain it, to explain it thoroughly to the court, there were times in between where we asked TRT or NIU to assist us. However, in most of the times, we were working with the ones that were mentioned.
Lana ke kumele ifisa ukwazi ke ukuthi impendulo onikeze ngayo ukuthi ke ihlanganisa ke nale yankathi leyana ke la khona umsolo wokuqala aboshwa khona ku-30 May 2020 kanye futhi ke nangenkathi kuboshwa ke umsolo wakhe wesibili nge-16 kena ke uJune 2020 kuhlanganisa futhi nesikhathi la beyovela khona okokuqala enkantolo nge-27 ku-October 2020 enkantolo yase-Boksburg. Umephendula-ke uthi-ke uyakhumbula-ke ukuthi kwakunenkathi la khona-ke kwakucelwa abe-TRT kanye-ke ne-NIU uma kuwukuthi-ke kunesidingo sokuthi kwenziwe lokho, kodwa-ke isikhathi esiningi bekusetshenziswa laba abachaziwe.
In terms of the evidence that you have led or tendered before this court, including evidence of Buthelezi, Constable Jonathan Mapumulo. It's the first time to hear that the TRT members were also involved. This is my first time to hear from the state witnesses.
Barre, go botlhatse ba lena ka moka ba ileng gore ba se ba fane ka botlhatse ba bolela le ka bo Jonathan le Mapumulo le Buthelezi ba re ba thoma go kwa mmamotla jwalo ka ga le fetša go bolela ga njwale gore TRT le yona e be le karolo ya batho ba be ba sepela le lena ba dithuso
go bona le mputša e le gona sa ka la mputšiša le yona go tloga morago.
It is for the first time that I'm being asked that question. That question has never been posed to me previously.
Mele uthi-ke uyaqala-ke ukuzwa kufakazi-ke umbuso ekhuluma-ke ngaloko akushoyo-ke manje ukuthi ne-TRT nayo-ke yayilekelela-ke mayiphendula-ke uthi kuwokokuqala-ke nami ngibuzwa loyo mbuzo loyo.
Yes. When I put the version of accused number 1 on Constable Jonathan, that to the pointing out, to the alleged pointing out, they were members of the TRT. He denied.
Barbona irile geba bocha Constable Jonathan kana boela ya molatofatšo wa mathomo gene a ilo shupa geba ba bocha gore TRT le yona e be le gona Constable Jonathan yena o ile a ganetša.
Where's the dichotomy between the answer you got from Jonathan and the answer you got from this witness? This witness says, at times when the SWAT crew is involved in other escort duties, we would request the TRT and the other group to assist. But in the main, it was the SWAT escort crew which did the work. Is that so, sir?
Bojwalo papa gore lena le boletše jwajo gore ka nako ye nngwe le be le na le go ikgopela TRT goba NIU eupša nakong ye ntši lena le be le bereka le ba le ba SWAT. That is correct, my lord.
Kuyiqinisile njengoba inkantolo iveza-ke ukuthi bengishilo uma ngiphendula-ke nanjengoba umeli ethi-ke uyaqala ukuzwa lokhu ukuthi inkantolo kuhlanganaphi-ke lokho kukhulunywa uJonathan naloko kushiwo lo fakazi ngoba lo fakazi yena uthe kwaba ney'nkathi la khona beyicela i-TRT ne-NIU kodwa-ke kakhulukazi ababe basebenzisa yilaba beSWAT.
My lord.
Yes, sir.
Do I have to respond from the dichotomy that...
No. I'm saying I understand this witness like that. But you're specifically saying, for instance, when Jonathan was in charge of the crew,
yes,
he was together with the TNT and NIU crew, following from this gentleman's evidence.
Yes.
But I'm saying he doesn't follow.
May I just
you are
leave it for that? But my lord, I just wanted to put it across because this might be a question that I will ask on the 5th when the AVL of the 5th will be brought to the court to the defense because the witness was present when.
No, I agree with you. I'm just saying it's, I don't want to say it's a nebulous answer. I agree with you.
Yes,
when you asked Jonathan whether the TRT was there, he said no.
Yes.
They were only themselves, listening, etc., etc.
Yes.
But I'm saying this witness, you pertinently are not asking him about the day when Jonathan was there.
That's correct, my lord.
Now
Yes.
you can do that and put.
Thank you, my lord.
That's it.
Thank you very much. Say, just to take you on the 5th, I'm not deviating from the line of questioning. If you recall the day accused number 1 went for the alleged pointing out, were the members of the TRT present on that particular day?
ba re bona ga ba efoge go botlhatsi botlhe eupia ge ba ka le tšea ba leša mola tšatšing lela la botlhano tšatši la bo 5 mo e leng gore molatofatšwa wa mathomo yena o be a sepela a ilo šupa le sa gopola gore TRT e be e le gona na
Le raka kwa Albertine.
are you referring to at Albertine?
On that particular day, I don't want to give you an answer.
ba re ka lona letšatši leuwe ga ba nyake go lefa karabo
E le ga go kgotsa bola botse be no tshwantse Swati itle e tlore escorta from Pretoria. O go tšela gore ba bile late so nna le Sergeant Mabena ra sepela TRT be se go.
If you would-
Sepela kwa kopana le bona kwa Albertine.
If you would remember, actually SWAT was supposed to come and escort us from Pretoria. However, they became late and myself and Sergeant Mabena, we proceeded and they found us at Albertine.
Mbuzo uthi ke ngale langa ke lange 5 ile langa ke abathi noma emithi ngalo ke niyamaphoyisa umsolo oqala ke wahamba ke wayokhomba ingaba abe TRT babe khona yini ngalelo langa uma kuukuthi ukhumbuka kahle ke ukuthi okwenzeka ngalelo langa bakufanele ukuthi ke siphelezelwa yilaba beSWAT kodwa ke bashaywa isikhathi sase mina ke noMabhena sathi isinqumo sokuthi asihambe ke sabashiya ke bahlangana nathi phambili eAlbertine.
All right, let's now proceed. As we stopped at 12 o'clock before you drove.
Ba re tswele pele jwake jwalo ka ga lebele eme ge ne le tshela kgomo mokokotlo
At 12
ga gore
also.
lebele re ila. Yes, you may proceed, thank you.
At 12:23, you were joining Perry Murray in Phosphorus.
Metsotso ye masomepedi tharo ka moraga ga gore le tshetse kgomo mokokotlo le na le be le tsena mmileng ola wa Perry Murray mo Phosphorus Boxburg.
That is correct. Yebo kuyiqiniso ukuthi ngo2023 sasingena ke kumgwaqo iBerry Mare free the boss a Boxburg.
So will I be correct if I say when you off-ramp from N3 to Perry Murray in Phosphorus, you came across an intersection?
E tla ba nnete na gore e tla re ge le tswa mo N3 le tsena ka Perry Murray le na le ile la tlhakana le tsela ye e leng gore e be e tlhakana. That is correct.
Nokuyiqiniso ke uma ngaba sesiphuma ke entry sihlangana nayo ke iBerry Mare sahlangana ke nawo umgwaqo uma ubizwa kuthiwa intersection.
Which direction or which turn did you make?
Lena le ile la thinyela letlhakoreng le feng.
To the right.
We turned to the right.
Sa jika ke noma sangena ke kuhlangothi langa kwesokudla.
Then you proceeded towards Phosphorus Court.
La tswela pele la ya kgoro tshekelo ya Phosphorus. That is correct.
Saqhubeka ke saya kuyona ke inkantolo yase Phosphorus.
Where immediately after you took a turn on the right hand side, as you said, you passed, you drove under the bridge, is that so?
E rile ge le fetša go thinyela letlhakoreng la letsogo la moja le ile la feta ka fase ga lebrogo.
N3 highway magodimo.
That is correct, and that bridge on top is the N3 highway.
Kuyiqiniso ukuthi masithatha ke noma singena kwesokudla ke saphuma ke ngaphansi kwayo ke ibridge futhi ke ngaphezulu ke ku N3 highway yona ke leyo bridge leyo.
Have you noticed if there is a taxi rank on that vicinity?
Le ile la tlhokomela na gore go na le rank ya di-taxi kgauswi le tuleo?
Awa.
No.
Angizange ngiboneke noma ngibhekeke ukuthi babone rank yetekisi khona lapho noma yamatekisi.
At that time, you were still escorted.
Ka nako e be santse le na le batho ba le ba ba le latela morago. That is correct.
Sase saphelezelwa-ke ngaleso sikhathi
12. You joined, what is this? Birman Road. Is it Birman Road, Phosphorus, extension 29?
Metsotso e masomepedi tlhano ka moraga gore le setse kgomo mokokotlo ke mo e leng gore lena le ile la tsena o ile mola wa Birman Road mo Phosphorus. That is correct as the AVL reflects.
kutheke ngayo-ke 1225 sasesihlangana-ke nayo-ke umgwaqo i-Birman Road e-Phosphorus extension 29
26 minutes past 12. Ignition was off.
Ya re metsotso e masomepedi tsela ka moraga ka gore le setse kgomo mokokotlo ke ge e le gore koloi e atimiwe. That is correct.
kuqiniswa-ke nokuthi ngo-1226 yase imoto icishwa-ke
An hour after that, that is precisely 13:26, at the same place you start up the vehicle.
Wa feta iri ka mora gore go fete iri ya pele ke mo e leng gore lena le ile la dumisha koloi ga. That is correct, I confirm.
kwasekudlula-ke ihora kwathi ngo-1326 ila imoto isiphinda idumisa khona-ke
At 13:27, then you switch off the ignition again.
Motsotso ka moraga mo uwe ya be e le gore le a itima gape koloi. That is correct.
nokuthi-ke ngo-1327 yaphinda futhi-ke imoto ngayicisha
At 4 minutes past 2, you start up there and drove entry.
Metsotso ye mene ka moraga iri ya bobedi ke mo e leng gore lena le ile la dumisha koloi la kgwetsa la ya mmileng wa go ya Heidelberg.
Entry freeway, go to Heidelberg.
At 14:06 it shows N3 freeway, not Heidelberg.
lana-ke ku-1406 ekutshengisayo-ke ukuthi umgwaqo utshengisayo lana ukuthi uthela wayeka u-N3 freeway ayikhulumi ngayo lona-ke i-Heidelberg oyishoyo.
I'm sorry, my handwriting here is illegible. So it's 14:04. You start up a vehicle, drove entry freeway.
1404 says Birman.
Sorry, it's 14:04.
It says Birman.
14:06. Sorry. You said 16. 14:04. Sorry, my lord. At 14:06. Sorry. Let's get into 14:06.
Baraka 14:06.
Then at 2:10, 14:10, N3 Rodeco.
Ke mo e leng gore metsotso ye lesome ka mora iri ya bobedi ke ge e le gore lena le mo mmileng wa N3 freeway Rodicop. That is correct.
Bokuliqiniswa-ke ukuthi ngo-2:10 ibonisa-ke noma itshengisa-ke u-N3 eRodecop.
At 12 minutes past 2, you off-ramped on Heidelberg Road.
Ya re metsotso ye lesome nne ka moraga iri ya bobedi ke ge e le gore lena le tsena mmileng wola wa Heidelberg Road. That is correct.
Tshengisa-ke ukuthi-ke sasesithatha-ke noma sengithatha-ke off-ramp-ke yase-Heidelberg.
The place it reflects Rodecop.
Tulo ye we e bontsha e le Rodicop. That is correct.
Kuyiqiniso ukuthi indawo etshengisake i-Rodecop.
As a court, please, my lord. Council says they took the Heidelberg off ramp. Can council indicate?
It's an on ramp, ne? Hello? It's an on ramp.
It's an off ramp. It's an off ramp.
From which road, sir?
From Heidelberg N3, my lord. Then they took off ramp.
Going to where?
To Heidelberg Road.
Okay.
Lena le ring ba re lena le cherry off ramp. Khoro yona e re ke on ramp.
Na ke no latela ka mo go AVL ngwe tsenga ona a ke tsore ke on or off mara ke tla no latela ka yona ya AVL.
I am just following as the AVL reflects, my lord. I do not know whether it's an on or an off ramp.
All right.
Mina ke ngizoyisho ke noma ngizoyilandela ngalendlela ebhalwe ngakhona kulombiko iAVL lena ukuthi on ramp off ramp ke angeke ngikwazi ke lokho.
But does it reflect or show Heidelberg Road?
Eupia yona ya bonchana milola wa Heidelberg.
Nka se gopolo ka re tsela tsela ka di tsebe botse.
I will not recall as I do not know those roads properly.
Ukuthi ke iyatshengisa noma iyasho ukuthi iHeidelberg lokho angeke ngikusho noma ngikhumbuleke ngoba lezo indlela lezo ke akusona ke indlela engizaziyo.
Is there anything recorded on the 12th at 1412?
Mo nakong yela ya metsotso ye lesomepedi ka mora iri ya bobedi
reflecting Heidelberg Road.
Ya e bontshana mmila wa Heidelberg.
Yeah, e bontsha nya Heidelberg Road. Nya Heidelberg Road ya bontsha.
Yes, it reflects near Heidelberg Road.
Yes.
Yebo lana ke ku 1412 kubhaliwe ukuthi eduze nomgwaqo eHeidelberg.
As if you can recollect, when you off-ramped from N3, from say you were driving from Phosphorus, then you off-ramped. Which off-ramp did you take?
Jwaje ka re lebele khwetsa le tloga Phosphorus. Lena le tsere off-ramp yefe.
Ba e ke tswa ka Phosphorus tsena freeway ke tsere N3 towards Johannesburg.
When I was driving from Phosphorus going towards the freeway, I took the N3 towards Johannesburg.
Mangphuma ePhosphorus yeke na ke umgwaqo uthela bayeka ke ngathatha na ke uN3 ngiya ngakuhlangothi lwase Johannesburg.
Let me clarify this for you to have a better understanding. Do you see 1417? Is it 1417 or 1412?
Barbatal di rela yona e be bofefo le a bona mola mo engwetseng 1417. Yes, I can see it.
Yebo ngiyabona 1417
where it reflects Ring Road, New Market.
Ring
Road, New Market.
Yes.
ngiyabona ke kubhaliwe lapha yana eduze kwe Ring Road East New Market.
That place is in Albertine.
Tuleyo we e sidikadikweng sa Albertine. I am listening.
Laleleke uma uthi leyo ndawo leyo ise Albertine.
Which off-ramp, if you were driving from N3, you were going to take when you were going to Albertine? Which off-ramp were you going to take?
The off-ramp yefe yele belilo etia re belia Albertine.
Re ke be ka tsela tata mkomisi go driver koloi la go ngole di bota o di lebelle go no tena ona wa bona bota mara wa ile bana go tswa go lo hono ga se go botso re ke efe mara ke bone ro metsa na ka Albertine o re ke tsela engwe joining a ke tsela go go pole.
Mr. Mgomezulu, may I put it in this way? When you are driving a vehicle, at times you do see the boards, but you forget them. I did see a board, however, I would not recall today on what was written on that board.
Angichazeke ngalendlela baba Mgomezulu ukuthi ke uma ushayela imoto yebo amabhodi lana uyawabona ke ngesikhathi ke kube ukuthi uyawakhohlwa. Ngiyakhumbula ke ibhodi lelo ngilibona ke ngalelo langa lelo ke kodwa ukuthi kwakuyini noma kubhalweni ke kulelo bhodi lelo angikhumbuli.
All right. Let me clarify this for you. I'll take you back when you were driving from Carltonville to Albertine. You had to off-ramp from N3 and joined Grey Avenue. You remember that?
Barbatale chia barjimrago hebele tloga Carltonville le ya Albertine le nali le la swan la gore le tswe mmileng le tsene go Grey Road le sa gopola se.
Ya go pola ga rena la itseba off-ramp yo ke Grey Avenue
Yes, I do recall it as you know it, that it was Grey Avenue, you did mention it.
Uyakhumbula ke mangabuyisela nje emuva ke ukuthi inkathi uthi nibuya ke eCarltonville nizo ngena ke kumgwaqo ke isiya ke Albertine ukuthi nanizohlangana noma nathatha ke yona iGrey Avenue. Ngiyakhumbula ngoba nje kuba wena ke uyikhumbula noma uyazi ukuthi iGrey Avenue.
Yes, before you took a turn and approached that street as you're driving, did you notice any board written Albertine at that time?
Kapele ga gore le tsene mo mmileng o we ka yona nako ye we le la lemoga na le tshwao le be le ngwetswe Albertine na ka nako ye we
awo
no
kapele ke noma ngibone ke la ekwabhalwe khona ngaleso sikhathi leso kubhalwe Albertine.
The reason why I'm saying this, I will clarify, just be patient, I'll clarify, because accused number 2 said when the first time when he saw the garage, he noticed a board written Albertine. That is his version.
ba re batla le tlhakišetša sewe lebaka la gore ba botšiše ka sona ga dijwa ke gore molatofatšo wa bobedi la mathomo ge ne a bona garage ke nako a be a fetša go bona leswao lela le be le re Alberton.
ke nnete ka gore ge o dutse le phaseng ja bona lo tšeka moka mara go reila o concentrate mo tseleng ke nka se moganetše.
I will not dispute his version, as it would be correct that when you are seated as a passenger, my lord, you would be able to see everything. However, when you are driving, there are other things that you miss on the road.
Ngizokuchazela ukuthi ingane ngisho kanjalo ingoba ke umsolo wakhe wesibili uthi ke uma ke eduze ke naleyo garage leyo ke wayibona ke ibhodi la ekabhale khona uAlbertine. Yebo lokho ke kuyiqiniso ke ngoba ke uma uhlezi ingasiwena ke oshayelayo kuningi okubonayo emgaqweni kodwa ke akufanele lokho noma ukuthi uma kuwena oshayelayo okunye nje awukuboni.
What I wanted to give clarity on is the fact that when you drove from Foslorus on N3 is not the same off-ramp that you used to join New Market. It's not the same off-ramp.
Barbone ba le botsa gore ge o kgweetsa o tloga Foslorus o le mo mmileng wa N3 ga se yona off-ramp yela ye leng gore wa e berekisha ge o ile o tsena mola mo go New Market. Yes, I am listening.
Ngilaleleke uma uthi ke uma ubuya ke khona eFoslorus usuzothatha ke yona ke eFrem ukuthi akusiyona ke leyana ke oyisebenzisayo eyodwa noma uma ukuthi uzothatha iNew noma uya eNew Market.
I'm putting to you as per his version after consulted with him that when for the second time he was taken to a place when he noticed the board for the second time reflecting Albertine, it was not the same direction which you took initially.
Barba le botsa gore molatofatšwa wa bobedi yena o re le khala bobedi ge ne a bona board ye ngwadilweng Albertine ibe isi mola mo be a e bone gona le khala mathomo ge be le tsena.
Tengombe zo khopela le ntlhalosetse botso o ra ge re tswa court o re ge re sa ya court go rang kushi o ra tla garage or tla la go tswa court re ya go boela back.
Mr. Mgomezulu, can you please explain it to me thoroughly? Was the accused referring to the date when we were coming back from court, or is it the day when we were at the garage?
Lana ke umsolo wesibili ke akushoyo ukuthi ubonile ke ukuthi uma ihlandla lesibili esebona ke le board ebhalwe Albertine bangakusona ke uhlanga ukuthi lo awayibone kulona ke ngehlandla lokuqala. Manje kufakazi uyacela ukuthi achazeleke la ngoba akasazwisisi ukuthi manje umsolo la ukhuluma ngaleli hlandla beya noma mebuya enkantolo noma ile yahlandla ke le garage akasazwisisi.
All right, let me put it this way, sir. You were driving from Carltonville, eventually you joined N3, you off-ramped
Grey Avenue. You remember that?
Le sa gopolang ke re gore le tswile Carltonville le kgweetsa mo entry la tsena go Grey Avenue. Le sa gopola go.
Okay.
Yes, I still remember.
Ngiyakhumbula ke sibuye Carltonville sihamba ngo entry sasihlangana ke ne Grey Avenue.
When you're driving from Voslorus Court, joining entry towards Johannesburg, there's an off-ramp.
Ka le tloga kgorotsheko ya Voslorus le tsena entry le ya Gauteng Johannesburg go na le off ramp.
Uthi ke uma nibuya ke enkantolo eVosloorus nijoyina u-N3 kune off ramp ke eya eGoli noma eJohannesburg.
According to this AVL, at 12 minutes past 2, there was an off-ramp at Heidelberg Road.
Go ya ka AVL ye ka metsotso ye lesomepedi ka moreng wa iri ya bobedi go na le off ramp ye tsenang mmileng wa Heidelberg.
Do you understand now?
Le a boshisha
Ke a le kwešiša, mare bjale, that's why ke sa le kweše botse ka gore mo e no ngwala near street a e ngwale off ramp a e ngwale on ramp bjale ke a le kwešiša bjale ona front yona, yes, yona ya utsa mara nka se botse gore e ngwetse gore eng mara yona ke a utsena ka Albertine.
I understand, even though I would not understand thoroughly, as on the AVL report it's written near, it is not written off ramp or on ramp. However, there is a off ramp and a on ramp into Albert.
Ngiyakuzwisisa ke nami njengoba futhi usho ke wena ke uthi lana ke ithi sangena noma ngangena kwi-off ramp yase Heidelberg, kodwa la akubhalwanga lokho, akhulunywa nge-off ramp lana ke kwi-AVL ibhalwe ukuthi eduze. Yebo khona ke i-off ramp ne-on ramp yayikhona ke khona lapho, kodwa kusiyona indlela ekubhalwe ngayo la kwi-AVL.
Do you remember driving on Heidelberg Road after you have off-ramped from N3 when you were driving from Voslorus Court to Albert? Do you remember driving on Heidelberg Road?
Be sa gopola le kgweetsa mo mmileng ola wa Heidelberg ka moraga gore le be le boa kgorotshekelo ya Voslorus ge be tsheletswa go mmileng ola wa N3.
Sa boeletša gape ntona ba be ke sepola ka ona mara a ka go tlhokomela gore tshepitso la tsheleo ke nka ba ke tsa according to AVL e re be ke sepola ka yona mara nna a ko gopole ke gore nka se gopole nka se mara ka re ke a reila ke no tsena ka sepele.
I will reiterate, my lord, that it is possible that I was driving on that road as the AVL reflects. However, I do not recall myself that I was on that road as I was driving.
Ngokwayo ke i-AVL noma umbiko lona iyasho yona ukuthi ngangihamba kuyo mgwaqo noma ngokwendlela ke ebhalwe ngayo la ngangihamba eduze naloyo mgwaqo loyo, kodwa mina ke ukuthi ngiyikhumbulele mina ngithi ngangihamba lapho mina okwami nje ukuthi ngangishayela.
Yes. At 20 past 2, ignition was off. Do you see that?
Le a bona gore metsotso e masomepedi ka moraga iri ya bobedi koloi ile ya timiwa. Yes, I see it, my lord.
Ngiyakubona ukuthi ngo-20 past 2 imoto yacisha.
10 minutes after that, at 14:36, you start up the same
metsotso
at the same place.
ye lesometshela ka moraga mo we ke mo eleng gore koloi ile ya duma gape go yona tulo yeo. That is correct.
Nokuthi ke ngisho kwakhe ke ummeli ukuthi ngemizuzu ke ewu10 imoto yase idunyiswa futhi.
At 14:36, it also reflects Ring Road, New Market East. Am I right?
Metsotso ye lesometharo tshela ka moraga iri ya bobedi e bontsha iri Ring Road East, New Market Park, Alberton. Ke nnete eo? That is correct.
Yebo kubhalwe kanjalo ke lana ukuthi eduze ne Ring Road East, New Market Park eAlberton.
Yes. When the ignition was off at 20 past 2, that means the car was stationary, motionless. Do you agree?
Koloi itimiwa ka metsotso ye masomepedi ka moraga iri ya bobedi seo se bolela gore koloi e be e sa sepeleng ke that is correct.
Kuyiqiniso ukuthi nanjengoba bhaliweke lana ukuthi imoto yacishwa-ke kusho ngo-2:20 kusho ukuthi imoto yayingahambi.
At 1442, driving near Ring Road.
Metsotso ye masomepedi ka moraga iri ya bobedi ke mo e leng gore koloi e bontsha e le gore e be e hwetša kgauswi le Ring Road
Access idle.
ya boya gape ya dira le gore e be e duma e ngwadile access idle le that is correct. I see that.
Yebo-ke lana u-1442 kubhaliwe ukuthi imoto yahamba-ke eduze ne-Ring Road East bese-ke iyehla-ke ithi-ke ngo-442:01 imoto iyaduma-ke khona-ke lapho e-Ring Road East. Ngiyabona lokho.
Let's hang on there at the moment. When you left Foster's Court, joined N3 until you off-ramped, were you still escorted by the Metro Police under SWAT unit?
Barreswara gona mowe ge le tloga motlatshekelo kgorongtshekelo yela ya Foster's le ya mmileng ola wa N3 le bentse le latelwa ke ba le bathuši ba lena ba SWAT? No, they were not there.
Nkathi sibuya-ke khona enkantolo yase-Foster's sesiya sobathamba-ke na-ke u-N3 abe-SWAT lapho besiphelezela babengekho.
All right. You're no longer escorted. At some stage, you parked near Ring Road without any escort.
Lena be ba sa tlholo ba le gona ba le ba be ba le latela gape go na le nako mo e leng gore le ile la yema mo Ring Road mo kgauswi le New Park.
Re shetse ke tlhalositse pele gore tlhalositse pele ke le re tsene mo molong re reka metsi le zimba chips ka mogopolo e ne me ga re bona ra ema nako e telele.
As I've explained previously, that we had stopped by the mall and we bought water and chips.
Bese ngichazile-ke lokhu-ke ngoba umele uthi-ke nema-ke khona laphayana seningasaphelezelwa-ke imoto-ke yacishwa-ke uthi bese ngishilo-ke noma ngichazile-ke lokhu ukuthi kunalapho na-ke sangena kuyitolo noma lapho ney'nqanqathela yey'tolo khona sathenga khona amanzi kanye nama-chips.
Yes, that's the reason why I wanted to remind you about that. Because you even said you bought water and Simba chips for accused number 2. So what I want to put across to you, and I will emphasize it, there was water involved.
Bare banyaka go le gopotsa yona tabewe jwalo ka ga le nna le tlhalosha gore lena le ile la rekela molatofatšwa wa bobedi metsi le masimba chips bare go be go na le metsi a tlhakantšhwang gona mowe
le rena re itheketse dilo tseo re mo filego la di re rekele na le teng.
We also bought for ourselves, my lord. We did not only buy for him.
Ilokho-ke futhi engifuna-ke ukuthi ngikwazise kona-ke ukuthi-ke kwakunamanzi nje noma kwakunento enamanzi-ke phakathi lana. Yebo-ke lokho sakuthenga asithengelanga yena kuphela nathi lokho esamthengela kona sayithengela nathi.
Yes. The reason why I'm asking that is because the version of accused number 2 also deals with water that was poured in his body from the front part of his body. That's the reason why I introduced water in this evidence.
La gore bona ba bolele ka metsi ke ka gobane go ya ka molatofatšwa wa bobedi yena o re o ile a tšhelwa ka ona metsi ya we ba mo tšhela ka pele mmeleng wa gagwe ke ka mo e leng gore go ile gwa tswelela bohlatsi bo ba metsi. When he informs you, did he inform you on who had poured water on him?
Yile ngakho-ke veza-ke lo daba lwamanzi-ke ngoba ila umsolo wesibili asho khona-ke ukuthi wathelwa ngamanzi-ke khona lana emzimbeni-ke ngaphambili kuyena. Uma ekutshela lokho ukutshelile ukuthi ubani wamtshela ngamanzi?
This accused person played open cards before this honorable court. He told the court that you never participated in his assault. So therefore, he cannot include you with the act of pouring him with water.
Baramula to fatwa o kiena o ralukile dikarata tsa gage a di beile mo tafoleng di kgona go bonwa pepeneng ka gore o ile a botsa kgoro nnete ya gore lena ga senkeletše karolo filo gape a ka setle a le lekan a le bapantšha le temane ya gore lena le ka tswa e le lena ba le motšhetšeng ka metsi gore aowa.
I
am still listening.
Umsolwa-ke ngaphambilini njena-ke akakaze ayifihleleke le nkantolo umayiqiniseko lenkantolo wathi wena-ke awukaze ube yingxenye yokushaywa kwakhe noma-ke umshayeke ingakho-ke akakuhlanganisi-ke futhi nangokuthelwa kwakhe ngamanzi. Ngisakulalele.
And it is my instruction from accused number 2 that on the same route you were driving after you have off-ramped from Heidelberg, sorry my lord, from N3. On that route, there is a dumping area on the right-hand side when you are facing Albertine.
Bare molatofatšwa yena o re ka moraga gore lena le tswile mmileng mola wa N3 mo go yona tsela ewe go na le mo e leng gore go lathiwa dilo gona mo o lebaneng le Albertine. I am listening.
Uyaqhubeka ukuthi-ke kulowo mgwaqo-ke enanihamba ngawo-ke kunalapho na-ke ekulahlwa khona-ke izinto abulahlwa-ke izibike khona-ke ngisakulalela.
At 1442, it indicates access idle, ring road.
Mo
on near ring road.
Ge o lebella mo nakong yela ya 1442 gausi le milaola wa ring go bontsha gore koloi e be e duma. That is correct.
Yebo kuqiniso ngiyabona lokho ukuthi kubhaliwe-ke ngayo 1442 ukuthi eduze nase ring road imoto yayiduma.
To 1522 and the car was on excess idling. Do you see that?
Go fitlhella mo 1522 mo koloi e bentse e duma. That is correct.
Kuqiniso ngiyabona ukuthi kwaze kwashaya-ke u-1522 imoto isaduma-ke.
Yes. Then in between those times, it's a period of 40 minutes. Do you see that?
Barma ga tsona dinako tšewe go fetile nako ye ka bang metsotso ye masome a mane. As you are stating,
that
is the instruction of accused number 2, that was the time when he was taken out of the motor vehicle next to those steel tanks where he was tortured with that electrocuted with that device. That was that time.
Kaya nana ka yeo ke mo ileng gore molatofatšwa ke mo a ileng a ntshiwa koloi bona ba mo tortura ka ntwela ya go yebe ba iswere ye ileng gore e be ile ka yona nako yeo ye ileng gore e ngwetswe mo metsotsong ye masome a mane ao.
Ge ke gopola botse Mr. Mgomezulu le rile re mešitše steel pipe Soweto before re miša ka Lapadu Colonel Gininda fihla a mo dula go ga koloi bjale e šetše ile Albertine bjale.
If I recall very well, Mr. Mgomezulu, you had alleged that we took him to the steel pipe in Soweto, Orlando, before we took him to the officer Rapadu, and Officer Gininda came, and now are you saying we took him to that steel pipe in Albertine?
Manje lana ummeli uyachaza-ke uthi lesikhathi kaqeda sisho-ke manje la imoto eyeduma khona-ke ekwasithatha-ke imizuzu eyamashumi amane uthi la khona ke umsolo athi ke konke lokho kwenziwa ke lokwaxoxana ke nake nalokho okwaphethwe ke asho bangakho ufakazi uthi ke uma ngikhumbula kahle baba Mngomezulu okushilo ngaphambilini ukuthi lokhu kwenzeka ke endleleni emoroba uma simhambisa eya kuRaphadu la khona esahlangana khona ke noGininda khona uGininda ke wahlala ke emotweni usuyashintsha yini manje uthi lokhu kwenzeka eAlbertine
awu amrena watheleja handle
Utheleja Dr. Mngomezulu go gopola botse
may I just put it it's not a dialogue.
Can you speak English? This machine doesn't record vernacular.
Can I proceed?
No, Utheleja.
Yes, I am listening, my lord.
Sorry. Can I proceed?
Yes.
My version initially, and it will stand as first time accused was next to a dumping area. It was on a route or on a route towards Albertine. That's the first time. Next to 2 tanks, silver tanks.
Barbona la mathomo re ne molatofatšwa a be a le kgauswi le mo go latlhiwang dilo gona e be e le Albertine kgauswi le ditanka tše pedi ba re taba ye we e sa tlo dula e le kana mokgwe ba e tlhalosang ka gona.
The second time was when he was at Orlando next to a dumping area. There were ATMs that were no longer in use. Do you understand now?
Le khala bobedi re ne a be a le mo go latlhiwang dilo gona e be e le Orlando go be gona le gape le di-ATM tše be di sa tlholo di berekišiwa le a kwešiša ga dijwale. I am listening.
kunendawo embili ke la ekhazwayo yena ke umile uthe uqala ke akhuluma ngayo umsolo wesibili ile ese-Albertine ke la elahla khona ke izibi noma khona futhi ke ngalama tank amabili eyesibili ke kuse-Orlando nayo ke kuyalahla kuyona ke futhi ke inama ATM angasasetshenziswa. Yebo ngiyakuzwa.
Thank you, madam. All right. Let's move to 3:30.
Ba re theogele go metsotso e masometharo ka moraga iri ya boraro. I am listening.
You joined freeway at N12.
Lena ile la tsena mmileng wa N12 wa freeway. That is correct.
Ebe kuyiqinisa ukuthi ngo 3:30 angena ke ku N12 freeway Albertine.
At 15:48, I'll just skip all these times for time constraints. 15:48, it reflects all Potchefstroom Road in Soweto. To confirm that?
Bare ere 15:48 e bontsha Old Potchefstroom Road, Deep Kloof, Zone 6. That is correct.
Can you say ukuthi 15:48 lana kubhaliwe ukuthi eduze nomgwaqo i-Old Potchefstroom e-Deep Kloof Zone 6.
It also shows GPS unlocked all Potchefstroom till you drove at 15:58.
E bontsha gape le gore GPS unlocked go fitlhella lebeletswe la pele le kgwetsa ka 15:58. That is correct.
Yebo uyabonisa ke yatshengisa ke ukuthi ke kwakulapho eduze ne-Old Potchefstroom Road umgwaqo GPS unlocked baze bashaya ku 15:58.
According to him, when I consulted with him, it was the time when you took Colonel Rapatu at Krisani Hospital.
Ba re go ya ka yena molatofatšwa wa bobedi nako ye ke nako e lena lebeletše ya Colonel Rapatu mola Chris Hani.
Akusaphisha ntate Mngomezulu la ka re ya hlakatlhakana bele. Na be go feta le re lebele forogo re kopana le Colonel Rapadu bara mosadi a shedi ke bele ka mantši ba gare wa gape re sa kopana le Colonel Rapadu ke a tša botšiša
Mr. Mngomezulu, I do not understand now as you are now confusing me. As in the morning you had said we had met Colonel Rapadu and his wife took the keys, and now you are referring to us meeting Colonel Rapadu in the afternoon. Is it changing now?
Lana ke umeli uthi ngale mizuzu emibili ke ngaphambi kokuthi libumbane ke ihola lesine uthi ke umsolo wesibili yila khona ke esenithatha khona noma nilanda khona uKenel Rapadu uthi ke uSergeant uma ephendula ke uthi manje ke ayike manje angisezwisisa sekuyindida ke lokhu manje ngoba ngaphambilini uthe kumina ke kwakusekuseni ke ngenkathi ke sesihlangana naye uKenel Rapadu manje ke sekusemini la esihlangana khona noKenel Rapadu angisakuzwisisi.
May I approach your case number 2?
Yes.
Mr. Mkhan, thank you, my lord.
Yes.
Mr. Mkhan, you don't have to confuse your evidence and with the evidence of accused number 2. Accused number 2, we confirm with my colleague that according to his instruction, he did not meet Colonel Rapatu in the morning, but he met Colonel Rapatu in the evening.
Mr. Mkhan, ba re botlhatsi ba lena le ska botlhakantsha le bo ba molatofatso wa bobedi o ska tla botlhakantsha go ya ka yena
Evening, afternoon, which is which now? Morning, evening, afternoon.
Afternoon, my lord, sorry.
No longer in the evening.
No, my lord, it was just a slip of the tongue. It was in the afternoon.
Okay, afternoon.
Yes.
ba re le ska tla tlhakatlhakantsha botlhatsi bo we molatofatso wa bobedi yena o re ga seng ke a tlhakane le Colonel Rapadu forogo o tlhakane le yena mosegare
uthi ke ndingahlanganisike lokhu umsolo wesibili ukuthi akahlangananga naye uKenel Rapadu ekuseni kodwa wahlangana naye ke kusemini.
ntate Mngomezulu a ke tsebe rona e le gore confession ya ka ke bona rona e bila ke tsolo o ngwetšeng ka mogare a ke tsolo o ka lebella yona e tla go fa idea ya gore re kopane Rapadu gore ka gana taba gore re kopane le Colonel Rapadu mantši bo bana ra re mission for fitlhe kwa ka 7 fro a kopana Rapadu a mtšara ya fosolo rase ge re boa a go gopele mo e le gore sa ba kopana le Colonel Rapadu ona
Mr. Mngomezulu
ka mo ke tsebang ka ona ke naganišišang ka ona.
I just unfortunately do not know what the accused has written in his confession. However, what I know is that we took him to Colonel Rapadu in the morning. We arrived there at 7 in the morning and then we took him to court. When we came back late in the afternoon, I do not recall us meeting Colonel Rapadu together with the accused.
Ukuthi ke yini ke ebhaliwe laphayana usolo wesibili ayokhuluma noma ke ayobonuluka khona ke kuyena uKenel Rapadu kungeshwa ukuthi angazi ukuthi ibhaliweni laphayana kodwa engikwaziyo ukuthi samhambisa kumikisa kuyena ke uKenel Rapadu kusekuseni safika laphayana ngo7 ke ekuseni sase siyahamba ke siya enkantolo uma sesibuya ke enkantolo asihlangenanga naye uKenel Rapadu emini.
At 15:58, they were driving. Let's quickly go to 16:16. You see that?
Page
16, 39. The page 39, Molaga 16.
Yeah.
Etomaka 15:58. Barawaya Fase was 16:16.
16, yes, 05 seconds.
Are you referring to the 1616 of 05 seconds?
Correct.
Bar A, ya go jwang?
You were at Makalima Street, Morocas, Soweto.
No. Makalima Street, 1616
It says
05.
comma. It says comma, Mr. Mbuzo.
Comma, sorry. Comma Street.
It is correct. We were at Comma Street at 161605 on the 19th of June 2020.
Yebo ke ngo 1616 sasi seduze ke ne Comma Street.
The ignition was off.
Latima koloi.
Moroka Police Station.
We were inside Moroka Police Station.
That was not a question. You switch off the engine.
Yeah,
Bona mare litimile koloi na.
Okay, kitele.
Yes, I am listening.
Ukuthi ke sacishe imoto yebo ngizwe ngilalele.
Yes. From 1616 to 1828, approximately 2 hours.
Go tlogelleng 1616 go isha go 1828 nako e ka lekanang motlhomong le diiri tse pedi. That's correct.
So iqiniso ke ukuthi kusuka ngo 1616 kuyoshaya ke 1828 ukuthi amahora amabili lawo.
It is the instruction of accused number 2 that it was the time when Gininda came with the white BMW within that period of 2 hours when he was assaulted, electrocuted and tortured within the period of 2 hours.
Bare mo iring tse pedi tseo ke nako mo ntate Gininda a ileng a tla gona a sepela ka koloi ya motlhobo wa BMW ke mo e leng gore molatofatswa o ile a papatlwa gona gape ba mo tortura mo nakong eo ya iri tse pedi.
Police station.
If you could explain, maybe, did he inform you on where inside the police station was he tortured?
Lana ke kula mahora amabili ke ila umsolo wesibili athi khona ke ila efika khona ke uBrigadier Gininda ehamba ngale BMW emhlophe ithi la ashaya khona ke asoshara khona ke befaka ke ugesi ngakutshelile yini uma ekusho lokho kwena ukuthi kuphi nendawo phakathi epolice station noma lokho kwenzeka kuphi nendawo phakathi epolice station?
So, Exhibit GG, I'll refer you to Exhibit GG.
Bare batare le level le botlhatse ba GG.
May I confirm that?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay.
The witness is asking for Exhibit GG to be.
Sorry, it's Exhibit HH.
Bare ke botlhatse ba HH.
OB of Morocco.
Moro OB ya Morocco. I do not recall us doing any OB entry at Morocco.
Angikhumbule ke sona ke OB eMorocco.
There's no OB. Thank you, sorry. May I withdraw that? There's no OB of Morocco police station.
Bare by busha tabewe bare gai o OB ya Morocco police station.
Was accused number 2 booked in before he took the alleged confession at Morocco police station?
Molatofatso wa bobedi o ile a bokiwa inina ka pele ga go atle a dire polelo yela a be a e dira.
Sa bolela gape a wa.
I reiterate it, my lord, no.
Ingabe wabhukwa yini umsolo wakhe ngaphambi kokuthi ke akhulumeke lokho azokhuluma eMorocco ngisaphinda futhi cha.
Okay. When accused number 1 was taken to Deep Blue police station before Colonel Mboto, was he booked in at Deep Blue police station?
Molatofatso wa mathomo re ne a ishitswe police station ya Deep Blue ka pele ga Colonel Mboto yena o ile a bokiwa in ka Deep Blue police station.
Ka se fetole wa
I will not respond on that as I was not present when the accused was taken deep look.
Uma ukuthi-ke eyokuthi umsolo wokuqala wabhukwa yini e-deep roof uma esiwa-ke kuyena uKenyan Botha angeke ngiphendule lokho nanjengoba ngangingekho-ke bona noma kwangathi mina owamhambisa.
So, if you don't have the records for accused number 2 at Moroka police station for an alleged confession, it's not easy for one to see, conclude that he was at Moroka police station. Do you agree?
Re le gore lena ga gona mo eleng gore le ile la ngwala fase gona ka nako e la lebelele Moroka police station ga go kgonagale go ba ga go be boleta gore motho a kgone go tseba gore ke nnete lena lebelele mo la police station ya Moroka ke nnete eo
e re ke fetwa ka tsela e ka ge le gore o ngwadisitse confession ya ngwala confession nako le gore ke kae la so ke re e launcha confession o ile belo rena o fitlhile or a fitla batho mena go mafetjana go ma ka re nna ga e if ne be ke bone e bile ke ba le ke tla go botsa gore o fitla o fitlhile batho mena go so ba fetjana go shebela ho ya ona Moroka o ile.
May I respond it in the special, my lord? Whenever the accused writes a confession, it reflects the time, the date, and the place of where was the confession taken. And what I can say is that I did not see the confession. I would be able to answer you if I had seen the confession. However, if you, Mr. Mngomezulu, can read the confession, then you would be able to see that the accused was at Moroka police station. And what I can say is that indeed he was taken to Moroka police station.
Lana ke nanjengoba ke singenako ke okubhaliwe phansi akukho la umuntu angaqinisekisa khona ukuthi ngempela umsolo wesibili waya ke eMoroka police station. Engakusho bona ke advocate Mngomezulu ukuthi ke ngeshwa ke la akhuluma khona ke noma ke agonyuluka khona ke umsolo wesibili ke angizange ngikubone ke ngikufunde lokho la bezokutshela khona ke ukuthi ngesikhathi esithile wafika ngesikhathi esithile wabe eseyaqeda ke la ebengizokusho lokho ngesiqinisekiso kodwa uma wena ke ungayibuka ke noma ungayifunda ke uzokuthola lokho noma leyo mininingwane kodwa engingakutsho ngesiqinisekiso ukuthi impela waya eMoroka police station umsolo wesibili.
Court, please, my lord. Notice that it's 15, 20, and the 24th in respect of accused number 4, my lord. And such exhibits were not furnished to us as yet.
Is that the logbooks, sir?
That's logbooks.
The logbooks. Yes. You don't have them up to now.
Yes. We will just follow up this afternoon.
Hello?
We will follow up this afternoon, my lord.
This afternoon?
Yes.
If you don't get them, even this afternoon, have you lined up any witness for tomorrow?
Yes, possibly the experts regarding the movement report.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, so that we mustn't waste the whole day.
Yes.
Because if there are no logbooks, then it means if you haven't lined up any witness, then we must adjourn.
No, we'll be able to proceed.
So there will be a
Sergeant
witness.
Mokola is also waiting in the wings as well.
So that's Sergeant?
Mokola.
Oh, Mokola. Okay, fine. All right, yeah. Okay, apparently.
Barmam Sari Salagana Mo, Jolokar Zabagoya Mashimunga, so far that are where I pay or SARS.
Yes, Mr. Henry.
Lord, we continue with the cross-examination of Sergeant Mukhani. We've received the logbook just a short while ago. We're just making copies of the logbook.
How big
is the logbook?
It's in about 5 pages.
5 pages only.
Yes. It starts on the first and ends on, I think, the 22nd or so. But it's not a...
First of what, June?
Yes, it's just 5 pages.
So
20.
the defense needs time to study it or what?
Well, I would imagine so, my lord. Not an awful amount of time. But just
just again then until what?
Are wrongly made. Incorrectly made. So
How can a copy be incorrectly made?
It says it's a mess up. I really want to use that word, my lord. So he's gonna make proper copies for us. So I think 30 minutes.
So you don't have copies at the moment?
We don't have copies.
Okay, Mr. Balui?
yes, indeed, my lord. We just asked someone to make copies, and they've been jumbled up. We just request, I think, about 15 minutes that should.
Okay, you let me know when you're ready. Okay, we'll adjourn until then. It records that street.
The state begs leave to hand up the logbook of Surgeon Mokhani as Exhibit MM3.
MM3.
Brackets 3.
It's in respect of which
The
motor
logbook
vehicle?
of Sergeant Mokhani for the dates from the 1st of June.
1st June.
Up until the 19th of June, and it also incorporates 29 May 2020 until 31st May 2020.
29th May 2020 until 31st?
The 29 May until 31st May.
Okay.
It's page 5. Yeah.
Okay. So the defense has been finished with these
Yes,
logbooks.
indeed.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
My lord, it has been handed by agreement.
Right?
By agreement, my lord.
Handed in by agreement.
That's correct.
What does that mean?
That means, my lord, after we have been finished with the copies, we agreed to, because there's nothing in dispute in relation to
the logbooks.
Hence, we don't see any reason, based on the reasons for the application by the state initially to reopen examination. That is mainly based on the version of accused number 2.
So the logbooks, the contents of the logbooks are not disputed?
Are not disputed.
Now, when you say by agreement, are you saying in terms of section 220, you are formally admitting the contents of the logbooks?
That's correct, ma'am.
Is that so, Mr. I'll come to you. Is that so, Mr. Balui?
Well, I think we can also use section 213, agreement between the parties.
213?
Yes, we haven't consulted the rest of council.
That's the point, Mr. Mnisi.
We don't have an objection, my lord, for accused number 3.
Mr. Maman?
Thank you, my lord. I have no objection in respect for accused number 4. Thank you.
No objection, my lord.
Okay. What does 213 say? Just read it for us.
As a God, please, my lord. Section 213 states the following. Proof of a written statement by consent. In criminal proceedings, a written statement by any person other than an accused at such proceedings shall, subject to the provisions of subsection 2, be admissible as evidence to the same extent as oral evidence to the same effect by such person. Subparagraph 2, the statement shall purport to be signed by the person who made it and shall contain a declaration by such person to the effect that it is true to the best of his knowledge. It appears that this.
That section is not applicable.
Yes, it's not.
Yeah,
applicable.
220.
It refers to a statement, so that would be.
That's what I was going to
section
call it.
220.
That's
That's
fresh.
correct. Yes.
So in terms of section 220, it is admitted that the contents of how many of these logbooks? 3 logbooks. 4.
Well, there's only one document, my lord.
Oh, one document.
Yes, only one document.
Yeah, okay. So in terms of section 220, it is admissible and it is agreed that it is so.
As a court.
Okay, thanks. Okay, fine. Right, so what happens after this?
My lord, it must also be made clear before this honorable court that as the defense has requested the AVLs for the 22nd and 24th, it has been submitted by the state that the Toyota Fortuner was not used on that particular day. So
the 22nd?
The 22nd and the 24th.
And the 24th?
Correct, my lord. So another motor vehicle was used, but there was no tracking device according to the state.
Okay.
So in relation to the logbook on the said motor vehicle by Mr. Mukhan,
yeah,
nothing has been furnished to the defense in relation to the confirmation thereof. As per our discussion with my colleague, Mr. Baloyi, he indicated that before the conclusion of the cross-examination, he will place it on the roll that the information relating to the logbooks for Mr. Mkhano will be canvassed with Brigadier Gininda.
With Brigadier Gininda?
That's correct, my lord.
Okay. Is that so, Mr. Baloyi?
Indeed, my lord. A search has been launched for those logbooks, and if and when they are located, they will be handed up through Brigadier Gininda.
Gininda, okay. That is the logbooks of the 22nd and the 24th.
Indeed, my lord.
Okay, fine. Right, so what happens after that?
And also the 5th and the 25th.
And the 5th?
The 5th as well as the 25th.
And the 25th?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, the court has noted that. Right.
My lord, may I proceed with cross-examination?
Yes, yes.
Mr. Mkhano, I've got a few more questions for you. I believe the last question when I asked you, if we go back to the 19th of June 2020, the proceeding.
19th of June.
Was it page 82?
Ntate Mogane ka pele ga gore re tswelle pele ke re lena le sale ka fase ga kano ya gore le bolela nnete go botlhatsi ba lena. My lord, before we proceed, we have just confirmed that Mr. Mogane is still under oath.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes. Do you see the time reflecting 1828?
Le a bona nako mo e reng 1828.
Page.
Which page is it?
21.
It's 21.
31.
Or 31. 1828. One 1826.
I see 1826.
Starting is one lana 1826.
Yes, below that is 1833.
ka fase ga moo e re 1833
below 1826.
When is the date?
What is the date?
The date is the 19th.
Oh,
bar di 19
yes.
1828.
1828, yes.
Yes, do you see that?
yes I can see it.
It says the start up the motor vehicle.
e re koloi e ile ya dumishiwa. That is correct.
Then it was driving at Chris Hani Road.
Ya kgweetsa mo mmileng ola wa Chris Hani. That is correct.
Yebo kuqiniswa ke kubhaliwe ukuthi imoto iyadunyiswa yase iyashayela noma iyahamba ke umgwaqo eKhrizani
1833 at Dlamini Soweto.
Ka 1833 e bontsha gore lebele le Dlamini Soweto.
Excess idle.
Le ya bona gore e be e duma. That is correct.
kuqiniswa ukuthi ngo-1833 isedlamini noma yayisedlamini eSoweto iyaduma
1834 it's also idling, excess idling.
Na pele ka 1834 e bontsha gore le gana mo we ya duma. Yes, I can see it.
ngiyabona ukuthi nango 1834 yayiduma
1842 it's driving from Koma Street.
Ka 1842 ya kgweetsa go tloga mmileng ola wa Koma. That is correct.
qiniso ukuthi ngo-1842 iyahamba ke kwistrato iKoma.
All right. So at 1911 it reflects incident. Was it still in Soweto?
Na pele ka 1911 e bontsha gore go na le tiragalo be sa le Soweto. Yes, it shows like that.
Nanjengoba usho ke ukuthi ngo-1911 iyatshengisa ke ukuthi kunesehlakalo noma isigameko yebo lokho kwakwenzeka ke kuseSoweto.
Was it before you arrived at Moroka police station?
E be ile ka pele ga gore le fitlhe police station ya Moroka. We had already left Moroka police station at that time.
Ngaleso sikhathi ke sasesiphumile ke police station yaseMoroka.
Relating to the evidence that you have already tendered before this court when you left Fosloras court, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you were in a hurry to fetch the keys and the USB for the late Sergeant Mapena. Is that correct?
Bare go ya ka tlhatsi bo le faneng ka bone lena le rile ge le tswa forong ya Fosloras lena le be le kitimetse gore le do lata dinatlolo le USB ya mohu Sergeant Mapena ke nnete. That is correct. We were going there to check for it.
Kuyiqiniswa ukuthi kuphumeleke eFosloras sasesijahele ukuthi siyobheka ikhiya kanye nayo ke USB yakhe ongasekho uSergeant Mapena.
So there's nothing prevented you when you departed from Fosloras court destined to Moroka police station from using a freeway.
Ga gona ntho e le tshireleditseng gore le seke la shumisha tsela ela ya freeway ge le tloga kgorong ya Fosloras le ya Moroka police station.
Nka tlhalosha so yona be so mara gantši very shumisha discretion ga tsona go ka be ka se re na lo change ditsela for the safety of ourselves so re tshireletsega.
Indeed, there was nothing, my lord, that was preventing us from using the freeway. However, sometimes when we use our own discretion, especially for the safety, because we have accused people, then we would use alternative routes.
Impela ke akukho okwakusinqabela noma kwakuzivimba ukuthi sasingasebenzisa ke u-freeway kodwa ke inkathi eziningi ke siye sisebenziseke noma ke sicabangele thina sebenzise yethu imicabango ngoba ke sibheka udaba lokuvikeleka kwethu nokuthi sihamba ke nabasolwa sishintshe ke umzila noma ke umgwaqo sihamba ngawo.
Yes, that I understand and I appreciate it, but the fact is you can change the route, but my worry is you stopped more than 3 times before you reach Moroka police station.
Ba kwishisha gore lena le ka khona gore le fetole ditsela le be mshetse le gore lena le ka rata go di berekisha go ya ka mogwele gore lena le naganne ka bona eupia selo se le gore se a ba tshwenya ga njwale ke gore lena mo tseleng ya lena rebele ya Moroka le yeme nako tse ka fetang tse tharo go ba maga a fetang a mararo rebele ya Moroka police station.
Nka se fetolo ga go gopola re eme ga tie nako la re ro reka metsi le disimba malakanong go potsa gape ga gore phosho ya dira yona maybe a ke a bona mo AVL list.
I would not be able to respond to 3 stops. However, you could maybe remind me. The only stop that I remember is the one when we went to buy water and then we drove to Moroka. However, maybe a mistake happens. You may be able to show me, as I did not see it on the AVL. I did not see those stops on the AVL.
Mhlambe wena kusungangitshengisa ke uma uthi ke sema amahlandla amathathu mina ngikhumbula ke lehlandla leli esema ngalo sothenga ke amanzi kanye nama chips uma kuukuthi angikubonanga ke la kumbiko we-AVL mhlambe usungangikhombisa.
All right. Just for the benefit of your information, I won't go as per the way I was asking you. I'll remind you that you stopped at the Ring Road. Do you remember that?
Batla le go potsa ba ka se ka mkgo e leng gore benje ba le butša ka gona batla le go potsa gore lena le ile la ema mo mmileng wala wa Ring le sa gopola.
That
is correct.
Ebuqiniso sema ke Ring Road.
You stopped at Chris Hani Road.
La ema gape mo mmileng wala wa Chris Hani.
Hey, I
do not recall us stopping there, but I am listening.
Just to remind you, I even said you stopped there for 10 minutes.
Do
you remember that?
Pele ke fetola re ka boela go yona ka e bona gape because a re nya go fetola ntho ke sa gopolang because mabane o tšatšela mabane le fetile.
Before I respond, my lord, can we go back to that point, because I do not want to respond on something that I do not recall, as yesterday has passed.
Ngaphambilini kokuthi ngiphenduleke lapho ukuthi ngema ke imizuzu eyishumi eKhrizani road ngicela ke sibuyele kuloko ngaphenduleki into engingayazi ke noma engayikhumbuli ngoba ke ela izolo ke selidlulile.
All right, let's go to 0601
barrego 0601
and 0611.
0611.
Same date.
Are you referring to the same date?
06, same date, the 19th.
Bar lona le tšatši le wela di 19.
06.
Yes, I can see it.
And 0611, do you see that?
The 0611, yes, I can see it.
0611,
you said GPS unlocked until or near Krisani Road.
GPS unlocked mo mmileng ola gausi le mmila ola wa Chris Hani.
Ngiyabona?
Yes, I see it.
Ngiyabona ke lapha bhalwe khona ke ukuthi GPS unlocked eduze ke nomgwaqo eKhrizana.
That was the second stop, you agree?
Ore ke mo bele hona gabedi la bobedi.
That's a good place, Malaki. Can council maybe indicate on what basis does it say GPS unlocked is equivalent to bring a vehicle to a standstill?
No. I didn't say that. I said it reflects, according to the AVL, it shows GPS unlocked. That's what I said. Maybe I didn't hear myself, but it reflects GPS unlocked. Is that not so, Mr. Mkhani?
Ba re go ya ka AVL ye e bontsha gore e ngwadile GPS unlocked.
Ka re mabane ke le fetotse ka lo tsore GPS unlocked a ke se re ra go reng mara a sanga ra ema go bala be re driver.
Like I responded yesterday, my lord, I said I do not know what does GPS unlocked refers to. However, I recall that we never stopped, we were driving.
Bengishilo ke izolo ukuthi uGPS unlock lona ukuthi usho ukuthini angikwazi lokho noma angazi kodwa ke ngikubuleke simile sasiqhubeka ke sishayela noma sihamba.
All right, let's get to the third one. 15 at 15:58 you were driving.
Nako rebe ire 15:38 le be le kgwetsa. 15:38. Is it 15:30 or
15:80? 15:58.
15:58.
Ngiyabona?
Yes, I can see it.
Below it, it's 16:16.
Ka fase ga yona ire 16:16.
Or 16. Yeah, okay, 16:16, 05 seconds.
Yes, I see 16:16 and 05 seconds.
In terms of the AVL, what were you doing there? What?
Go ya ka AVL, e re be le dirang mo we.
Koloi sale ya tima.
The vehicle ignition was turned off.
Ngoba le AVL ke ngo 16:16 lona ke ngibuzwa ngaye imoto icishiwe
until 18:28.
Go fitlela ka 18:28. That is correct.
Kuyiqiniso ukuthi kwazowashaya ke u18:28.
Were you still going to fetch the keys and the USB?
Libel sanje lido lata dinotlolo le USB.
Ka tshetse ke tlhalositse re fitlhile kwa ke ka mogare ga police station ya Moroka.
As I have previously explained, we arrived inside the Moroka police station.
Bese ngichazile ngaphambili ukuthi safika kwakungaphakathi police station yase Moroka.
Sergeant Mabena tsena ka mogare.
And Sergeant Mabena went inside.
Wangena ke uSergeant Mabena ngaphakathi.
Gomme ba sala ba mthusha tsero mo charge office kana kana ba lo tsena go etelle gore ba founele motho a lebetse go dikhia mo office ya gagwe.
And
USB.
I think he was assisted at the charge office with maybe calling the particular person whom he had left his keys and the USB.
Ngicabanga ukuthi ke babemsiza khona ke e-charge office ukuthi ke baxhumane nalomuntu ayeshiye ikhiya ne-USB e-office lakhe.
And gape ka re bile ka la bohlano batho ba chaishitse na go fihla mola.
And again, as it was on a Friday, people had already knocked off when we arrived.
Futhi ke kwangolesihlanu abantu ke babesebe shayisile ke bephumile emsebenzini ngathi sifika khona lapha.
And he explained that they informed him that that particular person was coming, so he had to wait for that particular person.
Uchazileke ukuthi bathe kuyena umuntu loyo ke uyeza acela ukuthi amlinde.
And that is the reason that made us to stop for such a long time.
Isizathu ke leso esabangela ukuthi ke simeke lesi isikhathi eside kanje.
Who will come and confirm that evidence? because who will come and confirm that evidence, because Sergeant Mabena is no more and there's no name of the person Sergeant Mabena spoke to.
Kimang okatlang a tlo tlhatsela dilo tse di bolelang a dumellana le tsona ka lebaka la gore lephodisa Sergeant Mabena ga sa phela gape ga gona motho o ileng gore wa bolelwa leina la motho le le bolelwang gore Mabena o be a emetse mang.
Gabe ke be ke tswa ke mang ne ke tla lo botsa ba a ke a mmona ka re na be ke dutse le ntantsi mo koloing.
If I knew who that person was, I was going to tell the court. However, I did not see that particular person as I was seated with Mr. Ntanzi in the vehicle.
Kumele ufuna ukwazike ukuthi manje ke isiqinisekiso salokho sizotholakala kanjani ngoba ke uMabena akasekho ke emhlabeni, alikho ke negama lalomuntu angena akhuluma naye ngaphakathi. Futhi uma bekuthi bengilazi igama lalo muntu bengizoyitshela ke lenkantolo ngeshwa ke mina kanjani ngimbone ngangihlezi noNtanzi emotweni.
I'll ask the court to reject that part of evidence.
Barbone ba tlo khopela khoro gore e gane botlhatsi bowe balena bo khibo le bolelang ka bone ba gore lile la yema Mabena a tsena Mabena a tswa a le tlhaloshetsa ba re ba tlo khopela gore khoro e gane botlhatsi bowe.
A ke tsebe khoro e tla decide gore ya botse gore ba e botse.
I do not know. I will leave that in the hands of the court.
Ukuthi ke uzocela inkantolo ke ukuthi lobo bufakazi lobo ke ingabamukeli angazi mina isinqumo sothathwa inkantolo leso.
Did you transport accused number 2 on the 13th of July 2020?
Ka di 13 ja July 2020 lile la sepedisha molatofatswa wa bobedi
a sa go bola ga re tshwanetse ke tsona be rile ka re be re sepela di pleke tse dintsi nka se re awa mara most of the time ba sepela na mara e le gona be re ya ka tlhalosha botse ta gona wara.
I do not recall. Perhaps if I could be given the location where we were going, myself and the accused, because in most of the occasions I would be the one that was transporting him. However, I do not recall where were we going on the 13th. I will not say yes, I was transporting him, or no, I was not transporting him, since I do not recall.
Ukuthi ke nge 13 ka July ngahamba naye ke umsolo wesibili kunyaka ka 2020 angeke ngithi yebo angeke ngithi cha mhlambe ke uma kuukuthi ngakhunjuzwa ke ukuthi sasiya kuphi nendawo ke ngoba ke ningi indawo la sasiya ngakhona ke futhi ke isikhathi esiningi wayehamba nami.
Yes, I'll remind you, because that was the first day accused number 2 appeared in Tlhabane court.
Barbatla go botsa ka lebaka la gore ke Donel Judge la mathomo mo molatofatswa wa bobedi a ile nga tswelela khorong ya Tlhabane.
That is not correct.
Hello? There's no?
That is not correct.
I see, it's not correct.
That's the version I'm putting to him.
Bare ke ntho e leng gore ba ya le botsa gore lena molatofatswa o tsweletse ka 19 June
13 July 2020. That's the version of
Futhi ke ummeli uzokukhumbuza noma uzomtshela ubufakazi ukuthi ke lelo langa lelo ke aqeda ukulisho ke manje lazo lange 13 kuyena ke uNtulikazi ku 2020 kwakuyilanga lokuqala ayovela ngalo enkantolo ke umsola wesibili kumshushisi ke uyaphikisa uthi cha akusilona iqiniso lelo.
Asenete ka wa ka tšhatšhite ke tshwereng o tsweletse pela ga kgoro ya Tlhabane ka di 22 of 6 2020 date of appearance e bontšha ka mo setlankaneng sa tšhatšhite.
That is incorrect, as the charge sheet that I have in my possession, it reflects that the accused appeared on the 22nd of June 2020 in Tlhabane court.
Akusilona ke iqiniso lelo uyasho ke nayo ifakazi manje kumshushisi eshilo ukuthi ke kwakunge 22 kuyena ke uNhlangulana 2020 uma umsolo wesibili eyo bingelela imantshi ihlandla lokuqala eTlhabane
gape ka di 13 tsa June be ke so kopane le ena moswari 13 July okay no sorry be gore ntshware.
My apologies, the witness just said on the 13th of June he had not met the accused. However, as he is corrected, he apologizes.
Sorry, Miss Sergeant, what was the charge on the 22nd of June, as you say?
Molato o be
Taban, when accused number 2 appeared.
Molato o be barositse molatofatswa e be ileng ge ne a tswelela kgorong.
Really possession of unlicensed live ammunition.
Possession of unlicensed live ammunition, my lord.
Iqala ke awayelithweswa njengoba ngithi ke wavela ke nge-22 ke uNhlangulana 2020 kwakutholakala ke nazo inhlamvu ngongekho emthethweni.
Yes.
Sir, I've just informed the court that I don't have the records for the AVL on the 22nd of June 2020. Neither the logbook of the vehicle that we're driving on the 22nd of June 2020. And yet you want the court to believe that accused number 2 is misleading the court or is not telling the truth.
Barbona ba fetsa go jwa go botsa khoro gore ga bana tsona di document tsa AVL gape le di logbook tsa gore di 22 tsa June molatofatswa o be a le gona kwa khoro tshekelo gape le nagane jwana le nyaka gore khoro e dumele gore molatofatswa ga a bolele nnete.
Advocate Ngomezulu, I need AVL wala batlatsi ya gore bongani sa dintanzi o tsweletse pele ga khoro ya Tlhabane shibo ke etšhatšhile a ke tsona a le nako e exhibit RR.
Advocate Ngomezulu, we do not need the AVL records or the logbook to show that the accused appeared at Tlhabane court. We have evidence here which is marked as exhibit RR that Bongani Sandiso Ntanzi appeared in Tlhabane court.
Asidingi ke AVL kuloko kushoyo ukuthi ke ngalelanga ke langa 22 kuNhlangulana uBongani Sandiso Ntanzi wabingelela ke imantshi iyaseTlhabane na i-charge sheet ngiphethe kumina bayiphawulileke nanjengo exhibit RR.
Because you're an officer, you will not need it. I don't think you'll see the relevance of that AVL. But let me just put it this way, just to cut matters short. On the 13th of July, 2020, that's the first time accused number 2 was changed his clothes. Constable Buthelezi phoned the girlfriend to bring the clothes of accused number 2 because they were in a hurry for him to appear in court. He was not going to appear in court on the clothes that he was wearing on that day.
Bare lena ka lebaka la gore le lephodisa
Since he was arrested.
Le ka se bone botlhokwa ba gore di AVL je we ba di tlhokela. Jwaje bare bona molatofatswa ka di 13 tsa July go ba ka se tswelele kgorong abe a apere dikobo tse be a di apere go tlogelle nako ela a sale a tshwarwa. Jwaje lephodisa Buthelezi le la letsetsa mo ratiwa wa molatofatswa wa bobedi le mmotsa gore a tlishe dikobo tse di iswa ka go itlhakanela gore molatofatswa a tlo kgona gore a fetole dikobo tse tlabeng a di apere e seng a tswelele kgorong ka dikobo tsela tse ba di apere nako e ge be a tshwarwa.
Advocate Ngomezulu ke ganana le lena ka re go gopola botse motho ba dila ka diaparo le family ga ntšhebe le the late Sergeant Mabena a ke tsona Buthelezi o tsena kae mo ka re neno ba go no escort.
Advocate Ngomezulu, I would dispute that type of a version because the person that was dealing with the family and the changing of clothing, it's the late Mr. Mabena.
Yes.
Because Mr. Buthelezi, he was just escorting us. I do not know how does he feature on the change of clothes.
Engizokutshela kona ke ukuthi kusho ummeli ke kufakazi uConstable Buthelezi waze ke waxhumana ke nentombi yakhe ke umsola wesibili ke ukuthi ilethe ingubo zokuthi ke ashintshe noma ke agqoke ngoba wayengazi ngoba ngeke ahamba enkantolo ngazo lezo i13 kaJuly esagqoke leziyana bekade igqokile ngaphambili. Uthi ke maphendula ufakazi ukuthi ke advocate Mngomezulu angazi ke noma ke ngizophikisana ke nalokho okushoyo ukuthi uButhelezi uhlangana kuphi ke nokulethwa kweimpahla zokuthi kuyashintshe agqoke umsolo wesibili ngoba ke yena wayesiphelezela escorta nje kuphela. Umuntu okwakuyena ke owayexhumana nomndeni ukuthi ke kulethwe ke impahla noma ke ingubo zokuthi agqoke kwakungasekho noma useshonile uConstable Mabhena.
Okay, but you will not dispute the fact that accused number 2 on that day was the first time to change his clothing.
Ifela lena le kazana tjane le bona ka ba re molatofatso wa bobedi e be la matho le khala mathomo a apara dikobo tše dingwe tša tšileo.
Nkagana na lena ga re go gopola botse Sergeant Mabhena o ile a rentša diaparo tša gage mara ke sa gopola ditleleni mara tšona sa le diatla.
I dispute that because if I remember very well, Sergeant Mabhena arranged for the accused clothes. When did they bring the accused clothes? I would not recall. And my lord, I see accused number 2 is raising his hand.
Kulokho ke kodwa ngeke kuphikiseke ukuthi ngalela langa la nge-13 kaJuly kwakuqala ukuthi alethele ezinye impahla ke accused number 2 uthi ke ngizophikisa ke lokho ngoba ke uMabhena wozalethwa ke kodwa ngazi ukuthi nje bayiletha nini.
Thank you, Madam. May I just clarify this, Mr. Mukhani? According to the instructions of accused number 2, there is Buthelezi, the friend to accused number 2, and Leboheng, the girlfriend of accused number 2.
Bare nke ba tlhakishe taba e gona le motho o eleng gore ke mogwera wa molatofatšwa wa bobedi e ba mmitšang ka Buthelezi gape gona le Lebogeng e leng ngwanyana o ratanang le molatofatšwa wa bobedi.
I
am listening.
Ngimlalele ke uma uthi ukhona uButhelezi okuwumngani wakhe umsolo wesibili bese khona ke noLebogeng okuyena othandana naye ke umsolo wesibili.
According to his version, he says Constable Mabhena or the late Mabhena is the one who spoke to Leboheng to bring the clothes.
Bare go ya ka yena molatofatšwa wa bobedi o re mohu Mabhena ke yena a boletšeng le ngwanyana a ratanang le molatofatšwa wa bobedi gore a tiše dikobo tša gagwe.
ka ge ke boletše e ka lo ba nnete ka re ke rile ke Sergeant Mabhena o ba ga le a thusa ka lefapha leo la diaparo le family ya gagwe le gore girlfriend ya gagwe ke mang a ke tsebe lebitso.
As I have stated that it was Sergeant Mabena that was dealing with the clothing, it could be true that he had spoken to those people. However, on who the girlfriend is, I do not know.
Uthi ke ummeli uMabena ke wayikhulumisana noLebugeng ukuthi bekuyena ke olethe ingubo zokuthi ke aqoke ke nanjengoba bese ngishilo ke ukuthi kwaboma impela kwabo ongasekho ke uSergeant Mabena ukuthi ke igama lentombi ke athandana nayo ubani lokho ke angikwazi.
And my correction was based on the fact that the clothes were brought by Buthelezi, who is the friend of accused number 2, and not Constable Buthelezi. I was under the impression because he said that Buthelezi also testified in court.
Bare bona bebaki poshulla motabeng yela ya gore dikobo di tlisitswe ke Buthelezi is Buthelezi mogwera wa molatofatso e seng Constable Buthelezi gobane molatofatso ba ba botse gore Buthelezi wa gona le yena o buletse kgorong.
Nka sa galo dikobo di aparo di tlile mara nka se tsebo botse di tlile ning di tlile le mang nka ba re ra kgonega re tlosa Sergeant Mabena atle a hlatse go maroba le gago.
My Lord, I will not dispute on who has brought the clothes. However, I would not know when were the clothes brought, and if it was possible, we would resurrect Sergeant Mabena so that he come and testify, and then he goes back and rest in peace.
Uthi ke ummeli ebe lapho ke umsolo wesibili bemlungisa khona ke bemtshela ngobuthelezi ke ngoba ummeli yena becabanga ukuthi ke uConstable Buthelezi ngokushilo ke ukuthi uButhelezi onikezile ngobufakazi la enkantolo engikwazi ukuthi yebo ingubo zona ke zalethwa ukuthi zalethwa nini lethwa ubani ke angazi ke noma ngeke ngikwazi ke lokho mhlawumbe kuba bengenzeka ke bese ngathi sibuyise yena ke uMabena uma seqedile ukuchaza abuyeleke kuyona ke indawo yakhe yokulala ngokuthula.
The last question, when you were traveling from Pretoria North to Carltonville and to Rustenburg, were there any toll gates that you had to pass through?
Bare putsho ya mafelelo gebe le sepela le toga Pretoria North la ya Carltonville la boya la ya Phokeng go be gona le di toll gate mo mmileng tshebe le feta go tsona.
A ga ya Phokeng ke tse mmalwa.
When we were going to Phokeng, there were few toll gates.
Ingabe ke uma nihamba ke Carltonville Pretoria North iPhokeng ngaba khona yini ama toll gates enadlula kuona ke yebo ke ePhokeng ayekhona ke ambalwa ke.
Thank you, my lord.
Thanks, sir. Mr. Mnisi.
That's few aspects.
Yes.
Please, my lord, just before Advocate Mnisi starts with cross-examination, there's a witness who's outside who's only available today, my lord. The expert on car movement, and I'm just wondering if we cannot stand down the cross-examination of Sergeant Mohani so that we take his evidence.
Mr. Mnisi, you're the boss. What do you say?
I've got an objection, my lord.
He says he doesn't have an objection. Are you able to attend court until about 3:30?
Le ka khona gore le dile khorongo fitlhella motsomo metsotso ya masometharo ka moraga iri ya boraro.
Ke tla ema ke matsogong a lena.
I will wait, my lord, as I'm in your hands.
But I don't have money to buy you lunches. Okay. This evidence will stand down then.
Botlhatsi ba lena bo tla ema nakonyana go sana le tlhatsi e nngwe le leng gore e tlamehile e fane ka botlhatsi.
Ngiyacela kumshushisi ukuthi ke ake emeke uSergeant Mukhane kunofakazi ke yena ke otholakala nje namhlanje kuphela ke lona ungoti ke mayelana nokuhamba kwemoto noma ke ungoti kule AVL report.
We are indebted to my learned friends and the court's indulgence. The state calls the next witness is Mr. Michael Jacobus Dupree.
Michael Jacobus Dupree.
Dupree, my lord. The witness name is not on the list.
Okay.
The witness is going to testify in respect of exhibit MM2. My lord, I've indicated to my learned friends this morning that the witness has printed his own report, my lord. It's exactly the same as exhibit MM2. However, he split his report in terms of dates: the 1st of June, the 5th of June, the 16th of June, the 18th of June, the 19th of June, as well as the 20th of June, my lord.
Okay.
There will thus be cross-reference between his bundle that he printed as well as exhibit MM2 that has already been handed up. We just request, my lord, that his bundle that he printed be handed up as exhibit MM2. Maybe just to distinguish it from the existing exhibit MM2, we can call it exhibit MM2A.
MM2A, ne?
Yes, MM2A. I'll just ask my learned friend just to add A to the exhibit.
Which language do you prefer to testify in, sir?
My lord, I'll do it in English.
English, okay. Yes, sir, the witness.
Your full name, please.
Michael Jacobus Dupree.
Do you have any objection in taking the prescribed oath?
No objection.
Do you consider the prescribed oath to be binding on your conscience?
I do.
Do you then swear that the evidence you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing else but the truth? If so, you raise your right hand and say so help me God.
So help me God.
The witness is sorry.
Mr. Dupree, where do you work?
My lord, I work for a company called Sea-Track Fleet Management.
Sea-Track.
That's correct.
Mr. Dupree uthi-ke usebenzela inkampani ebizwa-ke ukuthi-ke i-Sea-Track Fleet Management.
And what is your position at that company? In what capacity are you employed by that company?
I'm currently employed in the capacity of the Chief Operations Officer.
Isikhundla sami ke enginaso noma engisibambile ke lapho ke ngihloko ke kuyindlela ke yokusebenza noma ekwenziwa ngayo ke umsebenzi, Chief Operations Officer.
And what type of duties do you perform in the company?
My lord, I'm primarily responsible for the operational execution within the company. That includes the everyday operations, and also then training within the operations.
Mina ke okwami ukubheka ke nje ukuthi ukwenziwa komsebenzi ke malanga namalanga ke nokunikeza futhi ke ngoqeqesha laba kufanele ukuthi ke baqeqeshwe noma ke bathole training ngaphakathi ke emsebenzini.
And what type of company is C-Track Fleet Management?
My Lord, C-Track provides fleet management solutions to the broader public and public sector, private sector, whereby we supply or provide solutions that allows various companies and individuals to manage their vehicle fleets and assets.
Okwethu ke ukuthi ke thina ke kumphakathi ke nenkampani ethize ke sinikezeke ngomsebenzi lapho na ke abantu bakwisimo ke noma bakhonayo ukuthi ke babheke ke ukuhamba ke ezimoto zabo.
Can you just explain, if you say providing a solution, what do you mean?
Solutions are provided by installing various types of hardware to vehicles or assets, allowing customers to view the asset in a platform that allows them to manage such asset to the better of the business.
Thina ke sikwenza ukuthi ke sinikeza ke kwinkampani ke kubantu ke abayimele ke inhlobo ke ethize zaloko kubizwa ngokuthi ke ama hardware kanye futhi ke nendlela ke sinikeze ke ixazululo kwindlela ke zokuthi umuntu akwazi noma inkampani ikwazi ke ukuthi ke ibheke ilandelele ibone ke ukuthi lokho okwakhe noma bakunayo ke noma imoto noma yini ihamba kuphi isebenza kanjani.
And for how long have you been attached to C-Track Fleet Management?
My Lord, I started my employment in 2001, so that makes it around about 22 years.
Naqala ke ukusebenza khona lana ke ngo-2001 okusho ukuthi iminyaka ewu-22 leyo.
You have prepared a bundle of documents that serves as Exhibit MM2 in brackets A.
That is correct, my Lord.
You have also been shown Exhibit MM2, is that correct?
That is correct, my Lord.
Nawo ke ama-bundles lana ke noma ama-documents alungiselwe yimina naye ku MM2 lona ke ekuyena losetshenziswa la enkantolo ngitshengisiwe.
Can you put on record the type of training that you underwent?
My Lord, in the 22 years that I've been employed in the company, we started off with product training at the time, and as time progressed, I was involved in training, development of old products, current products, new products, and also closely involved in the design of the product within the company on functions and features. So the product as it is today, I'm fairly confident that I understand and know how it works from beginning to end.
Uqala ke uma sesiqala ke uqeqesho esaluthola ke noma ngalithola ke ngakuyona ke inkampani kwakuqeqeshwa ke mayelana ke neproduct ke noma amagama lokho esisebenza ngakho noma lokho esikusebenzisayo ngokuhamba ke kweminyaka ke ila engibe ingxenye khona ke eqeqesheni ke mayelana nayo ke iproduct leyo ekuyithuthukiseni kanye futhi ke ngasho ke manje ukuthi kule minyaka ewu-22 ke le product leyo ke ukuthi ke product ke engiyaziyo ke ukusebenza kwayo.
Is there someone within the company, within C-Track Fleet Management, who's called upon to testify on the product from time to time?
My Lord, that mostly falls on my responsibility to do such in various types of courts or disciplinary hearings.
Kumina ke noma ke umsebenzi ke noma ngithwala lowo ke esemahlombe ami ke ukuthi ke ngiye ke kwizinkantolo ezahlukeneke noma ke qawu ke zoqondiswa kwezigwegwe la uma kufanele ukuthi kube nomuntu onikeza ngobufakazi.
Can you just place your experience on record as far as testifying in court is concerned?
My Lord, if memory serves me right, I've been testifying in various courts for at least 14 plus years, testifying on the functionality, features, product specification, the application thereof, how it is deployed in the field, how it functions, what information it provides. I've testified in high court, criminal, civil. I've testified in regional courts, CCMA matters, normal disciplinary matters. So I think I've covered the spectrum of courts, my Lord.
Ngathi ke iminyaka ke 14 nokuya ngaphezulu ke nginikeza ubufakazi noma ngithula ubufakazi ke kwizinkantolo ephakeme. CMA kwindawo nje ezahlukahlukeneke ngichaza ke ngokusebenza kwayo ke le product lena ke ukuthi ke isetshenziswa kanjani ke nokuthi futhi ifaka kanjani.
Are you involved in any training regarding the product?
My Lord, the training department currently reports to me, so yes, I'm closely involved in training of staff members as well as clients of ours on the functionality and features of the solutions we provide.
Laba ke noma ke i-section lena ke i-training ke bona ba reporta kumina ke ukuthi ngisebenzisana nabo ke ngiyabaqeqesha ke abangaphakathi ke emsebenzini kanye futhi nawo ama-clients ke nawo ngiyabanikeza ke uqeqesho ukuthi ke ama-feature kanye futhi nendlela yokusebenza kwayo i-product lena ukuthi ihamba kanjani.
Are you involved in any training beyond the shores of this country?
My Lord, I've been involved in training in the middle, or what do I call it, Middle East, not really Middle East, but the eastern side of our world, in Malaysia. I've worked in Australia on projects. I've worked in America, Africa. So yeah, that's the extent of my services abroad.
Ngisebenzile ke kwindawo eziningi ke la noma nginikeza khona ke uqeqesho noma ke i-training i-America ke ichazile i-Africa i-Australia kanye futhi ke ne-Malaysia.
Now, does your company, Sea-Track Fleet Management, have any relationship with the South African Police Service?
Yes, my Lord. Sea-Track Fleet Management provides solutions, or a solution to the South African Police Force in terms of a AVL system, automated vehicle locator, that we install in the SAPS vehicles.
Yebo siyasebenzisana ke namaphoyisa ke aseNingizimu Afrika kwimoto zabo ke sifaka lokhu ke noma ke system ebizwa ngokuthi ke i-AVL.
Mr. Dupree, you can continue and tell the court in your own words how this product works and the nature of the relationship with the South African police.
My Lord, the nature of the relationship with the South African Police Force is we've been awarded a tender to install these tracking devices in this SAPS fleet. We've been doing so for a number of years, and the system entails that we...
Just a minute. give the interpreter a chance.
Indlela ke esisebenza ngayo namaphoyisa ke ukuthi sanikezwa ke lo msebenzi phelezi ke le tender ke yokuthi sifake ke kwimoto zabo ke le system ke lena ebizwa ngokuthi iyona iAVL futhi ke sekuyiminyaka ke sisebenzisana nabo.
It involves our staff installing hardware in the SAPS vehicles. This hardware is equipped with a GPS.
Lokho ke kuhlanganisa ke noma kufaka ke ukuthi ke abasebenzi bethu ke noma istaff sethu ke bafake ke ama hardware kwimoto zawo amaphoyisa ke futhi leyo hardware leyo ke ine GPS.
There's also a GSM modem with a SIM card in it, and this device is then connected to the wiring of the SAPS vehicle.
SIM card.
Yeah, that's correct.
Futhi ke kufakwa ke okubizwa ngokuthi ke imodem ke kuyona ke le imodem ke eGMS ene SIM card kuyona.
Can I just explain?
What did you say after the SIM card? Sorry.
Connected to the vehicle.
Okay. Futhi ke yona ke ehlanganiswa noma ke connectwa ke kuyona ke imoto.
Can I ask you to explain these technical terms as you go along? GPS stands for?
GPS represents Global Positioning System. That is just a normal location service. Allows us to know where the vehicle is.
General picture?
GPS, Global Positioning System.
I-GPS yona ke i-Global Positioning System yona ke echazayo ke ukuthi noma ke ikunikeza ke ukuthi ikuphi nendawo ke.
Yes, and GSM?
GSM is the cellular network, the simple term for it, as we all know it. So it's just a means of communication from the device to another environment. So it's communication, cellular communication.
Lana ke i-GSM lona ke uxhumana ke lokho okhona ke phakathi kwayo i-device lena ke kanye futhi ke ne-location noma indawo ke ethize.
Yes. The system would then allow, the system installed is connected to the vehicle, and that allows us to know whether the vehicle is switched on, switched off, is it traveling, is it standing still, at which speed is it, and where is it.
Lana ke lokhu nje lokuxhumana lokhu ke la engithi khona ke lokuxhumana phakathi kwale system ebizwa ngokuthi i-GSM yona ke esichazelayo ukuthi imoto yenzani, imoto iyahamba, imoto imile, imoto ixeshiwe ke futhi ke isiphi isivinini ehamba ngaso.
The data collected on the vehicle is then relayed or transferred or transmitted over the GSM network to a centralized environment located in Numerus.
Let's take that slow. Can you repeat? Let's take that slow. Can you repeat?
The data provide or
raise your voice.
The data recorded on by the system on the vehicle.
Yes. Lokhu ke noma le mininingwane etholakalayo ke iyayo imoto ekhona ke
is transmitted via the GSM network, the cellular network.
Iyandluliswa ke idluliswa ngayo ke le network lena ke ibizwa ngokuthi i-GSM
to a centralized environment in Numerus.
Ithathwa ke isiwe ke kwindawo ke centralized noma ke emaphakathi ke kulona lokho okubizwa ngokuthi i-Numerus.
And what is Numerus?
That's it's the Numerus is just a building name. That is the premises of the State Information Technology Agency.
State
Information.
Or SITA.
Yeah, SITA.
Lana ke nje uNumerus lona ke kusho nje ibility ke ukuthi ke ngathi ke State Information Technology Agency.
The AVL data is housed in this environment, and from this environment it can be accessed by registered users.
Lana ke manje ke le information ke manje ke ila indluliswa noma ke igcinwa khona lapho ke ukusuka lapho ke ingathi ke manje isiyandlulisela noma ke futhi ikwazi utholwa yilaba abanelungelo noma abamele ukuthi ke bayisebenzise.
Such registered users, my lord, will only have access to vehicles that they are allowed to see or is allocated to their cost center.
Futhi ke labo ke bazokwazi noma bazokhona kuphela ke ukuthi babone imoto abayisebenzisayo abasebenza ngazo noma abanelungelo lokuthi ke bayibone.
Just to make it simple, that a specific police station will only have access to that police station's vehicle, and certain divisions within that police station will only have access to their specific division's vehicle. So it's not everybody seeing everybody's vehicles.
Ukwenza nje ukuthi kubelula ke ukuchaza ke lokho ukuthi ke isiteshi esithize samaphoyisa isona ke esizokhona ke ukuthi siboneke izimoto zabo ke futhi ke uhlaka ke oluthule noma ke iunit ethile kuleyo police station leyo bazobona izimoto eziwa ngaphansi kwaleyo unit leyo akusi ukuthi ubani uzobona ke abheke noma yini.
All this data collated over a period of time is then stored in a database.
Futhi konke ke yonke lemininingwane manje ke ese ihlanganisiwe ke etholakele ngesikhathi noma ngokuhamba ke kwesikhathi izo ifakwa ke kuloko kubizwa ngokuthi ke i-database.
And from in with this data, users, authorized users, can gain access to historical data of a vehicle for a defined period.
Futhi ke laba abaselungelweni ke noma abavumelekile ke ukuthi babheke ke noma basebenzise lezo imoto lezo ke bazokhona ukuthi manje babheke ke isikhathi ke esithize bebheka imoto ethize.
Hence, users being available to compile data like we have in court today, giving detailed data of a vehicle over a period of time, though it be a number of years later.
Ingakho ke labo ke abavumelekile ke noma ke abanelungelo ke bekhona ke noma bekwazi ke ukuthi manje baletheke lokhu ezizwe nako ke la enkantolo namhlanje ke lombiko ke noma ke le data ke noma sekudlule isikhathi seminyaka ethize.
I think that's about the system in a nutshell, my lord.
Indlela ke isystem leyo esebenza ngayo.
And once the registered users are able to access the data, how is that information then packaged?
My lord, depending on the type of report compiled, and I'll use the reports in question we have in front of us today.
Kuya ngokuthi ke umbiko okanjani ke ngokufuna ukwazi ke uma ngabe lo mbiko manje usuhlanganisiwe ke ugcinwa kanjani ke kuya ngokuthi umbiko kanjani ke ngizosebenzisa lona ke engize nawo la enkantolo namuhla.
A report will be compiled based on a specific vehicle identification or registration number.
Umbiko uzohlanganiswa ke uma kuya ngokuthi ke no osikunikiwe ke noma imininingwane esinikiwe yemoto okufana ke ne registration
and a period of time.
Kanye futhi nesikhathi imoto lesi esetshenziswe ngaso.
On requesting the report, a command is executed whereby data for this period is then extracted from the database.
Uma ke kutholakala ke isicelo noma umbiko lona ke kukhishwa ke umbiko ngokumayela nesikhathi esithize.
It is then provided in a visible format on a computer screen.
Bese iyakhishwa ke la ibonakala khona ke ku screen se computer,
from where the user can then print such document in a PDF format.
Bese kuthi loyo ke manje uyakwazi ke ukuthi uyayiprinta ke noma lokho kubonayo ke ku computer uyaprinta kule format ke ebizwa ngokuthi noma kule ndlela ke ebizwa ngokuthi i-PDF.
And the document can be reproduced a number of times in the exact same format with the exact same data. So what I'm trying to say is it's reproducible, and it would be the same if whether I produce it today or I produce it in 3 years' time or I produce it for 3 years ago, it would be the same data.
Noma ke ungayenza ke noma isikhathi sesithinike noma ungakhipha namuhla kweminyaka elandelayo ke emithathu noma kwiminyaka endlulile emithathu izophuma ingendlela eyodwa kusho ukuthi ke angeke kushintshe lutho.
Did you receive a request in this matter regarding a specific vehicle?
That is correct, my lord.
Kuyiqiniso ukuthi isicelo ngasithola ke kuleli cala mayelana nemoto ethize.
And upon receiving these requests, what did you do?
My lord, upon receiving the request, we extracted the data from the SAPS AVL database.
Uma sesisicelo leso sicelo leso ke sayikhipha ke idata leyo ke kwi AVL yeSAPS
and produced a paper copy we have here today.
Esasikhipha ke amakhophi ke ephepha ke noma ke paper copy le esinayo ke la namuhla.
You're referring to exhibit MM2 in brackets A, the one that you've printed?
That is correct, my lord.
Khuluma ngalena ke engiyiprintile.
There's also an A3 version, exhibit MM2. Can you just identify that for us?
Yes, my lord. This version MM2 is an exact copy of the version or the documents I compiled. This is just in a different form factor, being that it was printed on A3 paper with a lot of the headings and stuff removed to gain real estate, to have more data on a single page.
Lena ke enkulu ke esinayo ke ekuyilena ke esetshenziswayo ke la enkantolo iyona ke ngamashi lena ke mina ke engiyiprintile ukuthi nje umehluko kuyona ke ukukhishwe nje ama topics la kubhaliwe ke khona ke ngaphezulu kodwa yona futhi yenziwe ke kwi A3.
Can you just perhaps explain to the court what information is supplied by the C-track system?
My lord, the information supplied would be the vehicle itself, the registration of it.
Imininingwane ezokhishwa ke iyona ke uC-track lona ke imayela nemoto i-registration.
It will also reflect the Bobby number as we refer it to. That's the B registration plate linked to that specific registration number.
Futhi ke izokhipha ke lokuthi na ke esikubiza ke njenge Bobby number ile B registration plate iyayo ke imoto leyo.
It will also then display the date and the time.
Izochaza ke ilanga noma ke idate kanye nesikhathi.
The vehicle status is reflected, and the vehicle status would be: is the vehicle driving? Is it switched off? What is the vehicle doing at that particular date and time?
Isizochaza ke nesimo ke sayo imoto. Masikhuluma ngesimo ke sikhuluma ngokuthi imoto iyahamba, imoto imile, imoto iyaduma ngaleso sikhathi leso.
It will also display the speed and the odometer of the vehicle, the odometer being the delta that refers to the distance traveled between two positions.
Isizochaza ke nesivinini imoto ehamba ngaso ke ibese ichaza ke naloko kubizwa ngokuthi i-auto ke ibanga ke phakathi kweindawo ezimbili ezahlukene imoto ehambile ngaleso sikhathi.
And then the location of the vehicle is reflected as a point of reference on the map, and also a longitude and latitude.
Bese chaza ke i-location noma ke indawo leyo ke kwi-map ke ngathi ke imoto etholakala ekuyona noma la ikhona.
And how does the AVL system works? What events are described and reported by the AVL unit?
My lord, if I can try and put them in some form of logical order, it would show the vehicle starting.
Mangaqala ngalendlela ngisho ngalendlela ke izoyitshengisa ke imoto uma iduma dunyiswa.
Then it would show the vehicle when it's driving.
Izoyitshengisa ke imoto uma ihamba.
It will show the vehicle when it's stationary but still idling.
Izoyitshengisa ke imoto uma imile kodwa isaduma.
It will show the driver behavior in the form of either overspeeding or harsh braking.
Izotshengisa ke nesimo ke somshayeli ke lana sikhuluma ngokuthi ke weqile kwisivinini noma futhi ke indlela ke abamba ngayo ama brake.
And then it will show the vehicle being switched off again, the ignition being off.
Izotshengisa ke noma ke imoto ise icishwa ke ingasadumi.
And then obviously there would be various alarm types. For instance, if the battery is disconnected, it would give you a battery tamper.
Noma ukuthi ke mhlambi ke kunenkinga ekhona ke ebhetrini ke izokutshela ke ukuthi ke kukhona ke okwenzakeleke noma okwenzakalayo ngayo ibhetri.
I think that's about the highlights of the status has been available.
Ngicabanga ukuthi ke yilokho ke ekhuluma ke noma kusho ke ngesimo ke sayo.
Right, and can we maybe ask you to explain the various terminology like GPS unlock?
My Lord, the term GPS unlock, and maybe I should just go one back. For a GPS to give a position,
Uma ngabuya la umuva ke uma khulunywa nge-GPS unlocked. Ukuthi ke GPS ikunikeze ke i-location noma indawo ke.
That specific receiver in the C-track unit
leyo ke itholayo noma lokho kubizwa ngokuthi ke i-receiver kuyona ke i-unit leyo ye-C-track
needs to receive data from a number of GPS satellites orbiting the Earth.
Ifanele ke ukuthi ke ithole ke manje ke noma ke ithole ke kuma satellite ahlukene kodwa ingatholi kweyodwa i-satellite.
How many satellites more or less?
To give a position with a longitude, latitude and altitude, you would need a minimum of 4 satellites data to being available.
Kuzodingeka ke ukuthi ke uthole ke i-data ke kuma satellites angawu-4.
Given the device have 4 satellites available, we will give a accurate longitude, latitude and altitude, which is then reverse geocoded to a point on a map, which will then give you a coordinate.
Lokho ke uma sewutholike lama satellites awu-4 ke wona ke manje isizokunikeza ke indawo osungagcela noma ubheke kuyona ke kuyona i-map noma lokho kubizwa ngokuthi ke i-coordinate.
In the absence of data from 4 or more satellites, the system would not be able to give longitude, latitude and altitude, and in the absence of such, we would then refer to a status as GPS unlock.
Manje ke uma kuwukuthi ke awutholi ke imininingwane ke noma ke i-data ke kulama satellites awu-4 noma ke angaphezulu kwawu-4 yilapho ke manje esizokunikeza ke isimo noma ke i-status lesi ke la ishoyo ukuthi manje i-GPS unlocked.
While in this GPS unlock state, the last valid position recorded would be the prevailing position.
Usekuyena ke lowo GPS unlocked indawo yokugcina ke kuzoba ke iyona ke leyo ke noma indawo leyo yangaleso sikhathi.
And that's only being done because that is the last valid data being available, my Lord.
Ngoba ke lokho kuzobe ke kuyiyona ke idata yokugcina ke engasetshenziswa noma ekhona ke ngaleso sikhathi leso.
And can a driver of a vehicle tamper with the system in any way?
My Lord, these devices are installed in out of sight and without the driver or the user of the vehicle knowing where it is installed. It is, I wouldn't say it's impossible, but it's unlikely that a individual would just fiddle with it.
Umshushiso ufuna ukwazi-ke ukuthi uyakwazi yini umshayeli wemoto ukuthi-ke angaphazamisana-ke nokusebenza kwale ndlela-ke noma nokusebenza-ke kwale system. Mephendula-ke uthi uma ngabe isifakwa-ke kuleyo moto efakwa kuyona-ke ifakwa kungekho-ke obonayo noma-ke akaboni-ke asisho-ke umshayeli kodwa nje ayibona uma ngabe ifakwa indawo le efakwa kuyona-ke uthi angeke athi-ke akusiyona into engeke yenzekeke kodwa-ke nje akacabangi njena-ke ukuthi kayinto-ke elula-ke nje ukuthi umuntu angayenzi ukuthi aphazamisane-ke nokusebenza kwale system.
And can the data that is stored on the numerous, the SITA, as we explained, be tampered with in any way?
My Lord, without a very intimate knowledge of the system, it is virtually impossible. The data is protected by various firewalls, encryption. It is stored in an environment that is designed to store data, and then data is also stored in a very definite sequence.
Kunzima kakhulu-ke usiyabiza ukuthi manje kwiBLD-ke noma kwindawo noma isitha le uyichazileke khona-ke lapho kulula yini ukuthi-ke uphazamise nje ukusebenza kwale ndlela-ke uthi-ke uma-ke ungenalo-ke ulwazi olujulile-ke lokusebenza kwayo le system lena-ke uthi yinto nje ekungalula-ke ukuthi ungayenza-ke futhi nangendlela futhi egcinwa ngayo nendawo-ke egcinwa kuyona-ke.
Hence, if somebody tries to alter data, the chronological order of data would appear out of sequence and out of logical reason, which will then reflect as tampered with. And you can always go back and just compile a new report, and the original will be there if somebody finds means to tamper with it.
Uma kuwukuthi-ke umuntu uthola indlela-ke yokuthi-ke aphazamisana-ke nokusebenza kwayo-ke izothi uma iphuma-ke ila uzoyibona khona-ke ukuthi-ke ukulandelelana-ke kokwenzeka-ke kwezahlakalo noma kwezinto-ke yila usungakhona khona-ke ukuthi ubuyele emuva-ke manje uyoyikhipha-ke kahle-ke ngendlela yokulandelelana kwayo.
You mentioned that the user can access data on the numerous system. Are there any requirements for a user to access such data?
My Lord, yes. Within the South African Police Service, they have very specific protocol whereby a user must be authorized if he would first apply in a form of a document. He would then be authorized by a number of officers before he can just get access, and that access then is then granted based on his authorization on vehicle or organizational type.
Lana-ke ukuthi ngaphakathi-ke emaphoyiseni basebenza kanjani-ke ukuthi umuntu atholeke le information noma le mininingwane-ke baney'ndlela zabo-ke abayilandelayo ngaphakathi-ke emaphoyiseni ukuthi umuntu-ke okokuqala-ke kuzofaneleke ukuthi-ke atholeke imvume noma-ke igunya-ke lokuthi-ke akwenzeke lokho futhi-ke kuzondlula-ke kubantu abahlukene-ke abazomnikeza-ke kona lokho futhi-ke uzochaza-ke ngokwesikhathi-ke futhi nangokwemininingwane ukuthi yini ayifunayo.
Is there a way to determine who access the data?
My Lord, yes, there's record of every transaction. So every time a person logs in, he needs to authenticate himself by a username and a password, and that is logged in a log file. It would therefore be easy to say who logged on when and was doing what.
Futhi-ke kunendlela-ke yokulandelela-ke noma yokuthola-ke ukuthi bekuwubani-ke ologe in noma-ke osebenzileke lana ngokuthi futhi kuzofanele-ke efake lokho kubizwa ngokuthi-ke igama lakhe noma i-username kanye futhi-ke ne-password. Kuzoba lula-ke kumlandelela-ke kamuva ukubheka-ke ukuthi ngesikhathi esithize ngelanga elithile ubani obengenile noma-ke ethole ekhipha imininingwane.
Are there any registration requirements for such users?
My Lord, each member that is granted access is registered against these South African Police Services profile with his force number, name detail, unit detail. So it's his whole pedigree is registered against that user.
Futhi ke umuntu osebenzisa ke noma ke okwaziyo ke ukuthi abe user ke lapha imininingwane yakhe yonke nje ngaphakathi ke eyasemaphoyiseni i-force number yakhe igama lakhe isikhundla sakhe noma ukuthi ke i-unit yakhe ke yonke leyo mininingwane ikhona.
You have compared the data that you have compiled, MM2A, against Exhibit MM2, the A3 version. What is your
My Lord,
view regarding
My Lord, this is an
the
exact
exhibit?
copy of the data. There's a 100% match in data. The only difference is that the police insignia was removed from the document and the wording movement report. But as for the physical data that is recorded, it is a exact match.
This one.
Yeah. So that is more sure.
Uthi ke uma uqhathanisa lokho kubili ke ukuthi nje into eyodwa ke lena ke uthi ngathi ke 100% umehluko nje ukuthi la kunale yamaphoyisa ke tshengisayo ukuthi amaphoyisa engekho ke khona lana kanye futhi nalana bhaliwe movement report kodwa njena into nje eyodwa le ama documents amabili.
Do you confirm the correctness of the report that you've compiled or that you've printed, Exhibit MM2 in brackets A and Exhibit MM2?
I do confirm the correctness, my Lord.
Futhi ke ngiyaqinisekisa ke nokuthi ke lokho ke okhona ke kule ku MM2A lona ke okuwami no MM2 ukuthi ke ngempela ke kukanjalo noma kuyiqiniso.
If I can ask you to turn to page 6 of Exhibit MM2A on the 19th of June. My Lord, I see that it's time for the long adjournment.
Is that so?
Yes. Can we then take the long adjournment at this point?
Are you available after lunch, sir?
Excuse me, my Lord?
Are you available after lunch?
Yes, I do. I will be available, my Lord.
Yeah, because I hear that you're squeezed for time, like all capitalists. Okay, 2 o'clock then.
The court pleases, my Lord. Mr. Dupree, for the unit in the vehicle to communicate with that minimum of 4 satellites as you've testified, so I'm going to see the interpreters, and I think he's just outside. Now, Mr. Dupree, for a unit fitted in a vehicle to communicate with a minimum of 4 satellites, as you've mentioned, that are orbiting the sky, does that depend on the position of the vehicle? In other words, whether the position is stationary or moving?
My Lord, the status of the vehicle, whether it's moving or being stationary, does not impact on the receiver's ability to receive data from this GPS satellites.
Ukuthi ke imoti imile imoti iyahamba lokho ke akunamthelela ke ekuthini ke lona ke othola ke information noma ke i-data ukuthi ke angayitholi ke leyo mininingwane mayelana nemoto.
So in other words, the GPS unlock doesn't depend on whether the vehicle is stationary or in motion?
No, my Lord, it doesn't depend on whether the vehicle is stationary or not, as long as as the device in the vehicle is in its on position, then it will allow for that, or not on position, let me rephrase, rather the device must be on to receive data, not the vehicle, the device.
Lana ke ukuthi ke imoto imile nokuthi ke imoto ke noma ke u-GPS unlock lona ke akana na ukuthi ke imoto imile noma ke ihamba ukuthi nje imoto yona ke uma nje na ke i-on.
If I can ask you to turn to page 6 of your bundle, exhibit MM2A.
19.
On the 19th of June. The cross-reference for exhibit MM2, the A3, will be pages 34 to 36.
Got it, my lord.
Yes, thank you. On page 6 of exhibit your bundle, MM2A at 05:02 and 10 seconds. What is the position of the vehicle?
My lord, the vehicle is near Benviljoen Street in Pretoria North.
Lana ke kule ndawo engikuzwa ngayo ngazo ke i-19 days ke zika June 2020 isikhathi ke imizuzu emibili eshayile u5 ekseni imoto ke iyaphuma ngisho kafakazi ke eBen noma eseduze kwase Benviljoen Street ePretoria North.
The coordinates, if plots it at the Pretoria North Police Station, just outside.
Lana ke ichaza ukuthi ke Pretoria North Police Station ngaphandle.
Right, the vehicle then left the police station. If one looks at page 10 of your bundle, exhibit MM2A, did you find the position?
I've got it, my lord.
Yes. Now, between the 2 points, from page 6, when the vehicle left the police station, until at about 6:20 and 50 seconds on page 10. Is there any indication that the vehicle deviated along that route between the 2 points? In other words, is there any indication that it left its route?
My lord, given the route or the vehicle traveling, there's no evidence that this vehicle did anything out of the ordinary except travel on the road towards its destination where it arrived at 6:20.
Lana ke uma uhlanganisa le inkathi ke lana ngalelanga lange 19 zika June 2020 isikhathi ke u5:02 la ethi khona ke ise Benviljoen bese siya lana ke kubhalwe khona ke u6:20 ngathi iyofika ke la iya khona ke ngo6:20 ama seconds awu50 ngalelo langa lelo uthi ke abukho ubufakazi obukhona obutshengisayo noma obushoyo ke ukuthi le moto lena ke yaphambana noma yaphuma ke emzileni noma emgwaqweni kula eyayiya khona.
Okay. If I can ask you to turn to still on your exhibit bundle MM2A on the 18th of June. That will be pages 13 to 18. On page 13 of your bundle, MM2A, at 1853 on page 13.
I've got it, my lord.
On exhibit MM2 will be page 31. What is the position of the vehicle at 18R5354 as appears on page 13 of
The
your
location
bundle?
reference, my lord, is near Maury Street, Verwoerd Park in Alberton.
Ngokwalana ke umbiko lona ke lo ozenayo ufakazi hayi lo omkhulu ke la inkantolo ukuthi imoto ke ngalesi sikhathi ngazo i18 zika June 2020 isikhathi u1853 amaseconds awu54 imoto iseduze nase Maury Street eForwood Park eAlberton.
Are you in the position to plot the exact position
My lord,
of the vehicle?
that position plotted reference it to a engine garage in the vicinity.
Uma ngachaza eyona ndawo ke la eyayikhona ke noma eyichaza ukuthi yayikhona kwakuyi garage yakwa engine khona lapho kuleyo ndawo.
And at what point does the vehicle start moving?
My lord, that vehicle was stationary at that particular point for the remainder of the 18 up to 23:27 when the ignition was switched off.
Imoto leyo ke yayilapho ke nje ungathi nje lelala ngake nange18 kwaze kwayoshaya ke u23:27 kusho ukuthi ke ebusuku ke kwaze kwayisikhathi la khona ke ignition ke icishwa noma imoto yona ke icishwa khona.
Only the next morning of the 19th, early morning, at around 23 minutes past 12, did the vehicle leave that point.
Isikhathi ke ngelanga ke manje elandelayo ke u0023 isikhathi ke imoto isuka ke manje khona lapho kuleyo ndawo.
That we see on page 1 of your exhibit bundle, MM2A, on the 19th.
That is correct, my lord.
Etholakala ke lo mniningwane leyo ke ku page 1 kule yami ke ibundle.
Can you also place those seconds on record?
My lord, the vehicle was the first time recorded speed at 23 minutes past 12 that night. It left that location of Maury Street in Verwoerd Park, Alberton.
Isikhathi ke u0023 uma imoto ke isuka ke manje lapha yana ngazo i19 zika June 2020 isuka lapha yana ke eForwood Park eAlberton.
Is it correct that it's 23 minutes past 12 and 20 seconds.
That is correct, my lord.
U20 imizuzu ewu-23 eshayileke u-12 nama-seconds awu-20.
And what is the total number of hours that the vehicle spent at that engine garage?
My lord, the vehicle was there from just about 7 minutes to 7 till the 7 minutes to 7 on the 18th up to 23 minutes past 12 the next morning. So that would make it 5 hours and a number of minutes that the vehicle was in that area.
Imoto yema-ke khona laphayana ngemizuzu-ke ewu-7 ngaphambi kokuthi kushayeke u-7 ngazo i-18 kaJune 2020 yase-ke ehamba-ke uma isikhathi esithi 23 emva ko-12-ke ukusho ukuthi-ke amahora awu-5 nemizuzu-ke isikhathi yayisimile imoto lapho.
And on the last page of exhibit MM2, the A3 version, on the 24th of June.
Sorry, it's MM2.
MM2, the last page, my lord.
Which is page what?
Page 43.
33.
43.
Sorry, 43, yeah, fine.
43, on the 24th of June. And just for record purposes, Mr. Dupree, just place the registration number of this vehicle and the BTL number.
The registration number of this vehicle is Foxtrot Victor 47 Lima Romeo Golf Papa.
In number yale moto FV 47 LRGP.
Yes. And the Bobby number would be Bravo Tango Lima 719 Bravo.
Bese kuthi ke I Bobby number bese kuba BTL 719B.
And what is the position of the vehicle then on the 24th of June 2020?
My lord, on the 24th of June, this vehicle was at the Benoni garage near Great North Road, or Great Road North in Northmead, Benoni for the entire day.
Le moto ke ngazo i24 zika Hlangulana ke kuona unyaka ka2020 ilanga lonke njena ke langa 24 yayise garage ke yase Benoni duze ne Great Road North and Northmead.
And on the 23rd, 24th and 25th?
My lord, on these days identified from the 22nd up to the 25th, this vehicle was stationary for the entire day, every time at this location being near Great Road North, Northmead, Benoni.
Ukusuka ngazo ke i22 kuJune 2020 kwaze kwayoshaya ke i25 kena uJune 2020 le moto ke yayimile khona lapho kule ndawo engikhuluma ngayo kule garage yase Benoni eduze ne Great Road North and Northmead eBenoni.
And are you able, using the coordinates, to determine the exact location?
My lord, if I use those coordinates, it takes me to the exact location, being the Benoni garage, where our installers frequently work, so we're well acquainted with that garage.
Uma ke ngisebenzisa ke lama coordinates abhaliwe ke lana ke lokho kungithatha ke kuyongifiqisa ke kwi garage yethu eseBenoni lapho kama installer ethu ke asebenza akhona ke indawo ke leya engiyaziyo.
Do you know if there's any repair work done at the garage?
My lord, that is a SAP's garage where various work is being done on vehicles for repairs and receiving new vehicles, and also working on vehicles that's been in service.
Leyana ke igaraji ke amaphoyisa elaphayana eBinoni la besebenza khona ke ngeimoto bamukela ke imoto futhi nje umsebenzi ekufanele wenziwe weimoto khona.
If you say repairs, are you referring to what type of repairs?
That would be any type of repairs, mechanical repairs, anything related to a SAP's vehicle can be done there.
Yonke into ke emayelana ke nemoto yamaphoyisa yenziwa khona lapho.
And just finally, on page 44 of Exhibit MM2, will be the other part of Exhibit MM2. That is now on the early hours of the 20th of June 2020. Find it, the loose page 44. Yeah, okay. We see that from, just for record purposes, where's the vehicle at that particular time?
My lord, at the time of the startup at 2 minutes past 12, 39 seconds, the vehicle was at Bukeng SAPS, if the coordinates are plotted.
Ngokwale lana ke ngazo i20 zika June 2020 isikhathi ke mibili ke imizuzu eshayile u12 imoto ke iyadunyiswa ke noma iyastarta ke kumaphoyisa asePhukeng.
And we see that the vehicle goes into GPS unlock position from what time until what time?
My lord, the vehicle was in a GPS unlock status from 7 minutes and 40 seconds past 12 up to 7 minutes and 55 seconds past 3 on the 20th.
Siyabona ke lana sorry imoto ibhaliwe ke ukuthi ke hele mode ke u-GPS unlock ukusuka ke ngemizuzu ewu7 eshayile ke u12 nama seconds awu40 kwaze kwayoshaya ke imizuzu ewu7 eshayile u3 ndathakusa nama seconds awu55.
But when a vehicle is in a GPS unlock status, what is the position regarding the recording of data?
Whilst a vehicle is in a GPS unlock status, the last valid recorded position would be recorded or reflected as the position until such time that a new valid position can be recorded.
Uma ke imoto ikulesa status noma lesa simo ke suka GPS unlocked izochaza ke indawo ke yokugcina ke la imoto ibikhona ke noma ke ebe record ikhona kuze kube isikhathi lapho na ke imoto ifika kwenye ke indawo noma ke position entsha.
Is there any data recorded during that period?
The status of the vehicle, meaning whether the ignition is on or off, is being recorded, but no speed and position would be recorded during such time.
Ngaleso sikhathi ke imoto yona ke engeke nje ikubhaleke noma ke ichazeke indawo ke kanye nespeed ke sayo.
Thank you, Malata. Those are the only aspects that the state wanted this witness to cover.
Okay, thanks. Yes, Mr. Mzulu.
God, please. Say, when you is it one of your duties to install or to fit the AVL? or the
My Lord,
device in the motor vehicle?
Me as a person, no, I do oversee. I have a team of people performing such duties, but me as individual, no, I do not install.
Mina-ke angiwafaki-ke noma ama-system AVL kodwa-ke ngiyabheka-ke ngiyabuka-ke nginabantu-ke abangenzelayo lokho.
All right. After the fitting of the same device, do you issue a certificate? Or do they issue a certificate?
After the fitment of each device, a installation certificate is compiled, and such certificate is then recorded against that specific certificate number, and that is eventually, after the installation, it is handed to the SAPS.
Uma sekufakiwe-ke i-system leyo-ke kune-certificate-ke esikhishwayo kube ne-number-ke ekhishwela leso certificate leso. Uma-ke seyifakiwe-ke bese iyanikezwa-ke leso certificate sinikezwa khona-ke amaphoyisa.
Perhaps do you have the number for that certificate?
No, I don't have that number, my lord.
Anginayo-ke leyo number.
Any copy for that certificate?
My lord, a copy would be obtainable, but I don't have a copy with me.
Anginayo-ke mina-ke i-copy, kodwa i-copy ingatholakala.
When were you told to come and testify or to give evidence in relation to MM2?
Yesterday, my lord.
Ngitshelwe noma ngitshelwe izolo-ke ukuthi angize ngizonikeza ngobufakazi.
What time was it? What time were you informed at that time?
My lord, it would have been during the morning. I did not record the exact time, but somewhere yesterday morning I was informed.
Bekuyizolo ekuseni-ke isikhathi angisibhala ngaphansi ukuthi ngitshelwe nini noma ngitshelwe nini ukuthi angize ngikade nginikezwa ngizokuthula ubufakazi.
All right. The position, your position at C-Track company, what's your position there?
I'm the Chief Operations Officer, my lord.
Ngishilo-ke ukuthi mina-ke obhekeneke nemisebenzi-ke kwelanga nelanga elokubizwa ukuthi Chief Operations Officer.
Who are you reporting under?
I'm reporting to the Chief Executive Officer.
Mina-ke umuntu engaphansi kwakhe-ke ilo obizwa ngokuthi CEO.
What is his name?
Mr. Hein Jort.
Mr.
Hein Jort.
Umnumzana uHein Jort.
Does he know that we are here?
He does know indeed, my lord.
Ngempela uyazi ukuthi ngila.
When you were informed about this, when you were informed to come and testify, and that was the time when you began to prepare yourself for this.
That is correct, my lord.
Ngathi ngitshelwa-ke ukuthi kuzofanele ukuthi ngize ngizokuthula ubufakazi yileso sikhathi-ke engiye ngayilungiselela khona-ke.
Do you still need necessary time to uplift that certificate in order to confirm that the said motor vehicle you are talking about was fitted with the GPS?
My lord, the fitment and the installation certificate is recorded within the SAPS environment against a what they call it, the SAPS vehicle register. So for that reason, I did not foresee the need for any form of proof that the vehicle was fitted other than the recordings of the movement report as we have it in front of us.
I-certificate lesi esikhuluma ngaso-ke i-certificate esikhishwa-ke ngaphakathi-ke emaphoyiseni. Mina-ke angibonanga-ke isidingo-ke sokuthi ngibe naso-ke noma ngisilethe certificate leso noma ngibe naso kumina-ke ngoba-ke ikhona-ke nabakhona-ke lo mbiko lo engisebenza noma enginikeza ubufakazi ngawo.
But any records at your disposal?
Just say again?
Any records that you have before it is kept on the database of the SAPS? Is there any piece or any file that you keep in your archives reflecting the information relating to that motor vehicle?
My lord, the information that we are talking on here all belongs to SAPS. So we as C-Track don't keep record of that because it is an entire enclosed system for the SAPS fleet.
Lana-ke lo mbiko esikhuluma ngawo kanye report esikhuluma ngayo-ke eyaba-SAPS thina-ke siwu-C-Track asinayo-ke la esigcina khona-ke noma esinayo khona-ke konke lokho esikhuluma ngako la phakathi emaphoyiseni.
My lord, may I have just a second to peruse the MM2 Maybe I might have one question before I sit down. Okay, the last question is, if a motor vehicle is driving, maybe for a period of 10 minutes, will it show that it was driving at a certain speed, at a certain order?
My Lord, the device in the vehicle is alive all the time and measures the speed at second intervals, but given the amount of data, the vehicle will only report that position and speed at a defined interval as set out by the SAPS. In this case, the vehicle will report either every 5 minutes or when there is a change in heading, meaning the vehicle makes a turn to the left, to the right, or it changes its direction.
Indaba ke speed noma esivinini ke lokho izokusho ke noma asithi mhlambe sisebenzise lana ke ukuthi mhlambe ngesikhathi ke esiyimizuzu emihlanu noma ukuthi mhlambe iyashintsha ke manje isizojika ke ayisahambi ke ngale mgwaqo behamba ngayo kunenkathi ke la khona ke ispeed esizoveza noma esikhonjiswe khona.
And during such reporting, it would then report the speed of the vehicle as well.
Uma yenza ke leyo mbiko ke izobika ke kanye nesivinini ke noma ispeed semoto.
All right. Let me just draw your attention on on June 18, 2020. I'm not sure what page is that.
I'll get it. If you just give me the time as well, then I'll.
The time is 8:24. (8:24) to see that, or is it check?
Page 26. Yeah, page 26, page 24.
It's page.
Yeah, I've got it there. On the 18th, 8:24, 55 seconds, Molo.
It's 8:24. It says driving.
That is correct.
Driving, the kilometer is 0 and the order is 0.
Yeah, that means the vehicle is stationary because there's no speed.
Lana ke ko nge 18th ka June 2020 isikhathi 8:24 ithi imoto iyahamba kodwa ke ispeed ithi 0 ne order na ithi 0 kuthi ke mayiphendula ke kusho ukuthi imoto yayimileke.
If it says 8:29 XL idle, it is still stationary.
It's still stationary. The vehicle would report excess idle. It would first status after it started. It would report a driving status, and if the vehicle remains at the same location without moving, the excess idle status would then be recorded after the driving status.
Manje ngoba lana ke ku 8:29 ithi ke excess idle kusho ukuthi ayiduma ke kodwa kuno 00 kusho ukuthi ayimile ngoba izoqala izothi iqala ke isho ukuthi ke iya driver ke kodwa uma sekuyisikhathi ke futhi ke iseme kuleyo ndawo leyo ke ila esizoveza khona ukuthi iyaduma loya excess idle.
Is it still the same position with 8:34?
My Lord, if we look at the GPS coordinates, it is very much still the same location where the vehicle is.
Uma sibheka ekugcineni ke lapha yana ke ila esichazela khona ukuthi imoto ikuphi ke nendawo usabona ke ukuthi ke kuseyindawo eyodwa.
Thank you, my Lord. No further questions.
Thanks. Yes, Mr. Minister.
Sorry, just one question. So can you, if you know, can you clarify what is mapping is?
What?
Mapping in relation to service.
Sorry, I don't understand the question.
No, let me just withdraw the question.
Thank you, sir. Now I realize that your AVL records, or the records that were submitted to court, this AVL records and the bundle that you probably yourself prepared always refer to these places as near Waverley Road, Highland, North Johannesburg, near Braxwell Road, Cresford, Johannesburg. What does this near in the context of this AVL mean?
My Lord, it just so happens that that was a confusion that was created, and the letter of the word becoming a point of contest in court. Because a vehicle, we would say the vehicle is at, let's say, Madiba Street or in Madiba Street. But if I'm on the pavement of Madiba Street, the argument is, am I still in Madiba Street or am I in near Madiba Street? So the term was changed to near to rule out any, I don't want to call it silly points of argument, but points of argument to say it is in the street, it is next to the street, so the term near to the street, my Lord, was decided on.
Uma ke sekusetshenziswa leli gama ke elithi eduze into ke nje lena ke noma idata ke eyavela njena ke enkantolo ke noma ke uma sekukwethulwa noma kunezethulo ezikhona enkantolo kuthiwa noma ke asebenzisa isibonelo sala ngaphambi kwenkantolo eMadiba ukuthi uma uku-pavement usesemadiba yini noma useduze kwayo kwase kunqunywa ke ukuthi akusetshenziswe leli gama ke elithi eduze.
In the end, the coordinate is a specific point, and that would be the exact location, my Lord.
Bese kuthi ke yona ke lena ke echazelayo noma ebizwa ngokuthi i-coordinate yona ke ikhuluma ngendawo ethize, yona ke leyo ndawo eshiwoyo.
So what you're saying is, on the reading of this AVL record, one cannot specifically say that at this point in time, this vehicle was at this specific place. It's just a speculative hypothesis that it could have been near this area.
No.
It's the opposite.
My Lord, the vehicle, the point of reference being near is for us to understand it was near the street to give us a grasp of where the vehicle was. But if somebody is looking for the exact point, we use the coordinate.
The coordinate is scientifically infallible.
Yeah.
Must be.
Mase sebenzisa ke lelo gama elithi eduze alisho ukuthi nje uqagele ukuthi imoto ikuphi, iyachazela ukuthi imoto ikuphi ke nendawo, kodwa uma ukuthi ufuna eyona ke ndawo ayiloko kubizwa ngokuthi ama coordinates ke kubhaliwe ke lapha yana egcineni ke yila echazela khona ukuthi imoto ikuphi nendawo.
You know the reason why I'm asking you this, sir, it is on record, and it doesn't come from me, it is on record that at a particular point in time, in the course of the investigation of this case, there was a movement of this specific motor vehicle along a certain road, it's Alberton. But at one point in time, the said motor vehicle deviated to a dumping place where certain incidents took place there. I don't think that will be relevant for your purposes. Now, that's the reason why I am saying, is this system, this AVL system, is it able to specifically say that at this point in time, this motor vehicle was at this place? Do you follow what I'm saying?
Yeah, I fully follow.
Thank you.
My Lord, in response to that, I would say the coordinates, if the unit is...
Sorry, you know what? Please, just explain what the coordinates are.
Yeah.
Then we'll be all on the same park,
My Lord, coordinates is a longitude and latitude that the tracking device receiver received from these satellites, and in that it is plotted on a geographical map to say this vehicle, these coordinates let's use just any latitude 281900 and longitude 281900 and latitude minus 25.7866. If we take those coordinates and we plot them on a map, we will be on a defined point on a map, on a road, in your example, on a dumping site, if it is. So my response would be, if there is such a reference of time and place, if the time and place is on these records, then we would be able to show it.
Kuloko khulumayo ke ukuthi le moto ke yahamba ke yaya ke kulahlwa khona ke izibike uma ukuthi nganginikeza isikhathi ke ngikezeke i-date noma ukuthi uma kukhona ke lana kuloko sizohamba ke siyokubona ke lokho ngoba uma uthatha ke lokho okubhaliwe ke lana okubizwa ngokuthi ama coordinates okuchazela ke indawo isibonelo ulo 281900 minus 257866 uma uthatha ke lokho usukubeka ke ukufaka ke kwi map uzosho ke ukuthi yikuphi nendawo.
Thank you. My Lord, may I just request a very 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 seconds of indulgence, my Lord. So something that I need to take up with my colleagues.
Madiba is resurrected.
Excuse me, my Lord.
I say you can go on until Madiba is resurrected.
Thank you.
But before he comes to that, I mean, the extension of logic of what you're saying, if you have access, I mean, if you have reference to this AVL system, like for instance, the history of the movement of the car, the starting, the stopping, etc. It's mapped out on this page, right?
Correct, model.
Let's assume this page is the 28th of June, 2020. Is it possible for you, using the very information here, from, let's say, a specific time, like, let's say 4 o'clock in the afternoon, up to 12 o'clock in the evening, is it possible for you to decipher and discern and establish whether this motor vehicle was ever at a dumping place?
My Lord, for sure.
That's sure, yeah. We have to have that exercise.
Excuse the court, my Lord. I think on behalf of our court, I'm just on this point, my Lord, because I can see it's getting to be a very contestable point. I've requested my colleagues because it has got to do with accused number 2.
No, fine.
So they are requesting an indulgence just to have a word or two with him.
No, fine. No, but this gentleman is an expert. He's here to assist the court.
Yes, man.
Right. If he can do what I think he says he can do,
yes,
why can't he assist us?
As it is the court. They are,
Mr. Ngomalo, are you with me?
They are quickly consulting with Mr. Ntanzi, my Lord. The primary figure in this whole
right.
Act 1 Sit 1.
Right.
There seems to be a request that we should be making. My colleagues say they also want to take a point or two on the basis of what this witness testified about.
We all are here to learn.
So we suggesting that we probably might have an adjournment. We should request an adjournment, my Lord, as I hereby do, probably for 15 minutes for consultation.
As a court, please, my Lord, no problem. If we just bear in mind, this witness is not available tomorrow, my Lord.
You're not available tomorrow the whole day?
My Lord, I'm going to Sandton in the morning, so I've got a meeting scheduled till 12 there, so another hour. So at best, after 1 o'clock, and that's if everything goes. We have a bit of a dispute to resolve.
So you want us to adjourn for 15 minutes?
Yes, my lord.
Okay, let's adjourn for 15 minutes. Yes, Mr. Minister, any further questions?
As it is the court, my lord. My lord, it is transpiring and we seem to be unanimously agreeing with our colleagues here that I think it will be in the best interest of this case that we request Mr. Dupree to prepare us those coordinates, number one, the exact spots, number one. Number two, a mapping of the movement of this motor vehicle from the date on which it started to engage with accused number 2. I think accused number 1 as well. Yes. And up until the day on which it went to the garage. I'm not so sure I'm making myself clear. Because the reason is, as we're looking here, we are unable to follow meticulously what this is vis-a-vis the version that we're getting from our clients, you see. So as we consult with them on the basis of what this document contains, we should be taking them through that physical, that physical mapping, you see. As in when you're using when you are in a direction in a cell phone, that white lady that is speaking there, you see, says 10 years. No, now we are lost. We want a situation such as that one.
Okay.
Yes,
so
thank
you have agreed on that. Mr. Msololo, are you all agreed?
Yes, my lord.
Ms. Ngumalo?
Yes, that is correct.
Mr. Ngumezulu?
That's correct.
The state?
Well, we have no problem with that, my lord. In fact, the witness, it will take some time, my lord.
Yeah, obviously.
The witness can also plot the movement of that vehicle from the time it left the police station, show it here on the screen how it's moved up to its destination, but that will take time.
No. Mr. Dupree, even if he comes December next year.
Next year?
Yeah. We need that information. Because, I normally say these things. We don't throw bones and say, Vumani Madot. Now we want to hamba a charity, Vumani Madot. This is solid state physics, is that not so? But we must plot the brief to Mr. Dupree, and you all must agree what he should do in order to track or trace or coordinate or pinpoint the various areas where accused number 2, for instance, was assaulted, and where accused number 1 also says he was assaulted, and also the dump in Orlando East. Apparently, number 2 was also assaulted in a dumping area in Orlando East, and also was assaulted in Tembisa, and in Fosluras, and also in Diepkloof, and also in Moroka. Is that not the brief? Anybody wants to add anything?
That is so.
Hello?
That is so.
So
that is the brief.
No, but wait. So I want you together to meet with Mr. Dupree. Not today because it's rather late. On Monday, are you available?
My lord, on Monday I'm fairly booked out already.
Tuesday? So that you all sit with Mr. Dupree before he prepares that report. And after he has prepared that report, then we can talk. Is that so, Ms. Msololo?
Yes.
My lord, I have a suggestion that what if we do that now immediately when we adjourn, so that when he goes and prepares those reports, he knows exactly what our instructions are.
Do you have the time? Okay, do you have the time, Mr.
My lord, I've booked out today in its entirely.
Okay, fine. So we can do that.
Yes.
So we'll adjourn, Mr. Dupree, and all the councillors here will give you the brief as to what they request you to do, using the information of the coordinates, the latitudes, the altitudes, etc., etc. Okay. So we'll adjourn at this time.
As it is a court.
For the day, ne?
Around
3 o'clock, my lord.
Yeah, okay. Well, do you want us to come back here
No, tomorrow.
tomorrow? Okay, but you are not available tomorrow.
No, I'm not available
Yeah,
tomorrow,
fine.
unfortunately, my lord.
No, I mean, just to
You'll have to
continue-
arrange.
To continue with other.
Yeah, the other thing. Okay. Okay, then the courts regarding that exigency, we shall adjourn. Okay.
Yes.
In connection with whatever queries they may have had concerning the AVL system.
Yes.
So-
Yes, my lord, we did have a meeting and we have conveyed, along with the defense, to Mr. Dupree what would like him to canvass. And it entails, my lord, for him to simulate or recreate the path that the Toyota Fortuner that was conveying accused number 2 on the 19th followed.
19th June, right?
Yes, 19th June.
And which other date?
And we gave him all the dates from the 1st, the 5th, the...
Wait, first 6.
Yes, the 1st, the 5th,
6.
the 20th, yes, the 22nd, 24th, 25th.
Wait. The first, the second,
the 5th.
Okay, yeah, the 5th, right?
The 22nd.
The 22nd.
24th.
The 24th.
25th.
25th.
Yes.
This is all June.
And 31 May as well, I'm sorry.
And 31.
Yes, 31 May.
Is that all the councils agreed to?
Yes.
That.
Sorry? Which other date?
As the court pleases, my lord, the dates are the 31st of May, the 1st of June.
Wait. Because Mr. Baloy didn't mention the 31st of May.
Yes.
Is it the 31st of May also?
Yes.
Yes, indeed, my lord.
And
wait. 31st May.
Yes.
Right? Sorry. Yeah.
And then I think he skipped the 18th.
And then the 1st, the 2nd, the 5th,
the 5th,
the 22nd, the 24th, the 25th.
He skipped the 18th of May, my lord, as well.
The 18th of May also. Hello?
18 and 19, my lord.
Yes,
18th
19.
May.
19.
19th May.
June, my lord.
So the
19th June.
1st of May, my lord, then the rest are June.
Wait. The 18th of June.
Yes, the 18th and the 19th of June as well.
Right?
As the court pleases.
Yes, I think that will also incorporate the 20th of June.
And the 20th of June.
Yes. In other words, basically it's all the dates, my lord, that have been mentioned in
the evidence.
court. Yes.
Mr. Missy, do you agree to that? Those dates?
That is the arrangement.
Mr.
I
Limano?
confirm, my lord, that is the arrangement.
Ms. Mshololo?
I confirm, my lord.
Now, what is the arrangement? I'm saying this and I'm asking this because this trial is an adversarial trial.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And this witness was specifically called, that is Mr. Dupree, was specifically called by the state, although he's an expert
Yes.
who can assist the court. I want to know what is the status of the report he's going to prepare so that we mustn't have problems later on about A, B, C, D, E, F, G, interpretation of this. What did you agree regarding the status of that report?
It was actually raised by one of the counsel, my lord,
Yeah.
that perhaps they should have a peek of that report before it's presented
Now you see.
here in court. So we made a proposal that maybe we can get together and
What is the status of that report?
Yes.
Prepared by a witness who's still under cross-examination, approached by the defense and the state to prepare a report. What is the status of that report, having regard to the fact that this is an adversarial
Yes.
system we are dealing with? It's not a civil trial.
Yes. That will leave us with two options. Once the defense has had the opportunity to view that report, either we do, the report is submitted via section 220 or as an addendum to the current report that is before court.
So you didn't agree on the status of the report?
Yes. Well, up until they've seen it, my lord, I think they
No, you don't have to see it first. Yes. Because you've approached an expert jointly to say you must prepare a report. Now the question is, will you be cross-examined on that report?
Yes. Well,
or will that report, as you suggest, be just accepted as a report which is sanctioned by the two parties before this court?
Yes.
Sorry?
Yes, that was the proposal, but there was a counter proposal that they'd want to have a look at it first, my lord.
Mr. Mgomezulu, you've heard the queries I'm raising.
My lord, I will submit that one may not lose sight of the fact that this witness comes from the state side.
Yes, yes.
The defense will definitely, not that because we are engaging into a discussion regarding the status of the report, but it will be difficult for the defense to admit the report prior to its seeing or having sight over it. So, my lord, I would still maintain that the witness